Chapter 421 is officially confirmed. The group stage is coming. As soon as the group situation came out, Li Hansheng pulled Jack out of his trainer to see the expressions of everyone on EDG. At present, all members of Tabwa have arrived in Wuhan, the venue of the group stage. The finals and group rounds will be held at the Wuhan Sports Center. The implication of choosing this place is that it probably contributed a lot of esports talents. Perhaps due to the underdeveloped economy in Shonan. There were a lot of black internet cafes in the early years, so they also contributed a lot of esports talents. There is nothing to avoid. Esports players in the early years were indeed internet-addicted teenagers who were good at gaming. Today's esports players are nothing more than packaging with capital to create an idol's personality, which is different from the internet-addicted teenager. Push open the door of the EDG training room. Good guy. That's called quietness. Those who didn't know it thought the Busan library had reappeared. The factory director looked back and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Why? Did you come here just to show off your luck? No way. Li Hansheng smiled and patted the factory director on the shoulder. I just wanted to interview you and ask you how you feel about being assigned to the death group. My son HQ was not able to be assigned to the same group as you this time. The factory director's face darkened, and he couldn't help but glare at him. Abu squinted his eyes and looked at Li Hansheng with a half-smile. What tricks have you guys been secretly researching in Tabwa lately? Don't you want to share them with your brothers? Don't hide your tactics secretly. We agreed to help each other. No problem. Brother Hao will share it with you after we finish the research. Abramovich originally thought that he could promote Li Han to the first team. After all, EDG was actually skeptical about whether Tabwa would share his tactics. No reason. To put it bluntly, although we are from the same competition area, we are actually competitors. Why should we help our competitors? Don't talk about feelings of family and country. There is no need to rise to that level. It is just a competition at the club level. Unexpectedly, Li Hansheng agreed so readily, which actually made him uncomfortable. Really? Abu was doubtful. Why are you lying to us? We have probably figured out the gameplay of the World Championship version. This gameplay is quite suitable for us. Li Hansheng deliberately let it go. Sure enough, Tabwa's training team is very good. Abu suddenly became very kind and pulled Li Hansheng out. Hansheng, of course our club has kindly invited you and Jack. Don't wait for others, it's time. Come on. I'll go find Gua Hao, and let's discuss it carefully. No wonder Abu is so eager. Isn't it urgent? The group of death. In the World Championships at home. Not only do you want to create history, but you also have to at least maintain the bottom line of the top 8. Right. Just in case. If we were really eliminated in the group stage, it would be a shame for DAFA. It would be a shame not to compete domestically in the past few years. If this is embarrassing at home, fans will not let them off easily. And in the past few years, everyone failed together. But now there is a clear example like Tabwa, who won the championship. This is called no comparison, no harm. Anyway, EDG's goal this year is to hold on to the bottom line of the top 8 and strive to create history. This grouping situation also caused a heated discussion on the internet. Ghost? Is this Tabwa a walk to the top 8? Isn't this grouping too outrageous? The people in the group with Tabwa are all rotten fish and shrimps. If Samsung didn't pass, wouldn't it be the only group without a Korean team? I seriously doubt that Tingjing used his connections. Zhu Zhao, Huang Ao and GSL are all there to pick up the flavor. What relationship does Tabwa need to use? Did you win the World Championship with your keyboard? Go ask your Korean father if he dares to try against Tabwa in the group stage? That is, based on my understanding of Brother Hansheng. He wishes that all the Korean teams were in the same group with him, so that he could deal with them one by one. What do people think of using their connections to talk about Tabwa using the back door? I am afraid that some fans of some teams are afraid that their home team will not be able to qualify, so they will throw dirty water on Tabwa in advance. I am an RNG fan, and I think you're right. With Tabwa's strength, there is no need to use such despicable methods. The outlet form of EDG is obviously poor with the naked eye, not to mention the club members. Even their fans became anxious. And as per usual, before the World Championship officially starts, Riot Games will also announce a so-called team ranking or player ranking. This thing can be a warm-up for the upcoming World Championship, and it can also be a good introduction to the star players of different competition regions, so that the audience can have a general understanding of the strength and weakness of each team before the start of the game. Of course, the seemingly scientific list is not so scientific either. Riot Games is judged based on the performance of each team in the league. But here's the problem. Can the intensity of your North American League and European League compare with the LPL? Can it be compared with LCK? For example, TSM has an exaggerated record in North America with its powerful Trident. But can you say that their strength is definitely stronger than Samsung? Riot has another idea. He also knows that the situation in each competition area is different and cannot be simply compared horizontally. But he did this deliberately in order to create some saliva. This is just like the fact that LPL officials always deliberately create topics during MVP selection or best lineup selection. Having a topic means there is popularity and traffic. If your fans don't tear you up, where will I get the traffic? When Li Hansheng was live broadcasting, he was urged by the audience to take a brief look at it. And someone in China immediately translated and reposted it. The first is the team rankings. Taobao, Longyu, TSM, SKT, G2, RNG. In fact, there is basically no problem with such a ranking. Topo and Longzhou are the number 1 seeds in the 2 strongest competitions in China and South Korea. And Topo defeated Longzhou head-on at MSI. So it makes sense for Topo to occupy the first place. Although TSM is strong, being placed behind Dragon Ball also represents everyone's recognition of the overall strength of the LCK division. Although the LPL has a unique Toba. When you talk about the overall strength of the division, it is obvious that the outside world and even the audience in the LPL division think that the LCK is stronger. And the player rankings. Noob, Faker, Khan, God, Imp, BDD. The top positions in the player rankings are basically occupied by Korean players. Only Li Hansheng and Wei Shen are at the top of Toba. Jack, Gao Tianliang, and Shi Siming are all placed in a dozen or so positions. This arrangement is recognized by everyone except a few fans. The 3 young men are certainly capable, but they are not as powerful as the 2 core brothers in the team. Especially Jack in the bottom lane. This kid's performance is very unstable, and he has been regarded as a breakthrough by his opponents all year round. For Riot Games to put him in the top 20, it is already a great honor. But this made the 3 young people very angry. Gone! Are Riot looking down on people so much? Jack cursed. When they rank them like this, doesn't it mean that we are holding the team back? It's not that exaggerated. Right. Shi Siming shrugged. Anyway, they are all in the top 20. There are still people from EDG and RNG who are not in the top 20. Even SKT and Longzhou are not all in the top 20. We are the only ones enjoying this treatment. I think the fist has given me face. So why do you care about rankings? Li Hansheng asked them with a smile. The lower I rank you, the more chances you have to get slapped in the face. Play your best and give me a hard slap in the face. I'm quite envious of you. Look, if you just rank me first, no matter how good you are, it won't have any effect. Fans will only say, look, no wonder Noob is ranked first. The first place should be because of his strength. It was fine in the front, but the style suddenly started to change in the back. Jack and the others were stunned for a moment before they realized. Was Li Hansheng trying to flatter himself in some way? Ha ha ha. Brother Hansheng has been PUA'd by the teacher too much since he was a child? This speaking skill is similar to that of my teacher. Yes. Yes. Every time the results are announced, our teacher will praise me fiercely, saying that it is good to be ranked last in the exam, which proves that I have a lot of room for improvement in the future. Unlike the students who are ranked first in grade every time, their performance is not as stable. No freshness is given to the teacher, making others think that it is natural for him to be the first in the exam. I'm laughing so hard. Brother Hansheng. What kind of top KTV master is this? Whoa. When will Shenbao come to PPT me? The Lewin family seems to be PPT'd by Shenbao too. Oh my god. It's a good thing that Brother Hansheng is not a scumbag. Otherwise he would just make all kinds of nonsense and confuse the sisters? We are just talking about whether there is a possibility that Brother Hansheng's appearance can make my sister confused even if he doesn't need PA skills. Complaints are complaints. Jack and others also knew that this thing was just for the audience's entertainment. And they didn't take it to heart. It is. Many things are actually added by the fans' own subjective wishes. For example, the fans of 2 players are incompatible with each other. Others think that these 2 players are also the kind of people who have never been in contact with each other. The result of it? The esports circle is not big, and everyone looks up and down. Few people would choose to quarrel with each other. At most, they have few private contacts and are not so familiar with each other. But if you really say that it is like what the fans think, you will not live or die. As for, in the next few days, Talbot started the training mode, and Guahao did share the team's research on the incense burner. The first to adapt was RNG. The previous incident of taking Monster A had actually made them realize how powerful the incense burner monster was. But they were just not so sure. Now Tabwa also feels that this prop will become the core factor in determining the outcome of the game. This solidified their thinking. During the training matches, the 3 LPL teams and other teams all needed to cooperate with the officials in filming promotional videos. And the filming location was in Wuhan. This is the same as last year's game in America. In which city the game is played, the promotional video will be shot in that city. After all, the territory of China is so large. If they really have to run back and forth, the players will be tortured to death first. It's not like they are all like Bangzi. It takes a few hours to drive from the capital to the national border. Not much time was wasted. And the filming task was completed quickly. The qualifying rounds also arrived as scheduled and officially started at the Wuhan Sports Center. The entire qualifying process was actually not too eventful. The 3 teams from the 5 major leagues, Samsung, C9, and Fnatic, were simply a dimensionality-reducing blow in this kind of game. This is no longer a fish pond game, but a fish egg game. All 3 teams have no doubt entered the main draw. And the other spot was taken by the Fenerbahce team from Turkey. The final grouping situation will also become clear. Group A, Tabwa, FW, GAM, Samsung. Group B, Dragon Ball, RNG, IMT, Fnatic. Group C, TSM, MSF, HQ, Fenerbahce. Group D, G2, EDG, SKT, C9. As soon as this grouping situation came out, Group D was completely confirmed as the group of death. Gui gui. This group is enough for the factory director and others to drink a pot. Right. Group D can be said to have no makeup in the true sense. Even if C9 is going to enter the playoffs. But C9's title of North American Glory is not for nothing. This team just pretends to be dead every spring and looks like it's going to be relegated. As a result, it became more and more powerful in the summer split. After entering the World Championship, it has achieved the best results in the North American division every year. It can be said that the bottom line of North America's foreign competition is relying on C9 to avoid being knocked out. Of the 4 teams in Group D, whoever appears in the end seems likely. It seems that the qualifying format of Group B has become less clear. IMT is indeed not strong, but as Fnatic is a frequent visitor to the World Championship, they can always explode in the World Championship. There is not even a Korean team in Group C, and there are also wildcard teams like Fenerbahce to make up the numbers. So the overall strength is not that high. With the addition of Samsung, the overall strength of Group A has soared. Flash Wolf is still very strong in BO1. 3 stars. Li Hansheng groped his chin. What? Brother Hansheng, do you think they are very strong? Sure, Summing asked. I remember Samsung seems to be unlucky. Right. KT insisted on banning Kalista. And then they were beaten. This year of S7 is actually quite magical. Take the time and space before Li Hansheng traveled as an example. Everyone remembers that RNG released Galio 5 times and EDG's Lucian kneeled. But few people remember that the KT team, known as the Galaxy Battleship, killed itself in the LCK bubble match. The reason is simple. Don't ban Kalista. Anyone who has played S7 or watched S7 games will understand. The strength of Kalista in the S7 World Championship is comparable to that of Tetsuo and Captain in S5. During the group stage, a handful of Iron Man was released, and the result was that Kalista directly scored a pentakill. From now on, no one dared to let this hero out. Kalista is outrageous. She is outrageous. His ultimate move can provide perfect fault tolerance for the incense burner monster. As long as Kalista is alive and has a big move in hand, it is impossible for you to kill the soft assistant who is bound to the contract by Kalista. It doesn't matter. Anyway, we will definitely be able to qualify stably. Li Hansheng waved his hand indifferently. Chapter 422, Rivaling Popularity. With the group groupings officially determined, Talbot suddenly became busy, mainly because there were too many people making appointments for training matches. In addition to Flash Wolves, Samsung, and GAM in the same group, teams from other groups were eager to come to Talbot for a training match as soon as possible. The purpose is simple: to spy on the military situation. I just want to see how Talbot understands it under the framework of this new version of the World Championship. In fact, the incident of the incense burner monster has gradually spread, mainly because after the previous incident of taking Monster A was fully fermented, the playstyle of the incense burner monster in the passerby game was too hot. Professional players play ranked every day. They have experienced such a hot gameplay in the pub game, so they will naturally try this powerful system. Of course, there are some who are stubborn. For example, Longzhu still goes its own way and continues to use its best method, choosing an offensive top laner to suppress the opponent. They have such confidence. After all, before the official competition begins, no one can guarantee that their understanding of the game must be based on the optimal solution of the current version. And no one dares to guarantee that they are the answer to the version. Everyone knows that the game and the pub game are two completely different game rhythms. The routines that work well in the pub game may not be applicable in the game. Up, up, up. Wow. Sure enough. You won't die. Kill me. My brother just won't die. Hey, hey, hey. Inside Talbo's trainer, Jack could be heard yelling and yelling at his opponents. Those who didn't know it thought it was Roaring Tianzuan from the next circle who came to compete in a cross-border competition. No wonder he was so excited. In the Sensor Monster version, the ADC is really hard to die. Just like just now. He once again moved aggressively and was caught by the opponent. But the 4 people on the opposite side concentrated their fire and failed to kill him instantly. Lulu's E, a big move, a healer and the shield he brought, stunned him, let him not die. As a result, the opponent surrendered all their skills and failed to kill him. Instead, he was chased and beaten by Jack, who was still alive. That's right. In this version, no one in the bottom lane will use other skills. Basically, they are assisted in healing, and the ADC has a shield. The most prominent thing is self-protection. It's cool. It's so cool. This is how it should be. As Jack scored 3 kills in the Dragon group, the special training team who played the training match with Talbot once again played GG. And both sides chose to quit the game in a tacit understanding. This is also an unwritten rule in the gaming circle, in order to prevent the training match record and lineup from being leaked. Generally, as long as GG is played, both parties will exit the game together, so that the record will not be left on the server and will not be leaked. Normal training matches rarely reach the late stage. Usually, the lagging team takes the initiative to GG after feeling that the disadvantage is too great. Hongmi nodded and recorded something in his notebook. Although he would share his understanding of the game version, Talbot did not have no reservations at all. They were just responsible for telling EDG and RNG the news that the Sensor Monster would become a decisive factor in the outcome of the game. As for how to design tactics and routines around the Incense Burner monster, it depends on everyone's ability. It's not that I'm not willing to share. Rather, the tactics that Talbot can use may not be perfectly replicated by your other teams. I have Li Hansheng. Do you have one? Just so arrogant. And now Talbot is constantly trying out the strength of various soft assists in the bottom lane to see if he can do some tricks. Although the results of the training match were good, Hongmi kept frowning and seemed to be dissatisfied. He always felt that there was something else he hadn't thought of. Li Hansheng came to him and reminded him. Although this version of Lulu can't play in the mid lane, Karma can play in the mid lane. Do you think we can swing Karma to the middle lane? And then the bottom lane can be normal? Give me some help? From a pure laning perspective, the hard assist cannot defeat the soft assist. But once the jungle, mid laner, and midfielder are linked together, the hard assist is simply beating the soft assist. Mainly, if a control skill can hit the opponent, you can easily get a kill. This is also Ruan Fu's weakness. He is afraid of being caught. Hongmi's frown gradually relaxed, and Li Hansheng's next words made him suddenly enlightened. I remember Ivern can also set up shields for people. Right? Anyway, this version of the jungler is mainly responsible for the frontline and group start tasks. In the early stage, it is mainly about brushing. Ivern can also produce incense burners and summon minion. Tachibana is in the front row. Will this make our lineup selection more diverse? Hongmi's eyes suddenly widened, and she looked at Li Hansheng in disbelief. These days, he has been thinking about how to arrange more combinations. As a result, Li Hansheng directly solved the problem that had troubled him for many days in just a few words. How could he not be surprised? You are simply a genius. Hongmi couldn't help praising him. He was a straight man. Otherwise, he would have loved to hug Li Hansheng and kiss her twice. With seemingly casual instructions, there are so many things he can do at the BP level. Li Hansheng just smiled. This is the benefit of being a time traveler. And it is also the most abnormal thing about him besides the system. Others are not sure about the correct answer even if they touch the version. But Li Hansheng knows the correct answer directly, and can even give various optimal solutions directly to his teammates. Kalma swung to the middle and provided hard support in the bottom lane. This was the black technology tactic used by the European Rabbitohs when they faced SKT in the quarterfinals. It really had a huge effect, and even SKT was forced into desperation. If the Rabbitohs weren't as good at ending the game, SKT might have collapsed in the quarterfinals, and the world line might have truly changed. Ivern's idea of using the incense burner in the jungle as a sensor monster also came from the Rabbit team. So, to be honest, the European training team is the strongest when it comes to exploring and developing versions of the game. South Korea's competition training team has strong learning and adjustment abilities. Although they may not be able to master and develop the version quickly, they can certainly learn quickly. As for the LPL training team, even if you copy the answers, you won't understand. Sometimes, you can't just rely on the players for a heavy defeat. If you use your understanding of the reverse version to defeat someone else's understanding of the version, unless it's a pure crushing of personal abilities, it's impossible to beat them. TSK. Brother Han Sheng learned this from Faker. Right. Keeping the body of a boy can ensure the stability of the Taoist heart, so that he can always dominate the professional arena? Jack couldn't help but sigh after seeing it. Don't say you are a Taobo player. Even if you are just a staff member of Taobo management, the group of socialites outside are watching, and many encounters between the two parties cannot be avoided just by avoiding them. You always have a social circle, right? You go out with your friends, and these ladies appear at dinner parties and wine bureaus through your friends' channels, thus getting in touch with you. How can you not give face to your friends and just leave when you see a celebrity? To put it bluntly. Besides, although these socialites may not have the same private life, they are all beautiful, regardless of whether they use technology or hard work. At least they really put in the hard work. Teenagers like this in the esports circle are at the age when they are in full swing. It is normal for them to be unable to resist a woman who wants to cheat on you. The temptation for ordinary players is so great. Not to mention Li Hansheng, the #1 player in the esports circle, is highly praised by Tingjing and can rival or even surpass Faker. Which socialite doesn't want to be Li Hansheng's girlfriend? Joke. The traffic, attention, and economic benefits that the name Li Hansheng's girlfriend can bring to celebrities are simply immeasurable. Unfortunately, although various famous ladies have criticized him, there has not been any scandal since Li Hansheng's debut. So much so that fans have speculated whether Li Hansheng, like Faker, has little interest in women and wants to remain a boy. What do you think? Li Hansheng was not in a hurry to explain. In fact, he was also very puzzled. After being puzzled, the only reason he could think of was this. As a time traveler, I am a human being in 2 lives. This makes his spiritual level far beyond ordinary people. Rather than purely physical venting, he hopes to find someone who can resonate with him spiritually. But he's hard to come across. After all, the women he can come into contact with all like him, who is high-spirited on the court and who is highly praised by fans and media. TCH. Jack curled his lips relentlessly. At least I can be sure that Brother Han Sheng is not gay. How can you be so sure? Sure Saming asked. Didn't you see that every time he meets with fans? When facing female fans, Brother Han Sheng always gives warm hugs and takes photos. When facing male fans, the most he does is shake hands. This is treated differently. Do you understand? What the HL? You always pay special attention to places like this where you shouldn't be paying attention. Li Hansheng shook his head in confusion. Compared with the serious preparation environment of other teams, Taobo's preparation atmosphere is indeed slightly relaxed. No way. After winning too much, the whole team has taken winning the game as a matter of course. As the time approaches day by day, October 5th arrives as scheduled. It was the National Day holiday in China, and the Wuhan Sports Center, where the group stage was held, had long been surrounded by people. The game venue can accommodate tens of thousands of people, and the on-site tickets were sold out as early as the pre-sale stage. Even in the scalper market, it's hard to get a ticket. Today is the opening ceremony of the global finals. All 16 participating teams need to appear together, and then the group stage officially begins. The backstage was already crowded, and players wearing various team uniforms could be seen everywhere. Li Hansheng enjoyed the treatment of a big star. Top laners from many teams came to take photos with him, and even asked him to exchange team uniforms. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the staff began to remind the players to prepare to play. Just before 3 p.m., on the live stage, Immortal Grip Rendong still had his hair splayed back and appeared on the stage in a suit. Welcome everyone to watch the 2017 League of Legends Global Finals. Let me feel your enthusiasm from the audience. Okay, The tens of thousands of spectators at the scene immediately burst into extremely enthusiastic cheers and applause. They all held various support light signs in their hands. After a season of competition, 16 teams from all over the world will challenge for the championship again here. Now all teams are ready. Let's welcome the teams to the stage. First, let's invite the teams from Group A. The passionate tone of the LPL division commentators immediately rang out at the scene. Every team's appearance was specially edited with highlights of their championship or in the league. As the champion of last year's S6 Global Finals, Tubwa is also the number 1 seed in this year's LPL division. It is very reasonable to be arranged to appear first. And as last year's champion, he also has an important responsibility, which is to return the championship trophy. The first one to appear is Team Tobo. After the words fell, Li Hansheng led his teammates to the top of the stage. The audience immediately burst into cheers and applause that were even more exciting than before. Domestic. Tubwa is the well-deserved number 1 in popularity. No matter what Guardian, RNG, or traditional esports giant you are, don't get involved in the popularity. Not worthy to be compared with Talbot. The fans at the scene were too enthusiastic. After all the contestants had appeared together, Rendong was still unable to say anything for a while. Fortunately, there is no need for him to speak next. All members of Talbot lined up in front of the booth. Li Hansheng stood in the middle of the queue. At his signal, the team members bent down together to pick up the trophy that was placed on the ground, and then placed it on top of the booth. At this point, Talbot's appearance is officially completed. Li Hansheng led his teammates to wave towards the audience, causing a commotion again, while Rendon also found every opportunity to let the opening ceremony continue. Then came the Flash Wolves, GM and Samsung teams. The 4 teams stood on the stage and left the stage after their collective appearance. The main reason is that the stage is not that big enough for all 16 teams to stand on it. So the introduction is done in groups. After Group A is Group B. Dragon Ball is still quite popular in China because of its little peanuts. After all, who can resist a little peanut with a peak grandma? RNG also really enjoys the treatment at home, mainly because it did not start a civil war. So the fans will be unanimous in the group stage. Even Talbot fans will cheer for RNG at this time. TSM in Group C also enjoyed home court treatment. TSM itself is known as the shoe coach of North America and enjoys home court treatment all over the world. Not to mention that this TSM has Gu Songbin. Gu Songbin accompanied Tobo to win the championship last year and is also very popular in China. Therefore, it is normal for TSM to enjoy home court treatment. And when we were in Group D, when SKT comes on stage, this treatment, even more outrageous than EDG and RNG. Only Tobo can compete with them, despite losing the World Championship in S6. But SKT is still the only team in the world to win 2 World Championships. And Faker is still the well-deserved first. The Big Devil's name is still loud and clear. After the collective appearance, it heralds the official start of the group stage. Chapter 423 What? Tubwa can't attack? TSK. This is Faker's popularity. Jack couldn't help but smack his lips. TSM claims to enjoy home court treatment all over the world. And everyone knows it is a joke. This thing is similar to how people often call LGD behind the LPL. But Lee Sang-hyuk, who enjoys global treatment all over the world, is really the only one who relies on his own popularity and charm. The name, Fists Daddy, didn't come to him for nothing. Whenever there is an SKT game in the World Championship every year, the viewing data will be much better than that of other teams. Lee Sang-hyuk and Riot Games can be said to complement each other. In the early days when League of Legends had not yet become the top player in esports, Lee Sang-hyuk used various, unbelievable, operations to help Riot Games attract countless fans around the world. It can be said that Lee Sang-hyuk's popularity reached its peak with the game League of Legends. And it is reasonable to enjoy such treatment. Hey, it seems like we can't enjoy such treatment. Can't Brother Hansheng also enjoy home court treatment around the world? Sure, Simming immediately retorted. Jack shook his head and said, Let's fight each other. But if we win this year, Hansheng will really surpass Lee Sang-hyuk. Remain champion. Since the appearance of Li Hansheng completely disrupted the world line, no one has accomplished such a feat in this time and space. And now, Talbot is about to successfully defend his title against the debuff of the champion. So as the core of the team, Li Hansheng's status will naturally rise. You're thinking about this before the group stage is over? You'd better prepare quickly. We have to go up and play the game, Gao Tianyang urged. As per usual, the opening match is always played by the host team. This is the case in almost all competitions. For example, the first game of the World Cup is played by the host country. in order not to make the host country look too ugly. Teams from the same group will basically be arranged to play against each other to ensure that the host country can get off to a good start as much as possible. This is not. The one who was scheduled to play in the first game was Tabwa, and their opponent was the weakest in the same group. So it was better than the wild card division? The GM team from Vietnam benefited from the separation of the GPL and LMS divisions. They got a spot and could directly advance to the main competition. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, they would have to start from the play-in round. The members of Tabwa once again left the lounge to prepare to go on stage. People from other teams did not leave even if there was no competition. They all wanted to observe Tabwa's competitive state up close. Brother Han Chung. Come on! On the way, he also met Ziawawa, an old acquaintance, and Li Hansheng waved to him. I also met many acquaintances along the way, mainly during the World Championship last year, where Li Hansheng conquered almost all his opponents with his outstanding performance. Players from both sides have reached the top of the stage. When Tabwa appeared again, the audience burst into cheers and applause again. This is home court treatment. This is home court advantage. Playing in such an atmosphere, when even hitting a single skill is met with applause, the players must feel as if they have been buffed, excited and full of energy. It's coming! It's coming! The much-anticipated main stage of the global finals is finally about to begin. Watanabe in the commentary box was the first to speak. He smiled. The opening match will feature Tabwa, the number 1 seed in our LPL division, fight against the GM team in the GPL division. This is a battle with a huge disparity in strength. But we can take a look at the recent status of the number 1 seed in our division, the recognized favorite to win the championship. And GM is not just a loser. Their jungler Levi. His personal strength is very strong. Our audience even gave him the nickname Soldier Commander. Right. I can only say that the smell of two-spined ape is here. Isn't it? Levi got his name because of his height, which resembles the captain of the Titans. External image is secondary. Esports strength speaks for itself. If you want to win the respect of others, you have to show your true strength. In the previous qualifying rounds, everyone came to a conclusion after exploring the version. The soft assistant must be released in the bottom lane. The value of the incense burner item seems to be exaggerated. Secondly, the hero Callista is really a supermodel and cannot be released. Of course, the understanding of the version in the qualifying stage may not be correct. Everyone knows after watching the World Championships in the past few years, the understanding of the version is constantly changing and upgrading. Let's take a look at what kind of answer Tabwa will give. Both sides on the field have completed the final debugging. With a crisp sound of zheng, the BP screen appeared in front of everyone. Tabwa is on the blue side, and GM is on the red side. As soon as Tabwa came up, he took the initiative to ban the prince, while GM backhandedly banned Callista. Hey, the red side in this version has a natural BP disadvantage, Miller said. Callista is a banned position that the red side must assume. Just like the red side in the S5 season has to assume the role of captain and Iron Man at the same time. The ban is the same. Actually, there is another point. I looked at the data and found that GM played a lot of easy jungle in the second half of the league. Didn't Tabwa decide to take a look at it? Easy jungle is a style of play that became popular in the pub game near the end of the summer split. The main thing is that Easy has received a small enhancement. The more important point is that the talent of Wind Rider is very suitable for Easy. Easy brings Wind Rider, a talent with a red buff, and the success rate of ganking online is too high. There is no need for teammates to provide any first-hand control at all. Easy brings the red buff directly to other people's faces, and then draws A and then Q to easily trigger Wind Rider and chase them all the way. Even if he can't be caught, he can still help his teammates on the line establish a huge advantage. In the previous bubble game, W's Candy played the jungle easy and achieved pretty good results. Subsequently, Tabwa banned Xia, which can be regarded as dismantling the Xiaolua combination, while GM banned Feng Nu. According to current knowledge, Feng Nu is the strongest incense burner monster. First of all, this hero's self-protection ability is extremely strong. His blows and ultimate moves can effectively prevent the opponent from thrusting into his face. The superior Feng Nu can walk you until you vomit blood. And when a head-on battle breaks out, Feng Nu can give all her teammates the buff of the incense burner with one big move, which is also something that other soft assistants are difficult to do. In the third hand, Tabwa chose to ban Yankei. A team like GM with jungler as its core will definitely choose a hero to seize the line in the middle. Tabwa naturally does not want to let the opponent get such a comfortable one. Hero selection. GM chose to ban Rise. First-hand selection. Talbot brings surprises to everyone as soon as it comes out. Just grab the little yellow hair. Wow! Xiao Tian is planning to show off his Jungle Easy. Miller couldn't help but exclaimed. In the current version, soft assistants must appear in the bottom lane. And soft assistants must produce incense burners. Easy is actually not suitable for the rhythm of the current version of the bottom lane. It's not that Easy and soft assistants are incompatible. In fact, Easy is quite suitable for soft assistants that can seize lane rights. The main reason is that Easy is not suitable for the incense burner. So the only way to choose Easy is for Jungle. And GM's backhand locked the combination of Galio plus Nightmare. This is also a very classic strong opening combination in the current version. Galio plus Prince are the best to use. But in the absence of the Prince, the Nightmare that can attack the crowd with a big move is an excellent combination for Galio. And if Talbot takes out Easy, the lineup will inevitably be more poke-oriented. The whole world knows that strong lineups can only defeat the poke system. Really? Talbot then directly backhands out the combination of Jess plus Karma. Easy plus Jess double poke. Talbot is going to force the early game. Miller frowned. To be honest, this version is not really suitable for the poke system. Right. The prevalence of incense burner monsters and their numerous shields will inevitably lead to the poke system not being that effective. GM's last move was to reveal Lulu first. In this version, auxiliary priority is destined to be higher than that of shooters. In this version, isn't the shooter the output pendant of the incense burner monster? Both sides entered the second round of BP. GM sent the policewoman and the mouse to the ban position. Talbot naturally chose to ban Dazue and Shin. GM directly grabbed Xiaopao. Xiaopao is one of the few shooters with the ability to grab line rights. The active and passive skills can allow him to easily get line rights in the bottom lane. So his priority is very high. On Talbot's side, he locked Luo plus Virus with his backhand. In this case, the overall framework of the Talbot lineup has officially taken shape. The hero Luo is very powerful whether it is forced or reversed. And the hero Karma's Ari group shield is comparable to the Wind Girl's ultimate move, which can effectively prevent the opponent from getting in the face. GM's final selection. After not having Shin, there were not many choices left. It's nothing more than frontline heroes like Big Bugs and Big Trees. After careful consideration, GM chose Dashu. After the redesign, Big Tree's ultimate move has changed the most. The previous, Vengeance Vortex, can stably provide a percentage of damage reduction halo. It is precisely because of the effect of this ultimate move that Big Tree can firmly sit on the throne of the top lane fantasy god. The fists couldn't be balanced well either. So in the end, they simply changed the ultimate move. The current Big Tree ultimate move is a force-activated skill. Similar to the Tree World in Naruto. It summons countless thick tree roots to spread forward and cause an imprisoning effect when touching the enemy. It's Zyra's skill that enhances all aspects of width, distance, and speed. It can be regarded as adding a strong opening ability to the team. Moreover, although Dashu is not as brainless as before, his other skills have not changed that much. And his ability to withstand pressure is still excellent. Thus, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. Talbot is on the blue side and GM is on the red side. On the road, Jace vs Dashu. Jungler, Xiao Huangmao vs Nightmare. Mid lane, Kalma vs Galio. Bottom lane, Virus plus Luo vs Xiaopao plus Lulu. Looking at the lineup, GM is actually more suitable for this version. Talbot wants to suppress the opponent as always. It's not that I don't believe in Talbot. It's mainly because if they fail to gain a huge advantage in the early stage, how will they deal with Gary? What about the double front row of O and Dashu? Miller raised his concerns. Wawa was unimpressed. Talbot has 3 output positions. How can it still handle a double front row? Virus also has percentage damage, so he can be regarded as a tank killer. The special effects Virus's tanking ability is not as good as that of Wayne and Wine. These heroes are so bad. Yes, but if Talbot's lineup wants to win, the most important thing is to see whether the jungler can have an advantage in the early stage. The jungle easy is actually a double-edged sword. If you can get the advantage, it will snowball quickly. But once there is no advantage, it is actually difficult to develop easy just relying on the resources in the jungle. MD, if you don't know how to cast, you don't have to cast. How can you lose the early advantage by playing GM? That's right. This is too hacking disrespectful to Talbot. Right. Let me tell you the number. I will win this one in 25 minutes. You see if Talbot can kill these Vietnamese monkeys. It will be over. No way. No way. Doesn't anyone really think that Xingbo's team can't gain an advantage in the early stage? Do you understand the value of the best offensive team in the world? Hurry up. Do it quickly. I haven't seen a Tobo match for a month. And I feel like there are ants crawling on my body every day. There was a huge cheering sound at the scene. Tao Bo. Come on. Tao Bo. Come on. Tao Bo. Come on. Even if the players can't hear it, it still doesn't prevent the audience from shouting for the players on the field. On the field, Jack and the three young men were obviously a little excited. Gui Gui. This is what it feels like to play in the World Championship as the main force. Jack couldn't stop smiling. Suddenly I feel full of power. Sure, Siming. Do we have to destroy the opponent's bottom lane? Young master. Sending 2 waves is better than anything else. Sure, Siming rolled his eyes. You should replenish troops from behind. And when your father uses his skills to control the opponent, you will hurt him. You 2 idiots. Playing in the group stage makes you nervous. Do you need to be so excited? Gao Tianyang complained abruptly. However, before the 2 of them could speak, Li Hanqing's voice rang out. Before you say others are nervous, can you look at yourself first? Gao Tianyang, why don't you go out without buying equipment? The scene was slightly delayed, and the audience also saw the scene. Easy walked to the middle road near the Highland Tower, and suddenly turned back towards the spring. Why did Xiaotian suddenly look back? Miller didn't notice it at first. He had to have sharp eyes, and noticed something was wrong immediately. Xiaotian didn't buy any equipment. It seems that young people are still nervous. The audience at the scene also noticed this scene and burst into laughter. Jack did not miss this opportunity to mock Gao Tianliang. That's right. No way. No way. There's no way someone would be so nervous during the World Championships that they forget to buy outerwear. Right. What? This is actually my teammate? Yes. That's right. These are our teammates. Sure Siming sang from the sidelines. Gao Tianliang's face suddenly darkened. But he couldn't refute anything. Li Hansheng shook his head dumbfounded. Please be serious. You don't want to embarrass yourself in the much-anticipated opening game. Right. Just play the game with peace of mind. As soon as Li Hansheng spoke, everyone stopped smiling. He put away the smile on his face and started to concentrate on this game. Chapter 424 The World's First Kill. Both sides played slightly conservatively on the court. The main lineup determines that both sides do not have the ability to invade the jungle. In addition, it is the first game, and neither party wants to cause trouble. Taobo wants to win steadily, and GM doesn't want to be too embarrassed and lose the game so easily. Therefore, both sides were very cautious when going online. But Miller still discovered the uniqueness of both sides' outfits. Did you see that the shooters on both sides chose the Holy Shield to go out, while the assistants all chose ancient coins without exception? Ever since the expendable supports headed by Zyra were weakened, the status of the blue salary-equipped Spell Thief Blade has plummeted. And the Spell Thief Blade has a very fatal problem. That is, you must attack enemy heroes or defense towers to trigger the effect. If you have line rights and advantages, you can really fill up the stack quickly and use your wages to upgrade. But you have no advantage? If there is no advantage, it is easy to find that more than 10 minutes have passed in the game. But the auxiliary salary equipment has not been upgraded yet. The attributes of the Holy Relic Shield are more suitable for strong support. And after upgrading to the second level salary equipment, the active effect of the Relic Shield is to provide a shield, which is not very effective. Certainly, the most important thing is that the current version has no living space for hard assistance. Ancient coins are different. It doesn't matter whether you have an advantage or not. As long as a soldier dies in battle, there is a certain chance that gold coins will drop. You can just walk over and pick them up. The upgrade speed is very fast. And after the upgrade is successful, the active release effect is similar to Crown, with group acceleration, which is also very consistent with the team battle situation of the current version. Due to the existence of the incense burner monster, team battles in S7 are mainly based on pulling. Because you lack enough damage to fight a wave, movement speed becomes a very important attribute. It can also be seen from this that the status of support in this World Championship is so high that shooters have to help them pay. Miller joked a little. The only reason why a shooter uses a Relic Shield is because the effect of the Holy Shield is that after executing the minion, both of them can get the bounty for killing the minion. This is equivalent to providing additional economic benefits to their own support and making the incense burner faster. Anyway, both sides of the bottom lane are incense burner monsters, and they can't produce anything in an online battle. So it's better to develop with peace of mind. Look, judging from this lineup, Tobo will definitely pursue early offense. It depends on when Xiao Tian will take action. It is much easier for Easy to gank online than Nightmare. The junglers of both sides are completely mirror images of the start. The only difference is that Levi did not choose to open red, but open F6. Nightmare's passive allows his basic attack to have splash damage. So Nightmare's group monsters are better than single monsters. Be more efficient. However, this opening also shows that Levi is a Super 6 choice, and is unlikely to go online for ganking in the early stage. It depends on where Xiao Tian chooses for the first wave of ganks. The director split the camera into two, and followed every move of the junglers on both sides. After Easy finished brushing the red buff alone, he moved towards F6. The commentators all thought that Gao Tianliang would also choose to brush all the red buffs. After finishing F6, Nightmare immediately went straight to the red buff. However, the next second, I saw Xiao Huangmao passing by F6, walking directly into the river, and leaning towards the middle. At the moment, the middle of both sides is still level 1. Oh? Is Xiao Tian going to the middle to cause trouble? The baby was shocked, and the audience at the scene couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. It's really possible. After all, Galio's position is not that far back. GM's mid laner Optimus adheres to Galio's traditional playstyle. Anyone who plays Galio in S7 has a fixed formula. That is, the first 3 waves of soldiers forcefully push the line, using your own blood volume to exchange the opponent's mana volume, and using status to exchange for replenishing soldiers. When fighting for the first wave of artillery troops, push the troop line into the opponent's tower. At this time, your supplies will be used up and your condition will be average. Then you can choose to return to the city and immediately replenish the second Dolan ring. Because Galio only needs to have 2 Dolan rings, he can quickly clear out the ranged soldiers with a Q and a passive A, thus completely controlling the line rights in the middle and beginning to continuously exert pressure on the opponent's jungle and 2 wings. Pressure. When Karma fights Galio, Galio doesn't have any pressure, because a set of damage from a mid laner like Karma is easy to calculate. You only need to calculate the opponent's set of health to ensure that your own health is killing. Above the line, there will be no risk or pressure of being killed. Optimus obviously wanted to use his status to exchange for last hits, and he had already walked into the pile of minions. Spread and spread. Karma fired at RQ and hit Galio head-on in the pile of soldiers. Since he didn't learn W at level 1, Galio doesn't have a free magic shield now. If this hit someone else, a level 1 RQ from Karma would probably knock out at least 1/3 of his health. However, if it hits Galio, who is rough-skinned and fleshy, it won't hurt or itch. Galio didn't even think about stepping out of the RQ range to avoid getting the second Q. Instead, he stood still and forced the lane. At this time, Xiao Huangmao came out from the side and killed him. Optimus was shocked, but he had been slowed down by Karma and could not effectively distance himself. Moreover, his jungler was still under the red buff, so there was obviously no way to support him immediately. He didn't get any response. Easy has already handed over E and moved over, forcibly chasing him A. 1 time. Twice. He was in the minion pile, so Easy simply didn't use any skills. He just used flat A to instill it. The effect of the red buff continued to slow down Galio, and Galio couldn't keep the distance at all. Instead, Easy has triggered the effect of Wind Rider, and its movement speed has surged. It is obvious that Easy is constantly moving A, but the distance between the two sides does not widen, but gets closer and closer. When Galio walked out of the pile of soldiers, Easy immediately added a Q. When the opponent was slowed down, this Q skill hit accurately. Buzz. In the end, there was no other way. Optimus could only hand over the flash and run back to the defense tower to get himself out of danger. But the price he paid was not only a flash, but also his health was reduced to about 1/3. Although he didn't get a kill, the audience cheered one after another. Those who didn't know it thought that Tabwa had pushed the opponent's base crystal. Easy's gank is so simple and crude. Although it can't kill you, it can suppress your state and disgust you. Miller laughed. Now that Galio is in the middle, it is difficult to get lane rights in the early stage. Galio knocked down 2 bottles of medicine and was still able to force the lane. But obviously, he no longer had the capital to use his status to force a lane change. He could only hide behind and wait for Karma to push the line of troops past, and then he could make up for it. Soldiers. Thus, doesn't Kalma have the right to wire it? Xiao Huangmao did not stay in the middle, but went straight to his upper half of the jungle. Hey! Xiao Tian's wave is so good! It destroyed Galio's perfect game rhythm, and also reduced the burden on the middle. Miller spoke again. This is the disgusting thing about the hero Galio. If you want to catch him, you may not be able to catch him to death. After all, he has rough skin and thick flesh. But if he wants to cooperate with the jungler to catch you to death, it will be easy for him to taunt and knock you away. However, this bad hero, like other tanks, has high panel skills and low bonuses. In any case like this, you can do a lot of damage without equipment during the landing phase. So, Galio Reaper is here. And now, Gautillion's wave of mid-lane ganks. Not only does it make Galio lose the ability to link up with his teammates, it also reduces the pressure on the middle. At the same time, the most important point is to help Kalma get the first 3 levels of line rights. Seeing that everything on the other roads was safe, the director immediately cut the camera to the top road. The big tree didn't have a single soldier to repair, and was trembling behind it, while Jace was holding a cannon to block the gap between the big tree and the soldier line, forming an insurmountable distance. "Wow! Another hunger strike style that we love to see?" Wawa laughed and said. "We are familiar with this scene." Really? Li Hansheng uses this kind of play almost every time he gets Jess. Because no matter how hard you try, it never works. Jace has 2 sets of skills at level 1. In a duel, he is better than most heroes. And he has long hands. You have to exchange blood with Jace at level 1. After they distance themselves, they use their range advantage to consume you, which makes you even more unable to play. On the contrary, you will face the risk of being ganked and jumping over the tower due to the lack of status. It's better to stay in the back and ensure your own condition. Miller suddenly realized something was wrong. Is Xiaoyan going to hit the road and jump over the tower? Normally when a noob plays like this, he will definitely design a wave of tower jumps. Right. Could it be that? Although it is a bit formulaic, the core of this gameplay is like this. He was forced to go on a hunger strike at level 1. Although Li Hansheng did not replenish his troops, he gained experience. Moreover, there was a slow wave of lane push on the road. Basically, when the first wave of artillery soldiers came up, the troops entered the tower. This time point is basically 3 minutes. The jungler has just reached level 3, has double buffs, and is basically at full status. When it comes to online ganking, he can basically hit him accurately. And the disadvantaged side has few countermeasures. You ask the jungler to help with counter-crouching? What if people don't come to Yuta? You haven't opened the whole map, and you don't know the position of the jungler. If they don't come and you go there to counter-crouch stupidly, whether the jungler goes to counter-jungle or goes to other lanes to gank, it will make the disadvantaged team particularly uncomfortable. Besides, even if there is a 2v2 fight between the jungle and the jungle, they are dual level 3. But you are only level 1 as a solo player. How can you be a combat power? The only solution is to use a hero who can grab the lane at level 2. After getting the red buff, go to the lane to gank. But this may not be successful, because they have the advantage of troops. So they may not be caught by you. But it is true. It can effectively resolve the wave of level 3 tower jumps. But Levi chose Nightmare, which requires Super 6 and is unlikely to come. The big tree can only fend for itself on the road. Taobao also adds a double insurance. Wow! I understand. Why is Xiaoyan going to do a gank in the middle? Miller suddenly shouted. To help Karma get the lane rights. Karma is actually a hero with strong line power in the middle. And RQ can easily clear out ranged soldiers. But when facing Galio, both sides have excellent lane pushing abilities, which means that no one can get the lane rights. And now, a wave of passing ganks from Easy helped lower the status, allowing Karma to easily get the line rights, which established the conditions for Karma to roam. If you don't go to the middle to gank, let's not talk about the issue of lane rights. Even if you go to the top, Galio can also TP to the top. A level 3 Galio with full status will cause a devastating blow to Taoba's tower jumping behavior, because he controls too much. And now, Galio doesn't dare to TP even if he is 1. Why? No status. When your remaining TP is down, it's nothing more than a buy one get one free gift for Taoba. Other than that, it doesn't make any sense. This is not. When Dashu saw that the troops were about to enter the tower, he was already on tenterhooks. Because he was suppressed from the beginning, he couldn't have any vision. And at this time, Nightmare had already reached the lower half, which meant that the entire GM had no defense in the upper half of the jungle. He was alone, shivering under the tower. When Jace walked straight down the tower, he had already noticed it. The next second, as expected, Easy walked out of the grass behind the stone man and stood behind him. This has completely cut off his retreat, and he is already thinking about how to deal with it. After all, the big tree at level 1 learns W. The big tree's W can put itself into a state where it is temporarily unavailable and can avoid a wave of damage. Jace and Easy do a lot of damage, but once their skills are dodged, you can't kill yourself with A. Right? If you use W plus Flash well, you can survive. In this highly anticipated situation, you can still escape unscathed when facing the top laner in the world who jumps over the tower. Shouldn't your salary and worth increase drastically? But not long after Easy came out, Karma also came out from the same position. Archie, GM's top laner, is completely desperate. All the countermeasures plans in my mind just now are useless. With Kalma here, 3 is better than 1. 3 level 3 people came to the tower to kill a level 1 person. Unless he was given 10 flashes immediately, he really couldn't think of any way to operate. Wow! The big tree is so desperate now. Miller seemed to feel sorry for the big tree. But in fact, the smile on his lips never stopped. Was Tabwa so cruel as soon as he came up? If this wave is overturned, I can't imagine what kind of cruel treatment this big tree will suffer next. Just directly QE strengthens the cannon to start, and the big tree uses W to avoid the soldiers. But this was Dashu's only operation. And then, he could only take his hands off the keyboard. Easy predicted a Q to attract the hatred of the defense tower. And then continued to draw A. Draw A. After turning on Jace, he switched forms, and used Q to hit the face. Karma made an RQ. And Dashu didn't even think of using Flash. After Karma used the E-shield, Easy calmly left the attack range of the defense tower. Jace's first serve fell to a draw. First blood. The first blood of this world championship was taken like this. Chapter 425 The Posture of a King. Booked to win the championship? The burst of blood was not sudden. From the perspective of all viewers, the death of this big tree was not unjust. Tabwa was a collective collaboration between the upper, middle and jungler, with the sole purpose of causing this wave of kills. How could he survive? I can only say that the overall collaboration of Tabwa is really picturesque. In many cases, their linkage is premeditated. This is the same as when we play chess. The more powerful people are, the more they can calculate and calculate. For the following things. When playing chess, novices pay attention to taking one step and watching one move, while experts take one move and watch 10 moves. Or even 100 moves. Maybe it's a bit exaggerated to say this, but that's what Talbot presents. You rarely see Talbot doing useless work on the court. Miller can be said to have directly praised Talbot to the sky, but what he said is not unreasonable. Operation is essentially a game. Treat the two sides on the field as two sides playing chess. Naturally, whoever can calculate more will have an advantage. Tobwa is like a top chess player, always firmly controlling the situation in his own hands. The audience at the scene saw this wave of kills and screamed again. This was the first blood that Li Hanshun got. A layman watches the fun, while an expert watches the door. As recognized as the strongest team in the world, Tabwa's tactics will inevitably be studied repeatedly by competitors. In the Dragon Ball team's lounge, Khan pointed at the broadcast screen and kept emphasizing, "Look, even though everyone knows that Xianlu is strong, Tabwa has not given up on the top lane and still focuses on the top lane. This proves that there is no problem with my tactical thinking. The results of Tai Longzhu's training matches these days are not outstanding. And a large part of the reason is that they have internal differences. The Longnu coaching staff feels that if the incense burner monster becomes the key factor in determining the outcome of the game, then they should appropriately improve the tactical status of the bottom lane. After all, everyone knows that this Dragon Ball team is actually equivalent to an enhanced version of the Tigers. The bottom lane is purely a tool position. Although the two elders Ximing and Carry have declined in ability, their rich experience in the field allows them to face the powerful bottom lane. When combining, you can use your rich experience to force the mix. But looking at the current situation, such behavior is obviously not feasible. They just wanted to see what choice Talbot would make. Seeing Talbot's tactics around the top lane as always, Khan couldn't be more excited. He has defeated all top laners in China, and he is also eager to defeat all top laners in the World Championship. Not to mention such empty things as fame and honor. Esports players' contracts are signed once a year. The state and performance of the World Championship will determine the price range of his next contract. After playing as a carry top laner for a season, what if you suddenly switch to tanking, and you are not so outstanding? What if the contract price drops? Honors and championships are indeed one of the motivations for players to train hard and compete. But the more important motivation is money. You can't use love to generate electricity. Right. Indeed. Little Peanut nodded. but he was still a little cautious. GM's overall strength is too weak to see anything. It's best to wait until we finish playing Samsung. Anyway, we have enough time to proceed in the group stage. There's no need to be so anxious about adjusting. On the field, after getting first blood, Li Hansheng went home and waited for a while. Then bought 3 long swords and TP'd back to the line again. Dashu was stunned when he saw the equipment in Jace's backpack. Aq's second company's intensified running and gun attack seemed to have struck his aorta with a knife, forcing him to retreat. But the problem is, on the roadside, Tobwa had previously forced his way over the tower to kill him. But his troops entered the tower. Anyone with a little bit of knowledge about soldier lines will understand that after you send a wave of soldiers into the tower, there will immediately be a wave of pushback lines. For Dashu, who was already at a disadvantage, this pushback line was even more fatal. Li Hansheng once again unreasonably stood in front of the military line. Replenish troops? No experience is given. Sure enough, after the big tree was jumped in front of the tower, this game was really unplayable. The doll said with a rather gloating smile, "Well, wouldn't you be happy watching the home team in your own division killing other teams?" GM didn't even make any effective countermeasures. Levi did go to the bottom lane. But what's the use? In this version, both sides have healers and shields in the bottom lane. They have full self-protection capabilities, but insufficient offensive capabilities. Xiao Bao does have a set of bursts, but the problem is that it is not enough for him to have bursts alone. Nightmare is not the kind of jungler with particularly high damage in the early stage, and Lulu's damage ability is also average. They simply don't have the ability to jump over the tower and kill the bottom lane, unless Galio is also moved over. Looking at the Nightmare, Jack was not afraid at all. Knowing that the opponent did not have a stable first move, he even chased the opponent and launched a counterattack. Ha! Jack is so cruel. He slaps the opponent's face. The Vietnamese team now needs to face a very important question: how to stop its own decline. Facing the Poke lineup, you must not be at a disadvantage. After all, the Poke lineup is the most unsolvable lineup with theoretical advantages. It has a long consumption distance and will always torture you, making it impossible for you to touch yourself. But their lineup chose a jungler like Nightmare, and you won't be able to do anything in the early stage. Heading on the road, the big tree was suppressed by Jace by 2 levels. If Nightmare dares to go over, it won't be a question of whether Jace can be caught and killed, but whether Jace will kill one in 1v2. Or 2. Middle? Originally, the middle lane was the best to coordinate with, but as Galio was forced to flash early, without flash, it was impossible for Karma to give Galio a chance to control him first. Unable to create a series of perfect control chain connections, it is indeed a bit difficult for the midfielder of Nightmare plus Galio to kill Karma without igniting it. The situation is now almost unsolvable for the Vietnamese team. On the contrary, Gao Tianliang seemed to have found a way to withdraw money. Oh? Xiao Tian is on the top lane again. Wow. Should we feel sorry for our big brother in Vietnam's top lane in advance? Li Hanqing's control over the military line is almost abnormal. He has been firmly controlling the military line at the position he wants. And the big tree is a bit stuck. Hiding behind? The big tree does not need to replenish troops, but it must gain experience. After all, tank heroes don't need much equipment. As long as their levels don't fall behind, they can always provide positive effects. It's a bit unbearable without level. Gao Tianliang is also very bad. He takes the Daolong pit and uses E to enter the opposite jungle area. This involves the opening routes of both sides at the beginning. Nightmare brushes from top to bottom, while Xiao Huamao brushes from bottom to top. The junglers follow the spawn order of wild monsters. Gao Tianliang came after clearing the lower half of the area, so Nightmare must be in the lower half at this point in time. And Dashu was on his way to being alone. At this time, there is no need to take any risks by going on the road and climbing over towers. When Easy appeared from behind him, Dashu was helpless. The hero Easy's ganking method is so simple and unpretentious. He walks in your face, and then draws A and then Q. Dashu used W to move, and then backhand Q to knock back Easy, and ran down the tower without looking back. Just fired a reinforced cannon from QE's second company, and Easy continued to use E to pursue. Because Jace couldn't keep up, the damage was definitely lacking. But Easy still chased and dealt a wave of damage. Purpose? Very clear. Still a disgusting tree. Dashu had handed over TP before, but now he had no TP, and his condition was severely disabled, which meant that Dashu did not dare to hang up under the tower. In this case, Dashu could only go home to resupply. and then walked back to the line. This process takes nearly 40 to 50 seconds. In these 40 to 50 seconds, it is enough for Li Hansheng to force his troops into the tower and forcefully create a pushback line on the top lane again. At present, the level difference between the two sides has been stretched to level 3, and the gap in equipment is unimaginable. How to play with big trees. For the jungler position, it is not necessary to produce kills in order to be considered a successful gank. Helping to lower the status of opposing heroes and controlling resources are all effective actions for junglers to show their presence. Let's use this round as an example. Gao Tianyang looked at the data, which was 0-0-1, with only 1 assist, and it didn't look gorgeous. But as far as the overall situation is concerned, his role is indispensable. That's not right. Noob! Is this what you want? Miller suddenly exclaimed. After originally dealing with the troops on the top road, Li Hansheng made a retreat movement. Everyone thought he was going back to the city, but they didn't expect that Li Hansheng took a detour. In fact, he walked along the river from the triangular grass to the red square top road stone. In the grass where I was, I finally merged with Xiao Huangmao. What the two of them want to do is naturally self-evident. Not a moment. A level 3 tree appeared in their sight. It can only be said that the top player in the Vietnamese team has problems with his ability and consciousness. Under normal circumstances, a more powerful top laner will definitely be wary of this and use Tree Sun to explore his vision. But maybe he was anxious to get online. After all, the disadvantage is too big. So I just go straight to the line. Result? Electric energy surges. Jace's Q-enhanced cannon was fired together with Easy's Q skill. Hitting accurately, the two of them crossed the acceleration gate at the same time and rushed towards the big tree on the line. Jace has already activated W in advance and switched to Warhammer form. The tree was instantly blinded. Operate? How else can he operate? Although he held Flash in his hand, he was far away from either the first tower or the second tower. He was just in the middle of the first tower and the second tower on the top road, and there was no way to effectively distance him. Moreover, he was beaten down by Jace and Easy's burst, and half of his health was lost immediately. When Jace came to his face with Q's Sky Leap, he swung his Warhammer and hit him 3 times quickly. And the blood of the big tree was the bar bottomed out quickly. Easy used a beautiful AQ to get 2 kills in a row. At this moment, it doesn't matter who gets the head. Anyway, Jace and Easy are important core heroes in the Talbot Poke system. The most important thing is that Dashu has been completely destroyed. Wow! Why do I suddenly feel sorry for Archie? Miller said distressed words. But what he did was to gloat over his misfortune. Isn't it a bit too miserable? Tragic? Where is this? Talbot definitely wants to have a perfect start. What is perfection? It means not only winning, but also winning beautifully, showing their strength, and thus announcing them to the world. Determination to defend the S-Rays championship. GM's top lane is completely ruined. Jace is almost at level 6, and Big Tree is still at level 3. The gap in levels and equipment has made it impossible for Big Tree to line up in the top lane. To be more precise, Big Tree has completely lost the ability to develop in the top lane. The Vietnamese team has nothing to do about this. Levi is still immersed in brushing. As long as he can reach level 6, he will have a chance. Can Yu Wenba and Shi Ming, who are playing the S game as the main players for the first time, are not willing to be a breakthrough. When Nightmare reaches level 6, he must want to catch them. But he can only catch them. They knew this very well. After the Nightmare reached level 6, the two of them became very stable and did not give the opposing Nightmare a chance to take the lead. It wasn't until 8 minutes into the game that Nightmare launched his first wave of ultimate moves. And it is this wave that makes people see how difficult it is to catch the bottom lane of the current version. Nightmare activates his ultimate move and rushes straight towards Virus, and activates the W shield in advance to avoid being controlled. And what time is it now? 8 minutes. Both supports have reached level 6. Lulu used her ultimate move to help Nightmare knock Virus away. But Problem Luo was also using his ultimate move. Luo activated his ultimate move, and a wave of her flashed towards the cannon, which charmed the cannon so that it could not follow the output immediately. And then W, Grand Appearance, knocked it away and continued to delay it. Then he used E to fly back to Virus, and gave him a heal. Virus also turned on his shield, and then used his backhand to freeze the Nightmare in place. Then he flashed to close the distance again, and Luo also used the second E to fly out again. The two of them simultaneously avoided being knocked away by Galio's ultimate move. In other words, Galio's ultimate threat is too great. Otherwise, Virus didn't even need to flash to avoid danger. Wow! This can't catch anyone. No wonder fans of Tobwa joke that this is Jack's version. This version of the shooter is really difficult to die. Miller teased a little. The fans at the scene laughed out loud. In the past, anti-fans liked to take advantage of Q dirty dancing. But now Tobwa fans themselves will also use this method to tease Jack. Just when the Vietnamese team wanted to continue to advance, Kalma's TP directly forced them back. The four of them really lacked enough damage to forcefully jump over the tower and kill 3 people. On the contrary, it's Tobwa's side. Gao Tianyan appeared on the road again, and Dashu became the unlucky guy again. The head count is 3-0. Dashu contributed to all the deaths in the game. Ha ha ha. I feel sorry for the top laner of the Vietnamese team. This is too tragic. Is this considered the worst top laner in any opening game? Gui Gui. In this state of Tobwa, is this year's defending champion really safe? Chapter 426. Pressure comes to friendly forces. When the game reaches this point, the outcome of the game is actually very clear. The next step is just to see how Tobwa kills his opponents in various ways. With such a huge gap, even if you let the team from the Korean division, which is recognized as the strongest, you can't deal with it. After all, the opponent is Tobwa. It is recognized as the strongest team in the world today, and it is also the most offensive team. Let a team that is good at offense gain such a big advantage in the early stage. How do you deal with it next? Moreover, Tobwa is not the kind of team that only knows how to take advantage, but doesn't know how to operate or turn its advantages into victory. After the poke lineup gained an advantage, it was basically a flat push all the way. Miller gave a very objective summary. Indeed, at 10 minutes, Tobwa started to attack the Canyon Pioneer, and GM actually knew it very well. If Tobwa is allowed to continue to speed up the pace of the game, then they will have no chance of winning. They must fight with Tobwa when the disadvantage is not that big. They are the underdog. As long as the team fight is not defeated, and the two sides fight to a score of 55, they will be the one who gains the advantage. There is really no way. Facing the dual poke system of Easy plus Jace. Even Karma has certain poke attributes. Although Virus uses a special attack speed flow, the damage of his Q skill is also very objective in the early stage, so he can poke along with him. When the two sides faced off against each other at Dalong Pit, GM was completely unable to hold its nerve. During repeated pulling, Jay suddenly stepped up his run, and Easy hit in the blind area of his vision and threw a big move, which instantly reduced their health. And the Crispy's health was even reduced to about half health. Even if they have big trees and nightmares that can be forced open, they don't dare to open it. I could only watch as Tobwa took the Canyon Herald into his bag, and Tobwa once again showed what a compact offensive rhythm is. It didn't give GM any chance to breathe. After getting the Canyon Herald, it directly forced the team in the middle. At this time, everyone in GM had just finished replenishing supplies in the spring, and before they even had time to get back online, Tobwa had already started pushing all the way over. By the time they walked down the high ground, the Canyon Pioneers were already ramming into their second tower in the middle. They were even ready to charge up and plan to ram directly into them. Wow! This is the rhythm and speed of Tobwa. Their quick attack tactics. No team in the world can handle it. Wawa exaggeratedly praised Tobwa to the sky. Hey! I think the best thing about Tobwa is that they are really masterful at controlling the situation on the field. Miller praised from another angle. If this were an ordinary team, in this case, we'll definitely want to continue to expand its advantages. But we can see that everyone in Tobwa has a lot of savings in their backpack. At this time, they have not converted all their economy into a substantial battle, which means that the gap between the two sides is not as big as seen. So they did not continue to advance rashly, thinking of quickly expanding their advantage, but chose to slow down, return to the city to resupply, increase combat effectiveness, and then seek ways to advance. Miller is on point. After the advantage is great, it starts to wave. If such a situation occurs, it is not far from being overturned. The most classic thing is in the NBA. If you are 20 points ahead of others, you will start all kinds of mindless singles and shoot three-pointers randomly. If you lose the ball on the football field, you will no longer actively press and return to defense. In the League of Legends arena, if you have an advantage and fight indiscriminately, or even go to the opponent for a duel without thinking, this is an act that ruins the advantage. But you can't see these shortcomings at all in Tobwa. The gap between the two sides widened step by step. By the time 20 minutes passed, GM had lost all its outer towers and was pinned to the high ground, unable to get down at all. The economic gap between the two sides has been widened to close to 1W5. After Tabwa captured the Baron, all members had a three-piece suit in hand, and they directly forced the team in the middle. GM's defense is united, but the economic gap is too huge. Can they stop Tabwa's attack? Miller was mid-sentence when he suddenly exclaimed, which meant that something must have happened on the field. After a while, the audience also exclaimed in unison, and the scene was in an uproar. In the screen, on the GM side, the hesitant mid laner is a tanky Galio, and the top lane is a tanky Tree. These two heroes can rely on high base damage on the board to quickly clear the line in the early stage. But the minions will also have attributes over time, improve, and become more fleshy. At this time, the shortcomings of tank heroes will be reflected, and they cannot relax quickly. Therefore, the burden of handling the front line of the Highland Tower fell on Xiao Pao alone. The development of Xiao Pao is pretty good, and GM's resource allocation is not bad. I was surprised to let Xiao Pao make a two-piece set of Endless plus Electric Knife. The passive wave clearing of Electric Knife plus Xiao Pao, he is definitely no problem. Just when the cannon cleared the line. Just saw the moment when the cannon raised his hand, and the Q-enhanced cannon took action. Then it turned into a golden light, and flashed forward and started to draw the A like a monster at the cannon. The complete operation of this wave is QE flashes AWAA. Since the flash shortens the distance between Jace and the small cannon, this causes Jace's flat A damage to take effect earlier than the enhanced cannon. In 20 minutes, the level 12 cannon had less than 1,500 HP on the panel, and it didn't have any defensive equipment. And Jace already has 3.5 pieces of output equipment, including the Mu Blade, Yomu, Black Cut, and the small armor-severing bow. Moreover, the first flat A shot will also have the armor-breaking effect of switching to the cannon form. It is equal to say, all of Jace's damage to the cannon is pure real damage. Moreover, since the flat A was hit first, Xiao Pao was not so alert at first. By the time the artillery fire was strengthened and the blood bar disappeared on the face, it was already too late to use skills. It is worth mentioning that Easy also added a big move. Easy's big move almost flew into the face of the small cannon together with Jace's strong cannon, dealing damage at the same time. That's right. With Lulu on the side with her E ultimate move, healer, and her own shield, the cannon was instantly defeated by Jace. No wonder the commentators and the audience were so shocked when they saw the scene. A small cannon that was as big as a grinder was just gone. Oh my god! Miller's eyes widened with a look of astonishment on his face. The little cannon is gone? Xiao Ming is here. Lulu activates his ultimate move and flashes R. Tao Bo chooses to go to the high ground. It is true that even if the shooter falls down in the version of the Sensor Monster, other heroes can still deal a lot of damage with the blessing of the Sensor Monster. But the problem is, the prerequisite is that you have to have equal development. GM's economy is tens of thousands behind, and its core output small cannons were instantly killed early. How can we fight with a hammer? Sure, Siming also knew very well that the core was to kill Lulu, so our flash straight towards Lulu followed up Shanda's appearance and knocked it away. Virus made up for it with a big move from a long distance, and cooperated with his teammates to kill Lulu instantly. The duo in the bottom lane were killed, and GM's entire formation was immediately knocked to pieces. The team battle was over before they even had time to put up a decent resistance. What use can the remaining three heroes, Big Tree, Nightmare, and Galio, do? There are two tanks. Although Nightmare has certain damage capabilities, it is just a jungler and a stunted jungler. The most difficult thing for the disadvantaged side is the two positions of Nozook. The other three positions at least have military lines that can continuously provide economy. Once the jungler is at a disadvantage, the economy of the jungle area will be lost directly, and it is not even as good as the support. This version of the support can still pick up money with the C position if it produces ancient coins. Jungle? Isn't it miserable to be responsible for the team's vision and have no financial resources? I can only rely on the salary paid by the system? There is no ink mark in Tabwa. Just push it all the way. At the moment when the opponent's base crystal exploded, Li Hansheng took off his headphones. The huge noise made by tens of thousands of spectators filled his ears, and he couldn't adapt to it all of a sudden. You have to play domestic games to have a sense of atmosphere. Li Hansheng couldn't help but sigh. It is said that domestic audiences are reserved, but that is only when facing close-ups. For example, in foreign competitions, when close-ups are given, many spectators will show themselves openly. Some will immediately stand up and dance. Some will make funny moves. And couples will even take the initiative to kiss to express their love for each other. Domestic fans are indeed not very open-minded in this kind of situation. This is mainly related to the influence of traditional culture. After all, we have been taught to be restrained and reserved since we were young. So most of us don't know how to show ourselves, and even feel particularly restrained when given such an opportunity in public. But when you don't give close-ups, domestic audiences are no less effective than European and American audiences in creating a live atmosphere. Even the advantage in numbers makes the domestic atmosphere even stronger. The atmosphere at the scene will affect people, which is commonly known as the environment affects people. This is just like when you are sitting in front of the computer at home and watching a live video of a concert taken by others. You will frown and show the same confused expression as the classic old man. Subway. And mobile phone. What the hell is this? Why are the people here so happy? But when you actually arrive at the scene, tens of thousands of people are having fun together. The atmosphere is something you can't feel no matter how you sit in front of the computer. No, there are tens of thousands of spectators at the scene. Gao Tianyang smiled. The group stages in Europe and the United States are basically held in some kind of auditorium. A small venue such as a library, which can only accommodate a few thousand spectators. Thousands and tens of thousands of spectators are not the same concept. The audience's shouts gradually changed from chaotic to uniform, and the whole audience cheered. Tez! 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 This is the highest treatment a player can enjoy at the competition site, because it means that your performance has completely conquered the audience and made them cheer for you from the bottom of their hearts. Wow! Listen! Listen! The audience is so enthusiastic. Miller laughed. Let's congratulate Tabwa. He won a good start with an absolute crushing victory. It is the performance of this game. Tobwa has proved with practical actions that they are fully worthy of the ranking given to them by Riot Games and the praise from the outside world. They are the most powerful contenders for the championship of this World Championship. All Talbot members had already stood up and ran to the side to shake hands with the Vietnamese team players, and then came to the stage to line up neatly and wave to the audience. As for the post-game interview, of course we invite the top player in the team, who is as popular as Lee Sang-hyuk around the world, and Lee Han-sung, who won the MVP of this game. And conducting the interview is Immortal Grip Rendong. When Lee Han-sung appeared on the stage again, the scene once again caused a commotion. The audience seemed to be venting their enthusiasm for not having fun, and everyone seemed to have a golden voice, and they were not afraid of the pain in their throats. The interview process was even interrupted. Rendong also waited for a long time before he found the opportunity to speak. The summoners at the scene were really enthusiastic, he said with a smile. We are honored to invite the MVP of the previous sentence, the top laner Noob from Team Tobo, to accept our post-game interview. Lee Han-sung waved towards the audience with a smile on his face. Hello everyone. I am Noob, the top laner of Tabwa. Rendong continued. This is not your first time participating in the World Championship. How does it feel different from last year's World Championship? Well, Lee Han-sung thought for a while. Last year, I was first. I was ignorant. I was a little nervous and excited at the beginning. This year is different. First of all, I already have experience. Secondly, this is in our own home. Events held. When competing at home, there is nothing to be nervous about. On the contrary, seeing the support of these hometown elders at the scene gives me extra motivation. I tell myself that I must win and cannot live up to the support given by these people who have traveled thousands of miles to come to the scene. The fans who cheer for themselves cannot let down the fans who watch the live broadcast to cheer for them. Wow. 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 I'm so moved. I'm crying. Where's An Meng? He really makes me cry to death. Sheng Bao is so gentle. Do not care. Even if I have to eat instant noodles for the next few months, I will definitely buy an on-site ticket. And the scalpers will accept the price. People are at the scene, and the atmosphere is really great. It is recommended that if you have the conditions, you must come to watch the game. I'll just ask, who can defeat this team? Rendong smiled and continued. It can be seen that Tao Bo is in really good condition. So is there anything you want to say to the fans? As I said again, our goal is to win the championship. We will not let the fans hope. And please support us. By the way, I also hope that the LPL teams that will play later can perform well. And we strive to welcome everyone. Let's get off to a good start and defend the dignity of our LPL division. Ha ha ha. Now the pressure is on EDG and RNG. Rendong said again. Just like Noob said, we hope that the teams in the LPL division can perform well. And we also hope that Talbot can keep getting better and better. Keep up the good work. Chapter 427. Are you the only one who knows how to use a dog head? Teaching Bureau. Doesn't the pressure just come to RNG and EDG? In terms of schedule. Perhaps because EDG was in the group of death. They were not allowed to play on the first day. Instead, RNG will be in the last game today. The host. One end and one tail. Their opponent is the second-seeded IMD team from the North American Division, which is considered the weakest team in Group B, although Fnatic needs to reach the playoffs to enter the group stage. But no one would ever think that Fnatic is inferior to IMT. Their World Championship experience is on display here. Moreover, this year Fnatic has introduced a new mid laner, Caps, who is also killing indiscriminately in Europe. After Li Hansheng finished the interview, he returned to the backstage and met the people from Longzhou. Longzhou was playing the second game today, and their opponent happened to be Fnatic. "Hey, Wanghu," he greeted warmly. Little Peanut also waved his hand at him. "Brother Hansheng played well today and is in good condition. But we are not bad either. Just come down and take a good look at our progress in the past 6 months. Let you feel it. We can beat what kind of strength is Tao's team. Are you issuing a challenge to me?" Li Hansheng raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. "Of course. We just want revenge. Revenge from MSI. Even last year's semifinals." Little Peanut nodded affirmatively. "Okay. Then come on, and let me see how far you have grown." Li Hansheng smiled and shrugged. "Don't let me down." Khan actually looked straight at Li Hansheng the whole time and said nothing. But the hostility revealed in his eyes could not be hidden. He has already overcome many mountains that stand in front of him, such as Huni, Smeb, etc. He has personally defeated these opponents, and it was won in a head-on confrontation. Only Li Hansheng. This guy only officially debuted as a professional player last year. In less than 2 years, he has become a craze for carry top laners all over the world. Fans are proud to learn his style of play, and professional players are proud to kill him solo. Even Khan is considered to be influenced by Li Hansheng and has benefited from the carry type top laner. Is he really worse than Li Hansheng? At the MSI half a year ago, he tried his best to compete with Li Hansheng, but he was beaten to a pulp, which almost caused his self-confidence to collapse. Now, he came to Li Hansheng again, just because he wanted to use this opportunity to compete with Li Hansheng to see who is the real #1 carry top laner in the world. Back in the lounge, Guihao had already planned to take the team members back to the hotel, but Li Hansheng waved his hand. "Look, Longzhou just made a challenge to me aggressively. Let me see how good they are." "Khan, a defeated general, is forcing you to fight again?" Jack asked. No, no, no. It's not Khan. He just stared at me. The main thing is that boy Wanghu, who said he must take revenge." Li Hansheng smiled and waved his hand. "Let's take a look." Fnatic can be regarded as a good grindstone and has good strength. If we really want to talk about disadvantages, it is most likely their veteran top laner Soz. Soz can be said to be a living fossil in the League of Legends professional circle. He has been playing professionally since the game was launched and has been playing all the way until now. In terms of strength, being able to come to the World Championships every year must be a sign of strength. But this is also related to the European and American divisions. The landing intensity in the European and American divisions is not high enough, so these veterans can have a chance to breathe. But facing the 2 major competition areas of China and South Korea, they will directly increase your strength from the landing stage, which is a bit difficult for veterans like them to deal with. "Then let's take a look." Guihao waved his hand. After all, this year is a domestic competition, so there is no need to worry about this or that. Abroad, if someone from the government hadn't taken him out, he would have wanted to stay in the hotel every day, so as to ensure his own safety. There is no need to worry about this in a domestic security environment. The 2 sides on the field are already drafting, and Fnatic has selected a lineup that is very suitable for the current version, with top laner Deshu playing Wild Boar Girl, mid laner Rise, and bottom lane Xiao plus Lulu. As for Dragon Ball, the overall rhythm is actually based on the lineup selected according to the current version. But when it comes to the selection of top lane heroes, they are making adjustments. They are Virus plus Karma in the bottom lane, Rockbird in the mid lane, Jungle Prince, and Goku in the top lane. That's right. It's the brother, the dog head, that the crocodile is clamoring to kill every day. Huh? Miller was immediately confused when he saw this choice. What about a dog head? If nothing else, Khan's selection style is very close to that of Noob. Last year, Noob also made his debut in the World Championship and directly took out Teemo and beat the crocodile with his single hand. At that time, it shocked the whole world. Cons, do you want to copy last year's noob script? First use a weird hero to become famous? Haha. Maybe Koreans don't understand what it means to be imitative. Who are you? Con? Do you deserve the same script as my brother Han Chung? This person seems like a clown. He wants to learn everything from my brother Han Chung. But he can't learn the essence. Right. I just want to scream. Can Con this be a big green? Good guy. Brother Han Chung didn't become the owner of the naughty bar. But this guy Con wanted to be. Right. Is the reality of this guy Con too smooth and satisfying? So you want to play with the dog head? For the uninitiated, the mechanism of the dog head is old. Heroes that have been almost eliminated from the professional arena. Heroes that everyone thinks are impossible to play. Once they play, they can achieve such eye-catching effects and become the focus of the audience. However, the entire Tawa team felt that this choice was nothing. Isn't it a great development to hit a big tree with a dog's head? Jack shouted. So's is easy to raise. So isn't this a great move for Con? In fact, the audience is still looking at the problem from the previous perspective. In fact, Kodu was secretly strengthened once before the World Championship. It was a pure enhancement. It did not change any skill form. It was just that Kodu had one more ultimate move. During the duration of the ultimate move, Soul Draining Blow was also Kodu's Q skill. Cooldown reduced by 50%. What is this concept? The CD of Kodu's fully level Q is only 3.5 seconds. And Kodu will basically pile up CDs without thinking in the early stage. Counting the ultimate move, the CD is shortened by 50%. Equivalent to saying, as long as the dog's head stacks up the CD a little bit, the dog's head will have a Q every second when it is activated. It does not even need to tie the A. Just use the ultimate to fight the brainless QQQ. You must know that the soul of the hero Kodu is his Q skill, which is a rare skill in the League of Legends that can grow without an upper limit. This change directly ushered in spring for the dog head. As expected, the subsequent games were as expected. And Peanut also showed why he is the best jungler in the world at helping out on the road. Why every top laner who cooperates with him will become a world-famous carry top laner. He took out the Prince and caught him directly at level 2. Soz was caught to death without any defense. What's more terrible is that Soz seemed to have no special defense and chose TP to go online. As soon as it hit the ground, the dog's head was immediately impotent. And the Prince appeared again, achieving 2 consecutive hits in an instant. Dashu completely lost his living space on the top lane. Wow. This is the strength of the LCK's #1 seed. The European division may not have such a brutal style of play. Soz looks out of place facing such a high-intensity confrontation. Miller joked with a smile. The European and American divisions have always had a slow pace, which is not the same concept as the slow pace of the LCK. The reason why the LCK is slow is because they pursue management and do not engage in unnecessary team battles. And team battles are more inclined to pull. If during the pull process, a certain hero lacks key skills, they will give up and forcefully join the team. The European and American divisions are more about their players' personal abilities. To be precise, their landing abilities are not very good. If both sides are noobs and compete against each other, it will be easy to be delayed to the later stage. Soz is a veteran who is almost 30 years old. In the top lane, where the details of the landing are the most important, it is reasonable for him to be teased by a young operating man like Con. In the end, Con's dog head slashed the data of 507. It seems that this data is just average. But you have to know that it is a dog head. And the game is not long. In 25 minutes, Dragon Ball will solve the battle. Basically, the game was won at the time when the dog head was strongest. And Con was not given too many opportunities to improve his statistics. This piece of shit immediately caused the Hanzai in China to start a carnival. This is the strength of the LCK #1 seed. You can play any hero and still play so well. The dog head can play so well. I can't imagine how exaggerated and terrifying Con will be when he gets his signature Jace. Little Peanut is also very powerful. This early rhythm is really unbeatable. I can only use one idiom to describe it. Taking a leisurely stroll. Fnatic was beaten like a wild card team. Just like Li Hanqing's Teemo shocked the world last year. When you perform beyond the common sense of the audience with actions that are beyond their common sense, they will be eager to praise you to the sky. Moreover, that's Fnatic. It's not just a cat or a dog. It's a regular player in the World Championship, a traditional giant in the European division, and the world champion of S1. A strong team that competes in the knockout rounds all year round. In the post-game interview, Xiao Peanut was forthright when asked questions. Last year I lost to Topo in the Tigers. And this year I lost to Topo again in MSI. It's just 3 things. This time my teammates and I are going to challenge for the championship. And we will definitely defeat Topo and get revenge. Such a gunpowder-flavored speech instantly ignited the atmosphere of the audience. Even though Little Peanut was so provocative, the audience did not boo him. Who can say no to a grandma's Little Peanut? Domestic audiences also like him quite a lot. The most important thing is that he has never defeated Talbot. The words he said have no lethality in the eyes of the audience. For the next 3 duels, Talbot did not stay at the scene to watch, but returned to the training room of the hotel to watch. The main reason is that the intensity of the confrontation on the first day was not enough. And there was basically no much reference. When RNG faced IMT, it easily won. In this version of the incense burner monster, Uzi was at ease. RNG has a 4 guaranteed and 1 strong female police push system, which makes it easy to win. When Uzi got a landing role like a policewoman, he used his personal abilities to the extreme. He almost relied on his personal ability to forcefully defeat and push IMT's bottom lane. The LPL division ushered in 2 consecutive victories on the first day, and they all defeated the opponent easily and comfortably. This result made the domestic audience very satisfied. But EDG is definitely feeling the pressure. There is no soft persimmon in Group D. If opponents such as SKT, C9, and G2 are randomly selected, EDG cannot guarantee that they will definitely win. But what can be done? The grouping situation cannot be changed. So I have to bite the bullet. Fortunately, they are the host team. Judging from the schedule, the strongest SKT will be their last opponent in the first round of the group. They will first challenge C9 and G2 before facing SKT. The strength of the opponent is gradual, and EDG has a sufficient adjustment process. The next day's game came again. Topo was still the first team to play in the second day of the game, and their opponent was Flash Wolves. Actually, the 3 teams, Tabwa, EDG and RNG, basically had the same situation in the first round of the group match. Starting from the weakest in the group to the strongest. Can you say that the Flash Wolves team is weak? Obviously not weak. The midfield and jungle combinations of Kankixia and Casa plus Maple are indeed world-class. And perhaps the audience can pick out many of their shortcomings. But as a team game, League of Legends is a game for 5 people. Everyone has their own shortcomings. Isn't this normal? There is no such thing as a perfect player. That's why there is that sentence. The member of the championship team may not be the strongest at his position individually, but he can win the championship because he met 4 other right people. 5 people have their own shortcomings, but your teammates can make up for your shortcomings well. And this team can form a strong team. It's like the Pinnacle IG, Shy Man, Jack, and Song Eugene are all easy to be fooled. If there is a person in the team who is easy to be fooled, then this person will easily be used as a breakthrough point to give opportunities, and it will be easy to give them away. But if all the members are fools who are easily fooled, then it's not called a send-off. It's called a picturesque team fight. Sitting in the commentary box today are Wang Lao and Ziyuan. My position in today's game is more complicated. My old team is going to challenge our strongest team in the LPL. Wang Lao joked. Before he came to LPL, he once worked in Flash Wolves. Indeed. And many people think this is a replica of Dragon Ball's match against Fnatic yesterday, because Flash Wolves are also relatively weak in the top lane. That's right. Let's see what kind of answer Talbot will give. The BP between both sides will begin soon, and in a few minutes. The 2 commentators were stunned, while the audience reveled in joy, because the lineups of both sides are Talbot is on the blue side and Flash Wolf is on the red side. On the road, Doghead vs Big Bug. Jungler, Prince vs Pig Girl. Mid lane, Syndra vs Rise. Bottom lane, Rat plus Luo vs Big Mouth plus Lulu. The same top laner. Huh? Is this the first teaching bureau that happens the next day? Chapter 428. Huh? Is this incredibly spicy? No wonder the commentator thinks so. The situations of the 2 games are really too similar. The opponent's top laner is very weak. But if we really want to compare, the number 1 Mimi egg in the universe is definitely stronger than the aging So's. At least younger. In esports, age is an advantage. Young people's reaction speed and operation are better than yours. That's not necessarily the case with the teaching bureau. I guess it was Longju's provocation to Tobla during the interview yesterday that made Noob angry. Wang Lao gave a reasonable explanation. Not only was Peanut showing provocation in the interview, Khan was interviewed by the LCK media after the game yesterday, and what he expressed was even more naked than Peanut. Some people also translated his words, which probably means that he has defeated all the top laners. And now only one is left. Li Hansheng. He knows that the outside world regards Li Hansheng as the undefeated god of war in the top lane. But he will not be afraid. He will personally break Li Hansheng's undefeated myth in this world championship. Of course, I can't rule out that Noob saw Khan playing a game and his hands were itchy. Guan Ziyuan smiled. But wouldn't it be a bit risky to choose a hero like Doghead against Flash Wolf? After all, Mimi Dan's personal ability is still better than So's. Right. Damn it. Why do you care about Goja's weirdness? No. No. Is there anyone who doesn't know that the biggest Korean bastard in the LPL is a gangster? Let the dog have a tough mouth. I wonder if this bee's mouth is still that tough when Toba tortured and killed Samsung. Can you please stop letting Guanlo comment on Toba games in the future? This really makes me sick and makes me want to vomit. Guan Ziyuan has always made it clear that he is a Samsung fan. Just like his nickname of Idiom Brother at the beginning. When he first commented on the game, he had most liked to use a bit of idiom. Ever since the audience gave him the nickname Idiom Brother, he has deliberately dragged out his lyrics, often forcefully, just to solidify his character. This is also the first time he has received traffic from a character. Then he set up a Crown fan and a Samsung fan, which greatly impacted the LCK traffic. Although Taobao won the LPL's first S championship last year, the number of domestic LCK fans is still very large. After all, the dominance of the LCK in the past few years has been too strong. That's one thing that's right. They have been kneeling for a long time and can no longer stand up. Even if Taobao continues to show dominance, they all feel that the LPL is just a weak player. There was no way around it. These people were Guan Ziyuan's base, and he naturally wanted to maintain it. Even if Taobao was so strong, he still had to speak yin and yang. On the field, both sides had already come out of the spring. In the version of the World Championship, both sides are soft supports, and most of the junglers are herbivorous heroes. So almost no team will deliberately design a first-level team or consider a first-level invasion. The main reason is that the benefits are not that big, because of the first-level invasion, unless it is carefully planned. If it is a temporary initiative, it is easy to be forced to hand over key skills. In your early landing process, there are two different game rhythms, with and without flash. Accidents can easily occur. When a strong team beats a weak team, the biggest fear is accidents, because the overall strength is stronger than the opponent. As long as you follow the normal game rhythm, it is easy for the stronger side to win the game. But once an accident occurs, the game cannot continue at a normal pace. Not good news for the strong teams. Because, with the growing development of the League of Legends game, professional teams are also developing very rapidly. The gap in personal strength between strong teams and weak teams is actually not that big. The biggest difference between a strong team and a weak team is mainly reflected in team coordination, discipline and overall coordination. Once the rhythm of the game is disrupted, the game will directly enter a chaotic battle. Just beat the master to death with random punches. In this situation, if the rhythm is not controlled, a strong team will easily overturn. Both sides take a normal start. Li Hansheng came to the line early and dove directly into the grass on the line. He was standing in the grass on the line that was further forward on the red side. On the contrary, Mimi Dan chose to be very conservative. After he returned to the line, he did not rush forward, but planned to wait and see for a while. No way. He was really frightened by Li Hansheng, as if he had been bitten by a snake once and was afraid of well ropes for 10 years. But he thought carefully, what can you do with me if you are a first-level idiot? So he boldly followed the army line forward. But at this moment, Li Hansheng suddenly walked out of the grass and directly blocked the red side's line of troops with his body. Oh, it's just a hard card. Wang Lauer was also a little confused. Why don't the balls come up? The big bug was stunned in place for the first time, mainly because Mimi Dan was afraid of an ambush behind him. After all, Li Hansheng's hard line blocking didn't make any sense. But after waiting for a while, he found that the bottom lane was already online. Even if the jungle prince was in the grass. Could you, a level 1 prince, catch you to death? This is where Li Hansheng got stuck. After realizing it later, he immediately stepped forward to prevent Li Hansheng from getting stuck. To this end, he specially learned AQ and knocked the dog's head away, allowing the soldiers to focus on Li Hansheng for an extra round. In order to block this wave of troops, Li Hansheng lost half of his blood and a little more. But his goal was achieved. The technique of blocking the line is actually very simple. It is to physically block the line of soldiers. allowing all 6 soldiers to focus on themselves. And then, they can retreat. This is equivalent to letting the opponent's soldiers gather into a group in advance, while the soldiers on your own side still maintain a long snake formation. The subsequent result is that the red side soldiers will focus on the first melee soldier on the blue side, and the blue side soldiers will Fang's minions need to be rallied. And aggro is unstable. The final result is that the red side's army line will naturally push forward without interference from human factors, because the red side is concentrating fire, and the blue side is attacking randomly. The blue side soldiers will inevitably die first, if the red side has a numerical advantage. Won't the soldier line be pushed forward? The hero dog head is actually the same as Big Mouth. In many people's impression, this is a late-stage hero, because Kota's Q grows infinitely. And of course, it becomes more powerful in the later stages. But it's not the case. Kota is actually a hero in the midterm, especially after strengthening it. When Kota has the strongest combat effectiveness, he has just made 3 items, and the CD has reached 40%. At this time, the C position is mostly unformed. Kota has high damage, and his ultimate move adds double resistance. Sex also makes him look meaty. Afterwards, the dog head will gradually become weak. This is exactly the case. The dog head needs a good development environment in the early stage, but its legs are short, and it is not strong enough in the early stage. Once targeted, it will be stunted and useless on the court. A disadvantaged dog leader has to keep stacking Q. If he stacks Q, he can't push the lane quickly, which is pure torture for his teammates. So, Li Hanxing made some moves on the military line. The amount of damage a hero like Big Bug can do at level 1 is just that. Even when combined with minions, it's not enough to be fatal. Li Hanxing chose the Dolan shield to go out, and the dog head's own passive comes with bloodsucking. So even if half of his blood is knocked out, it is not painful for him. But the army line on the road is already the most suitable for him developmental appearance. He took a very different approach from Khan. Khan used jungle to help him establish a good development environment for the landing, while Li Hanxing forced himself to obtain a good development environment by himself. The difference is that Khan kind of kidnapped the jungler, and Li Hanxing was purely on his own. Right? However, there are some problems with this troop line. Guan Ziyuan raised a question. What if the Flash Wolf comes on the road and jumps over the tower? Oh? Why don't you look at what Xiaotian's jungle route is talking about? Really? Xiaotian just brushes from bottom to top. The 3rd level wave can definitely come to the top and counter crouch, so that the lightning wolf cannot jump over the tower. TSK. TSK. This wave is purely noob's understanding of heroes and control of the army line. Dog heads don't really need human heads. Of course human heads are better. A stable and good overlapping Q environment is much more important than a head. After all, the economy of a head cannot bring about a qualitative change in the head. Really. After a while, both junglers came to the top lane to meet. Kasa really wanted to help jump the tower, but when he saw the prince appearing on the top lane, he decisively gave up the idea. Now the Mimi egg is disgusting. Li Hanxing really seemed to have completely controlled the top line of troops. Just stuck in front of the opponent's first tower. Li Hanxing didn't consume him. He was just a Q soldier. But the Big Bug didn't dare to use East to force the lane. A Big Bug is actually not much different from a dog head. The early stage is the most vulnerable time. Your legs are short and your body is brittle. If your troops are too far forward, you will GG once you are caught. Not daring to push the lane, and being unable to push the lane, resulted in the top lane becoming a dead end. He can go up and replenish his troops, but he will gain experience. But you are watching a dog head standing in front of you and constantly using Q to stack up. Are you panicking? What if it develops later? Mimian took a look at the situation in his jungle area, thinking that the prince should go to the bottom lane to farm the jungle, and immediately wanted to force the lane into the tower to reset the troop line. Although it still couldn't stop the development rhythm of the dog head. At least, he could don't be afraid of not being able to play online. Mimi Dan wants to push the line? He seems completely unaware of the danger. The other roads are all at a pace of fighting, and there are almost no good gank opportunities. Taobua's second half of the wild area has indeed been refreshed, but Gao Tianliang chose to go on a hunger strike. The S7 jungle has an experience compensation mechanism. So for junglers, there is no need to fear that their level will fall behind due to gank. The level is really behind. Go online for a while, or go to the jungle for a while, and you will be able to replenish your level sooner or later. The best one to use this trick is the spicy hot pot. And Gao Tianliang obviously learned this trick secretly. The Big Bug took a few steps forward, and when he used E to push the line, Gouda suddenly used an E on the spot, reducing the big bug's double resistance. This behavior did not arouse Mimi Dan's alertness, because Koda's E is AoE damage, and the damage in the early stage is quite high. He understood that Li Hansheng chose to push against him in order to prevent him from pushing the line forcefully. But the next moment, the dog had raised his hand to release W, and the impotence was put on. At this time, Mimi Dan realized that something was not right. Really, the prince had already walked out from the direction of the river grass. Gone! This German country really doesn't have farmers or soldiers? The wild monsters are not gone even if they are refreshed. Mimi Dan was dumbfounded. He used a Q in his backhand to interfere with the prince's pursuit. But in this case, how could Xiao Yan make a mistake? A death move prevented him from being knocked away. And then he walked straight towards the face of the big bug, using W, Golden Holy Shield, first to make up for the slowdown. And this one, Li Hansheng's talent was still Wind Riding. After the Wind Riding effect was activated, he physically blocked the big insect. The prince came over and patted him without losing his skills before following him all the way to level A. Anyway, if your big bug doesn't flash, I won't hand in the EQ second company. Anyway, the big bug is now standing very forward. Even if you only use level A damage, you can kill the big bug before it walks back to the defense tower. Mimi Dan is in a dilemma now. It is absolutely impossible to hand over flash, so you can only wait for death. Wow! This feels so uncomfortable. Guanzi Yuan gloated. The egg can't flash, but his mind is still clear. And he knows that he knows this. But he can only wait for death. As the dog's Q falls, the 6th floor is passively acquired. First blood. The first blood was collected by the dog head. What makes Mimi Egg vomit blood even more is, the dog head did not push the line, but still returned to the original position and began to continue cheating soldiers in his free time. There is no need to go home, because the dog head is in very good health and can continue to sleep for a while. And the big bug came back to TP again, but still couldn't push the line until 5 minutes. This was the first time Gouda came home, and as soon as he got home, Gouda took out 2 pieces of core equipment, Yao Guang plus Xiao Bing Xian. Gui Gui. With this development, it seems that the dog head is going to be invincible? Wang Lauer was completely dumbfounded. Why do you say that? The core attribute of the dog head in the early stage is cooldown reduction. Higher cooldown reduction means faster Q skill CD and more stacks. Li Hansheng's rune comes with a 10% cooldown reduction, and his talent points out the talent that increases the upper limit of cooldown reduction by 5%, which means that he starts with a 15% cooldown reduction. The S7 version of Youguang costs 1,260 and comes with a 10% cooldown reduction. And Xiao Bingxin also comes with a 10% cooldown reduction. That is to say, Li Hansheng's current panel cooling reduction is 35%. Imagine how exaggerated the speed of this dog's head is? This noob is still carrying Wind Rider. Even if Big Mouth is protected by Lulu, he may not be able to kite the dog head? Wang Lauer seems to have imagined the scene of this dog-headed god coming down to Earth to chase 5 in a team battle. Chapter 429. Is it really just the last hit from the second tower? The dog headband, Wind Rider, is all about mobility, because the dog head itself is a very bulky hero, without any displacement or dashing skills, and it has short hands. If you want to touch people, you can only force it on people's faces. Although there are plans to slow down impotence, the actual effect is not that ideal. This is also why when choosing Nozook, Tobo will take down the 2 super strong opening heroes, Prince plus Luo. Their strong opening control is needed to help the dog head smoothly rush into the opponent's face. The movement speed and resistance provided by Wind Cavalry can also minimize the impact of the opponent's various hard controls, slowdowns, etc. on you, thereby obtaining a higher upper limit of performance in team battles. In fact, this thing is the same as the captain bringing the Wind Rider. There is no single optimal solution for choosing the ultimate talent in the current version. You can decide which ultimate talent you want to choose based on your own needs. Unlike the S11 version, shooters can only choose Deadly Rhythm, warriors can only choose Conqueror, and tanks can only choose Grasp of the Immortal. This is not to say that the S7 version is absolutely balanced. It is impossible for this type of game to be completely balanced. But at least in the equipment system and talent system, players have more choices instead of being the same. Before Li Hansheng traveled through time, he would sometimes forget to change his talents while playing Super Smash Bros. The result? In the last game, I played a shooter. And in the next game, I played a shooter again. It doesn't matter whether you change the talent or not. S7 is different. Warlord's Bloodlust, War Zeal, Deathfire Touch, different heroes have different choices. Even with the same hero, you can have different choices in different situations. If this continues, it will not be good for Flash Wolf. After all, Wang Lao is still a former Flash Wolf employee, and he still hopes that Flash Wolf can be more respectable. That's not the case. Right. Guan Ziyuan shook his head. At least with Big Mouth and Lulu, there is no chance that he can't hit the meat. And Big Bug is also a hero who can theoretically grow infinitely. Can the situation be the same? Big Bugs can only eat 6 layers if they eat minions. In the follow-up, they have to be epic level wild monsters or kill them directly. The dog head can keep cheating soldiers. If you had the Big Mouth in the previous version, you can really hit it. But you can't stand it in this version. Adaptable helmet. Wang Lao is right to the point. The new item of S7, the adaptive helmet, not only provides a huge amount of magic resistance, but also has a passive effect that can reduce the percentage of magic damage caused by the opponent to you. This piece of equipment is specially designed to deal with heroes such as Big Mouth and Snake Girl who rely on sustained magic damage. There is actually nothing wrong with what you said. The dog head can keep cheating soldiers, but you Big Bug can still eat soldiers? Besides, the dog's head is Q, and the full level Q plus full CD is basically a Q every 2 seconds. If you are a Big Bug, it will take tens of seconds to use a big move. Right? Efficiency is on 1 level. Otherwise, why would Mimi Dan be so anxious? As the CD stacks up and the level also increases, the blood-sucking effect provided by the passive becomes more obvious. In many cases, the Big Bug uses skills to clear the troops, while the dog head uses his body to block the line. Unfortunately, there is nothing that can be done about the Big Bug, because he does no damage. And the damage from the small soldiers is not enough to be fatal. The result is that Li Hansheng's army line has been stuck in front of the defense tower. And Li Hansheng is still very cheap. If he can use Q to replenish troops, he will never use A to replenish troops. In addition, Gao Tianliang will show up in the upper half of the area from time to time, pretending to be important. The way he went to gank on the road made Mimi Dan not dare to move too far forward when he threw the red weapon. And the number of last hits between the two was already widened. The terrible thing is, every time I see the dog's head Q, Mimidan's heart bleeds. Unfortunately, he couldn't call his teammates to help, so he could only watch the dog head keep asking, "Hey, it's nice to play with a dog's head once in a while." Li Hansheng smiled. There is an inexplicable pleasure in playing a hero like Kotu. Most other heroes need equipment to grow in stages, but Kotu is different. You can feel the pleasure of growing up every time Q takes action. Originally, it might take a quarter of the health of the minion to kill him directly with Q. As the number of layers increases, it gradually decreases to 1/3. Now, a minion with about half health can be killed directly with 1 Q. Efficiency increases linearly. The overall rhythm on the field is just like on the road. Everyone is developing peacefully. Again, when both sides have soft assistance in the bottom lane and the jungle is dominated by herbivorous junglers. The rhythm cannot be fast at all, because you don't have a rhythm point on the field. Everyone is thinking about slowly grinding against each other, brushing out their core equipment, and then engaging in team battles. It shows that the rhythm on the court is not bloody at all, and even the turmoil cannot change this situation. However, Toba does not panic. The core C position is stronger than the opponent in the late stage. And you, Big Mouth, are stronger in the mid stage. But the mouse can be said to be the absolute #1 shooter in the late stage. Pure critical hit. Super long range after activating the ultimate move. And can steal people stealthily. Just when the situation on the field made the audience feel a little sleepy, the director suddenly cut the camera to the road. I saw that Gudu, who had been steadily doing last-minute hits, suddenly took 2 steps forward, raised his hand, and locked the Big Bug with his W skill, as Gudu's only control skill. The effect is pretty good. Originally, it was nothing. Big Bug immediately used Q to stop Gudu's pursuit, but was turned away by Gudu, and then continued to pursue. Actually, when the dog's head reaches the Big Bug's face, the duration of W is almost over. But the problem is, the dog's head was on the spot with an E. The level 1 E did no damage, but the effect of reducing double resistance was very obvious. The dog's head picked up the shovel in his hand and swung it directly. 80! When this AQ hit, the Big Bug seemed to be hit on the aorta. As a result, the dog's head hit level A again, instantly triggering the Wind Rider effect. What's even more terrible is the continuous damage of the E skill. which killed 2 long-range soldiers with remaining health, and raised the dog head to level 6 at once. Li Hansheng learned the ultimate move without hesitation, and then activated the ultimate move, and his whole body became extremely huge. Wow! Noob's perfect plan. He reached level 6 and activated his ultimate move instantly. Is he going to complete a wave of solo kills? Wang Lauer shouted excitedly. This time, Mimi Dan was in a panic. On the map, Flash Wolf had almost no vision in the upper half, and Casa was still far away in the lower half. The circle of vision around Mimi Egg was already pitch black. As a result, the dog head struck again, and Mimi Egg's first reaction was, is the prince coming to hack him? Apart from anything else, Mimi Egg reacted very quickly. He fired E and hit the dog's head first. But don't underestimate the big bug's flat A. After firing E, the big bug's flat A can create a huge deceleration effect. Then he flashed back to widen the distance, and the entire combo was executed in one go. Smoothly and smoothly. This level of proficiency even reminded Li Hansheng of a hot man. It is said that EDG has close ties with the teams in the Wanwan division, and they often play training matches together. These little bastards have nothing else to learn, and they specialize in secretly learning Qi Zhang's escape effect. Right? Result? Mimi Dan originally thought that the dog head would continue to pursue, or a prince would suddenly run out from the side. As a result, there was nothing, and it was even calm on the road. The originally murderous Gute did not pursue him at all. After driving him away, he took the initiative to leave the army line. This is where the details come in. The Gute's ultimate move is the same as the crocodile, which will periodically cause magic damage to surrounding targets, keeping away from the soldiers. The line can avoid the line of troops from being pushed forward. Li Hansheng, on the other hand, relied on the ultra-short Q skill CD after the dog head activated the ultimate move to continuously stack Q soldiers. Mimi Dan is completely autistic. Only then did he realize that Li Hansheng was deliberately trying to scare him. He used his ultimate move to defraud him of his precious flash. And all elementary school students knew who gained and who lost. This scene was very funny when it appeared, and the audience laughed. I am laughing so hard. Is this the #1 egg in the universe that Wanwan blew into the sky? Ha ha ha. Let's judge. All I can say is, can your Khan's dog head scare the opponent into flashing with just one big move? No. No. Mimi Dan is so mentally fragile. Oh my god. If this operation is true, I can do it. But if you look at it from the perspective of Mimi Dan, he can't help but give in to this flash. It was a dog-headed grab, and he successfully caught him off guard. And no one on the field gave him feedback on the prince's location. He also has something to say. If his teammates don't give him feedback, what's wrong with his trembling hands? Just when he breathed a sigh of relief, the Q soldiers on the side of the dog head quickly pushed the line of soldiers over, and he was just about to develop a wave. As a result, the prince whom he hadn't seen for a long time suddenly came out from behind the tower. Gone! Why do these people need to wear purple motorcycles? Why don't they let people play games? They were obviously complaining in anger, but with the blessing of the crooked tone. It seemed like they were being coquettish. So who can refuse a Taiwanese girl as a girlfriend? The next process is very simple. There is no flash, no level, and no equipment. The big bug is very uncomfortable under the tower. The dog head and the prince formed a pincer attack in tandem. They didn't exchange skills, and just walked towards your face. After getting close to each other, the prince took the lead with a flat A to attract hatred. The dog head also directly hit W for impotence, and then connected with an AQ for 2. Mimi Dan originally wanted to replace the prince, but he backhand AW to silence the two of them to delay time, and handed over the Q before he died, hoping to replace the prince. But Gao Tianyong's small operation or his clear mind. Everyone knows that the priority of the prince's EQ second company is very low. But in fact, to a certain extent, the prince's EQ second company is not that difficult to use sometimes. For example, although the prince was knocked into the air, the EQ second company had already surrendered. The picture that appeared was that the prince was knocked high into the air, but he still managed to successfully escape through forced displacement. The dog head once again used AQ's second company to kill the big bug under the tower. Hiss! Guan Ziyuan couldn't help but take a breath. The egg is so miserable. It's indeed miserable. Wang Lauer nodded. It's just like So's yesterday. Noob is just as deadly as Khan. Guan Ziyuan's words implicitly and explicitly equated Li Hansheng with Khan. Wang Lauer didn't tolerate him. No. 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 It's still different. As far as the two games are concerned, I think Noob's response is undoubtedly better. Yesterday, Khan established an advantage at the beginning. But that was it is built on the leaning of teammates' resources and the help of teammates. You may say that the prince came to gank the big insect when he was killed in the 2 waves. Isn't it different? It's really different. Yesterday, Little Peanut had a premeditated plan and took the initiative to go on the road. You can see the situation today. In fact, even if Xiaotian doesn't go on the road, the dog's head will still be unfathomable. When Xiaotian goes on the road, it looks like it's more like you can't find opportunities on other roads. But when you go on the road, people pick you up. To use an inappropriate metaphor, you just go on the road to take advantage of the situation. Although there is a suspicion of flattery, Wang Lao is indeed on point. Just by handling the wave of troops at level 1, Li Hanxing has actually established the advantage of the top lane. You can say that the root cause of Mimi Egg's subsequent series of passive situations lies in Li Hanxing's handling of the troops in the first wave. Why is Li Hanxing so strong on the top lane? Even if you play a very weak hero in the early stage, can you create a feeling that he is worthy and even counterpressures the opponent? It's just that Li Hanxing's handling of the troop lines is perfect. Line up. If you can handle the troops well, you will win more than half of the battle. There is nothing wrong with League of Legends being said to be a line game. The detail processing of the line is the most important factor in the line game. Maybe you didn't do anything, but just by perfectly handling the line of troops, you could put the opponent at a disadvantage. This is really not a joke. The big bug got stuck at a critical level and died. And here, Li Hanxing immediately chose to go home. This time he was not in a hurry to buy CD equipment. If the opponent's shooter was not a big mouth, he would really give priority to buying 800 burning gems, so that he would have 45% of the CD. But there's a big mouth on the other side. Then he must produce an adaptive helmet. And burning gems cannot be synthesized into an adaptive helmet later. If you make an adaptive helmet, and then make a green armor, it will be a bit of a loss. Simply don't do it. But give priority to completing the 3 items. Since he had never used TP before, this time he chose to directly TP the minions on the road. That's right. Just TP directly to the soldier who is still in the first tower on the red side. And then, he walked straight forward, blocked the latest wave of troops from a flash wolf on the road behind the tower, and blocked the troops with his body. At this time, the dog head, which is already level 7, can passively obtain 18% of the blood-sucking effect. He also has the armor provided by Xiaobingxin, so the damage from the soldiers will not hurt or itch him, and he can be sucked back with a Q. In other words, Li Hanxing can now complete the operation of cutting off the line of troops without injury. This time Mimi Dan was dumbfounded. He didn't have TP, so he had to go online on foot. Then here comes the problem. Li Hanxing was like a bandit, blocking the middle between the second tower and the first tower on the top road. How could he, a big bug at level 5, walk past someone's face and rush under his own defense tower? Chapter 430 is like a demon descending from the sky. An important question now facing Mimi Dan is how to get past Li Hanxing and develop under the tower. Even if you can't replenish your troops under the tower, you can still gain experience and won't fall behind in level. But now, let alone replenishing troops, you can't gain levels, which will cost you your life. He can only call the jungler. Kame! Go to the road and save me. This dog-headed man on the other side is too motorcycle-like. He won't let me go up to the peasant soldiers. Casa cuts the screen and looks up the road. Good guy. The big bug has been blocked at the second tower on the upper road and is standing in the closed grass with no way to deal with it, while the dog head is standing arrogantly in the middle of the road. Go! This idea was quickly rejected by him. The reason why Li Hanxing dared to be so arrogant between the first and second towers could be said to be that he wanted to swim in their path. The reason was that he had something to rely on, rather than being mindless and unscrupulous. The first is the crushing of equipment and levels. To put it bluntly, the pig girl plus the big bug can no longer defeat the dog head. If the 2 of them are stronger, the dog head can even directly kill 2 of them in 1v2. This is the terrifying fighting power of the dog head at this time. After activating the ultimate move, there will be a Q every second. Who can withstand this? If the Wind Rider I am carrying is stuck by the dog's head, I will not be able to escape. This is also the reason why the big bug has not been able to come online. Call Rise in the middle? Please. Rise has 2 core equipment. The Staff of Time and the Staff of Archangel are both growth-type items. At the moment, Rise only has Lunchbox and Tears. These 2 pieces of equipment do no harm at all. Even if 3 of them catch one, they may not be able to kill the dog head. Even if the dog head fights hard, he can kill one of them. If the Toba people came to support immediately, if they didn't handle it properly, they would have 3 heads taken away.
Ah! There's no way to go.
Kasa shook his head.
Why don't you go to the jungle and make a big circle?
Kasa clicked on the small map, indicating that he would make a large circle from the middle and return to the top road. Mimi's face darkened. But there was nothing he could do about it. Why was this bitch so unreasonable? Who puts himself at a disadvantage in the line now? As soon as he gritted his teeth, he really retreated, going in a big circle to get back to the road. But he didn't know if it was just bad luck. But when he approached the triangular grass on the upper road, he ran into the prince directly. Originally, Gao Tianliang was called over by Li Hansheng to help him patch up his eyes. Li Hansheng is indeed not afraid of being caught. But that doesn't mean he doesn't need the information on the map. As long as he has sufficient vision, he can get enough information in advance. This thing is just like when you are playing a game by yourself and replenishing troops online. You know from the beginning that the opponent's jungler is nearby and wants to catch you. You can make various ideas in your mind in advance. Whether it is counterattack or escape, you can plan in advance. And when the other party comes out to catch you, you will be able to do it with ease. But if you don't know it in advance, the jungler on the opposite side will suddenly come out. You can only rely on your own instinctive reaction on the spot. Maybe you were able to counterattack 1v2. But because you were too hasty and unable to make accurate calculations, you were forced to escape or even be killed.
What the hell? Brother Han Sheng, come here quickly. There's a big fish.
Gao Tianliang smiled. A second consecutive EQ shot knocked the big bug away. The big bug was still at level 5. Even lower than him. The Jungle Prince. Then he used the super hegemonic effect of his ultimate move, Heaven Collapse and Earthshaking, to forcefully knock back the big bug's Q skill. The two of them were like being locked in an octagonal cage for a fight. The prince's damage alone is not enough to kill him. But the dog head is coming. When Li Hansheng approached, the duration of the prince's ultimate move had just ended. Good to immediately continue to slow down with W, and came up with an AQ that crushed the big bug to blood. At this time, the prince wisely stopped, and Goethe was not in a hurry to draw A. Abruptly waited for a QCD, and then used Q to kill this person. Another level 6 is obtained.
Hey, isn't this so unlucky?
Wang Lauer couldn't help but feel silently for his former colleague.
Mimi then wanted to go around in a big circle to get back online, but it happened to meet Xiao Tian in advance. It's over now.
Guan Ziyuan continued to gloat.
The dog head is back on the line. Why don't you activate your ultimate move to stack Q? The stone man was also eaten by him. I dropped a turtle. Noob. This dog head is mine. I already have a feeling that it will be even more outrageous than yesterday's con.
I found that Guan Go is either kneeling down and licking his Korean father, or talking nonsense. Why do you think this dog head wants to become a big devil? Gui Gui. This dog-headed Q is simply unimaginable. Big Demon King. Come out of the mountain quickly. I can't wait to see the picture of Gudachina child. Flash Wolf has been completely forced to give up the top lane, and even dare not enter the upper half of the wild area. This dog head is like a Demon King in the top lane. However, Flash Wolves did create something around the bottom lane. But it was just a little bit. Not much. It was Kasa who caught a wave of opportunities, and captured the first dragon, which was a water dragon. Under normal circumstances, if there is an increase in water dragon during the landing period, huge benefits will be gained. Can be biased. Flash Wolf has collapsed. When the game time came to 15 minutes, the last hit gap between the two sides on the road had been widened to nearly 100 knives. Li Hansheng made up 151 knives, which is normal. After all, he also attacked the wild area, while the big bug's last hit was 78 knives. The dog head was already level 12, and the big bug was only level 9. Not to mention being suppressed by 3 levels. What's more terrible is, the current number of layers of Dogu's Q skill, Soul Draining Strike, is exactly 438. You must know that under normal rhythm, if a dog can have more than 200 layers in more than 10 minutes, it is already well developed. Li Hansheng has doubled this. The reason is simple. It's too fat in the early stage, so you stack up the CD very early. How fast or slow you stack up the layers of the dog's Q skill depends on when you can stack up the CD. In addition, eating big wild monsters and killing people all provide 6 levels. And now Li Hansheng's equipment is also very luxurious. He already has 3 items in hand, plus a pair of Mercury shoes, plus Xiaobingxin and talent. The CD is exactly 45%.
Is there anything wrong with hitting this dog's head with a Q and smearing half of the mouth with blood?
Wang Lauer's eyes widened,
If I could, I would like to push the noob away and let me go up and have a good time. This dog's head is now anyone can have fun playing it.
Toba also changed from its previous slow pace and began to seek offense. Because the game has entered a period of overall strength for Kotu. Now it is no exaggeration to say that Kotu will have no problems at all with the top, middle and jungle trio against Flash Wolves in a 1v3. That is to say, the defense tower does not have the tower skin setting. Otherwise, with Li Hanqing's development, he would have already had a 2-piece set. But it's not bad now. Anyway, he had already forcibly demolished a tower on the road.
The prince and the dog head came to the Dalong pit. It seems they want to control the Canyon Pioneer. The Flash Wolf didn't even think of coming over to take a look. For the dog head, it was another passive acquisition at level 6.
Taking control of the Canyon Pioneer, Li Hanqing followed Gao Tianyang directly to the middle, summoned the Canyon Pioneer, forced Maple back, and cooperated with the Canyon Pioneer to forcefully demolish the opponent's first tower in the middle. The rhythm of the entire game was accelerated at once. After doing this, Li Hanqing ran back to the top lane and started to replenish his troops. Now he can boldly choose a wave of minions and use Q to fill them all. This is the terrifying thing about the dog head. The number of layers of the dog head's Q is the fastest in the midterm, and the speed is far beyond imagination. Even if he wants to, it is not a problem to stack the number of layers to 700 to 800 on the 20th floor. The premise is that he will not participate in any team actions at all, and can just replenish troops on the top lane and clear the wild. If you are playing a passerby game, you can play like this. But when it comes to playing games, it's not necessary to play like this. His current level is actually very fatal to Big Mouth. Even if the level is higher, he will not be able to kill the Big Mouth protected by Lulu with just one Q. It is better to sacrifice a little bit of your own development during your strong period so that the team can get more benefits. Casa took the opportunity to control the second dragon, which was a fire dragon. But anyone with a discerning eye knows that Lightning Wolf is simply unable to deal with this dog-headed devil now. Next, Li Hanqing helped his teammates break the first tower in the bottom lane. Both sides changed their shooters to the middle, and once again entered a relatively stable development rhythm. And when the game time comes to 20 minutes, the director gave Li Hanqing a close-up shot. The dog head already has 3 items: a big ice heart, and an adaptive helmet. It can be called the Big Mouth Despair 3-piece set in hand. It also reduces attack speed and reduces continuous magic damage. Big Mouth head all big. Even worse, the number of layers of this dog-headed Q skill is 711. This is mainly because Li Hanqing has to cooperate with his teammates in roaming. But this number of layers still feels too exaggerated. You need to know the Q skill of the dog head. It has an AD bonus of 1.0, and then it adds as much damage as the number of layers. Now, Big Mouth is only level 11, and its health level fluctuates around 1,500. Big Mouth does not have any defensive equipment, which means it only has basic armor. The Q of the dog head does not count the 3 passive damage bonuses, calculated from the panel. The panel damage that a Q can deal is almost over 900. If you can use E first to reduce the double resistance of Big Mouth, Doga can kill Big Mouth with 2 QS. Even if Lulu protects, shields, and heals with his ultimate move, and Big Mouth himself has a shield, it's just a matter of 2 more QS.
Toba has begun to gather in the Big Dragon Pit. The dog heads with this kind of equipment will be able to beat the Big Dragon very quickly. How should the Flash Wolf deal with it?
The Flash Wolves didn't dare to gamble. They had to get through. Fortunately, Dazue's equipment is not bad either. They give most of the economy to Dazue. Dazue now also has Sheep Knife plus Hurricane, a very cheap core 2-piece set. Lulu also has the core equipment Incense Burner. It can be seen that the health of the dragon has been reduced to about half of its health. And all members of the Lightning Wolf rushed into the river. At this time, if the Flash Wolf pays enough attention, you can actually see that the mouse has disappeared. It should be that it activated Q and entered the stealth state. All their attention is on Luo and the prince. Seeing that Luo and the prince were both inside, they stood forward and continued to press forward. But from God's perspective, the mouse did sneak into the room and stood close to the wall in the outermost position. The moment the Lightning Wolves approached, Luo directly used E to move to the wall with the help of the invisible mouse, and turned on the team acceleration of ancient coins. Then he flashed R into the crowd of Flash Wolves.
R Flash. Xiao Ming's perfect team start.
Flash Wolf's auxiliary snake reacted quickly. He immediately activated the ancient coin team's acceleration and gave Big Mouth his E set. But before he could hand over the next skill, Ralph flashed R and came to his face, followed by W to make a grand debut. The mouse stood next to the wall and started shooting wildly with his ultimate move. Jumei used a backhand big move to try to interfere with the pursuit of everyone in Talbot. And Rise was also looking for the figure of the dog head, so he must not let the dog head enter the field. But the prince found him first. Immediately an EQ knocked Rise into the air. And now the dog head finally had a chance to enter the field. Flash directly passed the big bug's Q to avoid being knocked away and land on Lulu's face. Activate Q skill. The next second, the scene was in an uproar. Lulu's set of skills all hit Lulu. And the splash damage from Mouse's ultimate move also hit Lulu. The moment the dog's Q skill landed, Lulu, who still had a little more than 2/3 of her health, performed a wave of health bar disappearance. Grind a large piece of purple skinned garlic, and the purple color will disappear. Also normal. Flash Wolf has always been at a disadvantage. Lulu is only level 9. And her health on the panel is only about 1,200. When she is not full of health, she can't withstand the damage of AQ from the dog head.
Oh my god! Lulu was killed instantly. The Lightning Wolves were instantly defeated.
One Lauer shouted excitedly. Although the group stage has only started for 2 days, everyone has a consensus. In a team battle, kill the incense burner monster first. If you kill the censer burner monster in seconds, you can form a team. As for the Flash Wolf team battle, the incense burner monster was immediately killed instantly as soon as the team battle started. How could they take on the Hammer team? It was simply a one-sided massacre. Under the cover of his teammates, the dog head is like a god of war. Just like a kid.
This dog head is like a demon descended from the sky. He is truly the Tai Sui god on earth,
Guanzi Yuan suddenly said.
Although the game is not over yet, we seem to be able to congratulate Tabwa in advance for winning the second consecutive victory in the group. Noob also used the same hero and performed even better to tell Khan that if you want to challenge me and surpass me, it's still early for you.
With Tabwa, he won the Baron. Go home and do another round of equipment updates. Directly report to the middle road and push. Flash Wolf is simply unstoppable. And Tabwa doesn't even need to cut into the back row. The big mouth can't hit the dog's head at all. But the dog's head can help its own mice deal with the front row. Because the front row of Flash Wolves is not meaty at all. The game time was finally fixed at 23 minutes. Tabwa easily won its second victory in the group stage. Li Hanxing's data was finally fixed at 804. Data is not that gorgeous. The main reason is that it is a bit difficult for the hero Coda to increase the data. It would probably be even more terrifying if the 4 sisters were chosen as top laners. Chapter 431, Jinlu kneels down 3 times?
Congratulations to Tabwa for winning 2 consecutive victories in his group. Judging from the whole process, Tabwa won very easily,
Wang Lauer said eloquently.
For our LPL viewers, said, this is definitely good news. Tabwa's competitive state is indeed gratifying. The overall state is that of crushing all the way. We can fully expect Team Tobo to bring us more surprises in this World Championship. Indeed, at least judging from today's game, Tabwa is the most dominant team.
Guanzi Yuan also had to admit this. If he tries to be tough, the audience will definitely criticize him. This is the backstage lounge. All members of Dragon Ball were actually watching this game. Little Peanut watched the whole process and couldn't help but sigh.
Brother Han Sheng is really awesome.
Khan's face darkened after hearing this, and he wanted to open his mouth to say something, but he had no way to refute. From this game, he once again saw where the gap between himself and Li Hanxing was. Very simple. Li Hanxing never kidnaps the jungler, and often uses his strong personal ability to gain an advantage before giving feedback to his teammates. And what about Khan? He had to kidnap the jungler first to help him establish an advantage, and then feed back to his teammates. It doesn't look like there's any difference, right? But the essential difference is that Li Hanxing can tear apart the opponent's lane on the top lane purely by relying on his personal ability. But Khan cannot do this. He might be able to handle it easily against some ordinary top laners, but that's the case when facing top laners. This is just like in the NBA. Some players can produce good statistics after receiving unlimited fire rights, but they are easily restricted in top-level games. But Li Hanxing will not. Perhaps because he saw something wrong with Khan's expression. The Rat King comforted him.
There is only one Li Hanxing in the world, as powerful as Lee Sang-hyuk. He still had to rely on Benji to gank in the middle when he was at his peak. Donga, you don't need to be deliberate. There is nothing to compare with others. No 2 players are exactly the same. You just have to perform well.
Khan nodded.
It's okay. I'm learning from him. I have to learn from him first before I can defeat him or even surpass him.
This makes people feel comfortable, and can also boost the morale of teammates. But everyone in Longzhou, especially the two elders Xian Ming in the bottom lane and the jungler Xiao Peanut, have had many battles with Li Hansheng, and they know it very well. Defeat Li Hansheng? There is a high probability that this is something impossible to do on the field. The only way they can think of is to defeat Li Hansheng's teammates, thereby defeating Li Hansheng. In addition to Talbot, there is another LPL team in today's game. It is not the RNG team that played yesterday, but the EDG team that is about to have its first game. If you really want to say it, EDG is also the team that viewers in the LPL region are most worried about. The first is that EDG's performance in foreign competitions in the past few years has really been poor. The second is the objective situation this year. EDG has entered the group of death. There is no team in Group D that is weak. Even the seemingly weakest team C9, also known as the Light of North America and the Glory of North America, the foreign war capabilities are second to none. And today, EDG's opponent is the C9 team in the North American division.
Brother Hansheng, do you think EDG can win today? It's not like C9 can't win. Right?
Shi Siming asked.
Look. Don't look down on the European and American teams. They have also made great progress.
Li Hansheng waved his hand. In fact, the reason why he said it was not good was that he kinda forgot whether EDG had to kneel for 3 consecutive games in the first round of the group stage, or 3 consecutive games in the second round of the group stage. But seeing the lineup selected by EDG evoked Li Hansheng's memory. EDG's lineup is Rambo in the top lane, Wild Boar Girl in the middle lane, Lucian in the middle lane, and Xiaopao plus Feng Nu in the bottom lane. A lineup that pursues the ultimate offensive rhythm.
I simply can't imagine that this is the lineup that EDG can choose. No. It seems that in this summer split, they were really anxious.
Jack shook his head.
This is not their style.
EDG still has a typical Korean operating style at its core. Generally speaking, the overall game style of a team is determined by the style of its own mid laner. EDG itself learned its overall play style from SKT. The mid laner is also Lee Sang-hyuk's substitute, Xiao Fei Teacher Scout, who was hired from SKT. Their overall play style is actually more like that of SKT. This year they hired Nof, the coach of the Tigers. This is also the proactive change EDG is seeking. Or it may be said that it was influenced by Talbot. From the establishment of the team in S4 to S6, their performance in foreign battles every year relied on defense. And they reached a situation where they could neither break nor establish. Therefore, they found Nof, who is good at coaching offense, just to seek changes. But at their core, they already have a Korean style of slow-paced play, and their forced pursuit of early offensive speed seems a bit nondescript. As a time traveler, Li Hansheng also knows it very well. The S7 World Championship is a relatively slow-paced version, because both sides have to wait for the support to make the incense burner, and because the incense burner monster has such outrageous shields and healing abilities, it is difficult to kill anyone in a head-on battle. They often drag each other for a long time, and everyone has residual health, then pull away. In the end, we still have to rely on wing split pushing to solve the problem. Don't look at the fact that the FMVP of S7 in the original time and space was given to the ruler. And the factor of the incense burner monster made it seem that S7 was really thought to be the bot lane version. But everyone knows it after actually watching the game. The real reason why SKT lost to Samsung was not the bottom lane between the two sides. Ruler's performance in the finals could not be said to suppress Bang. The reason why everyone was complaining about Bang was because the operation of pushing Bang was too outrageous. But isn't the reason for such an impression because the previous Bang was too strong, and the slightest stretch in the crotch made it particularly conspicuous? No one mentioned the people who really pulled their hips. And that was Huni, and the little Peanut, and Xiao Hei in the jungle. Going into the jungle was the root cause of SKT losing the game. Huni on the top lane simply couldn't cope with the withered single lane, causing SKT to be very passive in the overall rhythm. Back to the scene. EDG came up with such an offensive lineup, and the whole thing looked very impatient. They give people the feeling that if I don't kill the opponent in the early stage, I will lose in the later stage. The main thing is to go on the road. They chose the hero Rambo. Rambo was simply defeated by the incense burner monster. What Rambo fears most is the shield. All the damage is dealt to the shield, which means no damage. C9 has a double front row of Winnow, while EDG only has a single front row of Zhumei. Naturally, the head-on fighting ability in the later period will be much worse. What's more, EDG's mid laner is Lucian. Lucian is really powerful in the early stage, but after his range is weakened, It is difficult to perform in team battles with short hands in the later stage. The battle must be ended in the landing stage. But sometimes the more you want to attack, the easier it will be for your offensive rhythm to flaw. Although Talbot will also use this kind of lineup to end the game without a huge advantage in the early stage. It will lose. But Talbot has never been impatient. Instead, it's C9. They reversed the version and came up with the mid-jungle combination of Syndra plus male gun. As long as it is the jungle male gun, this year's wild monsters in the jungle will be refreshed in 150 seconds. Wild cores, like male gun that require a lot of resources, well there is no room for heroes to survive. But C9 produced a different kind of effect. Especially after both reached level 6. A wave of explosive cooperation from the midfielder directly killed the full-blooded Lucian in an instant. Wow, Wang Lao was shocked when he saw this wave.
So this is how the midfielder combination of C9 cooperates.
Because Syndra needs to bring TP. A set of bursts at level 6 will be short of 1 ignition damage to kill the opponent. But the male gun can just make up for this. At level 6, if you run to the middle to use a big move, you can easily capture this head. This is very unfavorable for EDG. Heroes like Lucian who need to be suppressed in the early stage cannot be killed in the early stage. Because every time they die in battle, they will lose a lot of invisible economy, which will lead to the team's overall offensive rhythm being out of touch. What's even worse is, the male gun got the kill and gained the matchup advantage. The pig girl in the jungle is in trouble now. How can the pig girl compete with the male gun in the jungle duel? Suddenly, the jungle area also exploded. And the factory director even made a funny operation on the field. He originally wanted to go to the road for a gank. But the top laner placed a relay in the triangular grass on the top lane. And the director seemed to be temporarily blind. He stood on the relay and was stunned and didn't react. It took more than 10 seconds to react and remove the relay. Everyone in Talbot was shocked.
Is the pressure from the factory director so great?
Jack was completely shocked. This is only the first game of the group stage. So the pressure won't be so great that such a mistake will happen. Right? This is like a microcosm of the entire EDG team. The end result is self-evident. EDG lost an upset to the C9 team and failed to get off to a good start.
This is really inappropriate. C9 is already recognized as the weakest team in Group D. If EDG fails to win this game, it will be detrimental to their group qualifying form.
That's for sure. If the group wants to appear stably, it must win at least 4 games. The ideal situation for EDG is to win C9 twice, and then get a win each from G2 and SKT, so that the group can be stable and qualified. If it doesn't work, we have to win 3 games, and then play in the playoffs. Losing to C9 is really unjustifiable. After the game, there was all kinds of criticism against EDG online. But the audience didn't know that this was really just the beginning. The next day, RNG took the lead, and their second opponent was Fnatic. The two sides are quite close. The predecessor of RNG was the Royal Family. And the Royal Family and Fnatic had competed during the S3 period. The two sides played 5 games in the semifinals of S3. In the end, the Royal Family won and advanced to the finals. Fnatic has Europe star ADC player Oh Chung in the bottom lane, which is the abbreviation of European High School. Oh Chung made his debut in S2, but he was suspended due to his age at the time. So he missed the S2 World Championship. He can be said to be from the same period as Uzi. Moreover, like Uzi, although he debuted very early, he was so young when he debuted that he was still in the prime period of his career after playing for so many years. The battle between 2 top talented ADCs, who debuted at the same time, is also a good point to watch. Uzi, abruptly destroyed Oh Cheng's reputation. Museling used a small cannon to defeat the female policeman in the early stage. Although RNG did not have a huge advantage in other lanes, it successfully stabilized the situation. It used the advantage of the bottom lane to directly push back and win another victory.
RNG also had a wonderful start to the group stage, winning 2 consecutive games. Although it cannot be said that it is guaranteed to appear in the group. The appearance of the group is very clear. They will face the group's strongest enemy Longzhu in the next round. We still hope that RNG can defeat a strong enemy. But the highlight of today is still EDG. They will face the second opponent of the group, the G2 team. This is a tough nut. If they can't bite it, they will have to face the challenge of the group. 2 consecutive losses, especially considering that they will have to face SKT in the future. It is easy for them to lose 3 consecutive games in the group stage if they are not careful. If this happens, their situation will be in jeopardy. After losing 3 games in a row in the first round of the group stage,
even if you can win 3 games in a row later on. It still depends on the expressions of others. Therefore, EDG is bound to win today's game. They must defeat G2. There is no way. If you don't beat G2, why do you want to beat SKT? SKT has been EDG's biggest sufferer since the team was founded. They have almost never won against SKT. Just when everyone thought EDG would try to make changes, EDG finally released its ultimate move again. They once again came up with the choice of mid laner Lucian. The result is obvious. Although they established a certain advantage in the early stage, they were successfully dragged to the mid to late stage by G2. The shortcomings of the lineup were immediately highlighted, and they could only lose again. 2 consecutive losses. This is a situation that no one could have imagined. Even people who hate EDG never imagined that EDG would lose like this in the group stage this year. EDG has no chance to adjust. They soon ushered in the game against SKT. Almost exactly the same. They once again chose mid laner Lucian. It's just that in this game, EDG's 3 armies worked hard and had a huge advantage in the early stage. In more than 20 minutes, they established an economic advantage of tens of thousands. If we can beat SKT and get this point, EDG's qualifying form will not be bad. But soon there was a sudden change on the field. EDG pushed forward from the middle, and SKT secretly learned the combination of Diablo plus mouse. The mouse became invisible and acted as a springboard for Luo. The girl control made a huge mistake. In order to pick up the gold coins dropped by the ancient coins, his Feng Nu moved forward and SKT decisively broke off the team. Luo used an R to control him in a flash. But the sister control couldn't even deliver her ultimate move and was instantly killed on the spot. In this version, the incense burner monster is blocked. How can we fight in a team fight? SKT managed to come back from behind with tens of thousands of economic advantages. This is a bad thing. SKT's double C is Rat plus Clockwork. This late stage ability is definitely much stronger than Xiaopao plus Lucian. After losing this key team battle and losing the Baron, EDG is doomed. Had to swallow the bitter pill again. 3 consecutive losses. When the result came out, everyone was shocked. The audience in the LPL competition area started to abuse EDG in various ways. Even a large number of EDG loyal fans choose to quit their fans. Chapter 432, Little 3 Stars. So ridiculous. When it comes to disappointing people, EDG never disappoints. Trash Minkai, with 8 strokes and 8 strokes, is one of the top 8 every year. Not to mention that you are getting better every year. But at least you have to stay where you are. Right? Is it really impossible to qualify for the group stage at home? Damn it. I actually liked this trash team for so long. Damn it. Minkai. Retire. Don't waste your time. Haha. The waste Minkai is the biggest shock wave in the country. He works hard every year in marketing and has a dream character. The dream jungler is a turn tailor-made for him. Right? Can't you retire quickly and make way for young people? MD. You are still wasting a quota. How about letting we come? I don't believe we would lose so miserably. Is this idiot Nof not aware of any other mid lane heroes besides Lucian? You like playing Lucian, right? Lucian lost 3 games in a row in the summer finals. He will continue to dominate in the group stage, right? There is a possibility of continuing to select Lucian in the second round and kneeling for 6 consecutive times in the group stage. Anyway, your EDG doesn't want Billion anymore. This time EDG fans were really angry. Although there have been bumps and bruises in the group stage in the past few years, at least we can make it to the knockout stage. And we are still in the quarterfinals. But this year? In the game at home, he was beaten like this. He lost to Europe and North America. Will he lose to the wild card competition next? Oh! They already lost once in the wild card division last year. Speaking of these results, it is no wonder that EDG is looked down upon by others. This foreign war performance is really too high. And it is quite explosive when looking at the entire cross-border competition. There is no doubt that the factory director needs to bear the greatest firepower. Actually, to be fair, in the past few years, you can be forgiven for criticizing the factory director for playing rubbish in foreign wars. After all, there are ghost scenes every year. But this year, the S7 World Championship is undoubtedly the foreign competition where the factory director has performed most brilliantly. This is his version. Whether it is rhythm, playstyle or hero pool, it is highly consistent with his personal style. Otherwise, why can we beat SKT and achieve an economic lead of tens of thousands? Do you really think that if you choose an early lineup, you will be able to get such a big advantage in the early stage and then snowball? Isn't the early rhythm still very good? Can. That's the problem. The best factory director has not met the best teammates. The younger brother obviously has not reached the peak of his career. And it can even be said that his hips are stretched a bit. Both the Eboi and the girl controller on the bottom lane also committed crimes. Especially the girl controller. It can be said that he was the root cause of ruining the good game. But who cares? You, Minkai, get the highest salary for this thing. And the club's external marketing is also based on you. When you mention EDG, you will automatically think of Minkai. Just like when you mention RNG, you will think of Uzi. And when you mention Tubwa, you will be given Li Hansheng as the soul and core of the team. When you win the game, you enjoy the most flowers and applause and get the highest salary. But when you lose the game, you also have to bear the most scolding, even if the loss has nothing to do with you. Relation. For public figures, half of the money they make is the money they get scolded. At this time, the factory director must be extremely worried about Mr. Dai and Fad General. With these two people here, EDG will most likely not lose so miserably. As for the top laner, Holy Spear brother? To put it bluntly, EDG is not a team that will give too much tactical tilt to the top lane. Not to mention that this version is clearly focused on the bottom lane. Although brother Holy Spear has excellent personal strength, he is used as a large mouse, and it is difficult to use his own advantages. Moreover, there is no dish in Group D on the top lane. C9's top laner is S3's champion top laner Tony Omu Impact. It is said that Han Yuan will easily fall after going to North America. However, after Impact went to North America in S5, he has not missed the World Championship every year, which is enough to prove how outstanding his personal ability is. G2's top laner is Wunder, Europe's #1 top laner. And he's not a bad guy either. SKT's top laner Huni. Although Huni is a guy who only plays a few tricks, he can't hold up against SKT's overall strength. And he said he blew a few tricks because he really showed his true colors playing top laners. It doesn't mean that he doesn't have the ability. It's just that he's far inferior. It's just blowing so hard. TSK. The girl controlled the middle lane was really a big crime. They had such a huge advantage, and he was not short of money. How could he stand so far forward to pick up gold coins? Sure, Saming curled his lips and looked at it from his point of view. The girl controls 100% of the pot. Is it true that EDG qualifying is only theoretically possible now? You have to ask Away about this. He knows how to calculate scores. Li Hansheng joked with a smile. You think so? Away, what are the chances of qualifying for the first round of the group after losing 3 games in a row? Upon hearing this, Gao Dui immediately turned black and said, Get out of here. The situation is really the same. LGD and S5 that year also won 3 consecutive victories in the first round of the group stage. And they also had a strong lead and let go of the Iron Man, leaving behind such a classic as the Fireman making steel. It's really similar to EDG's Lu San kneeling 3 times in a row in the first round of the group stage. Even if you can win 3 times in a row in the second round, it will still be a 3-3 record. Such a result is simply not enough to qualify for the group. You have to count on one of G2 or SKT to pull the crutch. And then let's play in the playoffs. But is this possible? Not to mention that whether the mentality of EDG's players can be stable is a huge problem. The next step was for everyone from Talbot to play. They happened to see everyone from EDG head-on in the aisle. Everyone looked very frustrated, like puppets on strings. Especially the factory director, who was extremely depressed and had his head hanging down all the time. Maybe this situation had a great impact on him. He obviously did well, but he failed to lose the game. In this situation, it is easy for people to have their self-confidence collapse and fall into a situation of constant self-doubt. And self-confidence is the most precious thing for professional players. It can be said that strong self-confidence is the 7th piece of equipment for professional players. Li Hansheng originally wanted to comfort the factory director, but when he thought about this situation, it might be counterproductive for him to comfort him. It was easy for people to think that he was deliberately showing off. But after thinking about it, he still chose to watch everyone in EDG leave. They could only rely on themselves to adjust. The commentator on the field was still lamenting. EDG's situation is very bad. Let's not talk about the problem of qualifying form. The 3 consecutive losses have the biggest impact on the players' confidence. That's right. Haokai nodded. When I was playing professionally, once I lost too much, I would feel strange on the court. I might make mistakes in some ordinary operations. Although it is only a theoretical possibility, EDG does still have hope of qualifying. As long as there is a little hope, we cannot give up easily. Therefore, we still hope that EDG can adjust well.
Even if they fail to qualify in the end, they will try their best to win in the second round. Show your style in the group stage. Anyway, I feel that being able to get the second seed in the LPL division proves that EDG's strength is definitely not bad. This is not their normal level at all. Hao Kai, who is also a professional player, may also understand the mood of everyone in EDG at this time. But the competitive arena is so cruel. Winner or loser, no one will feel sorry for you. A loser. Therefore, the commentators quickly shifted the topic to Tao Bo. The next person to play is Talbot, our number 1 seed in the LPL division. Well, Talbot's qualifying pattern is very clear. The overall strength of Group A is indeed average. But today Talbot will face the group's strongest enemy, Samsung. But judging from Talbot's past record, Samsung seems to be nothing. The two sides played against each other last year and Talbot won completely. I think it will probably be the same this year. Both parties have come to the stage. When the Talbot players appeared, the audience once again burst into warm applause. No way. After experiencing EDG's disastrous defeat, LPL fans can only pin their hopes on Talbot. Only Talbot can give the audience hope of winning the championship. Players from both sides quickly took their seats, and then began to enter the BP stage. This time Talbot is still on the blue side, while Samsung is on the red side. The first 3 bans on both sides are actually very fixed. Talbot banned Xia, Feng Nu and Yan Ke, while Samsung banned Karma, Skate Shoes and Rise. Talbot took away the Prince, while Sanqing took away Pig Girl plus Lulu. Talbot's backhand here is to take away Luo plus Xiaopao, and Samsung's choice is to take away Virus. There were no big surprises when both sides banned people in the second round. Samsung chose to ban Jace. Blight is very good at Yordles, and Jace is the natural enemy of all Yordles, and they can't compete with Jace. Then he banned Syndra. Talbot banned Shen and Kennen, mainly because there was nothing to target. Samsung snatched away Malzahar, while Top All got Galio plus Gnar. This Gnar hand feels like grabbing instead of banning. As for why not get Galio, Brother Crown doesn't seem to like playing Galio very much. Or in the perception of the Samsung coaching staff, Galio is not that invincible in the middle. 2. S7's Galio is indeed very powerful both in terms of mechanics and numerical values, but he is not that invincible. Domestic players like the hero myth Galio, mainly because RNG lost to SKT. Lee Sang-hyuk's Galio performance was too eye-catching. But not everyone's Galio can play the role of Lee Sang-hyuk. Galio's shortcomings are also obvious. Choosing this hero is no different from choosing a big tree on the road. They are both foster fathers. You will be comfortable in the lane, and the people on the opposite side of the lane will be more comfortable with you. Samsung really has no choice but to choose big bugs for Blight. There are not many choices left for Withering. It is just a choice between a big insect and a big tree, compared to the big tree that can only be beaten throughout the whole process and cannot fight back. The big bug still poses a certain threat to Gnar, and it can be regarded as slightly restraining Gnar in team battles. Big Bug's ultimate move is for heroes like Tianka, who start a team and enter the field with Gargoyle Plate Armor. No matter what you mean, a single ultimate move will steadily eat up half of your health. This is why Big Bug is the hero with the highest unit appearance rate in the entire S7 World Championship. So, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. Top Ball is on the blue side, and Samsung is on the red side. Top Road, Gnar vs Big Bug. Jungler, Prince vs Pig Girl. Middle, Galio vs Malzahar. Bottom lane, Xiaopao plus Luo vs Virus plus Lulu. Wow! The lineup chosen by Tabwa is so comfortable. The midfielder combination of Galio plus Prince is the strongest team-fighting combination in the current version. And there is also a linkage between the two. Even if the Prince produces meat, his body is not solid, and it is easy to join a team and get nothing. However, with the protection provided by Galio's ultimate move, the Prince will not be killed instantly by concentrated fire, and he will have the opportunity to use the second set of EQ in a row, posing a huge threat to the enemy's C position. Samsung's double Cs didn't move, and they were very afraid of the Prince's forced opening. As for Samsung's lineup, hey, Samsung is really like what Brother Han Sheng said. They like to use this kind of lineup with many control chains. Jack looked very surprised. As a time traveler, how could Lee Han Sheng not understand Samsung's system? Samsung likes to use this kind of multi-control lineup with S7. This can be regarded as their philosophy. Everyone knows that in the World Championship version, due to the incense burner monster, it is difficult to get a kill in a head-on battle. Samsung's idea is to extend the control chain. If I can't kill you by controlling you for 3 seconds, then I can control you for 5 or 6 seconds.
That'll be okay. Right? Through a long chain of control, a concentrated fire is formed, and the top kills one of the opponent's players in an instant, thus forming a situation where there are more players and fewer players on the field. This is Samsung's own unique concept summarized in the World Championship. Hongni also nodded. He needed to observe Samsung's style of play and then see if he could combine it with Tabo's style of play. It's the group stage. This is a process of learning from each other and learning from each other. The game quickly enters the Summoner's Rift interface. The start is basically the same, with both junglers choosing to open red. However, after defeating the red buff, the jungler choices of both sides were completely different. After Gao Tianliang finished the red buff, he went straight to the bottom lane.
Oh? Is Xiaoyan going to be captured at level 2?
Hao Kai was shocked. The audience's surprises also came one after another. It's not that Samsung's bottom lane didn't have ward placement, but their ward position was not placed in the triangle grass, but in the river grass. By the time they saw the prince's field of vision, it was already too late. This involves a combination problem. Virus plus Lulu is a very powerful combination in the lane, and Xiaopao plus Lulu level 1 cannot be defeated at all. This makes the 3-star duo position slightly forward. This is the root cause of their inability to escape. The prince directly EQ'd twice, and Chi Di's reaction was very fast. But Gao Tianliang's reaction was also very fast, and he dodged in a wave.
Beautiful. Xiaotian's EQ flash is very handsome.
Virus was eventually knocked into the air, and the cannon jumped directly onto his face with W. Luo then used W to supplement the second stage of control. The damage is average. Virus himself has a shield, and Lulu has E in healing. But the problem is, again, the position was a bit forward, which resulted in a longer escape distance, and he was killed by the Talbot trio. First blood, without deliberately killing anyone. Luo's basic attack killed Virus, which was really good luck. Chapter 433, beating leader into death with random punches.
Oh my god! Why did Tabo's attack come so fast?
Hao Kai was a little confused. The commentator was still doing some habitual lineup analysis at the beginning, but the first wave of gank by Tauba had already arrived as scheduled, and he had successfully obtained first blood.
And we are very lucky. The head actually belongs to Luo.
Wang Duoduo on the side added. As the game progresses, everyone understands the importance of the incense burner monster. To put it bluntly, the incense burner is a qualitative change. In the early stage, letting the support take the heads and quickly produce the incense burner can give the team as a whole more advantages.
Hey, Brother Han Sheng. This trick you mentioned really works.
Gao Tianliang looked slightly excited. In fact, before the game started, Li Hansheng specifically told him that he didn't need to use too much brains to beat 3 stars. Just mindless gank to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. Is Samsung powerful? Very powerful. It can be said that Samsung is the team that is best at operations, but it also pays too much attention to operations. So Samsung is particularly accustomed to the step-by-step rhythm. And Leaderin is that kind of leader. He is a typical Korean jungler. He has to plan what he should do in advance. And he is particularly afraid of encountering a master of chaotic fighting who will prevent the entire game from proceeding at a normal pace. And he will be particularly uncomfortable with it. Before Li Hansheng crossed over, RNG almost beat Samsung to death in the group stage. Firstly, it was because of Uzi's suppression of the bloodline of King Chi. And secondly, Spicy Hotpot's unreasonable ganks, which made Leaderin exhausted and led to the overall rhythm of Samsung. Not smooth.
With a veteran like Leaderin, if you compete with him in jungle planning and operations, you must be a little bit greener. So you have to give full play to your own advantages. If you are younger than him and have better operations than him, you have nothing to do with him. Just play with your brain and you'll be fine.
Li Hansheng explained with a smile.
According to different opponents, you have to adjust your playing style appropriately instead of just playing with one style of play until you die. That's true. But not everyone can switch game styles that will like you. Brother Han Sheng, are you the only perverted person in the world like you?
Gao Tianliang shrugged. Game style is really difficult to switch at will. But Li Hansheng is an exception.
You kid. I can't tell whether you are scolding me or praising me. Of course I'm complimenting you.
Li Hansheng rolled his eyes and began to concentrate on continuing to line up. It's not difficult for Nar to defeat big bugs, but you need to pay attention to the first few levels, especially at level 1. Many people like to rely on their range to get to A. But in fact, the range of Nar in the early stage is not that far. Only 400. Nar is like a small cannon, and the range will increase as the level increases. Although Li Hansheng will also be a big bug at level 1A. His positioning is very particular. The withered big insect learned E at level 1. Just to push the line and use E to consume it. However, Li Hansheng always stood on the side of the line of troops, which did not give the big insect a chance to consume itself. Moreover, he would also use the boomerang to pull repeatedly, which gave Wither a headache. But he has to push the line. Although Leaderin is on the red card, he will not go up the road and jump over the tower. Instead, he will still choose the route of clearing the jungle step by step. If he wants to develop stably in the top lane, it's best to push the lane first, which is a bit similar to the Weapon Master's playstyle. As soon as the weapon comes online, the Crazy A soldier will be activated, and the line will be pushed continuously. After entering the tower during the third wave of line pushing, he immediately goes home to replenish a round of equipment and then walks out. Nar has almost no ability to push the line in the early stage, and it is difficult to quickly reverse the line. This is equivalent to getting a free opportunity to go home to replenish supplies without losing too much experience. And when the time comes, even if Li Hansheng pushed the army line over, he would not be able to return to the city, because the big bug could forcefully block the line with his body. In that case, Li Hansheng would not be able to return to the city to supply supplies. Either Li Hansheng forcibly returns to the city to hand over TP, which means the big bug is 1 TP ahead. Either Li Hansheng accepted that his equipment was lagging behind, and he was unable to suppress the big bugs like crazy. Regardless of the situation, it is excellent news for Wither and Samsung as a whole. There is not much problem with Wither's idea. The essence is to force one's own status in exchange for line rights. Nar's damage ability in the first 2 levels is indeed not enough. If you learn Q and W, you will have no pursuit ability. If you learn Q and E, the damage will be less. The idea is beautiful, but it is difficult to implement it in practice. First of all, Li Hansheng's positioning is very sophisticated, and he doesn't give you the opportunity to use E to consume yourself. Instead, Li Hansheng will use his Q to pull the big bug's position. Although he still cannot avoid the big bug's push, he will interfere to the maximum extent and make the big bug pay the maximum price.
Hurry up and push the line on the road. Don't get stuck. It will take at least 4 minutes for me to come on the road. I can't help you right away.
Leaderin habitually took a look at the 3-way screen and found that the top line of troops was a little bad. So he immediately issued a warning. He can also understand the reason why Bilong chose to actively push the lane. Wither nodded. At this time, he had no way out. Since he chose to push the line from the beginning, he had to push it to the end. The most taboo thing is to give up halfway through pushing the line. Otherwise your own line of troops will be completely blown up. He successfully grabbed 2. Learn the W skill in seconds, and release W directly, and continue to use E's to push the lane. Things are developing as he expected. The next wave of artillery soldiers will definitely be able to send the lane into Taobua, inside the defense tower. But at this moment, Nar was already full of anger and started to walk towards his face. Withered not aware of the danger yet. The next second,
Shiba!
Withered exclaimed, attracting the attention of the other 4 Samsung teammates. One look. The level 2 prince actually appears on the road. The prince still has only 1 red buff. Combined with the time of his appearance, it shows that the prince has only received a set of red buffs since the beginning and has never touched other wild monsters. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the prince to appear on the top lane in such a short period of time after ganking in the bottom lane. The only explanation is that the prince did not even glance at any wild monsters during the whole process.
The jungler on the opposite side really doesn't farm monsters at all?
Wither was completely dumbfounded. How could anyone play games like this in their LCK game? If your jungler dares to play so extreme, even if you win, the coach will talk to you after the game and ask you to correct your playing style. The Hunger Strike style of play, which does not farm jungle at all, seems to be deviant from the perspective of the LCK. To be honest, the philosophy is different. The LCK hates this tightrope style of play, and they prefer a style of play that raises the lower limit. How to increase the minimum limit for junglers? It's very simple. Reduce the number of unnecessary ganks, and put more experience into farming and vision layout. If you don't gank online, you won't expose your position information to the opponent. If the jungler doesn't show his head, you can put invisible pressure on 3 lanes at the same time, and you don't have to worry about being countercrouched. And if you keep farming, you can ensure that your level and development will not fall too far behind. And it can also play a certain role in head-on battles. Once you frequently gank and fail to get kills, it will affect your own jungle farming rhythm, which will easily lead to falling behind in level and poor equipment. In frontal battles, You can only play the role of a super soldier.
The prince didn't show up.
This is the only useful information the bottom lane duo can provide to Blight. But the value of this information is not that high. In order to push the line, the big bug stood very far forward. When the prince came out from the direction of the river, he had already completed his detour. The prince didn't need to hand over any skills in advance and just walked directly towards the big bug's face. The big bug at level 2 does not have Q and cannot interfere with the opponent's approach.
Blight shouldn't be able to run away now. Right. The big bug is so bulky and stands so far forward. I guess the Blighters are stupid. You shouldn't see such an exaggerated playstyle in the Korean League. They completely give up farming and just gank. Hey, Xiaotian's wave reminds me of another person. RNG's Mr. Gua. He also likes to sacrifice his own development to forcefully go on a hunger strike to gank.
The risk of forcing a gank if the jungler goes on hunger strike is actually very high. This is also the reason why the performance of Mala Xianghua always has ups and downs. It is essentially a big gamble. If the bet is successful, the gank is successful. You can supplement your development by getting kills or assists. And your teammates online will also benefit from this. Once you lose the bet, you will easily collapse. Certainly, the S7 version has a level catch-up mechanism in the jungle, which can be regarded as a small guarantee and will not cause too much collapse. On the field, Wither can't find any room for maneuver at all. How do you do it? The big bug couldn't move and could only run hard. But after the prince came to the face, he hit the flat A and applied the deceleration effect. And he completely stopped. Anyway, the prince held the EQ twice and kept holding the flat A. Gnar, who had transformed, stepped forward and released W to knock him out, and used Q to throw a big rock. Then he chased the big bug and kept shooting. But the prince still didn't let go of the second EQ. Anyway, this distance is enough for 2 people to kill Big Bug with a flat A. Big Bug is indeed a very tough hero in the middle and late stages. But in the early stage, the squishy Yuppie is not much tougher than those squishy heroes. After Withering waited again and again, he still didn't give up this precious flash. Because it was useless to hand it over. It was slowed down. And the flash could not escape the distance of the prince's EQ second company. On the contrary, if he hands over Flash Death now, Gnar will easily find an opportunity to kill him later. That's all. In less than 3 minutes, Toba got another head. Rewrite the head count to 2-0.
Headmaster and seems to want to enter the jungle area to fight back. But is it too late?
The director cut the camera to Chiefin, who really wanted to cross the river to fight against the enemy. But take a look at the lines of troops on the middle and lower roads. Before Malzahar's skill leveled up, he had no ability to push the lane, and was suppressed by Galio under the tower. Not to mention the bottom lane. It originally had an advantage. But because of the gank wave at the beginning, there was a gap in equipment and no line rights. Both the middle and lower lanes have no line rights. So Leaderin will not dare to enter the jungle. This is a common problem for herbivorous junglers like him. He doesn't dare to gamble too much and pursues safety too much. If it were a younger player or a player like Mala Xianghua, they wouldn't care so much. If you dare to gank my teammates, then I will make you pay a certain price. If you have the guts, come to the jungle to catch me in the jungle. You will definitely catch me to death when you come? If you don't catch him to death, wouldn't you be wasting your precious development time by running back and forth in the wild area? The result was that Gao Tianliang conducted 2 waves of successful ganks on the lane. But no price was paid. The only price is that the wild monster will refresh a little slower than the opponent. But what does it matter? The hunger strike style itself is to take a gamble. If the bet is successful, the advantages of online teammates will naturally make up for the disadvantages of the jungle.
Wow! Samsung will be very difficult to play now. The main reason is that the lane combination that should have the advantage in the bottom lane cannot get the lane rights. On the top lane, Gnar will also enter the rhythm of suppressing the big bugs in advance.
Hit the road. After Li Hansheng cleared the army line, he went home and took out the extraction plus long sword, combined with his Dolan sword. It was equivalent to maxing out the attack power of the panel.
Extraction?
Hao Kai smiled when he saw this piece of equipment.
It really has a noob style.
And on this side of the road, Blight is also feeling tremendous pressure again. This is the case with online hero laning. If you fail to grasp the period of advantage that should belong to you, you will be at a disadvantage. The big bug has a slight advantage against Gnar in the first 2 levels. According to the most ideal situation, it is to push the lane and go home to replenish supplies. But now it cannot be successful because of being ganked. Watching Gnar reach level 3, with the 3 small skills of Q, W, and E, the big bug's head starts to hurt. No matter whether Nar gets bigger or smaller, the threat he poses to him is huge. Little Nar will chase you and keep clicking the 3 rings to deal percentage damage. After using the small Nar form to suppress a wave of your health, he immediately becomes bigger and jumps up to fight with you. Who can withstand this? What's even more terrible is the military line. After the top troop line enters the tower, there will soon be a wave of pushback lines. This means that even if Literan wants to come to the road for a gank, he has no chance. You can only go back to the wild area again to brush the second group of wild monsters. And what about Gao Tianliang? He had already reached the bottom lane and reached the blue buff of Samsung. In the middle lane, Galio had already gone home to replenish his supplies once. Galio, who had 2 Dolan rings, firmly controlled the lane. After pushing the lane, he immediately disappeared into the middle lane and moved down the lane.
Is Wei Shen going to attack Samsung's bottom lane with Xiao Tian again?
Hao Kai was shocked.
Gui. Is Tao's offensive rhythm so full?
He was really completely dumbfounded. What if the version of the World Championship that was said to be not suitable for offense and has a slower pace? Why do you feel like you are completely out of sync with Tao? The terrible thing is, Samsung has no lane rights in the bottom lane. After the cannon levels up, you can use the E skill to quickly push the lane into the tower easily. By the time Chi Di and Quan JJ realized the danger, it was already too late. Chapter 434, 3 consecutive victories in the group. Galio and the prince walked out directly from the triangular grass behind the tower, blocking the retreat of Chi Emperor and Ko JJ.
Ah! Shiba!
Emperor Chi couldn't help but spit out the fragrance.
It's not over yet. And we won't let anyone play games.
They were really miserable in the bottom lane. They were caught in the beginning. But only a few minutes later, they were attacked again in the bottom lane, leaving no room for defense. How can you resist? There is no TP in the middle and upper lanes. Even if there is TP, it is impossible to T down at this time. Isn't that a buy one get one free rhythm?
Although this sentence is a bit inappropriate. When we watched the EDG game, we felt that the current version may not be suitable for the early offensive rhythm. But Tao proved to us with actual actions that there seems to be nothing wrong with pursuing offense. See, look at how smooth Tao's early offensive rhythm is.
Hao Kai was not afraid of offending EDG or EDG fans at this time. How to say? After experiencing 3 consecutive defeats, EDG's reputation has been somewhat undermined by the general public. The main reason is that a large number of fans are disappointed and have lost their fans, which makes the commentators become more bold when criticizing EDG. Of course, it also means to cater to the fans. It's just that such remarks have a bit of a disapproving meaning in them. Beerus and Lulu under the tower could only tremble, without any room for maneuver. Galio activated W and moved forward while charging up, while the other 3 were not in a hurry to take action. After Galio taunted the 2 of them, the prince followed up with EQ. Luo also followed up with W to make a grand appearance to knock them away. The long chain control made it impossible for Chi Di and Lulu to use any skills. Jack is the most comfortable. Just hang an E on Virus, and then use Q to continuously draw for output. Easily captured 2 heads and won the double kill.
Wow! Tao's offensive rhythm really makes people feel at ease. It is simply a kind of enjoyment.
Wang Duo couldn't help but praise. Tao's offensive rhythm is indeed smooth, but it is mainly too fast. Gao Tianliang's complete hunger strike and constant ganking completely disrupted Leader N's jungle plan. Leader N is getting older. His operation skills are constantly declining, and he cannot concentrate for a long time. On the court, he relies more on the gaming experience he has accumulated over the years to play the game. The characteristic of this kind of veteran is that his lower limit is very high, and if you let him play an accustomed and comfortable game rhythm, he can also perform particularly well, especially for young junglers. If you follow the opponent step by step and then drag the rhythm down, Leader N can use his rich experience to beat you to death. But who knew that Gao Tianliang would not play this trick with you at all? I just want to fight with you. Tobwa has the capital to fight. When comparing the personal abilities of the 3 CS, Tobwa completely won. So even if it was a chaotic battle, Tobwa could win the game with his stronger personal ability. They were already trailing 0-4. But Samsung couldn't find any sign of a comeback. Leader N seemed to have vanished from the world on the field. He kept brushing the jungle in the wild area, and then turned around.
After all, Samsung still has something we can learn from.
Hao Kai changed the topic.
Look at the number of real eyes they have. Now I believe the rumors are true. If Samsung's team members don't buy real eyes when they go home, your wages should be deducted.
In such a disadvantageous situation, every time Samsung players go home, even if they are in the C position, they will buy a real eye and put it in their backpack. regardless of whether you can insert the true eye on the map. The first thing is to make sure that you have the true eye in your backpack. You can't say there's a problem with Samsung's almost perverted requirements for field of view. Whether it's offense or defense in League of Legends, it's all about one link. Whether you are attacking or defending, you need to obtain enough visual field information. Use the visual field information to predict the opponent's movements in advance. And use this amount of information in advance to ensure that your offensive or defensive decisions will not make mistakes. Korean teams actually pay great attention to the layout of the field of view. But Samsung seems to be particularly abnormal in this aspect. In a disadvantageous situation, the economy is very valuable, especially in the C position. Buying too many real eyes can easily drag down the economy in the C position. There are good and bad behaviors. Purchasing enough real eyes to light up the map will bring a heavy financial burden. But the effect is obvious. Gao Tianyong's next few gank attempts were forced to abort because they were discovered by the real eye, which actually allowed Samsung to breathe a sigh of relief. As the top, middle and jungle sides of both sides gradually reach level 6, Samsung is also looking for a counterattack. The target is naturally still aimed at the bottom lane. There's no point in hitting the road. The big bug just stacks up the numbers with his ultimate move and just acts as the front row. If you want to turn the game over, you have to raise Varus and Lulu. The right way is to let Lulu make the incense burner earlier. To this end, Samsung has made a series of careful plans. The first is that Liderin runs to the middle and performs a wave of ganks. The Prince plus Malzahar do not pose much of a threat to the meaty Galio. The reason for such a wave of ganks is to give Malzahar a push. It's just a chance. The Korean team has always been adhering to the principle of handling the line of troops before carrying out other series of actions. After pushing the line in the middle, Malzahar and Pig Girl walked down together. They had to carry out this wave of ganks before the bottom lane reached level 6. Otherwise, if Xiaopao and Luo reached level 6, the difficulty would skyrocket if they tried to grab the bottom lane again. Tobo reacted quickly in the bottom lane, but it seemed a little too late. Lulu gave the sheep transformation directly to Xiaopao, not giving Xiaopao a chance to escape immediately. Luo could only eat to Xiaopao's side, and then W rushed towards Malzahar and Pig Girl. But here's the problem. Malzahar had a passive sleeve on his body, which made him immune to skills. The Pig Girl was knocked away, but Malzahar walked straight past Luo's face. Start with Q and silence the cannon, preventing the cannon from transferring skills. After setting up the E and firing the W, he immediately suppresses the cannon in place with his big move, leaving Jack with no room to operate.
Xiao Ming should run away quickly. There is no possibility of Jack surviving.
Hao Kai gave the most pertinent opinion. This was indeed the case for Shi Siming. He was walking towards the middle right away, but Leader and QQ towards him, giving all his skills to him, trying to completely keep him here. Fortunately, Shi Siming had Flash on his body. After taking the first wave of control from Pig Girl, he used Flash to avoid Pig Girl's ultimate move and was not frozen in place. Samsung has no follow-up control to retain people, so it simply doesn't bother to pursue it.
It's not bad. The bottom lane is in Tubla's hands. Even if he is killed this time, Jack shouldn't lose too many lanes.
Hao Kai analyzed the situation on the field.
Hey, if you want to attack the bottom lane, Tobo will attack you on the top lane.
In terms of stopping losses, Tobo has done a really good job. Many times, when you are aware of the opponent's intentions and know that you cannot avoid the opponent's attack, you will immediately take countermeasures. The reason why this can be achieved is mainly due to the terrifying suppressive power of Li Hanxin on the road. Right now, the big bug has been trapped under the defense tower and cannot come out. This is the case with the hero Gnar. As the level increases, Gnar's range becomes longer and longer. His equipment gets better and better, and his suppression effect on tank heroes will become better and better. And after making the Black Cut plus Big Ice Hammer, a bulky tank hero like Big Bug will completely become Gnar's toy, and can only be pulled and manipulated by Gnar at will. Seeing the figures of Galio and the Prince, Wither also knew what kind of ending he would face. You can't operate it. His ultimate move had already killed artillery soldiers before. But now in CD, a big bug with a meaty armor cannot complete the 1v3 operation under the tower. Moreover, Li Hanxing's form was perfectly controlled. Because my midfielder is Prince plus Galio, I can maximize tankiness and control. But the damage is lacking. Therefore, during the process of pushing the line, he accumulated a lot of anger and transformed himself in advance. As soon as the line of troops entered the tower, his anger was just exhausted, and he transformed into the form of Little Gnar again, so that he could fight to the maximum extent. Full damage. Lil Nar's 3 rings pose a greater threat to these tank heroes. Still the same. Galio relied on his high level and rough skin to walk directly towards the big bug's face. At the same time, he did not forget to keep charging W. As the taunt was successful, the prince also approached. When the taunt was about to end, EQ2 even add control. Li Hansheng is just like Jack before him. It doesn't require too many tedious operations. Just keep drawing A, and you can easily take down the big insect's head.
Tobo will fight back quickly,
Hao Kai shouted loudly. The tens of thousands of spectators at Wuhan Sports Center were also very impressive, and they immediately supported the players on the field with warm cheers. Samsung is very troubled here. Disadvantages are not terrible. Every lineup has its own strong period. It is reasonable for others to gain certain advantages during their strong period. But disadvantage. A prerequisite for making a comeback is that you must be able to seize the opportunity. And you must not give the opponent a chance. They did seize the wave of double 6 in their center, and failed to take the initiative to attack and recover some disadvantages. But he was sent back immediately after getting on the road. It's equivalent to recovering an economic disadvantage of 500. And they immediately give you an economic advantage of 500. It means that you are still standing still without doing anything. What can be done? And the situation on the court is becoming increasingly unfavorable for Samsung. They ensure the development of the bottom lane, coupled with the super long chain control in the middle and jungle, so that they can indeed not lose to Taobao in a head-on match. At least they have the capital to fight with Taobao in team battles. But what about the wings? How to deal with this Nar? At 10 minutes, Taobao immediately chose to control the Canyon Pioneer, and then helped Li Hansheng win the top tower. In 11 minutes, Li Hansheng took out his first big black cut. At this time, the extra economy extracted from Li Hansheng has not yet been replenished. When the game time came to 18 minutes, Li Hansheng had already made up for the second big ice hammer. The stunted giant bug only had cloth armor shoes plus gargoyle stone plate armor at this time. Wither highlighted a tormented one on the wing. Nar himself uses cube boomerang to slow down. And then after hitting 3 rings, he can gain the acceleration effect. Black Cut synthesis formula contains a small wooden hammer. So Black Cut also has the effect of a small wooden hammer. Flat A can increase his movement speed. In this case, it was easy for Nar to pull the big bug, coupled with the slowing effect of the big ice hammer. If the big bug moves slightly carelessly, it will be chased by Nar all the way. If it flashes too late, there is even a risk of being killed alone. The game time comes to 20 minutes. Samsung's middle tower is still there. This is the result of their desperate defense, and also the result of their head-on battle without losing too much. But that's all. Taobao was not in any hurry to fight head-on with them. Instead, he used Li Hansheng's advantage on the side lane to continuously take the side towers. Samsung's second towers on the upper and lower lanes have been demolished, and Li Hansheng is threatening Samsung's bottom lane high tower. Samsung was very depressed after being pulled back and forth. They are already at a disadvantage. So there is no way for the dragon to force the team and force Li Hansheng to come forward. Therefore, they can only take the next step. That is to send many people to the bottom lane to capture Li Hansheng. Malzahar, Piggy, Lulu, Virus.
Wow! Samsung dispatched a division of troops to capture Noob,
Hao Kai exclaimed. With a series of control chain handovers, Li Han ascended to the sky and Ferner was killed in the bottom lane without any room for maneuver. But 2 seconds after he fell, another burst of wailing sounded in everyone's headphones. Baron Nash was killed by Taobao. Samsung is still losing money in the League of Legends game. No matter what the circumstances, if 3 or more people are sent to catch one person, no matter whether they succeed or not, they will not make much money, and may even lose blood. At the moment, this is the result of Samsung. After Taobao got the Baron, Samsung had a harder time defending from the front. The first and second towers on the middle road were destroyed successively, being blocked on the high ground. The economic gap between the two sides is getting wider and wider. Finally, when the economic growth of both parties exceeds 1W, Taobao chooses to rush to the high ground. Luo Yiba's beautiful R dodged the group, and Li Hansheng's perfect anger control happened to be using E to transform, so that he could complete a double jump, and then flash forward, with a wave of Tathagata Palm. Killing Lulu and Wei Ruth was pushed out. The prince took advantage of the opportunity to gain control, and Jack also chose W to jump up and deal damage. When everyone is in the face, there is no need to consider whether they will be counterkilled. Just rush along and that's it. Taobao made a perfect control chain connection, and brought Lulu to him in an instant.
The Taobao team battle is picturesque.
Wang Duoduo praised loudly again.
No matter how strong your 3-star defense line is, it can't stop my Tobwa continuous offensive. There is no suspense in the team battle. We should be able to congratulate Tobwa in advance for winning. 3-0. Tobwa has a perfect start in the first round of the group stage. It is not even an exaggeration to say that with the competitive state and performance shown by Tobwa based on our understanding of the version, we have every reason to believe that Tobwa will emerge from Group A as the top player in the group.
Chapter 435 The exciting second round showdown. The moment he took off the headphones, a huge wave of sound suddenly hit his ears. This feeling was very subtle, but Li Hanxing enjoyed it very much. Li Hanxing stood up quickly, smiled and high-fived Gao Tianyang beside him to celebrate. To be honest, this victory came a little too easily, but it's normal with Tobwa's strength. Except for a few teams that can pose a certain threat to themselves, 99% of the teams in the world are easily crushed and taken away by Taobo.
Winning the World Championship doesn't seem to be much different from playing in the league?
Jack walked over with a smile and saw that he wanted to fill the cup.
Is it because we are competing in China?
There is indeed a reason for this. This is a manifestation of the home field advantage. You can prepare and compete in an environment you are familiar with. People can always perform better in a familiar environment because they are more comfortable.
You're pretending. Right.
Gao Dui joked with a smile.
What's going on here? You don't think you've already won the championship? Do you? Aren't we going to win randomly in our current state?
Jack smiled and didn't take it to heart at all.
There is no way we will lose in the next round.
You can't say Samsung's strength is bad. Although they are only the 3rd seed in the LCK, they are definitely among the best in the world in terms of strength. Against such a strong opponent, Tobwa almost crushed them all the way and won easily. If it were a stronger SKT. What about Dragon Ball? Jack is always inexplicably optimistic and inflated. Appropriate inflation is a manifestation of a positive and optimistic mentality. And it is also a manifestation of the player's strong self-confidence. You can't be in the world's #1 team and have such low self-esteem that you feel like you can't win this or that. If you have this kind of mentality, you may not be able to go far. Appropriate inflation is far more reliable than having no confidence. This is the Samsung player bench. All of them were a little confused. There was definitely a gap. They were not so inflated that they thought they would definitely not lose to Tobwa. They just didn't expect to lose so miserably. The whole audience was being led by the nose. They relied on it as impossible to operate based on survival or special skills. If you can't control the rhythm yourself, what's the point of talking about operations? The MVP player of this game is also displayed on the large LED electronic screen directly behind the player seats. There is no doubt that Gao Tianyang, who drove the whole game crazy and brought Samsung into the chaos, became the voted MVP player. On the screen was his handsome makeup photo, as well as the data he produced. April 1st, 17. The number of heads is not large. But anyone who has watched the game knows that the reason why Tobwa can have such a smooth rhythm in the early stage is inseparable from his mini ganks.
Xiaotian is well deserved for being the MVP. He did not let Captain and drag the rhythm of the game into a mutually depleting rhythm. Instead,
he used his excellent gank ability to make Captain exhausted. It's no exaggeration to say that the leader was defeated by Xiaotian.
Hao Kai said bluntly, the LPL has always had a drawback when it comes to MVP selection. Sometimes, in order to create topics, Tingjing will deliberately create topics for the audience to discuss in the selection of MVP, and will be more biased towards C-position players in the selection of MVP. Because C-position players get more economy and are more likely to perform brilliantly in team battles. On the contrary, the two tool positions of Nozook are easy to be ignored because it is difficult to perform well in team battles. But in fact, League of Legends is a game. If a team wants to establish an advantage, the most difficult thing is to start the rhythm in the early stage. And Nozook is the initiator of the team's rhythm. Besides, a good group start can also allow the C position to perform better. Following the output and harvesting are the simplest things on the field. Your teammates have already perfectly organized the team, and the control is in place. You just need to follow and throw skills. Doesn't this mean you have the skills? But Nozook's role on the court requires the audience to have a certain game foundation or even understanding of the game. If it is a player who is not very good at playing games or a pure cloud player, they will not understand Nozook's presence on the court at all. The role played, in terms of MVP selection, Nozook will be particularly disadvantaged. For some positions, such as the top laner, if you choose Kennen, you can become invisible in the whole game. If you find a wave of team battles and hit the Thunder to gain huge impression points, You can win an MVP. The jungle is different. You need to shine from the beginning to the end to have a chance to win MVP. As for support, unless you are playing a hook hero with various hits, it is basically impossible. Competing for different MVP positions is basically not the same difficulty. Different from abroad. In South Korea and even during the World Championship, the selection of MVP is more scientific, and the probability of Noseok winning MVP in these two positions is greatly increased. Sure enough, the person who accepted the official interview after the game was Gao Tianliang, and Lee Han-sheng was invited by the LCK division to be interviewed. Maybe because she had interacted with her last year. The relevant questions asked by the Korean host were not too excessive. She also knew that if she asked such excessive questions, she would most likely be embarrassed. Lee Han-sheng is famous all over the world for speaking out, and he does not indulge in bad habits. After the interview, go back to the backstage. Guo is still standing at the door waiting for the players to arrive. This has almost become a fixed thing for him to do every game day.
Haha. Han-sheng. You performed well.
Guo patted him on the shoulder and praised him. Lee Han-sheng rolled his eyes, then shrugged.
It's just SOSO. It's still a shame not to appear in Group A.
Guo smiled crookedly. This is a world championship held at home, and the buzz it creates and the traffic it attracts are far greater than last year. If this momentum continues, if Taobo can win the championship again this year, the popularity it will gain will be immeasurable. He is also a layman. We are well aware of the wealth value behind this huge traffic. Apart from anything else, the huge advertising benefits that the parent company can obtain can bring a lot of income to the entire team. Not to mention various subsequent advertising endorsements and live broadcast contracts. These are the bulk of income. Who would refuse high income? And who would hate themselves for making too much money? After a while, Gao Tianliang also ended the interview and returned to the backstage. Seeing that everyone was in place, Guo coughed twice and said,
First of all, everyone performed very well in the first round. With 3 consecutive wins, we have achieved our set goal. We will have 3 days of vacation next. I have discussed it with Hungmi. You can make your own arrangements from today until tomorrow night. Then we will start scheduling training matches to prepare for the second round of the group stage and strive for a complete victory. Are you ready to qualify?
Okay.
As soon as they heard that they could rest, the team members felt as if they had been pumped. The main thing is that during the group stage of the World Championship, the schedule is very full. You have games almost every day. Although you only need to play 1 game every day. But due to the huge consumption of energy, you dare not relax at all. It doesn't mean that you will win if you are strong. If you don't respect the field and your opponents, you will be upset. Throughout history, the overturns of various strong teams are all due to expansion, looking down on their opponents, and their own slack, which leads to losing the game. C9 also had 3 consecutive wins in the first round of the group stage, and then immediately lost 4 consecutive games and was eliminated in the second round. The first and second rounds of the group stage are not the same concept. In the first round, everyone's understanding of the World Championship version was still very vague. They all needed to slowly explore it, and they didn't know their opponents that well. But the second round is different. The first is that everyone's understanding of the version tends to be unified and a consensus will be formed, such as the priority of heroes, the choice of playstyles, etc. Then you have a general understanding of your opponents and enough game samples to allow you to conduct more targeted research and observations. It's equivalent to the fact that in the first round, everyone's level may be uneven. But in the second round, some teams may advance by leaps and bounds, while some teams may stand still and be eliminated. The World Championship is a process of competing to see who has the stronger learning ability and who grows faster. Although Talbot does not need to worry about the team overturning, Hongmi must prepare for a rainy day. Although he had already touched the version of the incense burner monster, he could not guarantee that his understanding of the version would be correct. You also need to review the videos of other teams to summarize other people's experiences and integrate them into your own playing style. Otherwise, others are making progress, while Talbot is standing still. Even if Talbot's overall strength is stronger, it cannot expand to this point. Another day of rest. The first round matches of the remaining 2 groups are also coming to an end. The highlight is undoubtedly RNG versus Longzhou, and whether TSM can win 3 consecutive games in the group. RNG and Longzhou have also won 2 games. Whoever wins will win 3 games in a row and become the first in Group B. Lee Han-sheng and his teammates watched the entire game in the training room. The first thing to be staged is the showdown between TSM and MSF. It can also be regarded as a European and American battle. The Rabbitohs obviously have not completely controlled the version yet, and their players are weaker. Facing TSM's luxurious Trident lineup, it is normal to lose. TSM successfully won 3 consecutive group wins. In the post-match interview, Imp faced the host's question and said,
"What hopes to meet Tao Bo in the knockout stage? What wants to personally defeat Pinley and break his undefeated myth? What is the best? What is the best? To become the only man to win the S competition 3 times. If you want to win Taobao, it's easy. Just beat Jiekwa in the nest."
Gu Sungbin's character is still so crazy. TSM's personnel composition can also satisfy his desire to enjoy the championship.
MD! This guy doesn't treat his buddies as human beings at all. Does he?
Jack was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Saying this in front of interviews from all over the world is not the same as publicly saying that Taobao's bottom lane is the breakthrough. Although this is almost an open secret in the professional League of Legends circle. Anyone would have such thoughts. But if you have such an idea, and if you say it in an interview, the meaning is different.
Hee hee. I can only say that Poo-Poo still understands you. You win, Ba. Remember to send it twice less.
Shersaming smiled and finished the attack.
It's okay. I won't let the dog leash so easily in this version.
Jack waved his hand nonchalantly. Why do even fans think that the version of the incense burner monster belongs to Jack? Isn't it just because this version is difficult to kill? So you can safely hit output? Perfectly suited to his high-risk, high-reward style of play. What follows is a high-intensity showdown between RNG and Dragon Ball. In fact, you can see it. The Censor Monster version does have a certain impact on Dragon Ball, mainly because the Rat King in the bottom lane is indeed older, and his carry ability is far less than when he was young. In this version, there is no tool player in the bottom lane. You must play the C position. And it also tests your landing ability. For the 2 Elder Xianming, this is a bit difficult to resist. Uzi had a huge landing advantage against the 2 Elders of Xianming on the bottom lane. However, Dragon Ball is not completely without advantages. That is their upper jungle. When Khan faced Emperor Rang, S7 did not have the supermodel Kaiyan Lai as a hero. And Emperor Rang could not realize the equality of all living beings. He was suppressed miserably by Khan. It fits RNG's game style very well. The advantages on the bottom lane are infinite. And the disadvantages on the top lane are also infinite. This leads to Longzhu has room to operate. Khan's carry-type top laner is really good. AD Kinnan is creating all kinds of pressure on the wing. But RNG has nothing to do. I want to apply for a group to advance, but I can't. Instead, he was involved in various ways by Longzhu's sophisticated operations. No matter how much Dragon Ball looks like Taobao, they are still a Korean team at heart. And running this thing is something engraved in their bones. The huge disadvantage on the wing made RNG exhausted, and it was unable to resolve the battle quickly. Being dragged into the late stages, the gap between the 2 sides in the bottom lane was evened out. The Rat King's landing ability is a bit poor, but his team playing ability is not bad at all. Longzhu won the Big Dragon team in 35 minutes, establishing the victory in one fell swoop, and RNG could no longer resist. Unfortunately failed in the end.
What a pity. RNG had such a huge advantage in the early stage.
Umbrella King regretted very much.
The top lane disadvantage is too great. RNG must solve the problem of top lane. I think we can give Zoom a chance to play. Otherwise the bottom lane will get it. No matter how big the advantage is. If there is no way to push quickly, it will be difficult for RNG to win. In this version, it's very difficult to kill people from the front. If you want to speed up the pace or advance, you must have an advantage on the side. This is exactly what RNG lacks the most.
Despite the defeat, however, RNG still achieved a 2-1 record in the first round of the group. And the qualifying form was excellent. Now, only everyone in EDG is having trouble qualifying. After a 0-3 start. If you want to qualify, you not only need to work hard on your own, but also need the cooperation of your competitors. The first round of the group stage is over. Next comes a 3-day break, which for most viewers is also the end of the National Day holiday. But fortunately, this is a domestic competition, so it does not affect their ability to watch the game. 3 days later, the battle in the group stage has reignited again. The first to start the battle is the EDG team. Chapter 436, Teach you how to play Lucien. The schedule for the group stage has been decided a long time ago. At that time, Tingjing may have wanted to protect EDG and RNG and wanted to give these 2 teams more preparation time. So their schedule was not so tight. After all, no one would think that Taobao couldn't appear in the group. Right? Therefore, In terms of the schedule of the group stage, Taobao is slightly more compact than the other two teams in the LPL division. The second round of the group stage will start from Group A. At that time, Tung Jing was just thinking about taking precautions, but he didn't expect that the current situation was actually as they expected. RNG is okay. The group with 2 wins and 1 loss has a high probability of being stable. After all, the overall strength of Group B is not that abnormal. RNG's loss to Longzhou is also a bitter defeat. It is not a pure crush. If the two sides meet again, who will lose? It's hard to say if you win. EDG's situation is very bad. 0-3. It started with 3 consecutive losses. Although EDG had a huge advantage in the early 3 games, facing SKT, it was even an economic game with a lead of tens of thousands. But the problem is, if you don't win the game, everything is in vain. So what if you are 3W ahead in economy? Not winning the game means not winning the game, and the result of the game will not change. Of course, we are not at a dead end yet. At least there is still the possibility of theoretically qualifying. But the premise is that EDG must win 3 consecutive victories in the second round. Judging from the game process, there is absolutely no problem with EDG's strength. But now they seem to be trapped in a strange circle. That is, they begin to not believe in their late-stage abilities. They were originally a team that was very good at late-stage operations, but their failures in the past few years made them try to focus on the early offensive rhythm. And the 3 consecutive losses in the group stage clearly showed that they had an advantage in the early stage. But in the middle and the later stage, they had a huge advantage, but could not end the game. This leads them to become more and more fast, and want to solve the game in the early stage. Moreover, the entire EDG team has also fallen into a deep self-doubt. This is the case in the competitive field. For example, in the fields of football and basketball, some people will say that a certain team does not have a winning culture. What is a winning culture? To be honest, it's a kind of confidence. He believes in his bones that he can win the game, and he knows how to maintain his advantage on the court to win the game. Many teams have talented young people, but they always ruin a good game after taking the lead. This kind of behavior means they don't know how to convert the winning momentum and don't know how to win the game. EDG originally had this kind of game-winning culture, which was the absolute confidence they had accumulated by dominating the domestic league in the past few years. But now this confidence is gone. This is the most important thing. Confidence is the 7th piece of equipment for professional players on the field, and its importance is self-evident. Once a player loses confidence, it will have a huge blow to his performance on the court. However, it is difficult for you to influence this thing from the outside world. You can only adjust it through the player's self-adjustment. Fortunately, the schedule has bought EDG a few more precious days. Li Hansheng still hopes that EDG can change history. Although when he was young, he followed the trend and defeated Nanchang. But now that he has reached this point, he hopes that Nanchang can achieve a higher breakthrough in the World Championship, which was his best year. If you think about it carefully, Qi Jiang did not sell cakes on live broadcasts when she was at the height of her popularity, but still persisted and worked hard for change. At least for this point, Qi Jiang is not bad in Li Hansheng's mind. On October 12th, the group stage battles reignited again. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Li Hansheng and his teammates were already ready to leave for the competition site. As the departure was approaching, Guihao brought some bananas, chocolates, and other foods to the team members. There are a total of 3 games expected in Taobao today, and they are not consecutive games. They need to stay at the scene all the time. The players will definitely not be able to eat in the middle. In order to have a good competitive state, it is impossible to eat staple food on site. Eating will cause blood to concentrate in the stomach and insufficient blood supply to the brain, resulting in drowsiness, lack of concentration, and slow reaction. This is not the first time Taobao has played in a game, so he has accumulated a lot of experience in this area. Guihao is like a logistics captain, making various preparations in advance. The hotel arranged by Riot Games was not far from the Wuhan Sports Center, and the group quickly arrived at the scene. In addition to Taobao, team members from Flash Wolves, Vietnam's GM, and Samsung arrived at the scene almost at the same time. Everyone in Taobao happened to meet the members of Flash Wolf, and it could be seen that the overall mood of Flash Wolf was not high. It could even be said to be a bit depressed, because, in the first round, not only EDG suffered a 3-game losing streak, but the Flash Wolves, known as the Anti-Korean Heroes, also suffered a 3-game losing streak. That's right. They couldn't even win GM in the wild card division. The Crooked Netherworld forum was full of mocking remarks about the entire Flash Wolves team. and they were verbally criticized by fans in their own region. The Flash Wolves enjoyed the same treatment as EDG, especially their core player Kasa. There is no doubt that Kasa is a jungler with obvious advantages and disadvantages. And there is no doubt about his personal strength. The reason why Flash Wolves can occupy a place among the top teams in the world's League of Legends is because of him and Maple. Their midfielder pairing indeed has world-class strength. Oh! There is also the auxiliary Snake in the bottom lane. But the problem is that the top lane and ADC are not strong enough, which makes their team's upper limit insufficient. In the BO1 full of chance, they can often achieve good results. But once they enter the BO3 or BO5, which more tests the overall strength, their shortcomings will be targeted indefinitely. Moreover, Kasa is not the kind of player who can carry the team in the late game. His biggest weakness is that he is easily invisible in the mid to late game. Li Hansheng took the initiative to greet them, and only Snake could respond with a smile. The others hurriedly walked to the lounge with their heads lowered. It was enough to show how bad their mood was.
TSK. TSK.
Jack groped his chin and sighed.
Why does it feel like this year is a year of major reshuffle of League of Legends teams? Many long-established players performed very average this year. The future really belongs to young people like me.
Okay.
We haven't even qualified for the group stage yet. You can wait until today's game is over to get the cup.
Li Hansheng patted him on the back angrily.
Brother Hansheng is jealous. Isn't he? After all, he is younger than you and has a better future than you.
Jack laughed proudly, as if he had caught Li Hansheng's sore spot. Gao Tianliang, who was passing by him, said something that completely stopped him.
It seems that Brother Hansheng is not much older than you. Right. Besides, what kind of champion are you?
Jack suddenly felt like a cock being pinched by his throat. He couldn't make any sound. He stood there slightly embarrassed, and then yelled angrily.
Isn't he the world champion? 1 month later, my brothers will do the same. Yes. Champion. I want the champion skin. Huh?
Shi Siming did not forget to joke in a weird way.
Are you the legendary man who wants to surpass Han Shengge and Faker? Go away. You are just jealous of me.
Jack was immediately furious and was about to start a fight with Shi Siming. There was no trace of any tension between the two of them as they were playing around. Normally, although they did not officially play last year, they followed the team and played the entire game. The World Championship is not unfamiliar to them at all. The group stage will start at 12 noon. This is mainly to take care of foreign audiences. After all, there is a huge time difference between Europe and the United States and China. If we purely consider domestic audiences, it will affect foreign ratings, which is obviously a situation Riot does not want to see. So Riot adopted a compromise approach. Just like when the World Championship is held abroad, it makes sense that Riot will also consider the domestic audience a little when scheduling. Regarding the hosting of esports events, Riot Games' planning capabilities are second to none in the world. When it comes to esports, no other game manufacturer can compete with Riot Games. League of Legends can become a worldwide phenomenon-level esports masterpiece, which is inseparable from Riot's esports competition construction. Even if League of Legends can withstand the impact of so many games and still stand firm, it cannot do without a complete and mature esports event system as the foundation. Although today is not a rest day, the Wuhan Sports Center is still full of seats, and qualified spectators choose to come to the scene to support Tabua. Even if there is no way to come to the scene, I will immediately take out my mobile phone or open the computer browser and enter the official live broadcast room to watch today's game.
Good afternoon to all the audience members at the scene and in front of the screen.
Guan Ziyuan's voice was full of anger. He and Wang Lao were assigned to commentate today. The reason for this arrangement was mainly because Samsung was also in Group A. Guan Ziyuan was a big fan of Samsung, so naturally he had to be the one to commentate on Samsung. Only the competition can reflect the effect of the program.
Welcome everyone to the live broadcast of the second round of the 2017 League of Legends Global Finals Group Stage, which is also the decisive day for Group A to qualify. Today, our number 1 seed in the LPL division, Team Tabua, will face the final test of the group stage. Of course, Tabua, which won 3 consecutive victories in the first round, showed its extraordinary competitive state and understanding of the version far beyond others. There won't be much of a problem qualifying. The suspense lies in whether Tabua can win the group. After all, Noob said that his regret in last year's World Championship was that he failed to win all the games and lost to the Tigers. This year I want to win the championship without losing a game. Haha. It's too early to say win the championship now. We all know that during the World Championship, There is almost a new understanding every day. Other competitors are growing. If Talbot stays still, it will be easy for others to catch up or even surpass it.
Guan Ziyuan seemed to be reminding Talbot not to be careless. But in fact, he was secretly expressing that Samsung might threaten Talbot by its rapid growth. The director also promptly provided the point scores of the 4 groups after the first round. There is no doubt that in Group A, Talbot ranked first with 3 consecutive victories. Samsung ranked second with 2 wins and 1 loss. GM ranked third with 1 win and 2 losses. And Flash Wolves ranked embarrassingly with 3 consecutive victories. Won the bottom of the group. In Group B, Longyu also won 3 consecutive victories and stood out, followed by RNG with 2 wins and 1 loss. Fnatic ranked third, and 90 ranked fourth. In Group C, TSM and MSF teams ranked first and second in the group. HQ third, and Fenerbahce fourth. In Group D, SKT won all 3 games and ranked first in the group. G2 ranked second, C9 ranked third, and EDG also ranked last in the group with an embarrassing result of 0-3. Seeing the points of Group D, a lot of taunting comments suddenly appeared in the official match live broadcast room. It really makes me laugh to death. EDG cannot live without HQ. Just like the West cannot lose Jerusalem, and the 3D zone cannot live without Tifa. As long as Guigui is not in the same group as HQ, he won't even be able to win his first victory. Right? It's really your EDG. You know what a hammer is. The factory director obviously wants to accumulate a lot of money. He will lose 3 games first, let you ridicule him, and then slap you hard in the face. Everyone get out of the way. I've been a little angry recently, and my urine has turned yellow. Why am I here to wake up this piggy upstairs, and still dream about qualifying for the group? My evaluation is that if EDG can get its first win, it will be considered a victory. Right? Trash Minkai, with 8 strokes and 8 strokes, has been in the top 8 every year. I never dreamed that this year he couldn't even hold his spot in the top 8. What? There are still piglets now? No. No. No one really likes being abused that much. Right? It can be seen from the barrage how bad EDG's current public opinion environment is. Guan Ziyuan continued.
The rhythm of the second round of the group stage will become extremely tight. Playing the remaining 3 games in one day will be a huge test for the team and players. After all, there have been many world championships in the past few years. There are too many clear examples that show that a successful first round does not mean you will qualify. There are still huge variables in the group stage. You are right, but I don't think Talbot needs to worry about this.
Wang Lao rolled his eyes.
The only suspense today is whether Talbot can win 3 consecutive victories, and whether Talbot will take out the money again. Bring me something.
The scene suddenly erupted into bursts of exclamations. It turns out that everyone from Talbot has arrived on the stage, and their opponent is the Flash Wolf team.
Wow! The schedule is a bit bad for the Lightning Wolves.
Wang Lauer still cares about his old club.
They are already low in morale, and have to face the strongest opponent in the group. There is no way that the Lightning Wolves won't win the group stage this year. Is it your first victory?
Wang Lauer's worry is not unreasonable. This is also everyone's worry about EDG. After 3 consecutive victories, if you encounter a stronger opponent, once you fail to hold on, your self-confidence will completely collapse, leading to a vicious chain reaction. However, there is little use in worrying at this time. The only people EDG can rely on are themselves. After the players from both sides finished debugging, the director directly switched the screen to the BP screen of both sides without any ink marks. When the 2 sides faced off in the first round, Talbot was on the blue side, so Talbot will automatically go to the red side in the second round.
Flash Wolf banned Xayah first, and Talbot sent Kalista to the ban position.
Wang Lauer talked eloquently.
After watching so many games, everyone must know the BP priority of the current version. Callis the Tower is a banned position that the red side must bear, so it can also be understood as a natural explanation for the red side in the World Championship version.
The banned players on both sides were very fast, and Flash Wolf sent Karma and Jace to the banned position one after another. Talbot chose to block Yenke and Syndra. In this case, Flash Wolf can steal Galio first. Naturally, Talbot cannot let the opponent get the combination of Prince Galio. Therefore, Prince Luo was locked.
Have you noticed that compared to characters like Lulu and Feng Nu, Talbot still loves the hero Luo more?
Guan Ziyuan analyzed. Wang Lao rolled his eyes, feeling that Guan Ziyuan was so rare.
Did Mr. Ziyuan watch too many LCK games and forget what the core features of Talbot are? Talbot is a team that always advocates offense, with a special emphasis on the initiative of the lineup. Luo can play the incense burner and is in line with the characteristics of strong opening. The priority in Tobo's lineup must be high.
He scolded him for a while, and then added,
Tobo will most likely continue to take Shulua's combination.
I recognize the second brother's status as a big fan of Tobo. It's also an LPL commentator. Why is the gap so big? One can kneel down and lick Koreans, but the other can be very knowledgeable about our team. Hack you. You must die. Samsung will be upset today. Go. 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 Hurry up and qualify for Tobo. The BP idea in the World Championship is also very fixed. Under normal circumstances, the first 3 players will use the jungle and bottom lane combination. Put the middle and top in the second round and then choose. You can also go out first in the middle. Anyway, the bottom lane combination must go out first. And the choices for each position are basically fixed. Just a few heroes. Because there will always be a few special versions of heroes. It is normal to select them repeatedly in all professional competitions for victory. Why should I take the initiative to change if I can win with this hero? However, in the final choice, Li Hansheng still brought some surprises to the audience. It even attracted a burst of exclamations from the commentators in each competition area and the audience. In the end, the lineups of both sides were determined. Flash Wolf is on the blue side, and Torpor is on the red side. Top lane, Gnar vs Lucian. Jungle, Beryl vs Prince. Mid lane, Galio vs Ryze. Bottom lane, Xiaopao Lulu vs Mouse Luo.
Wow!
Wang Lauer smiled happily.
As expected of you. Noob! He understands program effects and traffic. If I choose Lucian at this juncture, isn't this kind of behavior tantamount to saying, let me teach you how to play this hero step by step? Ha ha ha.
Guan Ziyuan also laughed and joked.
Should we target the EDG team here? Let them learn how to win the game correctly with Lucian in the lineup.
It's no wonder that the audience and commentators have such an association. The main reason is that this hero is too effective for the current LPL audience. Chapter 437 2 Easy Combos. No wonder the commentators say such things. Previously, EDG selected Lucian to celebrate 3 consecutive kneels. And Tobo selected such a hero at this delicate juncture. Are you saying that you deliberately slapped your face to disgust EDG? That's not the case. As Li Hansheng became more and more famous, some of his short stories were basically picked up by the audience. For example, he once followed Jack AI to EDG for a trial training. Although I accompanied Jack there, they still left a good influence on each other. Li Hansheng also has very good personal relationships with the factory director, Sister Control and others. The audience would rather believe that Li Hansheng planned to teach EDG step by step how to win the game with Lucian, rather than believe that he was disgusting EDG. Certainly, this hero was selected not only for this reason, but also partly because the opponent selected Gnar. And top laner Lucian is really good at playing Gnar purely from a laning perspective. All the Yordles on the top lane can't beat Jace. And Jace can't beat Lucian in the lane. Which almost means that Lucian can beat all the Yordles in the top lane. No! From the beginning of the laning phase, Mimi Dan entered into a rhythm of being tortured by the ultimate. As a man whose length has been reduced, Lucian has been reduced in all aspects. The length of transparent holy light, including his own range, has also been reduced. Originally, Lucian used his racial talent in the bottom lane to gain plus points of link penetration, which was not wanted by many male and female shooter heroes. But as the length is weakened, Lucian's suppressive power in the bottom lane is greatly reduced. After all, length, no, range is the most important thing for a shooter. Why are shooters such as Policewoman, Mouse, and Xiaopao generally considered to be very powerful in the later stage? Isn't it because their shooting range is very long? But, change the angle. The top lane is basically filled with short-handed tanks and warriors. And the general range is between 125 to 150. Only a few have a range of 175. But this is child's play compared to Lucian, who has a full 500-yard range. Gnar's initial shooting range is 400 yards. And he has to upgrade to level 18 to have a 500-yard shooting range. Before that, Lucian can easily use the range advantage to pull various pulls and torture Gnar. Adjust your position. Target the melee soldiers. Use the Q skill. And the extension line of the penetrating holy light hits Gnar perfectly to cause damage. Lucian immediately chased after him, trying to use the passive Holy Spear Silver Bullet effect. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Gnar could only hit an AQ with his backhand. The two sides evened each other's A. But Gnar's Q was twisted by Lucian. Get away. This is a very simple Lucian trick. Lucian's passive. As long as you shoot the first bullet, the second bullet will automatically follow. That is, whether you move or release the next skill in advance at this time, it will not affect the second bullet. Deal damage. After this blood exchange, Gnar immediately lost blood. It's equivalent to Gnar just hitting Lucian once. And Lucian hits a Q plus 2 rounds of A-level damage. And Lucian has War Zeal. Although it is a long-range one, it can only stack one layer at a time. But the stack is better than yours. Gnar is fast. The damage was also higher. And Gnar lost nearly 1/3 of his health in one wave.
Ganib. Is he a psychopath? He always chooses a badass hero like this to torture people on the road.
Mimidan retreated cursing. In front of Lucian, Gnar was beaten in all directions. And you didn't even have any room to resist. When the top laner can't beat him, he usually turns his head and looks at his own jungler. After all, the jungler is sitting next to him. Kassa couldn't ignore Mimidan's resentful gaze. So he could only say,
"Gone! Wait for me to get angry."
Preserve your condition. And control your anger.
If Gnar wants to cooperate with the jungler in the early stage, he must transform into Big Gnar to provide initial control. Kassa Susan immediately walked up, and did not forget to send a signal to the lower lane.
Be careful. The prince on the other side will go to the lower lane to hack you.
Talbot's bottom lane combination of Mouse plus Luo was very weak in the early stage, and could not seize the lane rights, so it was the side that was suppressed. This caused the Flash Wolves bottom lane duo to press very far forward. If the prince goes to the bottom lane, he may not have a chance. But from a god's perspective, Gao Tianyang didn't go to the bottom lane at all. He chose to quickly brush the 3 groups of wild monsters in the upper half to level 3, and then wanted to go to the top lane for gank. Gnarl's body is very fragile in the early stage. Prince plus Lucian definitely have a chance to jump over the tower. The junglers of both sides came to the top lane at the same time. But the difference in the top lane was reflected at this time, which is why all junglers envy Gao Tianyang. On the top lane, due to Li Hanqing's perfect handling of the first 2 levels, the line power is in Li Hanqing's hands, and the overall line of troops is pushing forward. This gave Gao Tianyang a perfect gank route, which was to go directly to the grass on the line, and the opponent had no vision at all to see him. On the contrary, although Kassa also walked up the road, he chose to go in the direction of the river, and was discovered by Gao Tianyang and Li Hanqing almost immediately.
Damn it!
Wang Lao exclaimed.
The Lightning Wolf didn't even realize that the Mantis was chasing the Cicada and the Oriole was behind.
Come on, Kassa said concisely. He controlled the barrel to drink W in advance, and then continued to approach the line. Then a beautiful E-flash, or spicy chicken with meat, eggs and onions. The fat belly of the wine barrel hit Lucian's body, and Gnar kept walking forward behind him. At this time, the disadvantage of being pushed out of the lane is revealed. Level 2 Gnar can only flash over, use W to hit the floor to complete the transformation, and at the same time connect to the control. But right now, a Dalmatian military flag fell from the sky behind the 2 of them. Kassa and Mimidan immediately felt chilled and excited. The 2 of them widened their eyes in astonishment, and shouted almost in unison, "Gone!"
Why is the prince here?
The S7 version of Jungle Barrel is mainly based on meat equipment, playing a pure frontline and group starting role. Even the talent is selected, Power of the Colossus. And there is no too reliable damage ability. In AR, what damage can 2 levels of Gnar do? Although Lucian suffered a wave of serial controls and skills, he was not fatally injured at all. Instead, the prince successfully knocked the 2 of them away with a wave of EQ. Li Hanqing didn't even need to make any moves, and staged a smooth wave. W points, Q points, E points, all set of skills are given to level 2 Gnar. The prince's Dragon Crash had a percentage armor-piercing effect. Now Li Hanqing's explosion seemed even more terrifying. The 2 of them killed Gnar almost instantly. In fact, it doesn't matter even if you don't kill him. Neither Gnar nor Beryl flashed, so it was impossible for them to run away. But Beryl at level 3 still had a shield of Power of the Colossus, and a percentage damage reduction of its own W. So it was not so easy to kill. So the target is naturally locked on Gnar. At times like this, Kassa would turn around and run away. In the end, he successfully ran away, and Gnar became the ghost of Lucian's gun. First blood obtained. The audience immediately burst into cheers and applause.
Beautiful. This is the most common situation in the early stage of a Tabua competition.
Wang Lao shouted excitedly.
Of course, causing this wave is also a common problem we talk about. Noob is able to easily gain a huge advantage in the landing process. The jungler can achieve great results whether he takes the initiative or countercrouches on the top lane. Take this wave as an example. You can't blame Kassa for attacking rashly. Even if he doesn't come, Gnar will die in this wave. Look at the situation of the troops. It's not easy for the prince to cooperate with Lucian to escape the tower.
Flash Wolf's team voice fell into a dead silence, which undoubtedly dealt a huge blow to them. Mimi Dan was the hardest hit, and he understood what was true most of the time. The landing skills in League of Legends are not very advanced, and there are no landing skills that even professional players cannot master. But it was forced by Li Hansheng. What can you do? For big characters, skills are not as good as people. The most real thought in Mimidan's mind now is to end this torture as soon as possible. This is not the first time he has fought against Li Hansheng, and he does not have the ambition and ability of Khan to step on Li Hansheng and rise to the top to make his own name. On the contrary, he knew very well what kind of tragedy he would face if Li Hansheng took advantage of him. Start with this wave. In fact, the game has already entered a bit of a garbage rhythm. The main thing is that Flash Wolf simply doesn't have much will to resist. And Tao Bo became more and more fierce as he fought, taking advantage of the powerful firepower of the dual shooters to consistently win team battles. It was reasonable for the Flash Wolves to retreat steadily and ultimately lose the game.
There is no doubt that Tao Bo still continues their strong dominance, and the Flash Wolves have no resistance at all. Of course, this is of no reference. The situation of the Flash Wolves this year is so bad.
Wang Lauer still somewhat hates the fact that iron cannot become steel. He has witnessed the peak of the LMS division, although there was no such thing as a division when TPA won the championship. But there is no doubt about it. TPA's honor will be inherited by the Wanwan division. After the game, Tabwa took a short break. This can be regarded as a benefit for the number 1 seed team during the group stage. That is, in the second round of the group stage, the number 1 seed team will not appear in consecutive games unless it is a playoff. Immediately afterwards it was Samsung versus GM. Even though Samsung was defeated by Tabwa, when facing other opponents, they were the majestic 3rd seed team in the LCK division. GM's strategy is simple. They want to copy Tabwa's tactics and drag Samsung into the rhythm of chaos. The difference can be seen here, although the results are very bad. But GM itself is half of the wild card division. For those in the wild card division, being able to reach the main draw and win a game in the group stage is considered progress. Flash Wolf is different. They are the number 1 seed team in the LMS division, and they are also the number 1 seed team in the 5 major divisions, carrying the hopes of all viewers in the division. The pressure I bear is not on the same level. Very good idea. Captain Levi did once lead his teammates to a huge advantage. But there must be a reason why a weak team is a weak team. After Samsung stabilized its position, it quickly organized a counterattack and successfully made a comeback. After a break, Toba once again ushered in its group stage, and their opponent is also the unlucky GM. After losing to Samsung, they had no time to adjust and rest, and immediately had to play another game with Toba non-stop. This is also the cruel part of the second round of the group stage. Without the opportunity to adjust and rest, you can only work hard to the end.
We will have another Toba game soon.
Even though he has already commented on 2 games. But Wang Lauer is still full of enthusiasm and energy, and he doesn't show any signs of fatigue, corresponding to the audience at the scene. As long as Tao Bo is on the stage, they will spare no effort for Tao Bo. Not only that, during the game, when Tao Bo kills someone, or even hits a skill in a close-up, or successfully escapes from a gank, everyone will be greeted with screams and applause. This is home field advantage.
GM seems to have a hard time stopping Taoba's winning streak.
Facing a weak team, Toba will not seek stability. Still came up with an ultimate early lineup.
This is also the reason why Toba is so popular. If you have a team like EDG, they are obviously stronger, but they always seem to be struggling against weak teams, thinking of using strong team execution and operational capabilities to kill the weak team, instead of thinking about using your strong personal ability to directly kill the opponent in the extreme lane. Who in the general audience would be willing to watch you operate for a long time without fighting? People who understand operations may enjoy that kind of deep game. But the League of Legends player base is a pyramid-shaped distribution. The vast majority are mid to low-end players. For these players, frequent online exchanges for single kills and frequent team fights can stimulate the audience's dopamine secretion to the maximum extent. In the end, Tuobo easily defeated GM and increased its winning streak in the group stage to 5 games, still maintaining his undefeated golden body.
After this game, the qualifying situation of Group A has been determined. Both Talbot and Samsung have locked up the qualifying spots. The only suspense is to see who can get the first place in the group.
Wang Lauer analyzed the situation of Group A. In fact, it has been decided after the first two games. The Flash Wolves lost to Talbot in the first game and lost the possibility of qualifying theoretically. After GM lost to Samsung, it also lost the possibility of qualifying.
Although I am a die-hard Samsung fan,
Guan Ziyuan suddenly said,
but I think Samsung at this stage will definitely not be able to defeat Talbot. So if nothing else goes wrong, the first place in Group A belongs to Talbot.
Upon hearing what he said, Wang Lauer looked at him in surprise, but didn't say much. Samsung and Flash Wolves started a duel on the field. Samsung once again withstood the pressure and defeated Flash Wolves. The suspense of first place in Group A is still maintained, but the suspense will eventually end, because Samsung is about to face off against Talbot in the second round.
Very good. Who will be number 1 in Group A? The result of the next game will bear witness to the answer.
Chapter 438 is broken. Is there something wrong with Shenbao game understanding? The contestants from both sides have already taken their seats on the stage, and both sides are talking and laughing. The Samsung players did not appear particularly stressed. Also normal. After all, both sides have already determined to qualify. For Samsung, they are in the same group as Talbot, so they can avoid Talbot in the subsequent knockout rounds. So what if you can't win Talbot? Can't we expect other teams to kill Talbot? Just in case, if Talbot is killed by another team, their chance will come. Of course, the prerequisite is to strive for first place in a group. Otherwise, judging from the current situation, Longyu, TSM, and SKT will lock in the first place in the other three groups. In South Korea, it is difficult for Samsung to play Longyu and SKT, and they should avoid these two teams as much as possible.
There shouldn't be much new ideas in terms of lineup.
Guan Ziyuan made a guess.
Yes, judging from the current situation, everyone has basically reached a consensus on the understanding of the version. The incense burner monster must be produced in the bottom lane, and other positions must serve the incense burner monster as much as possible. The only variable is to see if there is a team that can carry out the lineup. A little new BP, such as coming up with different combinations. After all, theoretically speaking, there are still many supports and heroes that can produce incense burners. It depends on how each team develops them.
Wang Lauer added on the side. While the two were talking, the BP between the two parties had come to an end. This is already the second time that both sides have met each other, and their priorities in lineup selection are very clear. The final lineups of both sides were determined. Talbot is on the red side, and Samsung is on the blue side. On the road, Kenan versus Prince. Jungler, Wine Barrel versus Pig Girl. Middle, Malzahar versus Rise. Bottom lane, Virus plus Lulu versus Policewoman plus Feng Nu.
Talbot's lineup is a standard 4 guarantee win system. Especially swinging the Prince to the top lane and blocking the two jungle heroes of leader and at the same time is indeed a stroke of genius.
Wang Lauer did not hesitate in his praise. Words. Hedon has so far basically chosen two heroes, Jumei and Prince.
There is no doubt that Hongmi Coach's BP ability is basically perfect. In addition, during last year's World Championship, Noob showed us how the Prince countered Kennen, but the person he countered at that time was AP Kennen. AD Kennen is not like AP Kennen. There is no way to recover if Nen is facing the line like that.
As a diehard Samsung fan, Guan Ziyuan naturally knows that Wither is playing AD Kennen. Precisely. If it's Riot, you won't be allowed to play AP Kennen. The two favorites in the top lane of last year's World Championship, Rambo and Kennen, were both weakened to varying degrees at the beginning of the S7 season. Rambo completely lost his chance to play. Kennen is not that miserable. With his AD special effect style of play, he still has a chance to play in the top lane. It's not that Wither doesn't play AP Kennen, but the current version of AD Kennen is the best choice. From the perspective of talent, Li Hanxing still chooses Touch of Dark Fire, which means that the skill hits the opponent and causes continuous burning damage. Simply understood as the special effect of the enhanced version of the big and small mask. It is okay. For going out, I even chose the Dolan ring. Blight's side is obviously ready to withstand the pressure. They directly carry the Dolan shield on their bodies. The talent selection does not choose War Zeal, but chooses Warlord's Bloodthirst, which has a stronger ability to rely on lanes.
To be honest, can the Prince still be able to counter Kanan in this version? Dolan shield has been strengthened, and now it is very restrained in consumption-oriented play.
Guan Ziyuan is still struggling with this point. At this time, he was not deliberately being sarcastic. The Dolan Shield piece of equipment also underwent a major revamp at the beginning of the S7 season. In the past, the passive effect of Dolan Shield was to reduce the damage received by 8 points. This made Dolan Shield very dominant during the duel. And there were even situations where Dolan Sword could not defeat Dolan Shield. Of course, Riot Games is not happy to see such a situation when offensive equipment is used against defensive equipment, which will significantly reduce the appearance rate of Dolan Sword. Therefore, Riot has reworked the passive effect of Doran Shield. The fixed damage reduction effect has been cancelled. And instead, a continuous blood recovery effect will be obtained after taking damage. This completely turns Dolan Shield into a defensive and anti-stress equipment during the landing phase. As for the Prince's fight against Kennen, the effect Li Hansheng showed last year was nothing more than using his E-skill in conjunction with Touch of Hellfire to consume and lower Kennen's bloodline. The version of the game is constantly changing, and the gameplay cannot remain the same. It is normal for Guan Ziyuan to have doubts.
Noob has his reasons for choosing this way. Let's just see.
Wang Lauer was not in a hurry to make a conclusion. At the beginning of the game, neither side did anything fancy, mainly due to version restrictions. The World Championship version will not have any first-level group invasions at all, unless it's carefully designed. Then here comes the problem. The tactics of the first-level team can even be used as ultimate moves, who will reveal their ultimate move in advance when qualifying has been determined during the group stage. The director immediately focused the camera on the road. Just come. The duel on the top lane was exciting. Secondly, there is really nothing interesting to see in the early landing phase of the S7 World Championship version. Both sides in the bottom lane are soft assistants. They are just competing for lane rights, so the fight will not be too fierce. The middle lane is basically dominated by tool players and push lane development. The jungle also needs to be brushed in the early stage, so the top lane may seem a little more intense. Li Hansheng naturally had his reasons for choosing the prince. Indeed, judging from the changes in the version, Kennen's recovery talent is paired with Dolan's shield, which makes him stronger in lane. And AD Kennen's core equipment is broken and has the ability to recover in lane. But the issues need to be looked at separately. It's not like Kennen was ruined right from the start. On the contrary, after the broken equipment is formed, it improves the hero's combat effectiveness almost qualitatively. It is indeed very powerful. But the small parts of this equipment are not so interesting. Therefore, AD Kennen is actually weaker than AP Kennen in the early stage. AD Kennen is stronger after the formation of Ruin, Hurricane, and Ice Hammer, and he is almost invincible in a one-on-one duel on the wing. Say it again. How much blood can Kennen absorb if he hangs a 900 Vampire Scepter in the early stage? Kennen's panel attack power is notoriously low. Of course, with the equipment and talents like Blight, it is indeed better to withstand pressure. And the requirements for the Prince user are also higher. Maybe in the past, the Prince only needed an E to suppress Kennen, and the Q skill was empty. It's empty. Now, the Prince cannot empty his skills at will, and there is a hard requirement for the hit rate of the Prince's skills. As soon as the army line came up, Li Hansheng directly fired E, and a Damation flag fell from the sky next to Kennen. Withering knew it well, and directly fired E and rushed forward. I want to use the extra attack speed effect provided by opening E to forcefully suppress a wave of princes. Li Hansheng retreated immediately, and didn't give him this chance at all. Wither had no choice but to give up. He took a look at his health. Dolan Shield's blood recovery effect was continuing. He hit the minion again to trigger Warlord's Bloodthirst, and his health recovered quickly.
Hey! Noob made a mistake this time.
Withered looked very happy. As long as he can successfully withstand the pressure in the early stage, Kennen can hang up the Prince and beat him in the middle and late stages. Even Li Hansheng's Prince cannot change this situation. Leaderin took a look at the road. Kennen's blood volume was very healthy, and he probably understood the meaning of withering. But he still reminded,
I'll be on my way with Susan. You should be careful. You still have to be wary of the other side coming to catch you.
In the professional arena, why is the gank success rate of junglers obviously lower than that of ranked players? Many Wild Kings who kill pigs and catch Wild Kings in the ranked game will turn into street runners, who can only go shopping and farm in the professional arena. First, the frequency of blood exchanges during the landing phase in professional games is very low, and everyone is mainly pursuing stability. Yes, a person really wants to kill everyone on the field, but that also depends on the situation. Right? You have to stabilize the lane first before you can kill everyone in the mid to late game. Right? Those who can suppress Lanning and even kill solo are top star players. After all, Lanning ability is pure talent, and it is really difficult to make up for it later in life. Secondly, everyone is a top player, and their game awareness is not too bad. The online hero will predict the position of the opponent's jungler, and his own jungler will also predict the opponent's jungler's movements to give the online hero a reminder in advance. That's the lineup. Gao Tianliang can be hit or caught, and both Prince and Ryze can cooperate in the jungle. But here's the thing. First of all, Malzahar is in the middle of Samsung. With the cover, it is difficult for Ryze to provide first-hand control. As long as Crown keeps a good distance and does not break the cover, Tobwa cannot catch him. Secondly, when the Prince fights against Kennen, he must have an advantage in the early stage. The two heroes develop steadily, and it must be the Prince who loses. Based on this, Tobwa's focus in the early stage is definitely to open up the situation on the top lane. There is another possibility. That's when Gao Tianliang came to play against Logic. When everyone thought he would catch the top lane, he went to the bottom lane to cause trouble and take things by surprise. But that won't be very profitable. This version of the bottom lane cannot provide control, and it has healing plus shielding, so it has a strong self-protection ability. Even if Pig Girl goes to the bottom lane, she can only use 2 skills at most. Once the Prince missed the precious golden period in the early stage, he failed to suppress Kennen during this period and accumulate a certain advantage. In the middle and late stages, the Prince will become a burden to Tobwa. Therefore, Hedon was sure that Gao Tianliang would not engage in any so-called counter-logic.
I know. I will maintain a good blood volume, and I won't be afraid of the opponent even in 2v2.
Wizard nodded. He now has the initiative in the lane. Although the Prince is Kennen's counter, he has to start with 2 skills. Q and E. At level 2. He only has 1 E at level 1. And he is in close combat. It is impossible to suppress Kennen in turn. Kennen can use his range advantage to grab 2 waves and delay the time when he is suppressed. But it is precisely this that causes blight. He wanted to take advantage of his advantage at level 1 to suppress it more. So he stood slightly forward, hoping to delay Li Han's promotion to level 2 as much as possible. Anyway, Liderin uses Super 3 to hit the road. And Wine Barrel and Pig Girl are about the same efficiency in clearing the jungle. Don't be afraid if he stands forward. But the problem is, he thought that Pig Girl can only gank at level 3. This is the difference between heroes. If the jungler is the Prince, he will definitely be wary of the Prince's level 2 gank routine. But who would have thought that Pig Girl can gank at level 2? In fact, after Gao Tianliang finished getting the red buff, he immediately headed up the road.
Is Xiaotian going to gank at level 2? He has already reached the river grass on the top road. Withered seems to be completely unaware of it. He is still pressing forward?
Seeing the image of Kennen taking the initiative to drive forward with E and using Q to consume the Prince, Samsung Iron fan Guan Ziyuan almost suffered a cardiac arrest. If Kennen doesn't hand over E, he still has a chance to escape. Handing over this E is almost a death sentence. When Gao Tianliang saw this, he didn't hesitate and just walked out of the grass. Li Hansheng also took the initiative to greet Kennen in the face.
The good news is that the Prince is only level 1. If Kennen can dodge Pig Girl's Q, he still has a chance.
Guan Ziyuan stared at the screen, his voice rising a little unconsciously.
Xiaotian continues to approach. He's here. Q's skill starts.
After getting close to a certain distance, Pig Girl decisively took the lead with her Q skill. When Kennen saw this, he immediately flashed out. Buzz! It turned into a golden light and disappeared in place.
Beautiful. Can you run? Oh? Xiaotian!
Guan Ziyuan's voice suddenly stopped. But Wang Lauer shouted excitedly.
Xiaotian! Beautiful Q flash! Oh my god! This reaction is too fast. Is this the reaction of young people?
It turned out that at the same time as Kennen handed over Flash, Piggy also handed over Flash. This wave of Q Flash immediately knocked Kennen away. The Prince behind him calmly killed a melee soldier with low health with a flat A shot. And Zhu Mei even punished a melee soldier with a casual hit. The Prince instantly reached level 2. The Pig Girl at level 2 did not learn W. But Q and E. It doesn't matter. It's just that the stacks of his skill are slower. And the slowdown of the red buff can continue to stick to people. The Prince rushed over with 2 consecutive EQs. Kennen, who was slowed down, had no room to dodge, and was knocked back again. Pig Girl also took advantage of this moment to directly stack up to 4 layers of passive. Hand over the E skill to freeze Kennen into an ice sculpture. And then draw with 1 shot. The ice sculpture was shattered with a snap. The huge percentage of magic damage dealt also reduced Kenan's health to a dangerous level. At the same time, Pig Girl and the prince had already adjusted their positions. One was stuck directly behind Kenan, preventing him from running down the tower in a straight line, and the other was stuck to the side, preventing Kenan from walking toward the river. It's almost a fatal situation. In the end, the prince's serve ended with a draw and he won the head. First blood. A blood. The entire Wuhan Sports Center was once again in a state of excitement. It was clear that the audience had been watching the game for several hours and should have been tired. But at this time, each one seemed to have been given a shot of blood. Exhausted? Non-existent.
Beautiful! Xiao Tian's wave of gank is so perfect. This wave of Q-Flash is the best reflection of his strength. Many people question why he can start in Taobao at such a young age. This is the answer.
For the three young people in Taobao, they are both lucky and unlucky. Fortunately, they debuted in a team like Taobao, enjoying the top spotlight and popularity, and being led by two top brothers. Sometimes they just need to perform normally, and they can win even if there are occasional small pitfalls. A compliment from fans can easily build up self-confidence. But unfortunately, Li Hanqing's halo in the team is too dazzling. As a teammate of a star player, you have to be stared at by his fans with a magnifying glass. It's fine when you win a game, but you're the first to lose. During the spring split, Jack Love's frequent sudden deaths attracted a lot of firepower. There are good and bad, but the advantages definitely outweigh the disadvantages. Especially for junglers. Which jungler doesn't want to be in a team with top-notch landing ability in both the mid and upper levels? In a team like this, being a jungler is really easy. Gao Tianyan also completed the tasks assigned to him by the team very well. Taobao's team has 3 Cs of personal ability and damage ability. In the later team battles, no one will deal damage or come to C. Therefore, Nosug's mission is simple. Promoting the rhythm in the early stage, and then being responsible for starting the group and finishing it off. This is exactly what Gao Tianyan is best at. Got first blood smoothly. After handling the military line, Li Hanqing immediately went home and took out 2 iron swords. In terms of equipment, it is naturally impossible for him to pursue the ultimate violent output of armor-breaking armor like last year. The version has changed. The version of the S6 World Championship is a version that pays attention to damage overflow. Neither side will choose the front row, because the damage overflows. Even if you choose the front row, you can't handle it. The competition is who can do more damage and who can kill faster. In that kind of environment, the prince can use the armor-piercing and instant kill style. The S7 World Championship is a version of the incense burner monster. With so many shields and healing effects, it is impossible for the armor-piercing prince to achieve an instant kill effect. Once the armor-piercing prince enters a set that cannot kill people in seconds, his fragile body will be destroyed. In turn, kill instantly and become the one who gives away the head. Therefore, Li Hanqing plans to use the normal 3-piece set of Black Cut, Blood Hand, and Giant 9. This way, although his damage ability is not that explosive, his body is very solid. When he comes back online again, Kenan's torture begins. After returning home for the first time, he couldn't afford any equipment at all. Kenan could only buy a 150 potion and go out. Withering was still too optimistic in estimating his ability to withstand pressure. Certainly, he never thought that Li Hanqing's Q skill could maintain a hit rate of nearly 90%. The prince's Q, Dragon Crash, has a very obvious casting action, which is to raise the halberd and poke forward. Any skill with forward swing and flying projectile has theoretically the possibility of movement and avoidance. Except of course for target-directed skills, like Captain Q. Wither originally thought that with his own ability, not to mention hiding all, at least half of it would be guaranteed. Right? This way you can maintain good blood volume. But now, almost every time Li Hanqing took a shot, he could hit it accurately. The halberd in the prince's hand seemed to be equipped with a Beidou automatic navigation system. The more he couldn't hide, the more he thought about it. Every time he saw the prince raising his hand, Wither would subconsciously become nervous and want to move away. This is a huge drain on his energy. Anyone who plays games knows that when you concentrate on the game, it consumes a lot of energy. Samsung has played 2 games before, and its withered state has declined. Now its energy is greatly consumed, and it will soon have negative effects on qualifying. That is, lack of concentration leads to dangerous positioning. As a result, Li Hanqing seized the opportunity and used a perfect second wave of EQ to pick him off. He seized the opportunity and made a move. Although he couldn't complete a single kill, He suppressed Kinen's condition to a very low level. Shiba withered and frowned.
Why aren't you modifying this skin fist?
Li Hansheng uses Fnatic's champion Prince. The visual effects of the E and Q second series of this skin are a bit faster than other skins. It may be purely a visual effect. After all, Riot Games has long said that the skin will not affect the strength of the hero. But it feels better when used. The disadvantages of being caught to death before were revealed. Kinen didn't flash. And he was on the line that was handed back to TP. Now he is seriously disabled, but he doesn't dare to go home. A large wave of troops is about to pour into the defense tower. If he returns home, it is conservatively estimated that he will lose 2 waves of troops. If you don't go home, why don't you just wait for death under the tower? The jungler can't be counted on either. Liren has already gone to the bottom lane to clear out the second round of wild monsters, which is thousands of miles away from the top lane. Withering gritted his teeth and decided to try Pinion. Even if you don't replenish your troops, you must at least ensure that you gain experience from this wave of troops. And your level cannot fall too far behind. A soldier fired W's passive Thunder Shuriken, and then waited under the tower. As the soldiers entered the tower, the prince walked straight towards his face. But Blight is very calm, but refuses to take the initiative. After the prince made the first move with AW, he directly backhand AQ to instantly apply 2 layers of passive to the prince, and then opened E and quickly stunned the prince under the tower 3 times in a row. But Li Hansheng's hand speed was also very fast, and he handed over the second battery of EQ almost at the same time. Here we have to mention the priority of the prince's EQ second company. In this case, the judgment level is very high. Even when he is stunned, he can complete the displacement of the second company, deal damage and knock Kinen into the air. This is equivalent to controlling Offset. Although the prince was stunned, Kinen was also knocked away and could not keep the distance between them at all. Kinen landed, and the prince recovered from the dizziness. He fired a flat A shot with Rhythm of War, dealing huge damage, lowering Kinen's health further. Kinen wanted to run, but he had been slowed down by the prince's W, Golden Holy Shield, before and couldn't run away at all. Moreover, the prince is a rare, long-handed hero among melee heroes on the road, with a range of up to 175 yards. He chased it twice and forcibly killed Kinen under the tower, which means he has to thank 2 waves of soldiers. The difference on the road is immediately apparent. After Li Hansheng returned home, he synthesized Tiamat, and he had complete control over the top lane.
I think I've seen this scene before. Isn't this exactly the same as the situation during last year's S6 World Championship? It's the end of the world line. Right.
Wang Lao reminded with a laugh. The prince himself is very fast in pushing the lane. Now with Tiamat, it is basically a QE level A followed by Tiamat, and a wave of Bin Xian can easily get it done. In League of Legends, it doesn't matter whether you are on the top lane, the middle lane, or the bottom lane. Losing line rights is inherently a scary thing, which means that the team will lose the initiative in your half of the zone. And the jungler will also have difficulty playing in this half of the zone. The most terrifying thing than losing line rights is that the enemy line will be pushed into the tower at will. With the development of professional competitions, the development of comparative game routines by professional teams has reached its extreme. Now even weaker teams know how to use Bin Xian to organize attacks. Not to mention a championship-level team like Tobua. Every time a troop line enters the tower, it becomes a signal for Tobua to attack. But there is nothing you can do about it.
Why do I feel that this Kennen is better off playing AP? Why don't I wither and switch to AP now?
Guanzi Yuan gave a suggestion. AD Kennen was too weak before his equipment was formed. Just say it. If it's AP Kennen, Tao Bo goes to the tower. If someone from Samsung performs counter-crouching on the top lane, Tao Bo may be hit hard. After all, AP Kennen only needs a pair of magic shoes and a small mask in the early stage to deal a lot of damage. The total value of these 2 pieces of equipment is less than 3,000 yuan. It's not even as high as the price of AD Kennen's worn-out suit. But what AD Kennen said, before the special effects are installed, basic attacks do no damage, and skills do no damage. Even if teammates counter-crouch on the top lane, there is a high probability that they will not be able to make any waves.
Even if you can turn, it's impossible to turn.
Wang Lao rolled his eyes.
Not to mention the fact that AP Kennen was slashed. Tao's support is Fong Nu. Tianka enters the battlefield. And you, Kennen, are the only one. The HP of the big move is probably not as much as that of other people's big move.
Indeed, there are too many soft assistants in the bottom lane, and there are incense burners, which leads to heroes who fight explosively and completely lose their living space on the field. Your burst can barely knock down someone else's shield. So what's the point of your existence? This is not. Taobo has now entered an assembly line operation mode. On the top side of the road, Li Hanxing has absolute control of the lane, pushing the lane and consuming the lane without fail. Wither can only stand under the tower and be consumed continuously. When Kenan's state is disabled, the surging midfielder will smell it. In the middle, Malzahar can't stand Rise in the early stage. As long as Rise has the two small items of Tears of the Goddess and Lunch Box hanging on his body, he can basically use his skills to clear the line all the time. However, Malzahar does not have the ability to clear the line quickly before the level of the E skill and the AP installation are available. After Gao Dui quickly cleared the troops in the middle lane, he immediately followed Gao Tianliang to the top lane again in the river. By the time Kenan reacted, he could no longer escape, and his escape route had been blocked. AD Kenan doesn't even have the ability to clear the line at all, and Tobwa can easily kill him without paying any price. Rise struck directly with EW. The 1.5 seconds of imprisonment made Wither completely lose his ability to resist, and the following series of control chains forced him to leave the keyboard with both hands. In this case, even without a super explosive ability, relying on this long control chain is enough to forcefully kill Kenan in the defense tower. In less than 6 minutes, Kenan was killed 3 times. It can be declared in advance that this game is completely offline. Unless Samsung can drag the game into the super late stage, it is impossible for this Kenan to provide any positive feedback to his teammates. On the contrary, it will become Samsung's biggest bottomless pit on the field. AD Kenan's collapse is the same concept as a shooter. It can't deal damage. It can't provide any functions. And it has to constantly eat up the economy to produce equipment. Samsung must fight back. Guan Ziyuan, a die-hard fan, saw Samsung being beaten all the time and was so angry that he almost lost his temper.
What the L is Mr. N doing? Stop wandering around. The WeChat Step Count Champion will be awarded directly to you. Hurry up and gank.
I don't know if I heard the call from my biggest fans. Leader and finally made his first offensive attempt of the game. Result: it can only be said that the bottom lane in this version is really difficult to catch. Especially because Taobua's support is Feng Nu. Feng Nu is disgusting, and sometimes even more annoying than Tam. Unless you have that kind of particularly stable first-hand control, trying to catch Feng Nu to death is just a dream. Even though Leaderin had already used E-Dodge to retain his troops, and was very successful in taking the initiative, Feng Nu's blow directly made Chi Di and Guan JJ unable to deal any damage, and the attack could only be in vain. It's not completely useless. At least he forced out the treatment plus shield of policewoman and Feng Nu, laying the groundwork for the next wave of gank. After both the middle and jungle reached level 6, Samsung's offense struck again. Malzahar's ultimate move will definitely succeed this time.
Right. Brother Crown and Leaderin are cooperating in the middle and jungle. Xiaoming and Jack can't seem to escape. Xiaoming has worked very hard.
Wan Lao exclaimed. Feng Nu took the initiative and used a blow to stop the wine barrel from approaching. But Malzahar was fearless even though he had a condom, and ignored Feng Nu's blow. Jack flashed a little too late at this time. Malzahar followed the flash decisively, using no small skills, not summoning bugs, and not even using E. He directly locked him in place with his ultimate move. Xiaoming didn't pull away immediately, but Lulu flashed over and turned into a W sheep, which also stayed in place. Jiogong followed and directly blew the two of them back with a big move. Seeing a wave of perfect kills about to succeed, a circular blue magic circle suddenly appeared on the line of the bottom lane. This was the effect of Rise's ultimate move, Warping Path Jump. And the TP that the prince had not known when he handed over had already left the lower half of the jungle area of the Samsung family. Rushed out. For those who didn't know this position, they would think that the prince was the jungler. Who would have thought that this prince was the top laner? This is the disadvantage of being beaten on the road. Since every kill line in the top lane was perfect for Li Hanxing, his TP was never used, and was just used to support the bottom lane.
Shiba!
The expressions of Sect Leaderin and others suddenly changed. They never dreamed that Taobua's support would come so quickly.
Kill quickly and retreat.
But is it really possible to retreat? They focused their fire and killed the policewoman instantly. But Feng Nu had no time to deal with it. Rise's ultimate move had already landed. After landing, Rise directly used Virus to where he was. And Pig Girl also came over with AQ. The late arriving prince followed up with a second EQ. Even with a shield and the shield plus treatment given by Lulu, Virus would have a hard time surviving. The prince turned around and backhanded Malzahar and Lulu with a sky-shattering backhand. These two people couldn't escape without flash or displacement skills. It was like being forcibly thrown into the octagonal cage to duel with others. Although they were not killed in battle. By the time the effect of the prince's ultimate move wore off, the two of them were already at their lowest health. In the end, no one left. Li Hanxing scored a double kill, while another head was killed by Shi Sining. He deliberately squeezed a W and just took away the remaining blood. This kind of head distribution is simply perfect for Tabua. In the version of the incense burner monster, the soft assistant should take 1 or 2 heads in the early stage to speed up the formation of equipment. As a whole, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages for the team as a whole. Guan Ziyuan completely shut himself up and fell into a minute-long silence. Wang Lauer suppressed his smile.
Brother Guan, don't be silent. Brother Guan.
Guan Ziyuan then spoke.
Under normal circumstances, if the party that chooses the female police officer fails to gain an advantage in the bottom lane in the early stage, and the female police officer is even killed once, we can declare that the female police officer will be abolished. But this time it doesn't matter if Jack's policewoman is eliminated in the first round. Tao Bo's top, middle and jungle are too fat. Indeed.
Wang Lauer nodded and agreed with this statement.
After all, Tao cannot be judged and treated with common sense.
At this point in the game, Samsung has completely lost any ability to resist. A wave of 1 for 3 completely made them lose their ability to resist. And the Withered Cannon would not be able to grow up just by eating 1 or 2 more waves of soldiers. Facing Li Hanxing's prince, it was still difficult for him to steadily replenish his troops and develop them. Tabua once again showed what it means to
never work overtime.
And the rhythm was straight away, which is called fast, winning the Canyon Pioneer in 10 minutes. He went directly to the middle and forcibly knocked down the opponent's first tower in the middle. Then Jack's policewoman got a very stable development space, and Li Hanxing became the second jungler on the factory floor. If another time traveler saw Li Hanxing's style of play, he would definitely exclaim, "It's you, Song Yijin." That's right. Song Yijin's style of play, after S9, was to suppress the opponent desperately in the early stage. After gaining a certain advantage, he began to lead the whole game. At this time, you will see Song Yijin's reinforcements go from being in the lead to being equalized, and then being overtaken. If you don't look at the start of the game, you might even wonder if Song Yijin was suppressed from the beginning. This style of play is a double-edged sword. If you can catch someone, the rhythm will soar, and the advantage will become bigger and bigger. But once he can't catch anyone, Song Yijin's development, which was originally his advantage point, to challenge for the championship and become the first team in history to win back-to-back championships. This goal does not seem out of reach for Topo. If we can accomplish this goal, Tabua will become a legendary team that will always be mentioned in the professional history of League of Legends.
Why can Lee Sang-hyuk become a benchmark figure in League of Legends? Isn't it because he accomplished a goal that was considered impossible? 3 championships, including 2 consecutive championships. S7 is 1 step away from completing 3 consecutive championships. Can only say, there is only one Lee Sang-hyuk in the world. When all the older players have declined due to age, faded out of the professional arena, or become a laughing stock in the professional arena, only Lee Sang-hyuk maintained his dignity as a veteran. Regardless of whether you hate Lee Sang-hyuk or not, you have to admit that this person is really outrageous to a certain extent. There is no problem in saying that he is the professional benchmark for all esports players. Woo woo woo. Sheng Bao really didn't lie to us. We are responsible for imagination. He is responsible for leading Tobwa to realize it. Rush duck. Rush duck. Rush duck. Win that championship. Re-election. Defend the title. With another championship this year, Sheng Bao's number of championships will be the same as that of Lee Sang-hyuk. Will Han Zha go crazy by then? The few gadgets his Korean father could show off didn't work either. Although there is a suspicion of loan. I still want to say it. This year's championship belongs to Tabwa, and no one can take it away. Chapter 440, come on. Chi-chan. Everyone in Tabwa was very excited. And Jack AI even jumped up and performed a set of monkey punches.
Woohoo! First in the group. Complete victory. What Poo-Poo did last year, I can do it this year too.
No way. The results achieved by Tabwa last year were so shocking that fans had extraordinary feelings for the 5 people from last year. The bonus for the first crown is much greater than imagined. Just like IG won its first championship in S8 before Li Hanxing crossed over. The bonuses this championship brought to the 5 of them can only be said to be understood. Shyman has been sick since S10, and has been sick until S13. So many people still believe that he is still the world's #1 top laner in S8 and S9. It is always him who has the problem, and his teammates who have the problem. Obviously Song Yijin's hero pool problem is so big. Song Yijin is always the one doing his best. And Jack? Except for the performance of S10 in the first year of departure. The other times were more pitiful than Carrie, highlighting a moodless, indifferent attitude. Why does Li Hanxing always feel that there is only one Lee Sang-hyuk in the world? Because there is no harm without comparison. The Inkyonites, Parisians, and Icelanders are all teams that have won championships. Maybe they can maintain a good state in the second year of winning the championship. But in the third year? What about fourth year? The time dimension in which Lee Sang-hyuk maintains his condition can only be described as outrageous. Having said that, it is precisely because the fans were so impressed by Taoba's first championship last year that, after replacing 3 young people this year, they can't help but compare the young people with last year's people. Among them, Jack is under the greatest pressure. He replaced Gu Xingmin, the top shooter in history in this time and space. Li Hanxing's time travel caused the ownership of the S6 championship to change. Gu Xingmin became the only shooter in history to win the world championship twice. From the perspective of honor, there is nothing wrong with saying that he is the top scorer in history. This is a huge pressure for young people. The audience will not have the patience to wait for you to grow up slowly. They want you to show your most perfect, mature and peak state as soon as you come up. However, Jack's style of play makes it easy to die suddenly. Fortunately, this kid has a big heart and is rarely affected by outside comments. And his presence also helps attract a lot of energy to his teammates in disguise. It's not that Gao Tianliang and Shi Siming didn't make mistakes. They were just compared to Jack, who was so quick to kill. The mistakes they make are easily overlooked. Therefore, many people think that Jack's attributes are suitable for playing top lane. He likes to be the first to deal damage, and likes to be a self-destruct truck. Playing as a shooter is like having a crooked talent tree. Look at you like this. You are so excited after winning the group stage. You still want to compete with Poo Poo? Gao Tianliang almost broke his defense with just one sentence. That's right. Poo Poo will only take it for granted. But you can't feel so excited. I can only say that he is not in the same realm. You Winba. Can you open up your pattern a little? Shi Siming also did not forget to finish the last shot. Jack was speechless as he was squeezed by the 2 men, and could only stare angrily. Li Hanxing smiled and patted him on the back. Okay. Do you still plan to keep showing off on stage? Hurry up and shake hands with people. Li Hanxing took the lead and led his teammates to the other side of the stage. The Samsung players had already gotten up and were waiting for this moment. There weren't many disappointed expressions on their faces. Shikudai, who debuted the latest, has already been working full-time for a whole year. He has long been used to winning and losing. After the first fight, they knew that Taoba was an opponent they could not defeat. This is not cowardice, but self-awareness. It's not like they were timid before they started fighting. They still played well during the game. It's just that they can face the differences between them. Hedon looked at Gao Tianliang with envy in his eyes. He is already at the end of his career, and it is not certain whether he can play next year. Throughout his career, he has not been able to achieve any honors. How could he not be envious when he saw that Gao Tianliang had the opportunity to win the world championship he had dreamed of just after his debut? After shaking hands, all Taoba members came to the front of the stage again to accept the shouts of admiration from tens of thousands of spectators at the Wuhan Sports Center. To be honest, Taoba's dominance is too terrifying. I don't mean to assign credit to one person, but I still want to say that Taoba's terrifying dominance mainly comes from Noob's dominance in the top lane. Guan Ziyuan expressed his emotion. Does Taoba have no shortcomings? Obviously, there is. There is no perfect team. For example, Jack is easy to get ahead and is sometimes too aggressive. Xiao Ming's state is unstable, and Xiao Tian sometimes loses himself. But all these problems are covered up by Noob's personal dominance in the top lane. That's why we say this. Taoba is Noob's team, and Noob is the soul of Taoba. Wang Lauer echoed. In fact, he didn't say a word. That is, without Taoba, no one can be without Li Hanxing. It was not Taoba who made Li Hanxing the leader, but Li Hanxing who made Taoba the leader. On the court was Li Hanxing being interviewed. The person interviewing him was Riot Games official beauty host Shox. She still maintains a beautiful face and figure. She is tall and wears high heels. This height makes many professional players look like children next to her. But Li Hanxing was not afraid. Even if she was wearing high heels, Li Hanxing was still half a head taller than her. Congratulations to Taoba for winning 6 consecutive group wins and participating in the World Championships for 2 consecutive years. You have never lost in the group stage. How do you feel at this moment? Although this is not the first time, the experience is completely different. It feels great to be able to achieve this goal in front of the audience in my own competition area.
Li Hansheng replied with a smile.
The performance of the audience was really great.
Shox also nodded. Except that I can't let go when facing close-ups. The live audience is not inferior to European and American audiences in terms of atmosphere creation.
This is the advantage of playing at home. Because there is such a group of outstanding spectators cheering you on.
Shox smiled. And then asked,
after qualifying from the group, you will officially advance to the quarterfinals. Is there anything special about it?
The opponent I want to meet.
I personally don't care about my opponents. After all, I don't pick my opponents because no one can beat us.
After Li Hansheng finished speaking, the audience was once again infected by his confident and domineering speech. A burst of cheers and applause broke out. I just like the domineering Shen Bao. What stands out is his confidence. Isn't this nonsense? When others say this, you will think he is bragging. But when Shen Bao says this, you will think he is awesome because he can really do it. Not only to be re-elected, still want to win the championship. At this time, Li Hansheng spoke again.
Of course, if I can choose, I still hope to meet the Korean team. The main reason is that there is such a group of spectators in our competition area. They feel that if you don't eliminate 2 Korean teams during the World Championship, it cannot be regarded as a real championship. Even if it is a championship, it is still stolen. So, I hope to play a script like last year, allowing me to play against the Korean team all the way from the quarterfinals. In this way, no one can question the gold content of our championship, and the title of Champion Thief will not be deducted from on my head.
There were bursts of laughter at the scene. As a European, Shox didn't understand the meaning behind Li Hansheng's words, so she was a little confused. But the audience and commentators understood it. Since Li Hansheng won the championship, he has hardly been as disgusted with RNG and Uzi as he was last year. After all, there is really no point in mentioning one thing all the time. But there was one thing he never tired of. That is to fight against the Hansa in China. He doesn't dislike people liking Korean players. You are free to choose who you like and support. He will not force others to like him, support him, or say good things about him like some of his brainless and overbearing fans. But he just can't see how some domestic fans like to kneel down and lick Koreans. Sheep or not. Have you really knelt for so long that you can't stand up?
Can you tell me what you think of other groups?
Shox continued to ask.
The qualifying situation is basically clear. Right. But if possible, I still hope that our brother team EDG can overcome difficulties and create a miracle and successfully qualify. It's hard to wait for the competition to be held at home. But to qualify early, just thinking about it makes me feel very regretful. I hope they will not leave any regrets in their careers. Besides, it would be a pity that there is no player like Clear Love on the World Championship stage.
To be honest, as a player who has been playing League of Legends since the closed beta, I have a special feeling for the old batch of players like pigs and dogs. I was also angry at them for failing to live up to expectations. And like others, I scolded them on the internet for failing to live up to expectations and not getting a higher title. But it is undeniable that they represent the youth of a generation of League of Legends players. When they realize they are really at the end of their career and are retiring, the first reaction was actually a bit reluctant. After all, their retirement means that your most precious youth is past. No one is young anymore. Youth is always the most precious period for people. And many things can only be experienced at this point in time. Once it is over, it is really over. And there will never be a second youth. Many people in the audience fell silent when they heard this. Even many people who were the illegal factory director couldn't help but be stunned. Yes. In fact, many people have become accustomed to complaining about EDG and the performance of the factory director during the World Championship every year. No matter how busy many people are, they don't need to watch other teams' games. But EDG's games must not be missed, just for fear of missing some famous scene. This year they are patronizing EDG and the factory director. It is often overlooked that the age of the factory director is here. Is it possible that he will no longer be able to spray him next year?
It is true that veterans like Soz have left us this year.
And while we will cheer for the emergence of new players, we must also give emphasis to the veterans who have brought us so many wonderful performances.
The factory director actually saw this scene. The EDG players will not miss any exciting game, just to learn. So when Li Hansheng said these words, the factory director himself was stunned. It took him a moment to realize that everyone else was staring at him. He couldn't help but blush.
What are you doing? After watching the game, hurry up and prepare for training. We don't have that much time to waste here. Don't worry, Director. We will qualify.
The sister-in-law comforted her. The factory director looked at him for a while before speaking.
Sure, we will definitely qualify.
EDG can be said to be united now. The originally low morale seemed to be improving a little bit. This side of the scene. After the interview, Li Hansheng returned to the backstage. Originally, Guihao planned to take the team members to have a good meal nearby. It's a small celebration. The team members are all flesh and blood. Even if the morale is high at the moment, this method is needed to maintain the morale of the team members. However, Li Hansheng was not in a hurry for a moment. Domestic is not foreign. I dare not go out at night. With the security situation in the country, it doesn't matter even if we go out early in the morning. Therefore, choose to watch the rest of the game live. There was no suspense in the last scene. Flash Wolves versus GM. Two teams that have already determined to qualify. At this time, they are more fighting for honor.
Chapter 441 Dubai. The best Chichon, Tabwa, who has been confirmed to be promoted, should continue to conduct high-intensity training. But the problem is that there are still 2 group games that have not been completed. Although the opponents in the quarterfinals can be roughly determined, it is difficult to say until the draw is officially determined. Besides, watching others play is also a way to understand the status and tactics of your potential opponents. Li Hansheng specially went to EDG for a walk. He doesn't shy away from suspicion. Although they are all from the same competition region, they should be opponents during the World Championship. It is easy for problems to happen if they just randomly go to other people's training rooms. But Li Hansheng didn't care about this at all. And EDG didn't care much either. To put it bluntly, the current tactics of RNG and EDG are all due to the version understanding shared by Talbot at the first time. They have no secrets to Talbot. How many times have they played against each other in China?
Hansheng, have you been going to EDG a little too frequently in the past 2 days?
When he saw Li Hansheng coming back, Guihao directly reminded him.
It's nothing else. The main thing is that you understand their recent situation. It's easy for others to misunderstand that you were showing off in the past. No way.
Li Hansheng waved his hand indifferently.
How can Chi Jiang and the others be so small-minded? Flandre is really hoping that I can increase his strength and give him a temporary assault to strengthen his landing ability. Hey, you kid. Aren't you afraid that your disciples will starve to death?
Guihao teased him in turn.
What's there to be afraid of? When playing Lanning, no one in the world can beat me. Even if you ask Li Sang-hyuk. It won't work.
Joke? Is Li Hansheng's plug-in for free? As a troubled person, if he could still lose to others, Li Hansheng would simply commit suicide.
Then tell me, can EDG qualify tomorrow?
Guihao asked with a smile.
You have first-hand information. There isn't much of a problem with their morale. I guess they were enlightened by my buddy's words. Right. I don't want Chi Jiang to have any regrets at the end of his career.
Li Hansheng said proudly and leaned back with his hands on his hips.
What is a top chicken soup master?
Guihao just smiled and said nothing, which he did not deny. Li Hansheng can always inadvertently influence and inspire his teammates through his actions and words. This is the personality charm of Li Hansheng. Just like in One Piece, having Overlord-colored hockey is the stepping stone to becoming a top powerhouse. The charisma that can attract others is also an indispensable value to become the core of a competitive team. If you are only strong personally and cannot form cohesion to convince your teammates, you will not be able to unleash the full potential of the team. That's what a leader on the field is like.
But they can't do anything on their own. They still have to look at other people's faces. SKT can't count on it. Let's see if C9 or G2 can give them a chance.
Li Hansheng was also helpless. As he spoke, he sat down in his seat. The game should be about to start. Group B starts today. And the next game is the highlight of Group B. Dragon Ball vs RNG team. In the first round of the match between the two sides, RNG unfortunately lost, mainly because it couldn't handle the top lane. However, this does not mean that RNG has no chance at all. Uzi can indeed beat Xian Ming in the bottom lane. Therefore, it depends on the on-the-spot performance of both parties. Once RNG can win this game, they will be able to compete with Long Zhu for the first place in Group B. Taobao has confirmed that it is first in the group. TSM is also first in the group. And in Group D, SKT is also first in the group. If you follow this pace, RNG has to forcefully grab the first place in a group even if it squeezes its head. Otherwise these three teams will not be easy to beat. Same reason. Long Yu also knows this. They must maintain their first place in the group in order to avoid powerful opponents. Dragon Ball seems to be very afraid of the powerful gank character of Mala Xianghua. They grabbed the prince first and originally wanted to go to the jungle. But on RNG's side, they were on Zoom today and decided to give the top lane a higher treatment, giving him a Kennen suitable for a single belt.
Oh, is Kennen the top laner? The day before yesterday, Tobwa showed us a teaching game in which the top laner Prince beats Kennen. I wonder if Longzhu will also use this trick.
Wang Duo, who was the commentator, had a bad look on his face, laughing.
Khan has always liked to compete with Noob. He played a bullshit, and Noob immediately turned around and used a wave of bullshit. Now, facing the same situation, does he have the courage to take out the top laner Prince?
There are also heated discussions within the Dragon Ball team.
Believe me,
Khan was trying to convince his coach.
I can also play the top laner Prince. The Prince is really good at playing Kennen. If Noob can play, so can I.
He really wants to compete with Li Hansheng all the time. You, Li Hansheng, can come up with a terrible teaching game from behind. Is it possible that I can't have a backup Prince's teaching bureau? Isn't it just a Prince beating Kennen? How difficult is it? Longzhu's coach is Jin Huzu, the one who led IG to the top in S8. He is weighing the situation. Jin Juju is a coach who demands absolute say. Even if you are a shy man and disobey me, you have to get off the bench. He is that kind of traditional Korean coach. And you players must listen to me. But at this time, he was in trouble. He could indeed veto Khan's request directly. But would this be a big blow to the absolute core of his team? Zoom? He didn't know the Duke very well. But he knew clearly that Zoom was a newcomer. If it was that kind of talented newcomer, he would have definitely taken away Emperor Rang's starting position. But this did not happen. There is only one explanation. That is, Zoom's personal ability has no obvious advantage over Gene D. Instead, Gene D has richer experience in the field, so he can firmly occupy the starting position. After careful consideration, Jin Huzi decided to agree to Khan's request. Helping players maintain their confidence is also an issue that the coach needs to consider.
Then rocket!
When Longzhu swung the prince to the top, the audience was stunned. The commentators were also stunned.
I'm just kidding. I didn't expect Longzhu to actually do this.
Wang Duo's eyes widened with disbelief on his face.
But does Khan really know how to play the top lane Prince? We have to remain skeptical about this.
The road in this game is obviously the focus of the game. The director immediately locked the camera on the top lane early, just to see the performance of Khan's top laner Prince. Result: when the game time came to 3 minutes, both junglers came to the top side. The Duke's Kennen maintains 2/3 of his health. This state can be said to be maintained very well. Just when Longzhu chose to take the initiative, Khan was confident that EQ's second consecutive attack wanted to knock Kennen away. But he didn't expect that Spicy Hotpot was squatting behind Kennen. The Prince's second consecutive EQ attack not only failed to knock Kennen away, but was interrupted by Mala Xiangua's wine barrel with E. This could cost my life. In order to pursue suppression, Khan learned level 2 Q and level 1 E, which resulted in him not learning W, Golden Divine Shield. Don't underestimate the bonus points of this skill. The reason why the Prince is able to hit the top lane is because Riot strengthened his W in one version, making the Prince's body appear more solid. In addition to a basic value, the formula for calculating the Prince's W shield also includes his own maximum health and the surrounding area, the number of enemy heroes. This gave the Prince the capital to rush into the crowd without being killed instantly. Kennen immediately used EWQ 3 times to stun the Prince on the spot, and it was too late for Little Peanut to save him, although Khan immediately used Flash to distance himself. But Mala Xianghua and the Duke both followed decisively and killed him forcefully. First blood. The head was collected by Kennen's flat A.
Oh my god! Is this the top lane Prince that Khan confidently took out? He originally had a better choice.
But this confident Prince seems to have tricked himself instead.
Wang Duo was quite gloating. The audience laughed without any concealment and made pig noises. Is Khan worthy of copying my brother Han Sheng's hero pool? He just doesn't have the ability to understand. Hee. Maybe Koreans don't understand the idiom Dong Shi Xiaofeng. How dare you? Khan! Dare to do this? Woohoo! Zoom is okay. He is worthy of being a member of the second team of Tobwa. And he can also be regarded as my brother Han Sheng's younger brother. Tobwa products must be high-quality products? It's broken. Brother House seems to have a headache. The second team of Tobwa will be poached? Come on, RNG. Damn Longzhu. Labor and management just can't stand Khan's shockwave. It was this wave of blood that caused Kennen to immediately replenish the Dolan sword when he returned home. The powerful attributes provided by the sword and shield combination in the early stage made it impossible for the prince to effectively consume Kennen. And once the prince is unable to effectively suppress Kennen in the early stage, then in the middle and late stages, the prince will not be able to limit Kennen's side split push at all. RNG won the crucial round. The two sides did not overturn in the competition with other teams, entering the playoffs with a score of 5-1. In the playoffs, Longzhu did not play tricks on the lineup and chose to start the game normally. Khan seemed to be trying to save face and completely suppress the Duke. In the end, Longzhu struggled to secure first place in the group with its victory in the extra round, while RNG could only settle for second place in the group. And next, the group stage is about to usher in the last match day. This day also touches the hearts of all LPL fans. For EDG, every game is a matter of life and death. Li Hansheng specially dragged Jack and others to the scene to watch the EDG game. The group was quickly recognized by the fans around them. Li Hansheng did not cover up, but took the initiative to speak. Brothers, if EDG is not okay on the court later, everyone will raise their hands, pass our energy to EDG, and cheer them on. This naturally attracted the approval of the fans around the scene. EDG's first game was against C9. This time they learned the lesson from the first round and suppressed Jian Huang's signature Syndra to death. At the same time, the lineup is no longer obsessed with early offense. Not surprisingly, EDG easily won the first game and improved their score to 1-3. Very good. EDG has had a perfect start. Miller shouted excitedly in the commentary box. But we can't be happy too early. We have to count on teams like SKT and G2 to make mistakes. The second game is the showdown between G2 and SKT. Sure enough, the overturn is coming. G2's new bottom laner Teddy showed extraordinary competitive status. He dealt full damage in the Baron team and led the team to win a critical wave of team battles. Could it be? Does EDG really have a chance? The third game is EDG versus SKT. For them, there is no other way to say it. They must defeat G2. SKT has just lost to G2, which is an excellent opportunity for EDG. EDG had an economic advantage of tens of thousands against SKT in the first round, which shows that for them, SKT is not an invincible opponent. Come on EDG. At this time, there was a commotion at the scene. The director showed a close-up shot and discovered that all the audience members in the auditorium raised their hands high above their heads. What kind of action is this? The doll looked very surprised. Raise your hands up. Is this a vitality bomb? EDG, have you seen it? The audience is cheering for you. Shouting. EDG players saw the scene when they took the stage. Everyone was indeed shocked. The bonus to their morale is simply unimaginable. This makes their performance on the field very impressive. Facing SKT, they once again had a huge advantage in the early stage. At 25 minutes, EDG's lead once again reached tens of thousands. This time, they didn't give their opponents any chance. Take it! Who would have thought that SKT would lose 2 consecutive games in the second round? If C9 creates another upset, EDG will get a chance to play in the playoffs with SKT. C9 ushered in its opponent G2. In this European and American battle, no one expected that G2 would pull their hips and lose to G2. C9's competitive form seems to be very good. This also gave the audience hope. Could it be? Can EDG really survive the desperate situation? Next up is C9 versus SKT. Under everyone's watchful eyes, this focused battle started directly. It can only be said that SKT is indeed a strong team. With Lee Sang-hyuk at the helm, it is unlikely that their state will decline significantly due to an unbalanced mentality. Facing the aggressive C9, SKT used its best operating methods to drag the game into the later stages. Then use your powerful team-fighting ability to win the game. Thus, SKT's group stage score was finally locked at 4-2. But EDG still has a glimmer of hope, because G2's current score is 3-2. As long as EDG can win this game, there will still be hope for the playoffs. Come on EDG! The sound of EDG. 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 Cheers! The focused battle between the two sides also started again. However, he suffered heavy losses at the beginning. The young boy made a mistake in trying to jump over the tower for a solo kill in the early stage, which resulted in him being counterkilled by Perks. The factory director can be said to be full of rhythm. He just helped the middle to overcome the disadvantage. Can be in the critical wave of Big Dragon group. The junior made another mistake, and was instantly killed. The mid laner was instantly killed.
which meant that EDG could not pick up the team at all, and was forced to lose the Baron, thereby losing a good game. EDG lost. They failed to perform miracles. Chapter 442, Opponents to be faced.
It's a pity that EDG fell at the last step. They failed to create a miracle. For them, their journey to the World Championship is about to come to a complete end.
Miller's tone seemed very heavy, but also a little bit of regret. No matter how much you curse or look down on me, EDG has been the face team in the LPL division for the past few years. You can say that they are fighting soft-footed shrimps outside. But this involves another problem. They got their tickets by their own strength. They didn't steal or rob. If they are all rubbish, then what are the other teams that can't even get tickets?
At this time, think about what Noob said in the interview. The World Championships at home lacks EDG and the factory director. For us viewers, it seems that something is missing.
Wawa also said in a heavy tone. Then he said,
but this is reality. In the competitive field, success and failure are all determined by strength. We feel sorry for EDG being eliminated, but we must face this reality. Yes, I hope that the EDG players can adjust well and take a good rest after the World Championships. I also hope that they can adjust well in the coming year. After all, competitions happen every year, and everything must be looked forward to.
The scene fell into silence for a while, and after a while, bursts of applause broke out. This is a reward for the winner G2. On the stage, you can see through the close-up on the screen at the scene that the factory director's expression does not seem to have become too sad or sad. Instead, he looked calm. It was obvious that the Holy Gun brother and the junior boy next to him were so sad that they slumped in the esports chair and refused to get up and formally say goodbye to the competition stage. He stood up alone and silently packed away peripheral equipment such as keyboards and mice on the desktop. Is it true that you have lost so much that you don't care anymore? Or maybe you have too much experience of losing games, so you are so thick-skinned that it doesn't matter? Only those who have experienced it will understand that when people experience violent mood swings, they will reveal this seemingly calm state. This is a situation caused by the brain's emotional mechanism being temporarily offline. The factory director just calmly packed up the peripherals, calmly waited for the G2 players to come over and shake hands with him, and even took the initiative to pat his teammates on the shoulders to comfort them, indicating that it was time for them to step down. The stage belongs to the winners, and there is no extra space for losers like them. They are destined to be incompatible with the atmosphere of the stage, until you get to the edge of the stage. In fact, the number of EDG fans has dropped very quickly in the past 2 years. First, Tubwa, led by Li Hansheng, suddenly emerged, winning various championships along the way and attracting most of the attention. Second, the poor performance in the first round of this year's group stage disappointed too many fans, and they chose to lose their fans. But there are always some people who are nostalgic for the past. And there are always some people who really like EDG and the factory director. Usually these people are called die-hard fans. Just as the lonely figure of the factory director was about to disappear in the passage into the backstage, someone didn't know who shouted heartbreakingly,
Ming Kai! You must stick to it. The worst we can do is start over next year. Don't retire.
As soon as this sentence was shouted out, many fans around him were stunned. Yes, if you think about it carefully, the factory director is already 24 years old this year. For esports players, this age is a bit too young to be considered at the peak of his career. A complete senior player. The director's ability to maintain a high level of competition on the field shows how much hard work he has put in private. It would have been someone else. At the age of 24, he was either unemployed or started selling cakes through live broadcasts early. Next year, can the 25-year-old Minkai continue to persevere after so many years of failure? Can you still struggle in the top league with high intensity of competition? You can see that the factory director paused obviously. However, he did not look back, but continued to walk forward. No one knew what choice he would make.
Brother Han Chung, EDG is really gone?
Jack was still a little unbelievable.
The factory director played very well this year. The various rhythms in the early stage were simply his version.
In fact, anyone who has played professionally knows it. Although the annual Global Finals is regarded as the most valuable event. But in fact, everyone feels deep down that the value of the league championship may be more convincing. Why? The league is a long process, with multiple version changes in the middle, which tests the overall strength of the teams and players even more. The Global Finals are different. He is limited to one version, which involves a problem. The version thing has a bonus for some players. For example, the hero he is good at is a popular version, But for some players it is a pure weakening. This in turn leads to a problem. Are the people who won the global finals that year necessarily the 5 strongest people at that time? Not necessarily. Multiple attributives must be added. For example, in the World Championship version, on the day of the finals, the 5 people are in the best shape and know the version best. Because the team that ultimately wins the championship is not necessarily the number 1 seed in the division. If it is really the strongest team, why can't it even get the number 1 seed in the division? In the final analysis, it is still a version factor. Even someone as strong as Faker sometimes doesn't adapt to the version. For example, in the S5 spring game, long-handed mages such as Xerath and Zar were popular in the middle. Faker was not good at it, so he was once pushed to the bench by Monkey King. Of course, this is also what makes Faker admirable. Through constant training, he has gradually made heroes that he was not good at become his signature and unique skills. Here's another example. Last year in S6, the bottom lane was the version of Xiao Huamao and Jin, and Uzi was once forced to the bench in QG by HGI. Judging from Uzi's landing ability in the bottom lane, is there any problem? Isn't it because the hero pool is not suitable for being a substitute? But Uzi also managed to develop his own little yellow hair in the later stage, and even allowed RNG to come up with a weird system like 4 guarantees and 1 small yellow hair. And he could also lead the team to victory. This is also a reflection of Uzi's personal ability and talent. Reflect. The version of this year's World Championship is exactly the version that is most suitable for the factory director. Judging from the hero pool, heroes such as Pig Girl, Prince, and Wine Barrel are rampant in the jungle. This is what the factory director is good at. In this version, the jungler does not need to bear the burden of carrying, nor does he need to pursue jungle suppression, helping the laners catch people, helping the C position to establish a matchup advantage, and acting as the front row to absorb damage in team battles. This is exactly the way the factory director is best at, and he has been doing this since he was in Wii. The last time a version that was so suitable for director was in S5. So there was nothing wrong with director that year, and MSI was even able to beat SKT. But when it came to the World Championship, the emergence of juggernauts caused EDG to fall short. If it is still the version that continued during the league, the EDG team in S5 may not be as miserable as the top 8. It is not difficult to understand why the S7 World Championship is said to be the year when the factory director performed his best. Because this is his version. Otherwise, how did EDG gain an economic advantage of tens of thousands against SKT with all its early advantages? It's because the factory director's early rhythm was perfect. So, if you want to win the World Championship, you must have the right time, right place, and the right people. Li Hansheng shrugged. The best factory director doesn't have the best teammates. There is obviously something wrong with EDG's Double C. Fishman is inexperienced, and his younger brother is still growing up. Neither Double C has reached his peak, and even brother Holy Gun, who is on the road, has not yet reached his true peak. The factory director is alone and unable to support himself. That's true, Shersaming said with emotion. Compared to others, the 3 of us are so lucky. No wonder they all envy us. Toba led by Li Hansheng is simply the best breeding ground for young people. Li Hansheng used his strong personal strength to give them enough space and time to grow. And Li Hansheng was strong enough. Even if they made mistakes, Li Hansheng could lead them to win the game forcefully, thus allowing them to build up strong enough self-confidence. Confidence is always the 7th piece of equipment for professional players. So, Li Hansheng did not forget to educate them at this time. Don't regard winning the game as an easy thing, and don't miss every opportunity to win the championship. Treat every time as the only opportunity in your life. There is a chance. Otherwise, even if I meet your version, I may not be able to meet good teammates. Li Hansheng doesn't know what Taba's lineup will look like next year. Maybe Gao Tianyang. Sure, Saming. Yu Winbao will leave. And even Gao Dui may also leave. After all, no matter how much Taba is willing to spend money, it is impossible to offer maximum salaries to 5 positions at the same time. And after several young people reach the top, they are not sure that they will not expand and have more demands for money. Li Hansheng will not deliberately kidnap others morally. After all, how many years will esports last for? It is normal for people to want to make more money after they become successful. The sadness at the scene did not last long. Mainly after EDG recorded a 0-3 record in the first round. Everyone knew that EDG was more or less unlucky. Being eliminated was a high probability, and successfully qualifying was a miraculous event with a small probability. After all the psychological expectations,
except for those true diehard fans. It will be very uncomfortable. Most other normal viewers will only feel a little bit regretful and forget about this incident. The Earth will not stop spinning just because someone is missing. And the game will not stop just because EDG is eliminated. Both EDG and the audience must learn to look forward. The game still continues. In Group D, the records of SKT and G2 are once again tied, both at 4-2, which means that the two sides still need to fight fiercely to compete for the top spot in Group D. Considering that the duel between the two sides is 1-1, it is hard to say who will win and who will lose. Getting first place in the group is definitely a situation that both sides want to strive for. Soon, the extra match between the two sides started again. Brother Han Chung, who do you think will win? Jack asked curiously. It's hard to say. Li Hansheng shook his head. SKT's state is obviously problematic. Bang's competitive state is far inferior to that of the past 2 years. Hyuni on the road simply lacks personal ability and is far inferior to SKT's first two top laners. This makes SKT's operations not so smooth. What makes SKT truly invincible in the world? It is an unparalleled team fighting ability. No matter whether it is an advantageous group or a disadvantaged group, they can win. The root cause is Lee Sang-hyuk and Bae Jun-sik. But now Bae Jun-sik's condition has declined, and the middle lane is dominated by Tool players, which has caused the backbone of SKT to fall. This is the reason why they are struggling. Coupled with Hubiro on the road, it is a shock wave. Joke. Who are SKT's first two top laners? The world's #1 Rambo horse, Duke, the new solo kill king of LCK. Hyuni is not even remotely inferior to them. As long as these two people are around, Wither cannot make waves so easily. The situation on both sides of the court is indeed inseparable. It seems that European mid laners are particularly good at playing Korean mid laners. Previous European kings have never been at a disadvantage when playing Korean mid laners. AP. Perks protected the dignity of the European king. Said it before? After AP staged a 1-kick-and-4 performance at the beginning of the year, this G2 team has reorganized a lineup that has absorbed the best from the entire European division, poached the absolute core of the other two European teams in S6. European Snake Spies top laner Wunder, H2K's jungler Yankos, and AP. This top, middle and jungle combination can go sideways in the European division with just a few copies. The two Koreans were introduced in the bottom lane. The auxiliary god Mad Life brings new guy Teddy. The bot lane assistant must have experience, and the ADC can lack a little experience. After all, in the ADC position, the operation is strong enough and the reaction is fast enough. Other supports can help make up for it. This kind of G2 will not fall behind at all when facing SKT. Especially Teddy in the bottom lane is simply a killer when facing Bang. The final result surprised everyone. SKT actually lost to G2 in the playoffs and became second in Group D, while G2 became first in Group D. Oh my god! It's unimaginable that SKT will be second in the group. Miller kept lamenting. EDG, Flash Wolves, Fnatic, C9 and other old friends we are familiar with have failed in the group stage. And SKT has also become an unprecedented second in the group. I can only say that times are indeed changing. And the world of League of Legends has changed. That's right. We wouldn't have dared to imagine this before. Wawa also nodded with emotion. This is also a good thing. The vigorous development of the League of Legends competition requires a steady stream of fresh blood. We are happy to see it. Let more young people come to the fore. After the game, don't leave in a hurry. Next, we will conduct the draw ceremony for the top 8. Although EDG was eliminated, Tobua and RNG in our division still advanced to the top 8. We can take a look at their subsequent opponents. Finally, the group stage situation is officially decided. The first place in Group A is Tobua, and the second place is Samsung. The first place in Group B is Dragon Ball, and the second place is RNG. The first place in Group C is TSM. The second place is MSF. Group D is first, G2, second, SKT. Chapter 443, quarterfinal opponent Lee Sang-hyuk. Gui. Can SKT fall to second place? Shersaming's eyes widened, still feeling a little surprised. Why? Are you scared? Jack licked his lips excitedly. I wish I could play SKT in the quarterfinals, and then play Longzhu. Samsung, copy our record in S6 last year, and only choose the Korean team to play. Last year 3 dozen Korean teams won the championship, but we can't verify it this year. The goal content of this championship is incredible. Am I afraid? If you are afraid, I won't be afraid.
Shi Siming jumped up angrily.
I just find it incredible. Is the innocence of the League of Legends professional circle about to change? Don't underestimate them,
Gao Tianyan explained.
The Korean team has always been slow to start. It can be seen that SKT still seems to have not figured out the version.
Slow warming is indeed a common problem of the Korean team. If you only look at the historical results of the group stage, the Korean team will not show extraordinary dominance, nor will it stand out. What is really great about them is their ability to adjust and learn in the knockout stages.
Okay, let's go quickly.
Li Hansheng patted the players' shoulders and motioned for them to follow him backstage. The draw for the quarterfinals takes place on the last day of the group stage. After Group D is played and all the top 8 places are determined, it will directly enter the drawing ceremony for the top 8. During the draw, one person from each team needs to take the stage. This depends on the official arrangement. When Li Hansheng and the others chose their seats in the auditorium, they specifically chose a location close to the contestants' passage. After showing their work badges to the security personnel on site, they climbed over the railing and returned to the backstage through the contestants' passage. When they returned to the backstage, people from the other top 8 teams also appeared backstage. Guihao quickly waved to Li Hansheng and others to return to the lounge. The scene still needs to be arranged, so there is still a little time to discuss it.
Actually, there is nothing to guess about our opponents. They are just 3 teams, RNG, MSF or SKT.
Guihao thought about it carefully. And RNG and MSF were in vain when facing Tobua. And SKT's slow heating state and lineup problems don't seem to pose much of a threat to Tobua.
The opponent is indeed easy to determine.
Li Hansheng also nodded. The draw rules for the top 8 of the League of Legends Global Finals are actually not that complicated. To put it bluntly, the first team in the group will play the second team in the group. Of course, there is a principle of avoidance in the same group. This is the same as the group stage draw rules where teams in the same division must avoid in the group stage. Certainly, at this stage of the quarterfinals, no group in the same division will evade this principle. However, there is one additional change. Teams in the same group will be divided into different halves. For example, if Taobo is ranked in the top half during the draw, then Samsung, the team in the same group as Taobo, will not appear in the top half, but will only appear in the bottom half. If 2 teams from the same group meet again after the group stage, it will only be in the finals. This is why the Samsung players don't have much pressure. As long as they ensure that the group appears, they will not be able to encounter Tobua before the finals. Even if they don't have the ability to defeat Tobua, they can still count on other teams to defeat Tobua. If the other teams can't do anything good in the end, then it's just a waste of time. They deserve to defend their title in this World Championship. At the front desk, the commentators are also educating the audience about the lottery rules for the top 8. The staff on the stage have already arranged the lottery scene. In fact, there are 2 booths placed in the middle of the stage. A transparent glass jar is placed on top of the booth, and 4 balls are placed in each, which corresponds to the 4 first-place teams and the 4 second-place teams. The guest of the draw for the top 8 is OMG's super rookie mid-laner Leng Xiao Icon. He can also be regarded as the best among domestic mid-laners, and he can always perform well on the court. The double C formed by him and Sima Laohi is the support of the OMG team. The main reason why we failed to achieve better results was because the team's configuration was indeed a bit poor. Double C alone cannot support it.
Hansheng, why don't you go up and represent our team later?
Guihao suggested. As the soul of Tobua, Li Hansheng is the absolute core. He is also the top player in the entire LPL division, and the only one who can compete with Lee Sang-hyuk in popularity around the world. There was obviously no question about him representing the team.
But?
Li Hansheng shook his head.
Why don't you let Away go? I'll always be the representative. And there's no freshness at all. Let Away go up and bring some freshness to the audience.
Gao Dui looked at Li Hansheng in surprise and shook his head.
No, you better go up. After all, you are the core of our team. No, 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 no.
Li Hansheng shook his head. There is a very important reason why he did this. This may be the last World Championship that Wei Shen will play on behalf of Tobua. Li Hansheng heard this news from Bizai. How to say? When Gao Dui joined Taobo, he held his breath. He wants to prove himself to the LGD management, and also to those anti-fans who criticize him. There is absolutely no problem with Gao Dui's strength. At the same time, I also want to make up for the regrets of the S5 World Championship. Gao Dui never denied that the S5 World Championship defeat had nothing to do with him. He also admitted that he was indeed inflated at the time. So he hoped to make up for the regrets left by his youth and frivolity. Now, he has proven it all. There is a high probability that Tobwa will win the championship this year. Not only will he be equal to Lee Sang-hyuk in the number of world championships, but he will also surpass Lee Sang-hyuk and become the first mid-laner in history to win consecutive S-League championships. He no longer has any pursuits in the League of Legends project. This thing is the same as when Jordan retired immediately after his first 3 consecutive championships and felt there was no challenge to play baseball. There is nothing that attracts him in terms of honor. And he knew it. My teammates definitely want to continue to compete for the World Championship in the S8 season. Then here comes the problem. If Talbot successfully defends its title this year, it will have touched the bottom line of the fist. If it wants to continue to win the championship in the S8 season, the price and effort it will have to pay will definitely be immeasurable. In the past few years, LCK has only been the regional champion of the World Championship. But Riot has been itching to hate them, and has been targeting them. As a team in the LPL division, it is unimaginably difficult for Tobwa to complete 3 consecutive championships. Riot Games will definitely try their best to target Tobwa through version changes, which means that the players of Tobwa will have to spend more than others, put more energy into training to ensure that they will not be eliminated by the version. On the premise that Gao Dui has no pursuit of his own, it would be difficult for him to devote too much energy to training, being targeted in various ways, and not training properly. Isn't this a hindrance to the team? An arrogant person like Gao Dui would not allow this to happen. And a very practical reason why he couldn't invest too much energy was that his relationship with B-Boy had reached that point. The two have reached the stage of discussing marriage. As for why he was in such a hurry, didn't Gao Dui accidentally create a human being just for the sake of a moment of pleasure? That's right. Honeybee is pregnant. It was detected shortly before the World Championships, which further strengthened Gao Dui's determination to retreat bravely. Just leave the best part of yourself to the audience. Guo Hao was also another insider. When he saw what Li Hansheng said, he immediately reacted and said,
"Okay, that's it. I'll wait. You go on stage on behalf of the team."
Gao Dui looked at the two of them, and did not refuse again this time. Coincidentally, the staff also came to notify representatives of each team to appear on stage. On the stage, Yu Shuang and Ren Dong waited for the contestants to appear before speaking directly.
Welcome to everyone to watch the draw of the quarterfinals of the 2017 League of Legends Global Finals. Hello everyone. I am Ren Dong, and I am Yu Shuang.
The two made a brief opening remarks.
There were 24 teams that once had the dream of winning the championship. After the fierce fighting in the group stage,
only 8 teams are left so far. So let us welcome these 8 teams first. First of all, they will advance to the knockout rounds as the first in the group. 4 teams in the stage.
The director immediately showed the camera to the members of the first team of the 4 groups. Tobwa's team is represented by Gao Dui, while Longju's team has the oldest support player in the team, Grella, as a representative. G2 has mid laner Perks, and TSM has chosen to have their frontman, mid laner Bilson, as a representative. When the 4 players appeared, the audience gave strong cheers and applause to show their support for the contestants.
This is followed by the 4 teams that finished second in their group and advanced to the knockout stages.
The camera panned again. Standing on the right side of the stage are the representative members of the second team of the 4 groups. They are SKT's assistant Wolf, MSF's assistant Ignar, RNG's spicy hot pot teacher Gua, and Samsung's top laner Xiapangpang withered to become the representative of the team. Then the two introduced the lottery rules for the quarterfinals again. The rules are not complicated. That is, the first team in the group will play the second team in the group. Teams in the same group will not be divided into half zones. After the rules are introduced, Ren Dong spoke again.
Next, let's invite today's draw guest, mid laner icon from OMG.
Young Master Lung was wearing a handsome suit with a white shirt underneath. Li Hansheng took a special look.
Really?
There are 3 black stars on the collar of his shirt. After Samsung won the championship, some people came out and said that Lung Xiao hinted at the ownership of the S7 World Championship this year in this way, in the quarterfinals draw. However, in this time and space, history is destined to continue to be rewritten. Mr. Lung came to the glass jar with a smile on his face. The first thing he needed to draw was the 4 number 1 seed teams. He had to first determine the upper and lower half zones. Mr. Lung put his hand into the glass jar, and then symbolically moved the balls to roll inside. Then he randomly took out one of the balls, and twisted the ball away under everyone's gaze. The team logo that appeared in his hand was a big red one. Surprisingly, it's Team Tobwa. Then he took action again, and the second team logo that was pulled out was a Western dragon with horns. This is the Dragon Ball team.
Wow.
Shi Siming's eyes widened in the background.
Are we going to play Dragon Ball in the semifinals? Hey, are you so sure that Longzhu will win?
Jack rolled his eyes.
What if Longzhu loses in the quarterfinals? Isn't this a high probability?
Shi Siming shook his head.
What the HL? It was 5-1 in the group stage.
Li Hansheng just smiled and said nothing. Originally, in that time and space, Longzhu was still 6-0 in the group stage, without a single defeat. As a result, the top 8 met Samsung and were sent away 3-0 by Samsung, which surprised everyone. Can only say, during the World Championships, everyone's understanding of the game and version has been changing. Just because you're strong in the group stage doesn't mean you're right. Maybe during the break, people have a new understanding, and you fall behind instantly, and then you can't keep up with the progress of others and are beaten. In this way, Tobua and Longzhu are in the top half. Then G2 and TSM are naturally divided into the bottom half.
If you look at it this way, it's quite interesting.
Li Hansheng took a closer look.
The battle between China and South Korea in the first half, and the battle between Europe and the United States in the second half. All I can say is that in this group, this really won.
The drawing of lots on the field is still going on. However, at this point in the drawing ceremony, the scope of the top 8 opponents has been narrowed down a lot, because of the principle that the same group will not appear in the same half zone. According to this, Tobua and Longzhu are from 2 groups, A and B, so RNG and Samsung can only appear in the bottom half. Same reason, SKT and MSF can only reach the top half. That is to say, Tobua's opponent is either MSF or SKT.
There is no other possibility. The commentators also mentioned this.
For Taobao, it would be the most comfortable if they draw MSF. After all, the overall strength of the Rabbit team is average. They are second in Group C. The main reason is that the overall strength of Group C is not strong enough. But considering that SKT's recent state is not very good, I think it might be better if we can eliminate SKT in the quarterfinals and advance. After all, the learning ability of the SKT team is really terrifying. If they can adapt to the version, I even think they are the most terrifying among the 3 Korean teams.
Lee Sang-hyuk's reputation is so terrifying. As long as SKT appears in the World Championship, everyone will regard them as one of the favorites to win the championship, and subconsciously fear them. Lung Xiao started drawing lots again. This time, the first team he selected also had a bright red logo. As for the 4 second-place teams in the group, RNG's team logo is yellow as the background color. Samsung is blue and white, and the Rabbitohs and SKT both use red as the background color. There are 2 stars printed on this team's logo. Then the identity will be revealed. 1 star represents a champion. There is currently only 1 club in the world that can have 2 stars. That is the SKT team. Chapter 444. The fight begins. Quarterfinals.
Oh my god! Is this really the SKT team?
Wawa was obviously shocked.
Brother, you do seem to have opened your mouth.
Miller teased slightly, but he didn't have any worries. As for the barrage? Turtle? Did you meet SKT so early? If SKT is eliminated early, how will Han Zai in China survive? His own father died in the quarterfinals. Han Zai also has something to say. My barbecue stall is famous for its slow cooking, and I'm at the top 8. Tobua is here to cheat and sneak attack. Don't talk about martial arts. Sneak attack on my 2-time champion barbecue stall. It can only be said that Han Zai is so stubborn. If SKT is eliminated early, it would be a good thing for Han Zai to shut up early. I am laughing so hard. Where is the director? Director? Quickly give me a close-up shot. I want to see the reaction of the people in SKT. Is it worse than eating shit? It's not certain who will be eliminated. You just like popping champagne at halftime. Right? Come on. Come on. Can someone review for Han Zai? What is Taobua's historical score against SKT? Everyone get out of the way. My urine is yellow. Let me wake up these Han Zai who are living in their dreams. If this had been a year or 2 ago, let alone meeting SKT in the quarterfinals, even if an LPL team were in the same group as SKT in the group stage, the viewers and commentators in the LPL division would have felt extremely uncomfortable. But now, Taobua's unparalleled dominance on the field, and Li Hansheng's personal dominance at the peak of his powers. SKT? Lee Sang-hyuk? You are the only one who claims to be the elite of LCK. Right? The fight between labor and capital is for the elite. No one in the entire competition area will feel panic at all, but will feel happy. On the stage, the expression of Wolf, who represented the team on stage, suddenly solidified. The little fat man was originally chatting and laughing with Grella on the side. After seeing the result of the lottery, he stopped laughing instantly. On the contrary, Gloria looked gloating. Tabwa is the biggest obstacle in their way to win the championship. Although Longgu and Tabwa are in the same half zone, they will always meet in the semifinals at the latest. Available before the semifinals. With a veteran like SKT, who is strong enough and has enough experience in the field to clear minds for himself in the front. As long as SKT is a little more powerful, they can force out some of Tabwa's trump cards. Doesn't it give them more confidence? Lung Xiao's drawing of lots is still going on. However, the suspense of the quarterfinals draw becomes smaller and smaller as you go later. Basically, after the first group of duels appear, you can guess everything in the subsequent rounds. Since Tabwa and Longju are in the top half, that means their opponents can only be the second seeds from Groups C and D. Now that SKT, the second seed in Group D, has been drawn by Tabwa, Longju's opponent has been officially determined. Because according to the principle of avoiding half of the zone in the same group, their opponent can only be the second seed Rabbit Team MSF from the European Division. Gloria, the representative of Dragon Ball, also smiled. Judging from the performance of the four teams, the MSF Rabbit team can be said to be the weakest among the four teams. Aren't they guaranteed to advance to the semifinals? The only suspense now is in the second half. Therefore, Lung Xiao's drawing of lots is still in progress.
Based on the current situation, G2 and TSM, I think RNG's best choice is to draw G2. We all know that RNG's absolute strength is in the bottom lane, and TSM's bottom lane is Imp. In comparison, G2's newcomer Teddy should be easier to deal with.
Miller said this with a conscience. Zhu Xungbin is not afraid of Uzi, and he will fight even more energetically when he knows you are Uzi. I really like what the host said. Hit Uzi. Never lost in BO5. Under the gaze of everyone, Mr. Lung once again reached into the glass jar, rolled the balls quickly, and then picked up one of them. Turn around and take a look. It's really RNG. Their quarterfinal opponent is the G2 team. In this case, the situation of the quarterfinal showdown has been officially determined. In the first half, Tabwa will face SKT, and Longju will face MSF. In the second half, G2 plays against RNG, and TSM plays against Samsung.
This grouping situation should be quite acceptable for our LPL division. If Tabwa encounters SKT in poor condition in advance, it can send away one of its championship competitors in advance. RNG also hopes to reach the semifinals, and the most perfect match is undoubtedly that Tabwa and RNG will join forces in the finals. In the first half, Tabwa has great hopes of making it to the finals. Whether it's SKT or Longyu, they have almost no chance of winning against Tabwa. In the second half, RNG needs to work hard. The viewers in the LPL division naturally hope to replicate the famous scenes at the peak of the LCK division. That is to turn the global finals into a civil war in their own region. This is also a perfect reflection of the strength of the competition area. Rendong spoke again on the stage. The final matchup of the top 8 has been officially determined. Next we will move to Guangzhou, where we will witness the wonderful showdown brought to us by the 8 teams.
This also heralds the end of the lottery ceremony. For Tabwa, there is nothing unacceptable about such a result. At least it won't lead to a civil war between teams in the same division. Tabwa can be said to be the most confident team in the world to face SKT. No way. Since the team was founded, it has never lost against SKT. With such a historical record, it is difficult not to have confidence. Next, Tabwa also needs to rush to Guangzhou as soon as possible, because the quarterfinals match will be staged at the Guangzhou Stadium. There will still be a few days of rest in between. But not all of this time can be used to prepare for the game. You also need to cooperate with the official to shoot various promotional materials and promotional videos for the quarterfinals. After the lottery ceremony, everyone in Tabwa just returned to the hotel. The factory director came to the door and said that he would take Li Hansheng and the others to experience the night market in Wuhan and have late-night snacks as a courtesy. Li Hansheng and others did not refuse. Everyone found a roadside food stall near the hotel. It was obvious that the factory director was not in a good mood, and Li Hansheng and the others tried their best to avoid talking about the competition. But now the highlight of the League of Legends circle is the ongoing World Championship. How can you avoid it? The factory director looked at them with envy and said with emotion,
I really envy you guys for being able to continue fighting.
Jack's emotional intelligence is still very high. He immediately answered,
You can also accompany us to fight together. Let's encourage each other. You kid.
The factory manager smiled and shook his head.
Don't be so cautious. Do I look like the kind of person who collapses just because he loses a game? Hey, I know that.
Jack suddenly smiled playfully.
Who doesn't know that my factory director is famous for his good attitude? Jack, do you know how to speak?
Li Hansheng suddenly glared.
You also called me the factory director? Call me Chijiang.
The factory director's face suddenly darkened.
Li Hansheng, you are a disgusting person. Aren't you?
Everyone burst into laughter. After eating for a while, the factory director took the initiative to speak again, mainly looking at young men like Jack.
This guy seems to become particularly nagging as he gets older. When he sees you guys, he always wants to talk to you. Chat a few words. You have to play hard next, and don't miss such an excellent opportunity. Your career path is much smoother than that of ordinary people. Not everyone can make a debut, but players of Li Hansheng and Gao Du will help you grow. Don't take winning the game as a matter of course because it's easy. For most players, failure is the only word that runs through their entire career.
Actually, the factory director is probably more envious. His style and his style of play are not the absolute core style of play. Rather than being the core, he prefers to be a supporter. That is, letting others carry him. But when you meet the right person, there is no right version. But after finally waiting for the correct version, things have changed. Again, in a team event, if you want to win the championship, you really have to have the right time, right place, and the right people.
In this case, Brother Hansheng has told us so many times.
Jack rolled his eyes.
What? Are we so obvious? We don't take winning the game seriously. Right. It's okay for Gao Tianliang and Shi Siming. You win, Ba. Your boy's style of play is the most casual.
The factory director shook his head.
It doesn't matter if you have a slanted style of play like Li Hansheng and Gao Dui to back you up in Talbua. But when one day when the team needs you to take the lead and assume the absolute C position, your style of play will be a huge burden for the entire team. Well,
Jack waved his hand disapprovingly.
We'll have to think about this kind of thing later. At least now, I just need to be my little brother with peace of mind. So you are lucky,
the factory director said again. He thinks so. It would be impossible for a kid like Yuanba to say such a thing if he went to play professionally for a year on a slightly weaker team. But nothing wrong with it either. If someone can be a teammate with Li Hansheng, he has the capital and the conditions. What's there to say? The factory director did not want to continue to persuade, but looked at Li Hansheng.
So, you must be determined to win the championship this year. Right. You are so crazy. You must be thinking about winning the championship again and becoming the only one in history. Hey, congratulations on the correct answer.
Li Hansheng nodded immediately.
If you don't win the championship at home, you can't be hated by the audience and fans. Right.
The factory director's face turned dark again. But he also knew that Li Hansheng was not targeting him. He directly raised his cup.
Then I wish you all your wishes. Come on next.
Look at him like this. Li Hansheng and others actually had something they wanted to say, but they couldn't hold it back. Wait until you are on your way back. Jack took the initiative and said,
The factory director is a little strange today. Why does it feel like he is explaining the funeral arrangements? Jack, if you don't know how to speak, you can shut up.
Shi Siming rolled his eyes.
The factory director is obviously a good person. Why do you send people away as soon as you open your mouth? Go away.
Jack immediately retorted.
I mean, the factory director doesn't really want to retire. Right. Isn't it normal to retire? He is already 24 years old. It is rare to play professionally at this age. What a pity. Didn't he always want to win the world championship? So, why do you think the factory director is telling you so much? People just envy us because we had the opportunity to win the championship when we debut. The factory director is right. Not everyone can be as lucky as us. For professional players say,
maybe failure is the real theme.
Li Hansheng didn't know what the factory director thought. However, this series of abnormal behaviors may mean that the factory director really wants to retire. At least, he has tried to reconcile with himself. Convince yourself to give up your obsession with the championship. He relies on this obsession to support himself in high-intensity training to maintain his condition. Once the string relaxes, it is almost impossible to pick it up again. Older esports players must rely on high-intensity training to maintain their condition. Otherwise, look at Uzi. He was still at the top level in the world during the S9 World Championship. when he came back in S12. He was suppressed by a doggo and couldn't even play. Isn't it because during the period of retirement, the trivial matters of life, including getting married and having children, took up too much of his energy and prevented him from continuing high-strength training to maintain his condition? For Li Hansheng, there is no more factory director. LPL does lack a lot of highlights, but that's the reality. LPL will not stop because of his departure. When old people leave, there will always be new people to replace them. This is an eternal law. Who can live without any regrets? Even Gao Dui is the envy of the factory director. Gao Dui did have regrets when he was young and frivolous, but later he made up for this regret through his own efforts. But the factory director? There is a high probability that there is no way to make up for this regret. Toba did not stay in Wuhan for too long. On the second day of the quarterfinals draw, the whole team assembled and headed to Guangzhou. The following few days, the whole team tried their best to cooperate with Riot in filming the promotional video. It is a home game, and Li Hansheng is the top player. He shot a lot of personal shots alone, which took up a lot of time. This even caused dissatisfaction from Hungmi. He felt that such official behavior seriously affected Toba's preparations for the war. But there is no way. Who makes Li Hansheng a star player? The short 4-day truce passed quickly. October 19th. The quarterfinals are about to officially begin. The match between Taobao and SKT is scheduled for the 19th. On the afternoon of the 19th, the area around the Guangzhou Stadium is packed with people. The players from Taobao and SKT arrived at the game early. Over here at the front desk. Since entering the knockout stage, in addition to the commentary booth, there is also a pre-match analysis booth where some retired players are officially invited to conduct pre-match warm-ups. Considering that the team was founded less than 2 years ago, there are no famous players who have retired. Therefore, the official could only invite Candy and Lu Mao to serve as guest analysts. Welcome to watch the 2017 League of Legends Global Finals quarterfinals. The two teams that will be facing off today are Taobao and SKT. This is also recognized as the most exciting game in the quarterfinals. Chapter 445 Happy Style Man is preparing. The analysis booth before the game was composed of Changmao, Mao and Candy. We all know that you two were once members of Taobao. What do you think of this game? Or where do you think the winning point is? Changmao asked first as usual. Candy said carelessly, I don't think you need to pay too much attention to anything. SKT has no chance of winning against Taobao. It's too easy for people to mythologize SKT. Their struggle in the group stage is actually a microcosm. This year's SKT is actually not as strong as last year. Compared to top laner Huni, Duke is greatly weakened. And the coordination between Cuz and Blank and Faker is not very good. So I think this year is SKT's weakest year. Lu Mao on the side also nodded. Indeed. If you don't say anything else, just go on the road. Huni can't line up with Hansheng normally. Personally, I think Toba will easily take away 3-0. And this version, there is no way to carry in the middle, leaving little room for Faker to play. And Bang's condition has also declined. In short, Toba has a high chance of winning. And SKT has almost no chance of winning. It seems that in your eyes, Toba has already sealed the victory in advance, Changmao said with a smile. That's right. Lao Li is not afraid of SKT. The more he plays against SKT, the more energetic he becomes. So today everyone just has to watch Lao Li's performance. Candy nodded affirmatively. Very good. Then we hope that today's game will go as smoothly as you two said. And we also hope that Taobao can defeat the strong enemy. The players are about to prepare for the stage. Let us return the screen to the main stage. The director immediately changed the scene. The large LED screen of the Guangzhou Stadium is playing the official promotional video. It is a collection of some highlights of the two teams during the group stage, and some interviews with the players. We didn't perform very well during the group stage, but I'm not worried about it at all. Because the knockout stage is when we really perform. After losing to Taobao last year, I have been training hard just to be able to do it at this moment. Take revenge with your own hands. You can tell it's Lee Sang-hyuk just by the sound of his voice. The audience was very loud. When I played the World Championship in North America last year, I was thinking how great it would be if the audience onto the stage could be our domestic audience. This year, I got my wish. Every time I played, I heard the enthusiasm of the audience. The cheers are an extra motivation for us. This voice comes from Li Hansheng. I know that many viewers don't trust me and think that I can't compare with Bang. But I will use actual actions to prove that I will not lose to Bang. And I will not become the team's breakthrough. We will definitely win this game. As the highlight reels played out,
The director immediately cut the camera to the audience, showing a long shot. It can be seen that the seats are packed, and there are still tens of thousands of spectators at the scene. Everyone is holding a variety of support materials in their hands, and their faces are full of anticipation. They believe that Tobal will not let them down and will definitely defeat SKT. And they came to the scene just to witness this moment with their own eyes.
Welcome to Guangzhou. All summoners present. Please let me feel your enthusiasm. Okay.
Rendong was still wearing a handsome suit and gave a familiar opening speech. The audience responded to him enthusiastically.
You are the best. After seeing your enthusiasm, let us invite the two sides of today's game. The first one to appear is the blue team, the number 1 seed team from our LPL division. Team Topo.
This blue side is because Tabwa advanced as the first in the group and has priority in selecting sides. In this version of the World Championship, the red side must use a ban position to kill Kalista, which means that the red side naturally has one less ban position. So no one will take the initiative to choose the red side. All members of Tobwa, who had been waiting for the players in the tunnel, walked out of the tunnel under the leadership of Li Hansheng and officially came to the stage. The leader, Li Hansheng, did not forget to wave to the audience, which naturally attracted enthusiastic responses from countless audience members. After all the members had appeared, Rendong continued to open up.
Noob in the top lane, Xiao Qian in the jungle, Gao Dui in the middle lane, Jackie Love in the bottom lane, Assist Xiao Ming, Coach Hongmi.
After introducing all the members of Taba, Rendong spoke again.
Today's red team is the traditional giant SKT team from the LCK division.
What's surprising is, the moment SKT players came on the stage, they also enjoyed the enthusiasm of not losing to Tobo. Also normal. SKT, led by Lee Sang-hyuk, enjoys home field advantage all over the world. It's hard for anyone to replicate Lee Sang-hyuk's miracle. He has grown up with the League of Legends, and even played a major role in the expansion of the League of Legends. The operation of the two tribulations was spread around the world, allowing the world to see what the ceiling of operation is. The popularity accumulated along the way is difficult to surpass.
Top laner Huni, jungler Cuz, mid laner Faker, bottom lane Bang, support Wolf, substitute Blank,
coach Koma.
The players from both sides stood in front of the players' table and accepted the applause of the audience. It can be seen that the popularity of both parties can be said to be evenly matched.
Very good. Now let's switch the stage to the two sides. The exciting game is about to begin. Don't miss it.
Rendong left the field, and the players turned back to the player seats. The director switched the camera to the commentary box. Miller, Wawa, and Wang Lauer. The three of them will be sitting in the commentary box today.
The analyst desk just made it very clear. Judging from the historical results of the two sides, Topo is not afraid of SKT at all. Judging from the recent status of both sides, Topo is in good shape in the group stage and won a great victory. 6 consecutive wins, while SKT stumbled and almost failed to qualify from the group stage. No matter how you look at it, Tobwa has a better chance of winning.
Wawa said eloquently.
Yes, but we must also clearly understand that this is SKT. Even now it can be said to be the most successful club in the League of Legends professional circle. And their mid laner is Faker, a man who can create miracles. No matter what at this time, it is impossible for us to ignore the threat SKT brings. And Tobal must not take it lightly today.
Miller added.
The specific outcome of the fight depends on the performance of the players on the court. We have every reason to believe that Tobal will not let us down. So, next, let us turn our attention to the court and see. After such a long time, we can see whether there is any difference in the understanding of the current version between the two parties.
After the words fell, the director immediately switched the screen again, because both parties have done various debugging and entered the BP screen.
Tobwa won the blue side first because of its record advantage. Let's see what lineup both sides will choose.
As soon as they came up, Tobwa took the initiative to ban Rise, Law and Karma, while SKT banned Kalista as usual, and then banned Pig Girl and Feng Nu.
Wow. If that's the case, there aren't many supports to choose from. Right?
Wang Lauer keenly caught SKT's trap.
Law, Karma, and Feng Nu have all been banned. So Lulu will become the best choice. But the problem is that if Tobwa grabs Lulu, SKT can get Galio plus Prince's system with a backhand. This pair of Tobwa, this is not an acceptable situation for the country.
Tobwa's final decision was to grab Galio, and SKT naturally won Prince plus Lulu. Taubo seems to be thinking deeply, and has not made a decision in a hurry.
This is a bit of a dilemma. What should I do? Although as long as you can add shield or blood, you can create an incense burner. But there is also a strength gap between the incense burner monsters.
Miller frowned.
How about choosing a wet nurse? Now it seems this is the only good choice.
Taobao gave another solution. Directly lock the cannon plus gems. There was an uproar at the scene. Xiao Pao is pretty normal and has been selected many times in the group stage, mainly as a gem in the support position. The hero gem underwent a rework in the S6 period and became stronger than before. The ultimate move can theoretically make everyone invincible. It seems very strong, but few people care about it, and the number of appearances is very low.
Is Tabwa going to use his ultimate move in the first game?
Wawa shouted excitedly. SKT's Kamasa frowned. In theory, Gem was the same type as Brahmin Tam, a protective support, and he also knew that there was a combo between Cannon and Gem. Although the Gem's E is a stun, it has a delayed judgment, while the Cannon's W also has a slightly delayed displacement. Just like the combination of swords. If the Gem opens E and the Sword Master opens Q, you can be 100% stunned. Small Cannon plus Gem. When the Gem activates E, the small cannon jumps directly to the person's face. This combo can also produce a control effect with a high probability.
Which hero do you think is better?
Dunk was a little embarrassed, so he could only leave the question to his team members. Because in this case, SKT's bottom lane will bear certain risks and pressure on the lane. The main reason is that with this first-hand control, the opponent will be able to cooperate with the jungler for gank.
Bang thought for a while and said,
It's okay. Anyway, there are basically no shooters with displacement in the bottom lane of this version.
The most popular shooter heroes during the World Championship are turret-type shooters that can be enhanced by incense burner monsters. Big Mouth, Rat, and the rest of Xia, Virus, and the policewoman also rely on basic attacks for output, which can maximize the strengthening effect of the incense burner. Basically, there is no displacement. The female police officer does have displacement, but the displacement skills of the female police officer are not even as good as that of a small cannon. The distance is short, and there is a particularly obvious hand-raising movement. Xiaopao's W has a short-term hegemony, which can forcefully offset various controls as long as it is used well.
How about a female police officer?
Quan Ma suggested. Policewoman plus Lulu can barely be used, mainly because Tabwa's bottom lane combination cannot get lane rights. The hero Gemstone can only rely on basic attacks to help the shooter push the lane. But he is a melee fighter, and it is impossible to do so once he comes up. Touch the soldier.
That's okay, but in that case, the jungler has to surround the lower half.
Bang reminded.
Okay, that's it.
Quan Ma nodded. Even if both junglers focus on taking care of the bottom lane, SKT's bottom lane will have lane rights, and the initiative will be in their own hands. Therefore, SKT immediately showed the policewoman on the third floor.
Policewoman? It seems that SKT is planning to select a front-end push lineup, and also select a quick promotion system around the female policewoman.
The two sides entered the second round of BP. SKT began to focus all their energy on the top lane. Both heroes Jace and Lucian were blocked. This was obviously to help Huni relieve the pressure on the top lane. And here is Taobao. Backhand. Syndra and Rockbird were also banned.
It's beautiful. There's nothing wrong with Coach Hongmi's thinking.
Wang Lauer praised excitedly.
He just doesn't give SKT any heroes in the middle that can push the lane.
What is the most important thing about the speed promotion system? Line rights. Especially policewomen. Why can't female police officers be paired with hard assistants? Obviously, if you control it with one set of hard support, the female policeman can deal a good set of burst damage by connecting Q, W, and E. But must the female police officer be paired with a soft assistant? Or a soft assistant with strong line power such as Zyra and Karma? Isn't it just because I want to push quickly? Do I need to seize the line? Now, SKT's bottom lane has lane rights. But the most critical middle lane is not necessarily so. The middle road, as the most important road, is reflected here. It seems that the mid lane and bottom lane are unrelated to each other in the early stage. But people who have played games or watched a lot of games will understand. If you don't have lane rights in the middle, even if you have a strong landing combination in the bottom lane, you won't dare to suppress it. How? Do you think the opponent's middle lane is dead? The impact of the center on the two wings is exactly here.
Hey, this doesn't leave many choices for Faker.
Rise, Syndra, and Rockbird are three mainstream heroes that can push the lane. But now they are all gone. Either he is a tool man like Malzahar, or he can only choose a clockwork at a minimum. And SKT's final choice is directly go out to Nar on the road first. Choose a top-level Snake Oil for Huni. Let him play alone. And then let Faker look at the lineup to make up for it. This is also a symbol of status within the team. Toba still has no choice in Winnow. There's not much to say about the jungle position. Under the premise that the prince was robbed and the pig girl was banned, the wine barrel became the only popular choice. And here on the road, there is a lot of room for choice left for Li Hansheng.
Hansheng, what hero do you want to choose?
Redmi almost gives Li Hansheng absolute autonomy in this regard. Li Hansheng took a cursory look at the lineup. He thought for a while.
Then it's just a show-off.
Li Hansheng smiled.
How about you give me Yasuo? It will definitely easily defeat the opponent on the road.
Hongmi was stunned at first. Yasuo? In the eyes of the coach, this hero is a flashy existence. Handsome is handsome. But it's hard to win. What the professional arena pursues is ultimate utility. The word gorgeous has nothing to do with it. But there is nothing wrong with Li Hansheng. The first 4 moves of Talbot are a face-rushing system. Now, with the wine barrel here, Yasuo is definitely a good partner. There seems to be nothing wrong with Yasuo? Chapter 446 The Way of the Drifter. Li Hansheng did not forget to remind him.
There is a female police officer on the opposite side. No matter what, both of us must focus on the bottom lane in the early stage.
The policewoman is the kind of hero who absolutely kidnaps her teammates. And she also kidnaps her opponents. Because everyone knows, the policewoman is the absolute core of the field. This hero must have an advantage. And even balance of power cannot be accepted. Certainly, Talbot either used reverse thinking or used a female police officer as a cover. But in fact, he mainly played the upper midfielder. This is not impossible. But the premise is that your top, middle and jungle are strong enough to make up for the team black hole formed by the policewoman's lack of advantage on the court. And others must be able to fill it. Talbot can do it, because they have the invincible Li Hansheng. As long as Li Hansheng has personal advantages, he will be able to let the policewoman develop smoothly. In this way, both parties can develop normally to a later stage. My policewoman's carry ability is still better than yours. The policewoman is such an extreme hero. An absolute V-shaped curve. Invincible at level 1 and level 18. The previous SKT might have been able to do this. But this S7 SKT team absolutely couldn't do it, because top laner Huni's personal ability simply couldn't support it. Based on this, Li Hansheng also feels that with Yasuo coming to Cantonal, he can do whatever he wants on the top lane.
Yeah.
After thinking carefully for a moment, Hongmi thought it was feasible and nodded immediately.
Then you can go ahead.
Toba directly selected Yasuo on the 5th floor. As soon as this hero appeared, there was an uproar at the scene, and the commentators all hugged their heads and exclaimed,
"Oh my god!"
Miller's eyes widened, and he shouted in disbelief.
Yasuo? Showing off Yasuo in the knockout stage of the World Championship? Only Noob has the courage. If this hero is selected, he will immediately become the absolute core of the field.
Wawa then exclaimed,
"It is true that only Noob can do it. Let's look at the close-up shot. No wonder Noob has been talking just now. He must be talking to Red. Coach Me said he wanted to pick Yasuo."
The reaction of everyone in SKT was also very confused. If it was last year, when they saw Li Han being promoted to Yasuo, they would definitely feel that Talbot was great and they had a great chance of winning. But now, even if Li Hansheng chooses a Nani in the top lane, no one would dare to take it lightly, let alone Yasuo, who is extremely cooperative with the lineup. The problems facing SKT now are nothing more than 2. Is it Clockwork or Malzahar? Malzahar can effectively limit Yasuo, and he won't have much problem facing Galio in the mid lane. But the disadvantage is that the carry ability is insufficient, and it is a bit unqualified for Lee Sang-hyuk to play this kind of tool. But when it comes to choosing a Clockwork, everyone knows that a Clockwork, like a policewoman, requires a long development cycle. It can even be said that the damage of a Clockwork is not enough before the 3-piece suit. Although Malzahar doesn't do any damage in the early stage. As a tool mid laner, Malzahar can set the pace in the early stage. But not Clockwork. The double CS of policewoman plus Clockwork will give people an intuitive feeling no matter what lineup they are placed in. That's drag. A special drag rhythm. Of course, the advantage is that if it can really enter the late stage smoothly, the 2 super cores of policewoman plus Clockwork will be invincible in their ability to fight head-on. Almost these 2 heroes can directly support the entire team's head-to-head fighting. After thinking about it, I still feel that the lineup cannot be too passive. They are already at a disadvantage. And if they still choose a passive lineup, they really have no hope at all. Finally, SKT picked Malzahar on the 5th floor. In this way, the lineups of both sides will be officially determined. Tall Ball is on the blue side, and SKT is on the red side. Top lane, Yasuo vs Gnar. Jungler, Wine Barrel vs Prince. Middle, Galio vs Malzahar. Bottom lane, Cannon plus Jim vs Policewoman plus Lulu.
Judging from the lineups of both sides, the pressure on Top Ball's side is all on the bottom lane. Can Jack and Xiaoming stop SKT's attack? I'm really worried, especially since Jack often goes up once the bottom lane is broken. If that's the case, even the noob Yasuo will have a hard time finding room to play.
Miller is not particularly optimistic about Tableau's lineup, because the pressure on the bottom lane is really too much. It's very difficult to beat the Policewoman plus Lulu with a small gun plus Jim. It's very simple. You don't have a parent in your hands. The control of Jim must be close, which Lulu will walk up to your face and faint yourself. Then the only way is for Xiao Pao to jump on his face to cooperate. Then this means that all in is required. But here comes the problem again. Xiao Pao, the B hero, has a very stupid W. A more powerful policewoman can predict the landing point of your West and place a clip as soon as you take off, and then perform a complete set of explosions. Even if you can control Lulu first, you will most likely not be able to defeat her. We can only wait for the jungle. You can wait for the jungler, but the opponent can't?
There is no other way. If you want to become world champions, this is the challenge that Jack and Xiaoming must overcome and defeat Bang plus Wolf, the world champion bottom lane combination.
If you want to become a champion, you have to face various challenges. With the cheers from the audience, the game soon entered the Summoner's Rift.
Actually, when it comes to playing Yasuo against Gnar, Noob has shown us the correct way to play before. Gnar is really difficult to beat Yasuo,
Miller said eloquently. The director immediately focused the camera on Li Hansheng. He also specially used his own champion skin. A close-up shot reveals all the details of Hansheng Li, Yasuo's champion skin.
Indeed, the talent chosen is Grasp of Immortality, which should be a half-meat style like Green Cross and Big Ice Hammer.
Wawa added, the main reason is that Yasuo's current value is no longer as exaggerated as in the previous 2 seasons. Going half-meat can maximize your fault tolerance and allow you to perform better in team battles.
Be careful on the road. Noob is so scary that we don't need to tell you anything. You just need to hold on to the lane this time. We have a great chance of winning, so you must hold on.
SKT's only brotherly Wolf is instructing his top order. Uni turned his head nonchalantly.
If I had the chance to kill him alone, I can't miss it. Right.
Wolf was speechless. Kill Li Hansheng alone? Are you worthy? If killing Li Hansheng alone was a very simple and easy thing, others would have done it long ago. Why can you do something that so many top laners have failed to do? However, he did not dampen the enthusiasm of his top laner. He just warned again.
First determine the opponent's jungler's movements. If you are not sure of the jungler's movements, don't act rashly.
Soon, the soldiers from both sides came to the line. Li Hansheng looked at Huni opposite him, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Yasuo does have an advantage over Gnar. How can a hero be considered restrained? It must be your advantage in the landing phase, and you can only say that if it doesn't count in the eyes of others. So, what are the advantages of Gnar in landing? The first is definitely the range advantage. The longest range in melee combat on the road is 175 yards, while Gnar has 400 yards at level 1, and the range will increase as the level increases. The second thing is that Gnar has 2 forms. This is where he is better than Kennen. Although Kennen also has long hands in the early stage, Kennen often has an embarrassing point. That is, after lowering the opponent's HP, you can't go up and fight with the opponent. Gnar is different. After the transformation, he received a huge numerical bonus and a second set of skills, allowing him to be unafraid of melee combat with tanks and warriors. And the most important point is, Gnar can use Q's Boomerang's deceleration combined with W's 3-ring acceleration or E's displacement jump to perform repeated pulls. So, if you want to feel comfortable landing with Gnar, the first thing that is very important is to have displacement. Yasuo fits perfectly. Not only that, Yasuo has the Wind Wall, which can directly confiscate Gnar's boomerang. This not only prevents him from being slowed down in kite, but also prevents Gnar from picking up the boomerang to reduce the CD of his Q skill. Chance. In theory, Yasuo has unlimited movement and can cling to Gnar. A more important point. In fact, it's still the range. Yasuo's shooting range is 175 yards, which is the highest range in melee combat. compared with Nar's 400 yards. It seems to be far behind. But Yasuo has Q. Yasuo's Q skill, Steel Flash, has a range of 475 yards. What is this concept? A rough calculation shows that Nar didn't have such a long range before level 14. That is to say, at this stage of the matchup, if Nar wants to A to Yasuo, Yasuo will definitely get it first. Many people underestimate Yasuo's early suppression power, thinking that Yasuo can only bully traditional mages in the middle. Actually not. With his basic attack range of 175 and his Q skills range of 475, Yasuo can suppress many warrior heroes in the early stage even if he is placed on the top lane. Huni's landing ability is actually average. In the final analysis, he has only bullied some European and American top laners and their attitude. Facing other top laners, his record is not good at all. Li Hansheng decided to test his quality. If you want to hit Nar, you must not be QED by Nar. Otherwise, when the first mover is slowed down, it will be impossible to pull Nar. He deliberately stood next to the minion and swayed back and forth in order to deceive Nar's Q skill. But Huni was also very cautious, but did not want to make the first move. Li Hansheng immediately chose to learn E/. He directly targeted the melee soldier with residual health and moved forward. Upon seeing this, Nar immediately used his Q skill to predict and take action. However, Huni still underestimated Li Hansheng's hand speed. Yasuo's Seamless E does not have strict attribute requirements like Double Wind. If Yasuo wants to achieve Seamless E, he only needs to have fast enough hand speed. It is a bit similar to Raven's Light Speed QA, which requires quick clicks on the floor. Wait to cancel cast after shake. Li Hansheng made a seamless wave of E and moved out first, leaving Nar's boomerang behind. Then handy again to come to Nar. Directly draw A and E to move yourself behind Nar. This purpose is mainly because the boomerang starts to fly back after hitting the minion. So just hide behind Nar. Avoid the secondary damage of the boomerang. After a round of facing each other, Li Hansheng once again used long-range soldiers to distance himself. But NL couldn't catch up at all. After a round of blood circulation, Yasuo only lost a trace of blood. But Nar lost nearly a third of his blood. Very simple. Yasuo hit Nar 3 times in total. The first A-level hit also had the effect of Grip of the Immortal, and the E skill was stacked 2 times, hitting Nar with a full layer of damage. The talent that Nar brings is Warlord's Bloodthirst, so I won't mention it. Nar's first 2 basic attacks dealt damage to Yasuo's passive shield, and only the 3rd basic attack actually caused damage.
It's coming! It's coming! Noob Yasuo's Tianxiu exchange!
Wawa shouted excitedly.
Huni is so pure. He is as pure as a little white flower in front of Noob. Ha! It's true that they all talk about Yasuo, but in the final analysis, I have only seen it from the noob Yasuo.
Miller even praised Li Hansheng to the sky. At this time, the director switched the camera to the junglers of both sides. Only then did I see it. Gao Tianyang's wine barrel chose to open with a single red buff, while the opposite Cuz chose to open with a single red buff. Thus, both sides brush from top to bottom. After brushing the buff, they all go down, which means that both junglers will focus on the bottom lane in the first wave of gank. Obviously the bottom lane is the top priority.
If both junglers choose to go down the bottom lane, then the first wave of collision between the 2 sides must be in the bottom lane.
The director quickly cut to the bottom lane shot. Can be seen. The policewoman and Lulu took advantage of their range to seize the line right from the start. Although the passive of Xiupao's E skill does not work. On the contrary, the passive of Xiupao's E skill also affects his tower repair. But, Wang Lauer suddenly exclaimed.
Hey! Look!
Wang Lauer emphasized.
When did Tabwa place a view on the grass in the river?
This has to mention the topography of the lower road. Tabwa is on the blue side, and SKT is on the red side, under the premise that the SKT bottom duo is pressing the line. If Tabwa places his vision in the river grass, it is equivalent to providing a teammate behind the SKT duo. Excellent back-eye position.
This ward position will most likely become a foreshadowing for the bottom lane.
The director seems to understand. Immediately give the camera to the middle side. Malzahar had no way to deal with Galio's strong push. No one in this world can prevent Galio from pushing the lane in the early stage of Malzahar. Even if you are Lee Sang-hyuk.
If the army line in the middle is so perfect, well, Wei should be able to directly TP the bottom lane and cooperate with the jungler to do a wave of 4 packs of 2. Even if Faker follows along and TPs, the level 3 Galio will be in such a small position. In a large-scale team battle, it must be much stronger than level 3 Malzahar. Right.
The situation seems to be developing little by little in the direction Wan Lauer said. After both junglers got the double buffs, they immediately went to the bottom lane. The signals on the minimap keep coming and going, indicating that a fierce confrontation is about to begin in the bottom lane. Chapter 447 3 kills. Take off. SKT actually knows that the situation in their center lane is not good. Cuz wants to focus more on anti-squat. The troops in the bottom lane are being sent into the defense tower by SKT's bottom lane duo. He only needs to hang up in the bottom lane for about half a minute. When the troops in the bottom lane are reset, the policewoman and Lulu retreat to a safer position. He can leave with peace of mind. SKT's operational skills make them very good at the policewoman's rapid promotion system. And they also understand it very well. The female police officer seemed to be in a hurry when she pushed quickly. But you can't be in a hurry. Right. The policewoman does need a huge matchup advantage to roll her own snowball. But the more impatient you are, the more gains you lose sometimes. As far as the lineups of both sides are concerned, policewoman plus Lulu are on the bottom side. Using the hero's characteristics in normal landing will naturally accumulate advantages, and then slowly roll the snowball to achieve the effect of rapid push. It is gratifying to be able to help the policewoman establish more advantages through gank and roaming. But that is secondary. What SKT has to do is to ensure that the policewoman lines up normally in the bottom lane, and that the normal accumulation of advantages is not interfered by Talbo's side. After all, the hero gem may not be able to beat Lulu in the lane, but his ability to cooperate with the jungle gank is much better than Lulu. What is the overall view? What is game understanding? To put it simply and straightforwardly, figure out what the team needs to do most at the moment. Figure out what you need to do most at the moment, and make correct judgments based on this. This can be called having an overall view. It seems very simple, but under high-intensity confrontation, it is not easy to operate without deformation and keep a clear mind. Not to mention the need to make accurate judgments on complex situations on the field to make correct decisions. Decision-making? Why can Korean-style operations dominate the world? A very important point is that the Koreans streamline the game routines to reduce the variables as much as possible through precise pre-match arrangements in the originally complex and changeable situation, so that the players on the field will not be confused by too much information. Interference only needs to be judged based on a few simple points. Moreover, training day after day is also to allow the players to develop an instinct similar to muscle memory on what decision to make under any circumstances. SKT's team leader, the only Lee brother in the team, Wolfley Zywin, obviously has an online view of the overall situation and understanding of the game. He kept reminding, "Cuz, don't take the initiative to expose your position. Just squat to protect us from pushing the line." He was really afraid that his new jungler, Cuz, who claimed that the excavator could dig through the summoner's rift, suddenly became hot-headed. Fortunately, Cuz is a product of the Korean esports system. For players who come out of this system, among other things, obedience is definitely the most important thing. Cuz nodded and did not attack rashly. But Talbo will not give them a chance. Gao Tianliang sent signals wildly to Lulu. The goal is clear. First of all, there are soft assistants like Lulu. If you leave them alone, they will discuss you to death and continuously provide various buffs to the shooter. Then, in this version, the summoner skills of the bottom lane duo are all barrier plus treatment. The shooter has barrier, and the auxiliary has treatment. This is originally intended to enhance the shooter's survivability, and it really has this effect. But correspondingly, the assistants will become relatively fragile. After all, barrier can indeed shield yourself, but you can't shield others? There is a more important reason. That's the position. In order for Lulu to cooperate with the policewoman in suppressing the line, it was impossible for the two of them to stand in parallel, because Lulu's hands were not as long as the policewoman. So she had to stand a little further forward than the policewoman. And everyone knows that the World Championship is the version of the incense burner monster. If you kill the opponent's support once, it will slow down the development of the opponent's support. And if you make the incense burner later, it will be a huge victory at the team level. The combination of various factors made Lulu the most important target to kill in his eyes. "You Wenba is ready!" Gao Tianliang walked out of the triangular grass, keeping his eyes close to the wall to limit his vision. And at the same time, Jack and Xiao Ming are communicating. 3, 2, 1, give me E! Yu Wenba shouted, and immediately controlled the cannon to release W, rocket jump. The gem always hung W on him, and there was a vague connection between the two. In the connection, when Gem released his E skill, a dizzying glare appeared in front of both of them. When the small cannon releases W, there will be an obvious pause. as if it is stamping its feet on the spot. Then steps on its left foot and right foot and flies into the air towards the enemy. The Gem Z skill has a delayed judgment. The judgment time between these two skills is almost the same. When the cannon jumps on Lulu's face, the E of the gem just takes effect, perfectly achieving the stun effect. Bang's response was very quick. Almost as soon as Xiao Pao started to move, he began to predict and release the W clip in advance. But here's the problem. The policewoman's clamp has a control effect of confinement. Imprisonment only means that you can't move, but you can attack and release skills. After the cannon landed, he immediately mounted E and started Q to output wildly. And the gem immediately went to Lulu's face.
Jack! They're coming!
Wan Lauer suddenly raised his voice, startling his two partners beside him.
But the prince is squatting in reverse.
The doll was very worried. On the field, seeing Tao Bo's move, the prince in the grass immediately went to the line to support him, while the female police officer continued to deal damage. At this time, Beryl took the lead, or spicy chicken with meat, eggs and onions. A beautiful wave of E flashes successfully connected to the control, and cooperated with teammates to keep Lulu in place. However, although Lulu was controlled, she still handed over treatment to maintain her own blood volume, and Tao's burst was insufficient and failed to kill Lulu instantly. This is also a feature of this version. It is really difficult to achieve a kill. The prince has arrived here, and immediately EQs the second company and knocks everyone away in Taobua. Lulu also takes advantage of this moment to directly set E on herself, and uses W to transform into a sheep and give it to Xiao Pao, and backhand a Q to kill everyone in Taobua. Slowing down, he then flashed and opened the distance, allowing himself to run to an absolutely safe position. Moreover, in the chaotic team voice, Lee Sang-hyuk's reminder sounded.
Gario's TP was interrupted by me.
The director also knew it very well, and directly split the broadcast shot in two from the middle, allowing the audience to see what was happening in the middle. Originally, the center line of troops was pushed by Galio, and Malzahar should have stabilized the tower under the tower. But Faker was already far away from the line of troops. Seeing Galio, who was TPing under the first tower in the middle, Malzahar directly flashed over. The limiting distance gives Q. Malzahar's Q has a silence effect, which just interrupts Galio's TP, thus ensuring that the bottom lane is 3v3.
Huh? Galio's TP was interrupted. Faker's flash Q is so decisive. Wouldn't Jack be in danger?
Tao's focus target is Lulu, while SKT's focus target is Xiao Pao. Fortunately, the cannon itself has a barrier, and the gems on the side of skills that can restore blood and heal, making the cannon's condition seem not fatal enough. However, at this moment, Wolf shouted in astonishment.
Why is there still TP's light beam?
Could it be that Faker deceived himself? Impossible. He immediately thought of another answer. He quickly cut the screen and looked up the road. Really? My own Nar was struggling to make up ground under the tower. But Yasuo had disappeared.
Shiba! Where is Yasuo?
He asked loudly and anxiously.
I don't know. I was here just now.
Uni looked confused. This answer made Wolf's blood pressure soar, and his vision almost went black. This is the variable. There was so much information that needed to be judged on the court that everyone in SKT ignored Yasuo, who was far away on the top lane. Because TP's purple beam of light had disappeared, and Yasuo's figure immediately walked out of the river grass. At this time, Jack also showed his own style. Just now, he had actually stacked 4 layers of E and refreshed his WCD. He immediately jumped forward and continued to chase Lulu. What's even more terrible is that a new wave of soldiers is coming. Yasuo doesn't need to flash. He can easily get close to Lulu with his E minion. Without flash, Lulu can only stare. Yasuo's beautiful AQ combined with the damage of the small cannon. The two of them pocketed the remaining blood. First blood obtained.
Noob! Noob is like a magic weapon descending from heaven when the team is in the most critical moment.
Wan Lauer shouted excitedly.
He is still chasing. None of these people can escape.
The policewoman continued to use A to output small cannons, but Yasuo's backhand wind wall disabled all the policewoman's flat A's. There are only 2 paths before SKT. Either forcefully replace the cannon, or think about escaping. Just when Bang and Cuz haven't figured it out yet, Jack strikes again. Lulu died. He also had an assist, and W refreshed again. He desperately used himself as bait and jumped directly to the policewoman. Xiao Pao's W has a slowing effect. Yasuo immediately approached the policewoman again.
Oh my god! Jack! He is still jumping! He is still jumping! because he knows that he is not fighting alone. There are so many trustworthy teammates around him.
Wan Lauer almost roared. Shout! At this time, the policewoman was a little embarrassed. She couldn't leave even if she wanted to. So she had no choice but to fight for her life with Xiao Pao. Yasuo immediately blew the wind. Hasaki, blowing it up high, interrupted his flat A output. At this time, the prince could only flash over and add an AQ. After the policewoman landed, she finally took the cannon away with a flat A shot. But he himself is in danger. Jiogong and Yasuo immediately formed an encirclement. The two chased the policewoman and continued to cause damage. But the policewoman's handover of the barrier did not work. Due to the continuous slowing down by the buff of the wine barrel, he couldn't keep the distance at all, and he could only watch his blood volume continue to drop.
Go away quickly and leave me alone,
Bang said quickly at this time. But as soon as he finished speaking, the prince came over with a second EQ. Cuz idea was to knock the barrel and Yasuo away. And then he and the policewoman would both flash to distance themselves and run towards the wild area from the direction of the river. However, Gao Tianliang had already calculated this. His E has actually healed a long time ago, and he has been waiting for this moment. The moment the prince's EQ took action, the wine barrel was directly transferred to the E, and the prince was forcibly shot down from midair.
It's over.
Wolf, who had transformed into the commander of the fountain, closed his eyes in complete despair. The policewoman was quickly dealt with by Yasuo. Double kill.
Double kill. The prince's EQ has just been handed over. Even if he flashes, it's too late. He can't run away at all. Get the head. You?
Miller found the opportunity and shouted angrily. On the field, Tua's attack continues. Jim quickly put W on Keg, and then opened E again, stunning the prince in place. Cuz originally wanted to struggle, but when he thought that Jim and Yasuo both had flashes, he might not be able to escape even if he flashed. So he simply refused to flash. Triple kill. 3 kills. The audience at the scene could no longer hold back and vented all the enthusiasm they had just accumulated. Ah-huh. The deafening cheers seemed to overthrow the entire Guangzhou stadium. No one expected that the game would become so intense just after it started. What makes the audience even more satisfied? Li Hanshin got 3 kills. Your name is SKT. Right? It is you, SKT, who are being beaten by labor in capital. Han Zha speaks to me. Stop pretending to be dead. This is the SKT that Han Zha blew up to the sky. This performance is really funny. Just this. 10% off water bottles? When brother Han Sheng gets 3 kills, can the game be declared over in advance? Director, give me some close-ups of Han Zha. I like this one. I just like to see the look of Han Zha Sima's face.
Gui. This wave of Tabwa has made a lot of money.
Miller was like taking a post-war inventory, counting Tabwa's trophies in detail.
Lulu surrendered her double moves. The policewoman surrendered her barrier. The prince's double buffs also fell off. And all the heads were on Yasuo. No. Faker in the middle also handed over the flash. If you think about it this way, Tabwa will make a lot of money.
There is naturally a reason for the explanation to say this. In professional competitions, the frequency of online blood exchanges for players is very low. Coupled with the summoner's skills in hand, it is difficult for the jungler to make breakthroughs online. But once the flash disappears, there are many more opportunities that the jungler can capture. On a larger scale, it will be of great benefit to Tabwa's overall team rhythm.
Although we have repeated this too many times, we still have to emphasize that the real hero of this wave is Noob.
Miller couldn't help but sigh.
It was him who took advantage at the beginning of the top lane and gained the army line advantage, allowing myself to be in the bottom lane of level 3 TP. If this wave of noobs cannot TP, the two sides will not be able to achieve results. There is a high probability that they will exchange a wave of skills, and then nothing will happen. It is precisely because of the appearance of noobs that Tabwa can gain so much. Of course, Jack's decisive break from the team,
his subsequent courageous betrayal of himself, and the skill connection of Xiao Tian and others are all in place. But these are all based on the fact that Noob can come to the bottom lane.
Chapter 448, the figure looks like a swimming dragon. A large part of the commentator's responsibility is to report the situation on the field to the audience in real time. The more powerful ones will conduct some detailed analysis to let the audience understand the in-depth game between the two teams. But if you want to do such an analysis, you must have a high enough understanding of your own game. Wawa has been criticized by the audience. Isn't it because he doesn't understand the game enough and can only broadcast the battle situation on the field? but cannot conduct more in-depth analysis? It's not just Wawa. For a long time, the LPL commentary box has been basically filled with commentators like Wawa. Most of those who have game understanding are those who retired as professional players and became commentators. For example, Oxygen Tank commentator Hao Kai and Wang Lao, although not a professional player, have served in the training team of Flash Wolves and have strong abilities. It can also be considered a handmade diamond. On the Chinese internet, diamonds are definitely not enough. But according to Riot statistics, the number of diamond players in major servers is basically just over 1%, and the proportion in the Chinese server may be higher. You know everything. Let a good friend help you play or just spend money to find a power leveler to help you get diamonds or something. That is to say, being able to hit diamonds with your own hands means that you are already close to the top of the pyramid in this game. Wang Lao's game understanding is definitely online. At the same time, based on this, LPL event organizers will also recruit more retired professional players to serve as commentators in the future. It's because I have a deep enough understanding of the game. Only Wang Lao can make such a detailed analysis, allowing the audience to clearly know who is the biggest contributor to this wave. Many viewers are limited by their own insufficient understanding of the game. For them, they only see who shows off in team battles and who gets more kills. Such superficial things and many deep-seated contents. Sometimes it's because they don't want to use their brains. Sometimes they just don't understand the game well enough. And even if no one tells them, they can't understand it themselves. On the field, Li Hansheng returned home with an income of 3 people. He directly bought a pair of cloth armor shoes, and then added an extraction, plus a pair of attack speed daggers. If he were the mid laner Yasuo, he would definitely give priority to Yasuo's magic outfit of naked electric knife at all costs. But he is a top laner, and his equipment cannot be purely based on output. You can only take the semi-meaty route of Green Cross, Big Ice Hammer, and Bloody Hand. The purpose of producing cloth armor shoes is to prevent being ganked, because he does not produce this pair of cloth armor shoes. If he uses the money to buy Yellow Cross instead, he will not be able to easily kill Gnar alone in the lane. The purpose of producing cloth armor shoes is add a touch of insurance to yourself. Allow yourself to suppress without restraint. SKT's top jungler is Gnar plus Prince. Both heroes deal pure physical damage, and cloth armor shoes can effectively restrain the opponent. Of course, there is a more important reason. That is the S7 season. Riot has not affected Yasuo's panel attributes, so Yasuo can still produce cloth armor shoes or mercury shoes. After a series of subsequent weakening of Yasuo's basic attributes, especially basic attack speed, which makes Yasuo only choose attack speed shoes. To be honest, Riot is constantly reducing Yasuo's fault tolerance. Can the fault tolerance rate of attack speed shoes and cloth armor shoes be the same? Noob is indeed cautious enough. Wang Lao also discovered this. This pair of cloth armor shoes completely eliminated the opponent's jungler's idea of ganking on the road. Pinner and the Prince simply couldn't catch this Yao Ban. So, 2-speed shoes can also increase his own running ability, allowing Li Hansheng to quickly return to the line. After this wave of TP, because he had handled the soldier line perfectly before, he only lost almost half of the wave of soldiers. This transaction was very cost-effective. Huni was completely desperate when he saw Li Hansheng's equipment. As for SKT, the offensive pressure came to them immediately. Mainly the bottom lane. The policewoman died once in battle. Heroes like the policewoman must not die in battle. Even if they get one head, they cannot make up for the loss caused by death in battle. They had to let the female police officers regain their advantage in the line. More importantly, in fact, from an economic point of view, one head of the policewoman is about the same as 3 assists of the cannon. But the difference in this version of the bottom lane is mainly due to the assists. Jim had 3 assists and Lulu had only 1, which meant Jim made the incense burner earlier. The prop of the incense burner is a qualitative change once it is made. If Talbot can make it earlier, SKT's bottom lane will be lagging behind. This also forced the Prince to make various attempts around the bottom lane. On Talbot's side, Gao Tianliang defended around the middle and lower lanes, not giving SKT any chance to attack. A phase-attacking system like Talbot can be stable in the landing phase, and when it comes to team reporting in the midterm, it will naturally have an advantage in team battles. So Talbot will not rush to attack in the early stage. Fortunately, although SKT is in a hurry, their background is here after all, and they will not easily get into trouble. It won't be like some weak teams. If you have to attack forcefully when you don't have a chance, you will only give your opponent an opportunity.
One of the most important concepts in Korean operations is that you must not take the initiative to make mistakes. Not making mistakes means being able to continue the game. But once you make a mistake, the control of the game is no longer in your hands. The game suddenly became a bit boring. The audience only saw the junglers from both sides going back and forth in the lower half. Your prince will make a circle of vision here. When the wine barrel comes, he will immediately backhand to clear out all your vision. Then the prince will come back to arrange the vision and arrange the vision. This cycle repeats, which is very boring to watch. Fortunately, on the roadside, it can still give the audience some comfort. Lee Han-shung is not afraid of SKT's jungler coming to catch him at all. So he seems unscrupulous in pushing the lane. He can use the E and east of the lane to exchange blood with Gnar in various ways. Under normal circumstances, Yasuo's frequent use of E against the minion line would cause the minion's health to drop, causing the minion line to push forward, putting himself at risk of being caught. But now, it's a waste of time for the prince to come. But the situation was just as Lee Han-shung expected at the beginning. If Yasuo wants to suppress Gnar's health line, it is easy to have the advantage of last hitting. But if you want to kill Gnar alone online in the early stage, it will be difficult to do it. If you can do it, it may not mean that you are strong enough. Most likely your opponent is too stupid. Huni is obviously not that stupid. Moreover, in order to protect the lower half of his home, Gao Tianliang could not come on the road to help Li Han ascend the tower. It was precisely because of this that Huni had a chance to breathe and not be completely crushed.
Look, I think we have to wait for level 6. Both sides are waiting for level 6 to start the rhythm.
Wang Lauer said his opinion.
In this version, because the support has to rely on online development, there is naturally one less rhythm position.
Under normal circumstances, the pacemaker of the team is Nosuk. In this version of the support, even gems will produce ancient coins, and they will continue to develop on the bottom route. The only way to start the rhythm is through the jungle. And due to version restrictions, most of the mid laners are tool mid laners. And the damage in the early stage is insufficient. He relies more and more on having ultimate skills after level 6 to improve his control and output capabilities. Just when the commentators were chatting, various signals began to sound frequently on the field, which was obviously a signal that Talbot was about to attack.
With this signal, is Talbot planning to attack the middle?
Wawa looked very surprised.
It's completely possible. Faker didn't flash at this time.
Miller added a key piece of information. At just over 3 minutes ago, in order to interrupt Galio's TP bottom lane, Faker chose to flash to Q. Even if Malzahar clicked on the defensive, insight, flash CD, it would take 7 minutes at the earliest to be ready. It's only just over 6 minutes now, which is an excellent time to attack. After Gao Tianliang got the second blue buff, he just reached level 6. He immediately walked directly to the middle, because he started with the blue buff. The director also noticed at this time. Hit the road this way. Lee Han-shung performed a very confusing act. After he finished pushing the line, he deliberately stood next to the grass and chose to return to the city in front of Huni. This wave looks like fishing, as if it is tempting the other party to come over. Huni will naturally not be fooled. But what Lee Han-shung wants is to mislead Huni. From Huni's current perspective, Lee Han-shung either really went home to resupply, or he cancelled his return to the city and hid in the grass to plot against himself. There was no third possibility. And what about Lee Han-shung? He did retreat into the grass, but he kept retreating, blocking NAR's vision and running towards the middle of the river along the river. This side of the middle road. The aggressive midfielder has already taken the lead. Galio moved forward with E, and then threw Q towards Malzahar. The goal is clear. Just to break Malzahar's passive trap. Faker actually ran back immediately. When he saw the wine barrel rushing out of the grass on the side, he rushed towards him menacingly.
Xiaotian is about to attack. The meat, egg, green onion and chicken move forward. Big move.
The barrel fired his ultimate move, and Faker was immediately overjoyed. In his current position, the barrel's ultimate move could not blow him back, but would instead blow him back into his own defense tower. But Faker was not happy too early. He reacted by himself. Liquor Barrel's combo of moves was obviously done in one go. So how could he misjudge it? Then there is only one possibility. He cut the screen with a wave of light speed. On the top road, Gnar was replenishing troops under the tower. But Yasuo was long gone. Damn it! The huge wine barrel exploded under Malzahar's feet like a bomb. It stands to reason that Malzahar would be carried away directly by the shock wave. But it just stayed where it was. A figure galloped from the direction of the river near the middle road. It is Yasuo, who has disappeared for a long time.
Noob! Noob again! He always appears at the most critical moment.
Faker was completely desperate now. While being controlled by Yasuo's ultimate move, Galio had already walked to Malzahar's feet and began to charge W in advance. The moment Malzahar landed, he immediately taunted him. Certainly, Yasuo was the first to land, so he could hit an AQ first. By the time Galio's taunt ended, the barrel had already come to his face, and Yasuo had already hit his second Q, creating a whirlwind. And next, although the wine barrel does not have the red buff to slow down, he still has AQ, which can also create a slowdown effect if the first mover is slowed down by being attached. Even if Lee Sang-hyuk is a man who claims to be able to twist away the skills of his teammates. And in this case, it is impossible to move to deflect Yasuo's fatal blow. In fact, the damage of the three players in the middle and jungle is not very high. The meaty wine barrel, the meaty Galio, and Yasuo, who has no output equipment, basically rely on level A for damage. But he couldn't control it for a long time, so he forced Malzahar to die in the middle. Li Hansheng once again gained a head.
Noob! It's Noob again! A perfect linkage between the midfielder and the jungler.
The doll shouted excitedly, with a loud voice. The cheers of the audience were even more terrifying, and they suppressed the voices of the commentators.
This is the foreshadowing we talked about before. The wave in the bottom lane seems to have no impact on the middle lane. But in fact, if Malzahar loses the flash, he will become the target of Talbot's key attack.
Is this wave of gank difficult? Absolutely not. Galio took the lead and used his skills to break Malzahar's trap. And Wine Barrel only needed to throw his ultimate move at people. The only way Faker can escape is to use Flash to avoid the Barrel's ultimate move to avoid being knocked up. So, just because he didn't have this crucial Flash, he was destined to not survive. Even if he doesn't get out of the defense tower and hangs up under the tower, he will definitely die in this wave. The prince arrived late, and there was nothing he could do at this time. He could only bear the pain and tearfully finish collecting the wave of soldiers in the middle. Labor and management are really convinced. This cuz is also known as the #1 excavator in the Korean server. His brain was dug out by the excavator. Right? After playing a game, you can go shopping on the field. How about you? The champion of number of steps on WeChat? Lee Sang-hyuk closed his eyes in despair at this time, and his mind was filled with the image of Lord Chicken. TSK. It turns out that only Lord Chicken in the world understands melon skin. Isn't it true that the true colors are revealed? I have been the world's #1 mid laner for several years, but I can't play games without a stupid guy. Right? He. Labor and management have said it a long time ago. Lee Sang-hyuk is the first shockwave in history. Without the stupid chicken, Bang can't stand up. Without Mondatu, what is a top laner like Duke? Don't say that. Han Zha is about to cry, watching their biological father being brutally tortured on the field. The rhythm of the game has completely fallen into Telbo's hands. After killing Malzahar in the middle, Li Hansheng did not rush home, but followed his teammates all the way down. Not to go to the bottom lane, but to control Xiaolong. Although the current version of the Dragon Soul is not that powerful, the benefits of the Fire Dragon, which directly adds panel attributes, and the Earth Dragon, which increases tower push and damage to wild monsters, are pretty good, especially the Earth Dragon. If you can accumulate 2 Earth Dragons, you can forcefully rush the dragon and catch the opponent by surprise. The powerful upper and middle junglers walked down so blatantly that the policewoman and Lulu were forced to retreat. They should have had the right to line, but they were forced to huddle under the defense tower. The situation on the field is interconnected, and the disadvantages and deaths of any one lane will affect the other 2 lanes. There are no isolated cases. Li Hansheng returned home, made up for the yellow cross, and bought 2 more attack speed daggers. He was only 1 synthesis scroll away from the green cross. When he returned to the top lane again, the health of the first tower on his top lane had dropped by about a quarter. That's the price you pay for being off the road for so long. But so what? There is no tower skin in this version. As long as you don't dismantle the defense tower directly in one go and get the bounty of the first blood tower, then you can consume the health of the defense tower as you like. If this were a version after S9, Li Hansheng would have had so many advantages and would not have left the road rashly. In the version with Tappy, eating Tappy's extra economy to snowball is much more cost-effective than rushing to other lanes to gank and fight. Which version determines what kind of playstyle. And now, Huni's Nar has just made up a pair of cloth-armored shoes. Yasuo's main source of damage is level A, and his Q skill, Steel Flash, is also regarded as level A. Therefore, Cloth armor shoes are the existence of Tionkan Yasuo. But the problem is that these cloth armor shoes came a little late. At this time, Li Hanqing's attack speed has increased rapidly. And his Q skill with a good CD is very fast. As soon as Nar came online, Yasuo immediately took the initiative to e-forward. Li Hanqing's hand speed was unquestionable. And he used the skill of Seamless Ease to quickly get close to Nar. Huni is actually very detailed. He started by drawing A, trying to deceive Li Hanqing's shield. But who could have imagined that Li Hanqing simply didn't top the lane? This thing is a very simple psychological game. After Nar is rushed into close range by an enemy hero, if he wants to distance himself, he must use Q to slow down, and then move back E, otherwise, Nar's safety cannot be ensured by just relying on the E skill to move the distance. Can Huni be handed over so easily? After getting close to Nar, Li Hanqing no longer needed to predict. He directly used an AW to block the wall of wind between himself and Nar, confiscating Nar's A and Q. At this time, Null could only walk back. When Li Hanqing saw that NAL was about to step out of range, he directly used E to move behind NAL. At this time, Huni is ecstatic. He was worried that his E skill would not have the fulcrum to complete the double jump. He immediately took the initiative to take a step forward, then turned to E, and he successfully completed the double jump. But here's the problem. There is wind on Li Hanqing's hands. Null heard a sound in midair. Hasaki. The strong whirlwind knocked NAR from midair. Fortunately, the CD of Yasuo's ultimate move has not improved yet. So there is no way to receive the ultimate move immediately. And he lacks enough damage to kill Nar. But this wave also directly reduced Nar's blood volume to less than half blood. What's the point of being knocked out of half health when you've just left the house and haven't even replenished a single soldier? At this time Nar wanted to fight back. Only then did Huni realize that Li Hanqing deliberately left a few soldiers without E, and just used these few soldiers to go back with E, not giving NAL a chance to pursue him and fight back. This can be seen through a wave of blood transfusions. SKT's top lane has completely lost the capital for replacement. Even if Yasuo has a big move, Nar will either die or be forced to flash out. How to play this? Chapter 449, a near-death situation. It's normal to have pros and cons in laning. There is a restraint effect between heroes. It's just that during your strong period, I'm a little more timid. But it can only be a little timid. If Huni is like now, he can only let Li Hanqing send his troops into the defense tower. And Li Hanqing can consume him in various ways to lower his blood volume. But he has no countermeasures at all. The commentators don't need to remind you of this. Players with a little experience playing on the road will understand. You are on the road, and the opponent can keep sending troops into your tower. But you are still in a disabled state. What does that mean? This means that as long as the opposing jungler comes to the road, he will basically withdraw money. Huni is facing such a situation now. But he still can't ask his teammates to help him. The current version, and the lineup SKT came up with in this game, are destined to have to focus on the bottom lane to launch all their attacks.
Why do I feel that Xiaotian will take the time to go to the top lane?
Miller guessed.
Talbot must want to get the first blood tower. It is not realistic to go to the bottom lane to get the first health tower. You have to rely on the top lane.
Really? In terms of the health of the defense towers in the bottom lane of both sides, SKT is even slightly ahead. The lineup combination of policewoman plus Lulu is too strong. Even if they are targeted once, they still have certain advantages. At this time, SKT actually wanted Talbot to attack the top lane quickly. As long as Gao Tianliang goes to the top lane, they will have a chance to attack the bottom lane. As long as the policewomen can get the advantage, their lineup can be played. Their lineup is not so afraid of Talbot's face-rushing system. In Talbot's lineup, in the final analysis, the only hero that can really pose a threat to their back row is Yasuo. And the others are just tools to cooperate with Yasuo to deal damage. They have Lulu plus Malzahar. As long as the policewoman is slightly better developed, they can effectively restrict Yasuo. But every time SKT tries to attack the bottom lane, Gao Tianliang can always appear in the bottom lane immediately and dispel SKT's idea of attacking. They have no choice but to give up. And just at the beginning of 11 minutes, it was the time when the third group of buff monsters were refreshed on the field. Talbot is starting to take action. SKT's Cuz immediately came to his red buff area and prepared to wipe out the freshly buffed monsters. So he couldn't waste time. However, from a god's perspective, Talbot's wine barrel did not deal with his own blue buff immediately, but went straight on the road.
Xiaotian is this?
Wang Lauer was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized.
Talbot is planning to attack top road.
And as it happens, on the top road, Li Hansheng is actively exchanging blood with NAR. NAR is now in a larger form. A rough calculation shows that when the wine barrel is in place, NAR will enter the impotence mode again and transform into a small one. NAR. Isn't Little Nar strong? That's nonsense. In many cases, Little Nar is even stronger than Big Nar. After all, Little Nar has higher damage capability. But, in the face of a situation where the tower is about to be jumped, 10 small Nar are not as good as 1 large Nar. To know. In addition to having a stronger body, Big Nar also comes with 2 control skills. W and R. Especially the ultimate move. Nar cannot use the ultimate move without transforming, which is equivalent to missing 1 ultimate move. How to play.
Wow! Tubbo is too patient. Isn't he?
Wang Lao quickly understood Tao's intention.
As for the situation on the road, Xiao Tian could actually come to cooperate with the tower jump a long time ago. But then, he would be on the bottom road. There was a risk of being targeted by SKT. So he deliberately waited for the third group of buff monsters to be refreshed. Cuz is a normal red buff. Brush it from top to bottom. At this time, the prince must be in the upper half. Even if the wine barrel goes to the top lane to cooperate with the tower, the prince cannot target Tabla's bottom lane.
To be honest, if you choose to attack the top lane at this point in time, it is basically impossible to have an accident. The more important point is that it also paralyzed Huni. In fact, Huan was really nervous at the beginning. Every time he saw Bin Xian entering the tower, he was reminded to be fully prepared. But as the number of times increases and nothing happens every time, people's vigilance will naturally decrease. This thing is like dragging your girlfriend to lie on the bed. Your girlfriend must be very wary at first. Only the inexperienced junior brother will be impatient. The experienced veteran will drag his girlfriend to talk at this time. Talk about ideals. Talk about life. Talk about future plans. Wait until you completely relax your vigilance. Then attack fiercely and kill with 1 blow. When the wine barrel appeared behind his tower, Huni was completely confused. What the HL? He had just exchanged health with Li Hansheng. And he was only about half full. And he was in the form of Little Nar. How was this going to work? Gao Tianliang is also ruthless, and doesn't talk much. Meat, egg, onion and chicken. The whole person suddenly turned into a golden light.
Xiao Tian is about to take action. The prince is in the upper half now. If Tao wants to kill him, he must do it quickly. Xiao Tian is up. E-Flash. What a decisive first move.
Miller spoke quickly. Shouted.
Noob is very detailed. He didn't rush to take the big move first, but instead EQ the minions first.
There is nothing too difficult for Yasuo in the current version to do the double win technique. As long as the attack speed is up to standard, it can be done. It's just that when the big move is triggered, EQ or Q the minions first. Accumulate a layer of Q's passive, and then take the big move. Nar was frozen in place, unable to move at all. He finally waited until the airborne effect of Yasuo's ultimate move ended, and was knocked into the air again by Yasuo's whirlwind as soon as he landed. Yasuo, who had already made a green cross a long time ago, now does extraordinary damage. Yasuo's passive can directly double his chance of critical hit, although a green cross cannot achieve 100% critical hit. But combined with the breathless state entered by activating the ultimate move, he can have a high percentage. The armor ignores the effect, and the fragile little Nar simply cannot bear it, directly becoming a corpse on the ground. After the two killed him, they quickly evacuated. The prince could only come to the tower to collect the body of his own NAR. There was another burst of fierce cheers from the audience, because Li Hansheng's Yasuo has already scored 5-0. Everyone in the audience is focused on him. He is the most handsome guy on the field.
Noob! This Yasuo really has the effect of counter.
Wang Lao praised without hesitation.
After the game of Huni is over, I will probably not dare to play Nar first again for a long time. Ha ha ha. Not everyone's Yasuo can achieve the noob effect.
Wawa even praised it. But Taobo did not stop attacking. Li Hansheng and Gao Tianliang immediately arrived near Dalong Pit. In 10 minutes, Canyon Pioneer will appear in Dalong Pit. Their goal in killing Lunar is to get the Rift Herald, and then use the Rift Herald to grab the rhythm of the First Blood Tower.
Tobo's offense is picturesque. This is the top team.
Wang Lao briefly explained.
I'll give you a brief explanation. In the professional arena, you still get kills, but the situation is different. A powerful team gets kills. There will be follow-ups, such as getting more map resources. And many weak teams sometimes take heads just to get heads. And all they get is a dry 300 yuan, which cannot produce more follow-ups.
To be honest, A strong team can use Arrancar and seize the opportunity. No time wasted. Because the essence of League of Legends is a tower-destroying game. You replenish troops, develop, kill to get more economy, and win team battles. In essence, it is to demolish towers. Whoever demolishes the other person's home is the winner. It doesn't mean you can win if you take more heads. If it was simply a matter of winning more heads than who else, then the LPL division would not be so suppressed by the LCK. Why is Korean-style operation called Shakespeare by the audience? Very simple. They do not engage in unnecessary fights or take on unnecessary groups. If you observe carefully the time when the Korean team attacks on the field, it will be clear that it must be accompanied by key map resources. For example, Canyon Pioneers and Big and Little Dragons. In front of key map resources that determine the outcome of the game, they will try to attack to facilitate their capture of key resource points. This can also effectively reduce the variables on the field. Lee Han-shung knew this very well, so he instilled this into this team. But he did not completely learn the Korean team style of play. It's more about combining the unique fighting style of the LPL division with the operations of the LCK. Therefore, Talboa's offense will look layered, wave after wave. There is a key top laner missing on the field. Although Beryl and Yasuo do not have ultimate moves, their status is preserved very well. Especially for heroes like Yasuo, who do not rely so much on ultimate moves to create damage. Rift Pioneer SK he couldn't defend at all, and could only abandon the defense. And Talboa, who had taken down the Kangen Herald, came to the top lane again, and summoned it to take down a health tower in one fell swoop. Nice! At this point, it is basically difficult for SKT to put up any decent resistance. The female police lineup failed to get the First Blood Tower. But in turn the opponent got the First Blood Tower. This means that anyone with a little knowledge of the game will understand SKT's lineup. There is only one female police officer as the real output core, and Malzahar and Nar can only be regarded as half-C positions. Now that Nar has been deposed, the policewoman has not been able to roll the snowball. Entering the mid-game, SKT will face an embarrassing situation. No one can stand up and do harm. In the World Championship version, due to the incense burner monster, the various healing effects and shields themselves tended to be too strong in team fights, making it difficult to kill people. Now SKT has no one to deal damage, which means they don't dare to team up with Talboa at all, can only defend passively. At 14 minutes, Lee Han-shung came to the bottom lane, and Talboa took advantage of the number of people to pull out the first tower in the bottom lane again, continuing to roll out its economic advantage. SKT has also begun to use its traditional artistic skills, and wants to exchange resources with Talboa. 17 minutes. SKT removed the first tower of Talboa's bottom lane. But the price was that the first tower of their own middle lane was removed by Talboa. Then at 19 minutes, Talboa took the third dragon, and SKT replaced Talboa's top tower. In a disadvantageous situation, there is actually nothing wrong with SKT's approach. The disadvantaged side must do everything possible to avoid the battle, and at the same time obtain fixed resources such as defense towers. There's nothing wrong with what SKT did, but still can't take on the team fight. On the contrary, Talboa became more and more courageous as he fought. SKT's upper and lower two towers were also removed one after another, and the game had already reached 20 minutes. Lee Han-shung began to involve SKT's defensive energy in the bottom lane, fighting for opportunities for his teammates to take the Baron. At this time, SKT is about to fall into an age-old problem. Your mother and your girlfriend fell into the river at the same time. Who do you save first? Wrong. Is it to protect the elder or the younger? If you control the side road, Dalon will be in danger. Regardless of the wing, Dalon can defend it. But Lee Han-shung, who has a huge advantage, can directly lead through the wing. SKT's idea here is, catch Lee Han-shung. No way. If you let Lee Han-shung continue to lead on the wing, it will be a slow death. Go and catch Lee Han-shung to death. But if you don't send out so many people, there may be a glimmer of hope. Is SKT trying to do something bad? Miller began to notice something was wrong. SKT began to send signals to the bottom lane frequently. SKT is still a thief. They kept Malzahar in the top lane because Malzahar has a key control, and if he disappears, it will definitely alert others. They also let Lulu deliberately show her head in the middle, creating the illusion that Lulu was protecting the policewoman for money. In fact, the policewoman had already followed the prince down the road. Nar plus Prince provide control, and the policewoman provides output. The three of them can definitely kill Yasuo. After all, as long as Yasuo is forced away from the army line, Yasuo's combat effectiveness will drop by 50% without the army line. Nar Online has already begun to accumulate anger in advance. The prince and the policewoman walked directly to the side of the jungle area and approached the line.
It's over. Noob seems to be surrounded.
Miller was shocked.
But Talbot seems to be able to move the dragon?
The director was still sensible and locked the camera directly on the bottom lane. Li Hanxing seemed to be aware of the danger and ran away all the way. But the 3 men from SKT were chasing after him. There was no line of troops behind him, so he couldn't use E or turn Q to accumulate whirlwind. It seemed that he had fallen into a dead situation.
Noob wants to escape from the wild area. If he can click the explosive fruit into the river from here, there seems to be some hope.
Li Hanxing has now crawled into the triangular grass position behind the first tower on the red square lower road. While the prince and the policewoman are at the toad spawn, there is an exploding fruit near this area that can be used to escape. The people on SKT also reacted. Bang's response is the fastest. He immediately flashed over the wall and grabbed the fruit first, so that he could directly blow Yasuo and himself back. Although he would be close to Yasuo, the prince and Daniel were beside him, so Yasuo could not pursue him. Own! Because the prince has EQ. Gnarl has Tathagata Palm and W. Multi-stage control. And the policewoman herself has a clip. The multi-stage control played by her teammates is enough for the policewoman to place 2 to 3 clips at Yasuo's feet. This is why SKT dared 3 people to arrest Li Hanxing. Therefore, Bang chose to flash over the wall without hesitation. Bio! 1 shot on the exploding fruit. Amid the uproar of the audience, the policewoman and Yasuo both flew into the air under the effect of the exploding fruit. Chapter 450 The Magical Effect of Mercury. 1-0.
Bang! He flashed across the wall and got the explosive fruit first. It's over. Noob was blown back.
The sudden situation on the field made the baby worried, and even broke his voice.
It's broken. Noob is about to be surrounded. There is a high probability that he won't be able to escape. At this time, it depends on whether the other 4 people on the other side can successfully take down the dragon. Nar has TP. Can Noob try his best? Want to delay for a while.
Although Miller was also anxious, he was not that anxious. He knew that the advantage on the field was still in Taba's hands. At 41 points, people will send out multiple people to catch your single point on the wing. This is to be expected. Even, this is the picture that Taba wants. Only in this way can they choose a safe rush dragon. Li Hanxing's role as a single player on the wing is to act as a bait. Wang Lao remained silent. He frowned as if he was thinking about something.
Logically speaking, a cautious person like Noob shouldn't be caught so easily. Could it be that he did it on purpose?
Brother, don't make trouble. Are you still willing to die on purpose?
The doll rolled his eyes.
No.
Wang Lao shook his head.
If you want to delay time, Noob can always run along the bottom lane towards his own defense tower. There is no need to deliberately turn into SKT's jungle area. Isn't there an exploding fruit here? If you want to escape smoothly with the help of the exploding fruit, you shouldn't use the exploding fruit to help you knock the opponent away.
Right? The doll's inadvertent joke reminded Wang Lao.
Yes. It's the knock-up effect of the exploding fruit.
He shouted excitedly.
I remember watching a video. In that video, Yasuo used the knock-up effect of the exploding fruit to counterkill the opponent.
Miller and Doll were a bit confused. Exploding fruit is a map element that was only added to the jungle by Riot Games in the S7 season. The existence of explosive fruits can, firstly, help some junglers who have not moved to open up new gank routes. For example, the Blue Side's Nightmare could only use Flash to enter the Dragon's Pit in the previous version. But now with the explosive fruit, it can completely use the explosive fruit to enter the Dragon's Pit, thus avoiding the opponent's vision of the triangular grass in the bottom lane. Then when you are being chased in the jungle, you can use explosive fruits to escape, distance yourself from the opponent, or facilitate your pursuit. Use exploding fruits to counterattack? This statement is indeed very new for the S7 era. Wang Lao quickly took a look at Li Hanxing's equipment column. Green Cross, Big Ice Hammer, Bloody Hand, Mercury Ribbon.
There is Mercury. There is Mercury in Noob. He will definitely be able to fight back.
Wang Lao shouted excitedly. Miller and Wawa were even more confused. Mercury can indeed release a lot of controls, even suppression, but I have never heard of it being able to release the knockback. Yasuo and the policewoman were knocked into the air at the same time. Under everyone's gaze, a white light flashing animation appeared on Yasuo's body. This was the special effect of actively using the Mercury Ribbon.
Huh? Noob, are your hands shaking? Mercury can't be knocked back. He should have saved his ultimate move, or W, for the follow-up attack.
On the field, the three members of SKT were also stunned for a moment. But they quickly reacted. The prince planned to attack the second EQ company first before Yasuo landed. After all, Yasuo had a flash on his body. If Yasuo flashed out and avoided the second EQ company, it would only increase the variables. They would rather abandon Daolong to catch Li Hansheng. You can't miss it. But at the same time as the prince's EQ second company, only a buzzing sound was heard. In midair, Yasuo, who had not yet landed, turned into a golden light and disappeared on the spot. He landed on the ground one step earlier than the policewoman, and perfectly avoided the prince, who was rushing over from EQ.
Question mark. Bang. Cuz. And Huni all looked shocked. After all, in their impression, after being knocked away, he couldn't use any skills, including Flash. Why could Li Hansheng use it? Li Hansheng will not explain to them. Directly backhand EQ to the prince next to him, and immediately activate his ultimate move. The moment before the policewoman landed, she fired her ultimate move. The violent wind cuts off the breath.
Huh? Yasuo actually used his ultimate move?
Miller's eyes widened, and he looked at what was happening on the field in disbelief. Nar quickly jumped forward with his E, and then tried to push Yasuo to the wall with a slap from his ultimate move. But Yasuo has finished his ultimate move at this moment, landed and hit AQ, and has accumulated a whirlwind. However, Yasuo was still knocked unconscious against the wall, and the prince immediately turned around and handed over his ultimate move in an attempt to completely trap Yasuo in his own ultimate move. After the policewoman landed, she quickly handed E with her backhand, first ran out of the range of the prince's ultimate move, and then turned back and handed W. Nars are plus W plus policewoman's W. This set of chain control effects is indeed good, but it cannot kill Yasuo instantly, because the female police equipment is too poor. Attack speed boots, hurricane, storm sword, pickaxe, crit cloak. This is all the equipment of the policewoman. In order to speed up her development, Bang chose to use the hurricane first. Hentai has not yet made it, so the damage of the policewoman is average. Not to mention Nar. He was suppressed miserably, with only a black cutter and a giant belt on his body. Not to mention the prince. The meat-suited prince with Power of the Colossus. All three of them suffered AD damage, and were completely defeated by Li Hansheng's cloth-armored shoes. And the last target of Li Hansheng's damage was the policewoman. The S7 version of Green Cross's passive does not provide a shield. Instead, the damage caused to you by the target you cause damage will be reduced by 12%. When Li Hansheng played in the S6 Spring Split last year, he took out the top laner Blood Demon's gun. The core equipment was Green Cross plus Dance of Death. The two pieces of equipment can provide up to 20% damage reduction effect. The main source of harm to these three people is the policewoman. But Nar is still a big Nar. If a small Nar can also help with the third ring to supplement the output, the big Nar can only be used as a front row and supplementary control. The result was that the three of them concentrated their fire, but failed to cause fatal damage to Yasuo, and even failed to activate the shield of the bloody hand immediately. And after the control is over, Li Hansheng used a perfect angle, and Nar directly jumped out of the frame of the prince's ultimate move, which is a bit similar to the principle of Yasuo using a bird to directly climb over the wall in F6. Bang was dumbfounded now.
Shiba!
He was frightened and anxious, now that he had no flash or E. How could he run away from Yasuo? Hasaki. Li Hansheng directly EQ'd himself in front of the policewoman, and the accumulated whirlwind blew him up high. Then he kept moving and kept slashing with the wind blade in his hand. This warrior outfit, coupled with the grasp of immortality he carries, does far less damage than the infinite and electric knife outfits. But aren't all the crispy skins the same? The two critical blows of the swish of knives reduced the policewoman's blood volume.
Ha ha ha! Bang is so desperate.
Miller laughed happily.
You can't distance yourself even if you're stuck with a big ice hammer.
Bang could only watch helplessly as Yasuo forced himself to a draw and died. Big ice hammer Yasuo is so disgusting. Q doesn't hit anyone. So what? You've got to be okay if your buddy chases A to death. Right? The policewoman is dead. NL and the prince were also completely confused. The two of them immediately tried to escape. Fortunately, the prince ran away with a second EQ company. Canal? Halfway through the run, he turned into Gnarl's form. But he didn't flash. He was caught up by Yasuo and killed again. Double kill. At the same time, Baron Nash in the dragon pit let out a wail that echoed throughout Summoner's Canyon. and then collapsed in the dragon pit, while Baron Nash's power was turned into 5 buffs and hung on the 5 Tulpa people. But, at this time, everyone's attention is not here. Everyone is still reminiscing about the afterglow of Li Hanqing's wonderful counterattack. The director played the replay footage again. Wang Lao is explaining the principle of this wave of operations.
Actually, the most critical thing about this wave is the Mercury Ribbon. We need to understand a principle. In League of Legends, knock-up does not only have the effect of knock-up, but also has a stun effect. So when you see Noob handing Mercury in the air, he is not trying to cancel the knock-up effect, but it is to remove the stun effect caused by being knocked up. And being knocked up cannot be removed by Mercury. But after you get rid of the stun, you can use skills. Noob uses Flash to avoid the second company of Prince's EQ, and at the same time let himself land quickly. As for this principle, everyone will understand it if they have played with small cannons. Xiao Pao's W is a very obvious parabola. Sometimes you want to use W to dodge a skill. But if you find that you can't dodge, you will use Flash. At this time, when you should be in the sky, you will be forced to land directly in Flash S position.
After Wang Lao's detailed explanation, Miller nodded in understanding, while Wawa looked confused, his eyes still clear and uncontaminated by knowledge.
In other words, Noob deliberately lured the opponent here, because he knew that it would be difficult to create a whirlwind to knock the opponent away and launch a big move without a line of troops. So he had to take advantage of the explosive fruit? That's right.
Wang Lao nodded affirmatively.
Otherwise he could have run straight back. So why did he make a sudden turn? That's right. This makes it clearer.
The commentators seemed to be waking up from a dream, and the barrage kept scrolling. Do you think Brother Han Sheng made a mistake? In fact, Brother Han Sheng is standing on the 5th floor. Whenever Brother Han Sheng does something a little bit beyond common sense, it is always leather pants over cotton pants. There must be a reason. Can Gui Gui explosive fruit be played like this? So it turns out that Mercury can really defeat the enemy and fly away? MD, what kind of reading comprehension skills are there? They all said that the solution of Mercury is not the knock-up, but the stun effect that comes with the knock-up. Why are there so many barrages? Why do I care so much? It would be great to see Sheng Bao showing off. I have a hunch that after today, a large number of Yasuo players will play around with the explosive fruit. Brother Han Sheng, you are guilty of a heinous crime. Just like after S8's IG won the championship. All Sword Demon players had a dream of a god descending to Earth for 1v5. And they couldn't restrain themselves from rushing forward when they saw it. The famous scenes played by professional players on the court are bound to attract many players to imitate them. And there is no doubt about it. Li Hanqing's 1v3 counter-killing of 2 players in the bottom lane was also the straw that broke the camel's back. SKT's will to resist is constantly declining. SKT is indeed resilient. That's because although they were disadvantaged in the past, they were able to ensure the development of Double C. As long as there is not a big gap between Double C, they can fight head-on. But now, the policewoman is useless. Do you expect Malzahar to carry the team? Isn't this a dream? There was nothing Lee Sang-hyuk could do. The mid laner in the S7 season is just a tool, and has no damage ability at all. What can Malzahar do? If I had known this, I might as well have chosen a clockwork and waited for a miracle group. As for Tobwa, after Li Hansheng returned home, he did not choose Death Dance for the 4th piece of equipment. If it were a more balanced situation, he would definitely choose Death Dance to make himself more fleshy and have a higher fault tolerance rate. But now, he just needs to maximize his output. Therefore his goal is Endless. By making Endless, he can have a 100% critical hit. And Endless passive can also offset the negative effects of Yasuo's passive skills. It is precisely because of this. After Tobwa got the Baron buff, his attack was not that fast, because they are all waiting for Li Hanqing's key to Endless. It wasn't until almost 25 minutes before Tobwa launched its final attack. In fact, it's just a matter of ascending to the high ground. When the troops entered the tower, Gao Tianliang pushed the wine barrel forward immediately, and Li Hanqing followed suit and released the wind wall. Now that his level has risen, and the width of the wind wall has increased significantly, SKT is simply unable to defend effectively. At this time, the wine barrel directly fired E, aiming directly at Lulu in the crowd. The gem on the side has already hung W on Yasuo, and then activates the ultimate move immediately, so that Yasuo can take the ultimate move without any scruples. And then the gem activates E. In this way, a complete setup after the combo. Lulu couldn't use any skills at all, and stayed in a daze the whole time. Galio immediately hit Yasuo with his ultimate move. And the magic circle on the ground was like an absolute defensive stance. It doesn't matter if everyone in SKT saves. It doesn't matter if they don't. Malzahar's ultimate move was lifted by Li Hanxing's Mercury in seconds. Faced with Talbo's unreasonable and forceful attack, SKT was unable to put up any effective resistance and could only be dispersed. Lulu was killed first, and Wolf couldn't use any skills at all. SKT's formation was also in chaos. In the end, 1 for 3. Talbot paid the price of Jungle Barrel and replaced 3 of SKT's Unisuk, leaving only Double C standing trembling behind the crystal of their own base. Facing Talbot's strong advance, they were unable to make any effective defense. Finally, you could only accept the bitter consequences of failure. And Li Hanxing achieved a superb record of 903. Smiling proudly, use the most eye-catching hero to produce the most eye-catching data, and then carry the team. This is what Li Hanxing did in this game. Chapter 451 Swing. Swing. Swing.
Let us congratulate Talbot. He defeated SKT, took the lead in winning the game, and rewritten the score between the two sides to 1-0.
Wawa's voice was full of energy, and he shouted loudly.
Noob performed a textbook-level Yasuo teaching game with a perfect performance,
Miller said with a smile.
Yasuo versus Continental has always been said, but few people dare to do this. To the point where we all doubt that Yasuo is really good at beating Gnar. Today Noob gave us a sure way to play. Yasuo's fight against Gnar is a defeat. The main reason is that Yasuo is a double-edged hero. If the hero fails to produce results, it will easily become a burden on the team. Not everyone can be as confident as Noob.
Wang Lauer also smiled.
In short, Talbot has had a good start. But now the difficult question is for SKT. Should they choose a tank in the top lane in the next game? If tanks are optional, how can they deal with Noob's vast number of hero choices?
After all, SKT now faces the same headaches as other teams. That means leaving the road alone. To use an inappropriate metaphor, this is a bit like the NBA. Do you want to double-team Curry when facing the Warriors? Facing the Rockets and not double-teaming Harden? Twice the poison. Go ahead and double-team. Do you really think other people are vegetarians? If you don't double-team, just bet that they can't kill you. What a coincidence. If you dare to let go, they can really kill you directly. The same goes for Talbot. Don't you care about going on the road? Li Hanxing is able to clear the level on his own and kill the game directly. You go take care of the road. You focus all your energy on the top lane. But don't care about the middle lane? Don't care about the bottom lane? If Talbot focuses on attacking your other lanes, what should you do? Because too many games have proven that even if you try every means to target and restrict Li Hanxing, it will only prevent Li Hanxing from easily destroying his top lane. But how should Li Hanxing perform in side split pushing and team battles? There will still be some kind of performance.
This is a headache for Coach Dunk. Let's see how SKT solves this problem that is a headache for League of Legends teams all over the world.
The audience at the scene was so happy. How could they not be happy when they saw Talbot brutally beating SKT? Especially when Li Hanxing used Yasuo to bully SKT. That was a blast. On the stage, members of the training team from both sides came to the stage. Hongmi looked at the players, stood behind Li Hanxing, and patted him on the shoulder, praising him with great satisfaction.
Everyone performed very well. In the second game, we followed the original plan. The plan is to increase the strength of SKT. Oh, are you going to use that system?
Jack's eyes widened.
The version that truly belongs to my buddy is coming. Gung gung gun. Isn't it my version? I'm going to vomit when I play soft assistant these days.
Shersaming curled his lips. Redmi had formulated a set of tactical preparations for SKT before the game. It can even be said that you need to take out everything at the bottom of the box in advance. He is very clear about the potential of the SKT team, even though they are struggling now. The learning ability, adjustment ability, and resilience of this SKT team are all at a historical level. If they can meet them in the quarterfinals and advance, then they must kill them at this stage at all costs.
Isn't it too early to use this system in advance?
Gao Tianyang was a little hesitant. He felt that there was no need to reveal his trump card in advance when he had the initiative.
It's okay.
Li Hanxing smiled meaningfully. In fact, it's not a sophisticated system. It's just the incense burner monster swing system developed by the MSF Rabbit team. Originally historically, the Rabbit swung Karma to the middle, and then used robots, Japanese women, and other hard support in the bottom lane. They completely destroyed SKT's bottom lane and forced SKT directly to a dead end. If it weren't for the fundamental difference in the personal strength of the two players and the overall team collaboration ability, SKT would have never been able to defeat the opponent. Today is the match of Tabwa. And tomorrow it will be Longu versus Rabbits. If they don't use it today, tomorrow Rabbits will sooner or later use it. In this case, of course, you should feel good first. But, Hongmi is based on this system. And there are more in-depth improvements. But you can use the incense burner monster to sway to blind others. The other side. In the SKT player seat, the dunking expression was very solemn. There were too many problems exposed in the first game of both sides. This season, SKT's strength in the top and jungle positions has indeed declined too seriously. Although the jungle's condition has declined with age, he is indeed the man who understands Lee Sang-hyuk best in the world. Currently, SKT's two junglers, Xiao Hei and Cuz, have no interaction with Lee Sang-hyuk at all, and they don't call each other. As the soul of the team, Lee Sang-hyuk is the pacemaker of the entire team. Once he fails to play smoothly, the rhythm of the entire team will be greatly affected. As for hitting the road, he originally thought Huni was really powerful, but now after observing it throughout the season, he found that this thing was just a pure shock wave. The top laners in Europe and the United States are not bad, but when they encounter the top laners in China and South Korea, their true colors are revealed. Especially when facing Lee Hansheng, they are no match at all. To put it bluntly, fame is greater than strength. How to do it? Kuma frowned and thought about his strategy. Fortunately, SKT will come to the blue side in the next round. They will not be so passive in selecting players, and can get a more comfortable choice for Lee Sang-hyuk in the middle. Once the jungler is unable to pick up the rhythm, Lee Sang-hyuk in the middle can only take on more of the rhythm position.
Xianha,
Kuma patted him on the shoulder and said,
in the second game, I hope you can roam more and help you get a hero with absolute lane power. No problem.
Lee Sang-hyuk also had a dignified and serious expression on his face. He is very eager to defeat Lee Hansheng. The short break passed quickly. Under the reminder of the referee behind them, the two sides entered the room again and prepared to start the second match.
Okay. Welcome everyone back to the first match day of the 2017 League of Legends Global Finals quarterfinals. The two sides of the game were SKT and Toppo. In the second game, SKT chose the blue side, and Toppo will come to the red side. Everyone knows clearly after watching the game that the red side in the World Championship version has to take on an extra ban position, so it will be at a disadvantage in terms of BP. So let's see what kind of response strategy Toppo will have on the red side.
With a crisp sound, the director directly switched the screen to the BP screen of both parties. As soon as it comes up, SKT took the initiative to ban Jace, Feng Nu and Luo. On Taobo's side, he backhandedly banned Kalista, Xayah and Ryze.
SKT's focus on banning is still on the top lane, knowing that Taobo cannot play top lane first, but still choose to ban top laner in the first round of BP. Obviously because they are afraid that there will not be enough ban spots later.
Mila teased with a smile. In fact, in the version of the S7 World Championship, the BP routines are basically fixed. In the first three moves, each chose bottom lane plus mid lane. It's very simple. The bottom lane in this version is the focus of the game between the two sides. If you don't choose the first three moves, they will directly ban all the useful heroes for you. What should you do? As for placing the mid laner, it is also very simple. There are three positions in the middle and jungle, and the middle lane is the most important, as it can radiate to both sides at the same time. And there are only a few useful mid lane heroes in this version. Based on this, the first three moves are basically bottom lane plus mid lane choices. And only in rare cases will the order change. That's exactly what it is. Only then can we see how much SKT attaches importance to the top lane. SKT quickly revealed its first choice, Galio. This is also in line with the requirements for buckling horses. Strong line power and strong rhythm ability.
Wow! What about Galio? Then it seems that Tabwa is going to steal the prince. This is good or bad? Tabwa's mid laner will have to be selected in the second round.
Really? On Tabwa's side, the backhand locks Karma plus Prince, and does not give the opponent Galio plus Prince. An unreasonable midfielder combination. But this will also lead to fewer choices for Tabwa's mid laner. At least that's how it seems to the commentators.
Karma? That's okay. Now it depends on how SKT plans to choose. They still want Policewoman plus Lulu. Right.
SKT was indeed Lulu's first player on the second floor. They were a little hesitant in choosing the shooter position. The main thing is that the policewoman who chose the first choice lost. And if she forced the choice this time, she would look very stubborn. But the situation is different.
Actually, Can SKT really choose a female police officer in this game?
Juan Lauer gave his own opinion.
Their female police system couldn't work in the last game because Malzahar in the middle never had lane rights against Galio. This time Galio and the others got it. And it seems that Talbot won't be able to play the mid laner until the second round. They can completely ban the remaining heroes who can compete with Galio for lane rights. In this case, wouldn't their female police speed promotion system be able to operate normally?
Juan Lauer's analysis does make sense. The dunk horse on the field also thought of this. Therefore, SKT still selected a policewoman again on the third floor. On the third floor, Tobo once again selected Xiao Pao.
A small cannon? That's normal. Karma is an auxiliary hero who is very good at grabbing lane rights. If used with a small cannon, it can effectively limit SKT's advancement in the bottom lane. This is a good move.
The two sides entered the second round of BP. Tobo immediately banned at Chongzi and Shin, obviously not wanting Huni to mess around. SKT, on the other hand, banned two heroes, Syndra and Rise. These two heroes are among the few heroes in the middle who can compete with Galio for lane rights. In fact, there is also a Rock Bird, and Gao Dui often plays with it. But for SKT, the banned position is no longer enough. After weighing the balance, the choice to release Rock Bird is also considering that the hero Rock Bird has insufficient damage ability. If it is delayed until the later stage, although Galio has no damage ability, but Galio has more control and is more meaty. However, Talbo's choice on the fourth floor shocked everyone, because the hero who appears on the fourth floor of Talbot is a Japanese girl.
Huh? Goddess of Sunlight?
Miller was completely dumbfounded.
Is this a reverse version of Talbot's selection of a strong support to go to the bottom lane? Are they trying to sway Karma to the middle lane? This is really beyond our expectation.
Juan Lauer also looked confused. The main reason is that since the start of the World Championship, the bottom lane has been exclusively soft support, and there has not been a single hard support hero. This is the first time that hard support heroes represented by heroes such as Japanese women and Nyoto have appeared on the stage of this World Championship.
It can only be a Japanese auxiliary. Right. Is it possible that a Japanese girl can be in the middle or on top?
Wawa pouted.
I didn't expect that Talbot would bring us a different surprise at this time.
SKT here. I was completely confused when I dumped a horse. He didn't expect Talbot to do this at all. And more importantly, he didn't understand what Talbot's tactical intentions were. But at this time, he had no way to change his choice. He chose Pig Girl first, on the choice of top lane hero. At present, only the big tree is left. And besides that are the two Yordle brothers Keenan and Nar. Continue with NAR? This is not impossible. After all, it is impossible for Talbot to play Yasuo in this game. Except for the Jungle Prince. The team has no hero who can provide Yasuo with the ability to enter the field. Moreover, Galio is in their hands this time. So what if Yasuo rushes in? The thought of this. After buckling down and gritting his teeth, he once again asked Huni to choose Nar. There is nothing we can do about this. Choosing a big tree is a pure foster father. Moreover, after the big tree in S7 was reworked, its team fighting ability has dropped a bit. If a monster does grow, there is no way to deal with it.
Huh? Nar? In this case, doesn't it mean that SKT has made almost no changes to the lineup? Except that Malzahar was replaced by Galio in the middle?
Miller looked very surprised.
It's normal,
Juan Lauer said eloquently.
SKT may think that the failure of the policewoman's speed push system in the previous game was because the middle lane did not have lane rights. This time, the middle lane can ensure that it has lane rights. So the speed push system of the policewoman, the system makes sense? Let's see what kind of response Talbot will give.
However, on Talbot's side, Li Hansheng directly took out Lucian, the top laner. The atmosphere at the scene was once again ignited. The audience immediately exploded when they saw this hero appear. The audience chanted Li Hansheng's ID one after another, seeming to want to express their love for Li Hansheng in this way. The commentators from other competition areas also had surprised expressions on their faces.
I chose Yasuo in the first game and Lucian in the second game. Only noob in the world has this kind of confidence and confidence. Stand out and dare to choose one.
Miller couldn't hide the smile on his lips.
Noob is too brave. Hot.
In this case, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. SKT is on the blue side, and Talbot is on the red side. Top lane, Nar versus Lucian. Jungler, Pig Girl versus Prince. Mid lane, Galio versus Karma. Bottom lane, Policewoman plus Lulu versus Xiao Pao plus Japanese Girl. Chapter 452, Up and Down Bloom. A swift 2-0.
Toba once again used their signature top lane shooter system.
Miller analyzed the lineup before the game.
At the same time, they also used a hard support to step down. Many players may feel that it is not normal to have a hard support to step down. What? Hey, it's really unusual for this version. But players who often play the bottom lane will know that in this version of the Sensor Monster, if you don't get the Sensor Monster in the bottom lane, you won't be able to beat the opponent. Think about it. How long has it been since we saw a hard support player in the rankings? This is the general trend of the entire ranking, let alone the professional league. From the qualifying round to the present, there has not been a single hard assist in the World Championship. Now Toba is uncharacteristically different. It is difficult for people not to doubt that this is their careful preparation. A system. Actually, the top lane side is fine.
Wang Lauer also expressed his opinion.
Use Lucian to suppress Kennen or Gnar. Noob has shown it to us in the league. I think the more important thing is this hand of Carl. Ma's swing. This time it is clear that both sides will still focus on the bottom lane, which is not good news for Huni. Indeed,
Wawa said with a rather gloating smile.
In the last game, both sides focused on the bottom lane, which resulted in Huni being tortured to pieces by Noob in a 1v1 real man battle on the top lane. When it comes to lane suppression, Lucian is more ruthless than Yasuo. Yasuo may not be able to find the opportunity to kill you in the early stage of the laning phase, but Lucian can really kill you solo in the early stage when he finds the opportunity.
The three commentators roughly explained the key points on the field, and the coaches on both sides of the stage were also preparing to leave at this time. When the two parties came to the center of the stage to shake hands, Cuomo looked at Hungmi with a meaningful smile and felt something was wrong in his heart. But he couldn't figure out the specific problem for a while. At this time, we can only trust the player's self-adjustment and adaptability on the court. No way. Once black technology tactics are taken out, they will have such unexpected effects. Otherwise, how can we call them black technology tactics? Along with a commotion among the audience, the full view of Summoner's Rift was presented to everyone. Both sides rushed out of the spring immediately. The director specially gave Li Hansheng a close-up shot. It can be seen from his outfit that Li Hansheng chose Corrosive Potion, which is obviously to carry out more fear suppression. Many people have misunderstandings, thinking that Corrosion Potion has 3 recovery effects and seems to be a defensive item. This is not the case. First of all, during the duration of Corrosion Potion, if your basic attack or skill causes damage to the opponent, there will be a continuous damage similar to Ignition. But the damage type is not real damage, but magic damage. Secondly, what does it mean that I have more recoveries than you? It means that I take the initiative to ask you for a blood exchange. Even if each blood exchange is 55, I have more recovery times and will have an advantage. In addition, after the blue potion has been deleted, Corrosive Potion is the only item that can be used to restore mana during the landing phase in League of Legends. The other one is the Secret Reserve in the Deception system when you select the talent. This talent can make the effect duration of potions, crystal bottles and mixtures is extended by 10%. And your potions will also turn into cookies, which can instantly restore 20 points of health and 10 points of mana when consumed. Can I get back to blue? This means that you can use skills to consume blood more frequently during the landing period. So, Corrosive Potion is a purely offensive item. Apparently, after knowing that both sides would focus on the lower half, Li Hansheng decided to continue to increase the intensity of Uni. As for talent, Li Hansheng chose War Zeal, which is Lucian's standard talent. Under the influence of Lucian's passive skill, Holy Spear Silver Bullet, the stacks can be quickly accumulated. Talent points are 18/12/0. It also means that Li Hansheng clicked on the Secret Reserve in the Deception system to extend the duration of his Corrosive Potion. Let's see if Xiaotian will choose the same jungle route as the previous one. If so, then the first wave of battle between the two sides will definitely occur in the bottom lane, Miller speculated. Actually, SKT is also on guard. There is no way, mainly because the Japanese girl is really too coquettish in this move. But the jungler is still a prince, the kind of jungler who can cause trouble at 2 levels. How can people not be on guard against this move? Therefore, SKT deployed a field of vision in the river grass in the bottom lane early, just to prevent the prince from running to the middle lane to cause trouble. Both junglers brushed from top to bottom. Cuz didn't dare to use the mirroring route with Gao Tianyang. That could indeed effectively limit Li Hansheng's suppression of Uni. But what about his own bottom lane? The Japanese girl plus the prince can really jump over the tower and kill by force. The pig girl opens blue alone, while the prince opens red alone. Both of them brush from top to bottom. But soon something was wrong. Pig girl takes the route of 3 groups of normal blue buffs, 3 wolves red buffs, wild monsters, and 3 quick monsters, which is understandable. But after finishing the red buff, the prince seemed to be taking the same route. But when passing by the 3 wolves, the prince did not stop. Instead, he walked all the way down the river, and then went directly into the Xiaolong pit. And EQ Second Company entered the triangular grass on the bottom road. This is equivalent to perfectly avoiding SKT's ward position in the grass in the river. Everything is unnoticed. SKT's policewoman and Lulu are still trying their best to suppress it. Lulu beats the Japanese girl. If you don't make crazy remarks at level 1, suppress your experience, and suppress the opponent's state, you will easily be forced to do it by the Japanese girl later on. Soft assistants play hard assistants, and the right to seize the line at level 1 is the top priority.
I haven't seen the prince yet. Finish killing the wild monsters as soon as possible and move to the bottom lane.
Wolf, the only brotherly, kept urging his jungler to come to the bottom lane and squat. No way. The bottom road is really dangerous. The policewoman and Lulu had to push the line, which caused them to stand very far forward. A slight mistake could be fatal.
Xiaoyan is so patient. He must be waiting for the CD of EQ Second Company. SKT didn't notice it.
But the policewoman and Lulu have already grabbed 2.
Wawa pointed out the key point. Since this Tao Bo is on the red side, and the red buff is in the upper half. Although the prince walked directly down after getting the red buff, he needed to take a detour and wait for the skill CD in the grass. Therefore, the SKT duo pushing the lane in the bottom lane has just reached level 2, while Xiaopao and Japanese girl are still only level 1. This is not good news. Anyone with some knowledge of the game will understand. The 2 heroes, Japanese girl and Yodo, are pure waste at level 1, and only at level 2 can they complete their qualitative transformation. But Wang Lauer shook his head.
Look, both Renu and Xiaopao chose Sacred Shield to go out.
The current regular bottom lane starting equipment is for the shooter to bring Sacred Shield and the soft assistant to bring Ancient Coin. This can maximize the soft assistant to get more economy and get out of the incense burner faster. And in this one, Taba's assistant is obviously the Japanese girl, and it is impossible for the Japanese girl to use the incense burner, because the effect of the incense burner cannot be triggered at all. But Taba still chooses to let the shooter go out to wear the Sacred Shield, which is very intriguing, combined with Gao Tianyang's choice. Apparently, Taba had already planned this wave before the game started.
My CD is ready. You can prepare to press forward.
Gao Tianyang directly spoke to his teammates and took the lead in communicating. This way down the road. Xiaopao and Japanese girl press forward immediately. Both of them have Sacred Object Shield on their bodies. Xiaopao's 2 beads of Sacred Object Shield have fallen off. But the key thing is that the beads on Japan girl's body are always there. After resisting Lulu and the policewoman's shot, Rita walked up to the monster and forcibly killed the 2 melee soldiers with beads. The policewoman and Lulu seemed to have noticed something was wrong at this time, and immediately thought have to run back. It seems a step too late. The prince has appeared behind them.
Shiba, how did he come so fast?
Wolf was shocked, with the word surprise written all over his chubby face. They had clearly laid out their vision in the river grass. Moreover, the mid laner also arranged a field of vision at his S6. So it stands to reason that the prince cannot avoid their field of vision. There is only one possibility.
Little Dragon Pit.
Bang and Wolf reacted immediately. But what's the use at this time? The Japanese girl, who has reached level 2, can learn the E skill in seconds and point the Zenith blade forward in her hand. Seeing the Japanese girl raising her hand, the policewoman instinctively distanced herself. But the Japanese girl's target was Lulu. Wolf didn't react and was hit by the Japanese girl first. The small artillery immediately turned over with W and mounted E to start concentrated fire output. The prince was also ruthless and didn't talk much, so he EQ'd the second company at the extreme distance. The Japanese girl lit it up in advance. In fact, when the hard assistant is removed, in addition to having more control, many hard assistants are even less powerful than soft assistants in terms of damage. But why can they perform line kills? Because the hard assistant will only choose to bring Ignite. Originally, in this version, it is difficult for the jungler to cooperate with the bot lane to kill the opponent's healer plus shield duo in one wave, because the damage will be slightly worse. But with Ignite as an additional source of damage, everything is different.
Shiba, let's go.
Wolf knew his end, so he could only sell himself and didn't even bother to use treatment. First blood. First blood is born.
Lulu is seriously injured. Whose head is it? Xiaopao. Xupa's E directly killed Lulu. Is there any follow-up? Xiaopao refreshed his W and jumped to the policewoman.
Miller shouted at the top of his voice. Shout excitedly. The policewoman did not immediately distance herself and give Xiaopao a chance to jump. The little cannon jumped on the policewoman's face, and the policewoman was immediately slowed down, seeing the Japanese girl and the prince approaching fiercely.
Although these two people currently have no skills, they still have flashes. Once they are stuck by the prince later, they will not be able to escape even if they want to. No way. A buzzing sound. The policewoman could only dodge and distance herself to avoid being stuck. The surging Nosuke didn't continue the pursuit when he saw this, and stopped as soon as he stood out.
Beautiful. Taoba's proactive attack has yielded results. This is the charm of hard support. You can harass me many times, but as long as I catch a chance, I can cooperate with the jungler to kill you.
Everyone on SKT on the court had no choice at all. When Li Hansheng saw this, he also praised him.
Well done. Ha ha ha. It's really fun to play with the hard assistant.
Shi Siming finally got the hard assistant again, which was so happy. Li Hansheng just smiled. Are you saying that SKT is unprepared? How is it possible? The eye position at the beginning proved that they were actually on guard. But still the same sentence. Black technology tactics are able to produce this kind of unexpected effect. Professional players are not gods. In many cases, they rely on their own gaming instincts to play games. It is simply their higher talent and systematic training that makes them different from ordinary people. But essentially they are normal human beings. The current overall ranking environment is that there is no hard support. The general trend of the version is that soft support is popular and goes down the lane. So no one will use hard support in training matches to deal with it out of the blue. This leads to, if a professional player suddenly sees a tough support appearing on the field, they will not know how to respond. And they will also be tricked by such tricks. What is black technology used for? Isn't it just used to tease people? This is also one of the reasons why black technology cannot be used a second time. People will definitely have a long memory after suffering a loss once. And the effect of the same routine, the second time will definitely not be as good as the first time. The atmosphere within the SKT team is a bit bad, because death was too random. The Japanese girl and the prince both still had flashes, but the policewoman didn't. So will this female police officer be targeted? This is the inevitable result.
Cause, you will most likely have to position around the bottom lane more in the future. Juinji's flash is gone, and Nosuke on the opposite side still has flash.
This was all Wolf could say. But this also means that Huni on the road will not get any help, and will become an orphan of the team again. In fact, the director was also giving close-ups of the road at this time. No doubt. Unilateral crushing. When Lucian hits Nar, he highlights one sentence. The ancestor said it well. An inch long. An inch strong. Although Lucian's shooting range has been slashed to 500 yards. He is no longer even suitable for appearing in the bottom lane. But for the middle and upper lanes, the 500-yard range is already exaggerated. Your Nar will only have a 500-yard shooting range when you reach level 18. And it will only have a 400-yard range at the beginning. Labor and capital are just longer than you. So there is nothing you can do. Not to mention, Lucian's Q, penetrating holy light, theoretically has a range of nearly 1,000 yards. As long as the angle is tricky enough, Lucian can penetrate all Nar. On the contrary, as long as Lucian stands among the minions, it is almost impossible for Nar's boomerang to hit him. Just hit the road. I can touch you. And I can penetrate small soldiers and consume you without taking any damage. But you have no power to fight back. Isn't that just a one-sided crushing?
I'm really confused. Noob. How can a top laner control the distance so well? To be honest, many professional ADC players may not be able to control such a perfect distance. Among the people I can think of, only world-class ADC players such as Uzi, Mr. Dai, Bang, and Imp can have this kind of script-level distance control ability.
Wawa couldn't help but sigh. But Wang Lauer on the side explained.
Brother, I'm afraid you have forgotten that this is the top lane position. Top lane heroes need to be pulled close to each other. If you make a mistake in positioning,
you may be killed alone. You even need to use the 25-yard shooting range gap to pull. If you look at Noob's pulling operations on those melee heroes, you will understand why he controls the distance so well.
Lao Biwa really can't even boast anything. Why is my brother Han Chung not so good at it? That is, My brother Han Sheng is the #1 top laner in the world when he plays top laner. If one day he changes positions and moves to the mid laner, then he will be the #1 mid laner in the world. If he plays the ADC, he will be the #1 ADC in the world. Gui Gui. If you continue to brag like this, Sheng Bao will blush. Get out of here, you fake fan. Sheng Bao didn't blush when he heard this. He just gave a thumbs up decisively to show that you know how to play games. You can see it all. Ha ha ha. Sheng Bao is so shameless when he is shameless. Laughing. The last time I saw this was the last time. How about you leave this and this with me? Nar, who is on the road, has been completely driven out of the experience area. He can only wait for the arrival of the troops under the tower, and use Q to replenish troops from time to time. That is pitiful. But what makes Huni even more chilling is that he didn't play jungle, because the bottom lane is worse than him, and decisions are made from both the top and bottom lanes. In this version of the S7 World Championship, I would choose the bottom lane with my eyes closed. And at this time, the director suddenly switched the camera to the middle side. Miller exclaimed 3 times in a row. From this surprised tone, you can tell that something happened on the field that surprised him. It turned out that the Japanese girl, who was supposed to be in the bottom lane, came to the middle lane at some point. Not only was the Japanese girl, but also the prince also there, which meant that Tabwa had a long-lost Nozook linkage. Is this a linkage with the jungle assistant? That's right. Tabwa's assistant is a Japanese girl. We have watched so many games in this World Championship that we have all forgotten that the assistant can link up with the jungler in the early stage to cause trouble. Wang Lauer also made a little teasing. Nozook's linkage has no requirements for heroes. Even soft assistants can link up with the jungler to actively arrange vision or go to other lanes to cause trouble. The reason why this World Championship is so lamentable, it still depends on the version. Because of the incense burner, soft assistants will all choose Ancient Coin as their starting equipment. This thing requires you to stay online to continuously explode gold coins. And shooters will bring Shield of Relics, which also requires you to stay online to continuously trigger it. Because if you are not online, the effect of killing minions cannot be triggered, and the bean will not transfer to the built-in CD by itself. Because of this, the auxiliary is completely locked online, at least until the incense burner is made. The support cannot leave the lane. It's exactly this. That's why you won't see jungle assistants linking up during the World Championships. And you will feel that the version of the game is very slow, because in the early stage of the game, only the jungle position can do things, and the assistant is tied to the line, which is equivalent to a double-cylinder engine turning into a single-cylinder engine. Isn't the rhythm different? Again, the routines are routines, and they are even ordinary routines at any time. But if you put it in this specific version, and no one has practiced this routine for a long time, it will appear that your routine is so novel. So it turns out that Tabwa's target is the faker in the middle? Obviously, Tabwa's signals have been ringing frequently in the middle, and the offensive intention is very obvious. This side of the middle road, Faker's form isn't that great. The gameplay he chose is no different from Gaotui. To be precise, this is how anyone plays Galio in S7. In the first 3 levels, you just mindlessly push the line while taking the damage from the opponent. At level 3, you push the line of troops and then go home to make up for the double Dolan. But this Faker encountered a little problem. Karma is a hero whose ability to push the line in the early stage is outstanding. One RQ will basically disable the long-range soldiers, and the melee soldiers will also lose about half of their health. The speed of pushing the line is not inferior to your Galio. The current line of troops in the middle is. Faker almost sent the line of troops in, but it happened to be stuck in a very subtle position. He was also aware of his own danger, but the location of his troops forced him to take the risk. As a result, we were given a chance to fight. What about Shiba's opponent's support? Faker stopped abruptly in the middle of his words. He reacted suddenly. There seems to be nothing wrong with Japanese girls wandering around in the early stage. Huh? This once again reflects the unexpected effect of black technology tactics. We are used to playing games under the previous rhythm and system, and everyone assumes that the opponent's support will not cause trouble in the early stage. Even Faker was a little confused when he suddenly encountered a surprise attack from the support. Toba won't talk too much with you. Karma directly set himself E to accelerate, and then use W to chain Galio. Moreover, Gao Dui was a chicken thief. He flashed first. It can also be said that he predicted that Faker would flash and escape. So much so that it looked like both sides were handing over and flashing simultaneously. Beautiful! Wei Shen's perfect prediction.
Miller shouted excitedly. If he fails to break free from the chains, then Galio will definitely be imprisoned in place. The prince immediately connects to EQ, and the Japanese girl follows up with a set of control connections. The damage of the three of them is not high, but Galio's condition is not good if he can't hold you back. And how hard can Galio be if he only has a door and ring on his body? I really thought I was in a divine outfit. Cuz arrived late, but he failed to save Galio, and his head was taken by Kalma with a flat ace.
Oh? Cuz isn't leaving yet? He might be kept.
Gao Tianliang reacted very quickly and flashed directly to Jumei's face. He fired A and then W. The red buff on his body had disappeared, but the prince's W, Golden Holy Shield, could create a deceleration effect. Karma and Haidong quickly followed, and Cuz was shocked. After finishing the first round of Wild Monsters, he hadn't had time to go home to resupply, and his condition was also very average. He could only be forced to hand over the flash and run back to the first tower on his home road to temporarily save his life. But if Cuz takes off his headphones at this time, he will definitely hear the tsunami-like cheers from the audience and the desperate screams of LCK commentator, She Roaring Emperor. The next second, in the top half of SKT's jungle, Brother and I, armed with 2 guns, used Cold Pursuit to slide out from the shadows of the wild area to the gap between the first and second towers in the middle, and stood in front of Pig Girl.
Sheepa!
Cuz was obviously shocked, but Lucian will not give him this chance. After the first bullet in his hand was fired, he immediately connected with W and Q. After a complete set of output, the Pig Girl became bloodthirsty, while Lucian used the acceleration effect provided by W to chase after her. In the end, the fatal shot took away Pig Girl. Li Hanxing took his first head, and the red buff that had not disappeared from Pig Girl's body was also transferred to him.
Wow! Wow!
Miller shouted excitedly.
Noob! He appeared in the most dangerous position. Huni couldn't restrict Noob to the top lane at all. And now Noob got a red buff again. Huni, how should we line up next?
0-3. The game lasted just over 3 minutes, and Talbot once again had a huge advantage. At this time, in fact, just over a minute has passed since the coaches from both sides returned to the backstage lounge. When Dunma saw this scene on the field, he couldn't help but feel completely desperate. How to fight this? He faced such a huge disadvantage at the beginning of the game, and only after seeing this scene did he fully understand the disgusting nature of Talbot's system. To be honest, the World Championship is a version of the Sensor Monster. But this Sensor Monster does not necessarily have to be a support. If you cast a Karma in the middle, it can be used as a Sensor Monster. Even in a single lane, Karma can be a single player and provide economic benefits. The time to cast the Sensor is much faster than that of the auxiliary. And in this way, we can only directly release the support in the bottom lane, so that Nosa can form a linkage, and it poses a huge threat to the opponent's bottom lane. Soft assistants like Lulu and Nani are particularly afraid of being caught when they are facing off against hard assistants. Their bodies are brittle, and their legs are short. They are simply a mobile ATM in the eyes of the jungler. Moreover, there is no shortage of output. The mid laner in this version is a tool man, and Talbot has also made 2 preparations. Lucian is on the top lane, and the 2 shooters enjoy the bonus of the incense burner. What front row can't be melted?
Sheepa! Sheepa!
Kuma's handsome features became a little ferocious, and he threw his notebook to the ground angrily. It seems that this is the only way to vent my depression. Elsewhere, the other top 8 teams were watching the game.
SKT is gone.
Khan curled his lips.
There is a high probability that this one is gone. Next time they return to the red side, the ban position is simply not enough, because they can't handle Karma's swing and can't do anything on their own. If you copy and use it directly, you can only ban it. In this way, Karma and Kalista will occupy 2 ban positions. So how can they fight?
Jinsuza nodded.
We can try it in the next training match, but there is a high probability that it won't be used tomorrow.
Although it is just a simple wild assistant linkage, if you suddenly want to use it, it is impossible without a long period of training. In Jin Juju's view, this is also the fundamental reason why Talbot dares to use this system. Not to mention them, even Samsung, RNG and other teams that will compete in 2 or 3 days will not be able to achieve the same results as Talbot if they go to temporary training at this time. What's more, Talbot has already shown it once, so everyone will take precautions, and the effect will naturally be greatly reduced. Only the training team and players of the Rabbit team were completely confused. Isn't this their carefully prepared tactic? They would not suspect that the training match revealed the tactics. After all, they had been hiding it all along.
It can only be said that Talbot is Talbot after all. They have also thought of this. But they probably don't think as much as we do.
How to say? Do strong people all think the same way? On the field, SKT is completely panicked. Uni, who was on the road, just wanted to curse. After watching Li Hansheng go home and update a round of equipment, he appeared on the road with a red buff. How did he play? Don't say it's him. SKT didn't play any other lanes either. Bottom lane is still disgusting. This reflects Gao Dui's game understanding. In the wave in the middle just now, he deliberately forced himself to exchange flash with Galio. In fact, before, it was entirely possible for Japanese E to flash first. And he kept the flash. But it's not necessary. SKT's midfielder is Galio plus Pig Girl. And they have no ability to kill him with the Karma. Moreover, both sides exchange flashes. And Galio does not have the ability to W flash first. So he is safer. After all, SKT's support is Lulu. And Lulu will not suddenly run to the middle to gank. And helping Japanese women save this flash can continue to ensure the rhythm of the attack. Because Japanese women with flashes are almost 100% successful in starting a group. E-dodge in one hand is difficult to dodge even if you have the chance to dodge. You can see this from SKT's bottom lane. Although they seem to be pushing the line, the policewomen and Lulu were very cautious in their positions. Lulu was standing to the side and behind the policewomen, which in itself was a more defensive position. And Gao Tianliang is already on his way. After finishing the frog concubine, he came to the exploding fruit next to the triangle, which was the position where Li Hansheng and Yasuo killed 2 people in a 1v3 in the previous game.
Sure, Siming. Look at my position and get ready,
Gao Tianliang said directly. He adjusted his position, and after dropping the explosive fruit, he directly entered the grass in the river. SKT actually had a field of vision here. But can you leave?
Xiao Tian is coming to the bottom of the road. Look at Xiaoming's choice. E-flash. The target is directly at Lulu. Wolf has no time to make any reaction.
Miller's face turned red with excitement, and his neck was thick. And he kept yelling at the top of his voice. Call. The Japanese girl hit Lulu with a beautiful E-flash. And then followed up with a Q to knock her unconscious on the spot. Xiaopao immediately follows up with W and jumps in face. Hangs E and activates Q to output wildly. In fact, when the control ended, the prince was not in place yet. So Lulu immediately opened W to accelerate herself, and then flashed to try to distance herself. And even used healing to accelerate. However, the acceleration effect in League of Legends is based on your board movement speed at that time. Lulu cannot get the ideal acceleration effect if she accelerates herself after she has already been decelerated by the cannon W first. The prince approached him easily, and immediately rushed over with a second consecutive EQ, and even forced out the policewoman's E. And Jack is even greedier. Before Lulu was killed, he refreshed his W, because he had already filled up the stacks of E. Without saying a word, he ignored Lulu, who had already lost her health, and jumped directly to the policewoman, because the policewoman has no flash and no E.
Jack! Jack jumped over on his own initiative, and was not greedy for the kill. Xiao Tian immediately took away Lulu with a flat A, and the 3 of them immediately turned around and pursued.
Wang Lauer took the baton from Miller and roared. Stand up!
The policewoman was slowed down, and couldn't move at all. Bang chose to open the shield to offset the damage. Can Towa catch up? Enter the defense tower. Japanese girl. Are Japanese girls' skills ready?
After chasing the defense tower, the CD of Japanese girls' E skill finally improved. The zenith blade is still raised. It directly hit the fleeing policewoman. The policewoman's body was immediately frozen in place. Then a Q and a shot of the shield made the policewoman stand still. After finishing this set, the Japanese girl immediately retreated to the attack edge of the defense tower and left the rest to her teammates. Due to Lulu's death, Xu Pao's W refreshed again. At this time, the Japanese girl had attracted the hatred of the defense tower. Jack had nothing to be afraid of, so he directly jumped in the face with W to deal damage. And Gao Tianliang couldn't wait for skills at this time. The Prince's E in the early stage was too long every 10 seconds. A Q directly deals damage. And Q, Dragon Crash only cause, has the armor-piercing buff. The 2 of them finally worked together to take down the policewoman. The head was pocketed by the cannon.
Nice! Beautiful! Perfect rhythm! Killed SKT's bottom lane duo again. Although the game has only started not long ago, I can definitely say that Talbot has basically won this game.
Miller was very happy. He was so excited and decisively concluded this game. How can SKT resist? The head ratio is now 5-0. SKT had no resistance at all against Taoba's attack. The main reason is that Taoba's lineup is too restrained against them. Taoba can be combined with wild assistance to force the rhythm. If this were done in other versions, and you let the ADC be alone in the bottom lane, then the opponent's ADC and support could completely jump over the tower. But the problem is, you are not harmed in this version. The policewoman does have a set of small bursts, but the prerequisite is that someone can help control the opponent first. And the policewoman must be able to hit the opponent with the first W. Lulu does not have this ability. And the most important point is, ignite, ignite, ignite. When everyone is short of damage in the early stage, the additional damage from ignition is fatal. But SKT didn't. Therefore, Sher Siming can roam unscrupulously, leaving Jack to develop alone in the bottom lane. Unfortunately, SKT's assistant Lulu couldn't follow along. There is no need for people to bring out incense burners. How? You, Lulu, don't even leave the incense burner? This caused SKT's offense to suddenly become clueless, and correspondingly, hit the road this way. Nar was also suppressed miserably, and the last hit gap between the two sides had been widened to more than 20 knives. This Huni learned a lesson, and would rather lose a knife than give Li Hansheng a chance to kill himself alone. Now Taoba can be said to be in full bloom. Only the mid lane of SKT can stabilize. Galio. In this version of Galio, dying 1 to 2 times in the early stage will not affect the landing and development at all. This version of the monster is not in vain. But it doesn't matter if it's Taobo. Karma's position as mid laner does not intend to create any landing advantage, as long as it can develop smoothly. Anyway, everyone is positioned as a tool. I can make the incense burner, but you can't. I am better than you. Wait until after level 6. SKT's first wave of offense finally arrived, and they set their target on the bottom lane. Pig Girl came to the bottom lane early, and Galio didn't even have time to completely push the line in the middle lane and was already leaning towards the bottom lane. Piggy used Q to get into the lower half of Taoba's wild area from the river, and came to the back of the first tower of Taoba's bottom lane. She cooperated with her own bottom lane duo, and directly took the lead with a big move. Then Pig Girl took the lead and rushed into the defense tower. Here you can see the role of hard assistance. The Japanese girl immediately pointed her E at the policewoman with her backhand, then opened her W to provide herself with high double resistance, and then used an AQ to knock the policewoman unconscious. Obviously, among the 3 people now, the female police officer is the most capable. The policewoman failed to keep up with the output at the first time. Fortunately, after Galio landed his big move, he used E to catch up with the cannon and fired W to taunt. The 4 of them finally worked together to kill the cannon. Shut down. But the problem is that the small cannon has used up all its output, and the pig girl who resisted the tower has been disabled. Just when SKT tried to escape, Lucian and Karma have both TP'd to the lower route, completing a wave around the back. The prince came from the jungle, and the 3 of them, one after the other, directly attacked the 4 SKT players.
Taoba obviously doesn't want to let SKT escape. Can Huni on the road pay TP? Oh, Nar doesn't have TP.
How could Nar have TP? Without teammates to help, facing Lucian's landing pressure alone. The only way to keep TP is to have trouble. On the contrary, Li Hansheng can perfectly send the line of troops into the tower every time. There is no need to use TP to make up the line, and he can completely use TP to attack.
Let's go! If it doesn't work, sell it to me!
Ka seemed very decisive. How can they fight back if they don't have their ultimate moves? What's more, this is under someone else's defense tower. Li Hansheng's goal is very clear.
None of them have shown up. Gao Tianyang, try to stay in the way of the duo. Galio will run away.
In the final analysis, Galio is just a tool man. No matter how well developed he is only a relatively meaty tool man. The Taoba dual shooter system is not afraid of your tank in the front row. Obtained instructions from Li Hansheng, Gao Tianyang immediately set Zhume and Lulu flying with a second EQ combo, and then directly used his ultimate move to cause the world to collapse. The policewoman and Lulu were all framed in it, completely ignoring Galio, who was standing beside him. Karma directly threw an RQ at the prince's ultimate move, and then used the E set to accelerate Lucian. And Lucian immediately slid forward. By Yubia 2 shots, take away the remaining blood of the pig girl, and then start the Holy Spear baptism. The policewoman and Lulu were restricted by the prince's ultimate move and could not dodge at all. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos to replace the Japanese girl. But the Japanese girl had run away long ago and did not give them this chance at all. Lulu was killed by Lucian's ultimate move. Double kill. Immediately after the prince took the initiative to cancel the ultimate move, Lucian quickly followed up. W dots followed by Q dots. And once again harvested the head of the policewoman. Triple kill. 3 kills. The audience was completely excited. The shouts were earth-shattering.
Nice! Nice! 1 for 3. I heard that SKT likes to attack the bottom lane.
Miller shouted excitedly.
How dare you jump over the Japanese girl's tower? You have to be a noob. Continuous and stable pressure on the top lane. Every wave of TP can be used to support and cooperate with teammates' attacks. I'm going to say it right now. It's not poisonous. This game, Taba has a guaranteed victory. I don't see any chance for SKT to come back. I can't imagine how their lineup can come back. Even in a team battle. Their Galio W flashed and taunted 5 people. And NL Tathagata slapped 5 of them. But it was useless. Who would do the damage? Do you expect this policewoman who is already 0-2?
Chapter 453 The Real Picture. Up to this point in the game, SKT's chances of winning are actually very slim. If it were another opponent, they might be able to delay the game by relying on steady operations, sophisticated teamwork, and the full resilience shaped by the Soul Figure Faker, and wait for the opponent while ensuring that they don't make mistakes next. Make mistakes. But their opponent is Taobua. It's Toba led by Li Hansheng. As a time traveler, Li Hansheng traveled back in time with game concepts that were several years ahead, making it almost impossible for Taobua to make any wrong decisions at the decision-making level. What is an invincible team? 5 players with individual abilities and very complementary play styles form a perfect team, and they will never make mistakes in decision-making. In fact, the two complement each other. My personal ability is strong enough, and the team as a whole is strong enough. That is, I can take advantage. In an advantageous situation, all the choices you make will most likely be correct. The reason is simple. Your advantage is large enough. Even if your decision-making is not so perfect, with the support of your huge advantage, your opponent will be unable to resist and cannot seize the loopholes in your decision-making to counterattack. There is an ancient saying on this point. History is written by the victors. It worked. Whatever you say will be regarded as a sacred decree by others and regarded as a creed of life. When the director's close-up shots scanned every SKT player one by one, you could see the blank look on everyone's face. SKT has been so successful in the past few years. Even though they lost to Taobao last year, they are still regarded as one of the strongest teams in the world. But they were abused like this. And it could be said that they had no power to fight back. If they even covered their IDs, they would be thought to be two teams that were not at the same level playing a game. This is why such a scene was presented. Perhaps only Lee Sang-hyuk in the whole team has stabilized his mentality. But he himself is mostly at a loss. How to win? When you face an opponent that is completely unbeatable. An opponent that you can't catch no matter how hard you try. You will doubt yourself and fall into a cycle of extreme self-doubt. And the shock this game brought to the top 8 teams who were watching the game was also very strong. SKT. How many teams will consider themselves unlucky when encountering SKT? And how many players will turn pale when encountering Lee Sang-hyuk? But now, the Master of Kings in the minds of many people was beaten to the point of being unable to fight back. How could this not be shocking? Taobua's training team is indeed too strong. But in terms of their understanding and development of this World Championship version, I think they are the strongest at the moment. It can be said that they have outsmarted them. Longju's coach Jinju the Pig couldn't help but sigh. It's normal. SKT obviously didn't have any defenses, and their mentality was a bit broken. Khan curled his lips in disdain. But he still stood firm. The main thing is that the insiders are watching the door, and the laymen are watching the excitement. They are professional players, so they will not look at winning or losing the game as superficially as the audience. They understand very well that under the premise that the personal strength gap between the two players is not too big, the understanding of the version and the selection of the lineup will be important in determining the outcome on the field. Key hand. Is SKT really as good as they look? How can it be? But the reason why they were abused like this was because they were thwarted by Taobua's karma swing and his strong support from the bottom lane to seize the early rhythm. There is no doubt that the results of Taobua's black technology tactics are even more exaggerated than expected. Taobua itself is a team that is extremely good at early offense, because their third-line personal abilities are too strong. Strong personal abilities mean that they can accumulate more advantages in the opposite line, which means that the jungler can do things better. And the entire team, the early offensive rhythm is very easy to pick up. The superposition of multiple factors led to a one-sided situation on the court.
That's what I say. But to be fair, if we were on the court, we might not be able to attack as perfectly as Talbot. Right. In the same way, if we were unprepared and faced Talbot's move, we might not be able to do it. Is it better than SKT?
The Rat King said something fair.
Of course I can do better than SKT, because I won't be abused like Huni and have no power to fight back.
Khan answered affirmatively. None of his teammates spoke. Khan was indeed strong. But there was definitely a gap between him and Li Hansheng. But since Khan was so confident that he wanted to compete with Li Hansheng, there was no need for them to pour cold water on Khan. After all, he was his teammate. And, not without reason, a big dilemma SKT faces is that it can't be beat in the top lane. And it's not just a simple inability to beat. It's a level where if teammates don't help, they will be brainlessly snowballed from level 1 onwards. Just talk about Talbot's 2 early attacks. In which case was Li Hansheng not included. If Huni can keep an eye on Li Hansheng on the top lane, it doesn't mean that Talbot's early attack will not be effective. But one thing is certain, the effectiveness of Talbot's attack will be greatly reduced. It wouldn't be like now, being hit by successive attacks and being unable to hold back at all. The game has become a torture for the SKT players. Several other teams also recognized Hongmi's training. The person who was praised sneezed several times in the backstage lounge.
Hongmi, have you ever seen a player like Hansheng before?
Guihao came over and asked.
No.
Hongmi shook her head honestly.
Even the faker is not as good as him.
Li Hansheng's performance completely surpassed Lee Sang-hyuk in all aspects. As a former opponent of SKT, Hongmi not only studied Lee Sang-hyuk as a coach, but also personally played against Lee Sang-hyuk on the court. He knows it very well. Lee Sang-hyuk is actually divided into 2 stages, from his debut to S4. During this period, Lee Sang-hyuk won the championship at the peak of his debut, and also had his subsequent troughs. His playing style was mainly based on landing suppression. Since S5, Lee Sang-hyuk has completed his evolution. He no longer pursues too much pressure on the line, but has turned to a rhythmic style of play to carry the rhythm of the entire team. Although it may not be as eye-catching at this stage as before. He has also begun to there were cases of being killed by others alone. But SKT became more terrifying than before. Where is Li Hansheng? Li Hansheng is able to present the characteristics of Lee Sang-hyuk in both stages at the same time. He can be fierce in the lane and can directly crush his opponent to death. If that's all, forget it. However, Li Hansheng can also help the team build a tactical system. People outside don't know, but people inside Taobao know very well that the incense burner monster system, including the current swing systems, was developed by Li Hansheng. He proposed the idea, and Hongmi was only responsible for refining his idea.
Ha ha ha. Now I'm here to ask you, if you chose to reject our invitation, will you regret it now?
Guihao laughed proudly. At that time, in order to invite Hongmi to be the head coach of the team, he and Li Hansheng kept a low profile and made a good-tempered invitation. But even Hongmi didn't agree immediately. Perhaps because of the scene at that time. Hongmi was a little embarrassed, but still sighed.
This should be the most perfect decision I have made in my career.
The biggest reason why Hongmi hesitated at that time was really because of Li Hansheng. What coach wouldn't love coaching star players? But most star players have their own personalities. Why a star player? Because I have strong personal abilities and feel that I am very strong. If your coach has too many BBs, I will not listen to you. Conflicts easily arise between coaches and players. But Li Hansheng is already the top player in the league. But he still obeys Hongmi's training on the court, which is rare.
Hee. The overall situation has been decided. Don't give them a chance in the third game. We will take them away 3-0. This will also deter the opponents we encounter later and put psychological pressure on them in advance. Even SKT was defeated by us. Take it away 3-0. Who of the other teams can resist?
Guihao was so stunned. Talbot can be said to be his hard work. How can he not be happy to see the team getting better and better? Of course, if the results are good, the parent company will naturally provide a steady stream of money. Who could hate money? This side of the field. SKT really couldn't organize a decent resistance. I can't resist. After the Japanese girl on Talbot made the 5-speed shoes, she became the second jungler on the field and started to do crazy things with the prince. 10 minutes. Tobo won the Canyon Pioneer and once again helped Li Hansheng get the first Blood Tower reward, allowing Li Hansheng to continue to accumulate his own equipment. And SKT finally took the opportunity to catch Jack to death.
Jack was so careless. He should have been more timid when Xiao Ming went wandering.
Wawa said regretfully.
But it doesn't matter. Tabwa's advantage is big enough. And the opponent has no chance at all.
That's not the case. The incense burner monster on Tabwa's side is Karma. Karma made the incense burner after replenishing troops for about 10 minutes. On the contrary, because SKT was at a huge disadvantage. The team had almost no team economy to speak of. And Lulu died several times. As a result, Lulu's economy was very bad. And she was unable to make key items for more than 10 minutes. I have an incense burner. But you don't. This is the difference. Tabwa quickly seized the opportunity to fight with SKT during this period. And then accumulated the team advantage. In less than 20 minutes of game time, Tabwa has already accumulated 3 dragon resources. 2 of which are earth dragons. When the game time officially enters 20 minutes, Tao Bo even rushed the dragon immediately after eliminating his vision. The dual earth dragon buffs and the dual shooter system allowed Tabwa to rush the dragon very quickly. By the time SKT reacted, Tabwa had already captured Baron. Finally, Tabwa directly pushed forward, and SKT couldn't stop the firepower of the 2 shooters. The game time was fixed at 23 minutes. Han Za speaks to me. Is this the SKT you boast about? Hee. Han Za is busy mourning for his father right now. So he doesn't have time to post barges. Isn't this a little too cruel? He actually killed SKT so easily. Cruel? I hope Tabwa is more cruel. MD. How arrogant Han Za was back then. How aggrieved Han Za must be now. Let them experience our feelings in the past few years.
Oh my god! Who would have thought before the game that SKT could only last 23 minutes against Tabwa? This is crazy! But the reality is this. Things have happened. Let us boldly say those 5 words. To win the championship. Ha ha ha. Brother, don't worry about it for now. We've just reached the quarterfinals. But judging from the current situation, I really can't think of any team that can compete with Tabwa.
Commentators, you and I praised Tabwa to the sky with every word. The audience at the scene also cooperated very well and gave out loud cheers to cheer for Tabwa. Members of the training teams of both sides came to the stage again. Hongmi was still smiling. He patted Li Hansheng on the back and encouraged him.
Well done. In the 3rd game, we can start to pose real problems to all teams. Yeah.
Li Hansheng also smiled.
They probably just watched Karma swing in the 2nd round and ignored our real killer move. Right. Who can't be confused after seeing this swing of Karma?
Jack smiled and said.
But they seem to have ignored our real killer move. Start feeling sorry for the others in Isho in advance.
Sure, Saming gloated.
Fortunately, Brother Han Sheng and I are teammates. If I were Brother Han Sheng's opponent, I don't know what I would do.
On the other hand, look at SKT. Even though Kwama was helpless in the face of Tabwa's tactics, at this time, he had to comfort his players.
Now Tabwa can be said to have their cards in and out. We can choose the lineup according to their system in the next game. I know you are under a lot of pressure now. But now we are only 0-2 behind. We still have a chance. Or do you really have the heart to lose to Tabwa like this? Don't you want revenge at all?
At this time, Kuma looked at Lee Sang-hyuk, hoping that his disciples could respond to him and cooperate with him to boost the morale of other team members. In the past, Lee Sang-hyuk would have responded immediately. But this time, after almost half a minute, Lee Sang-hyuk seemed to react. Then he said,
I want revenge.
There is no momentum in speaking. Lee Sang-hyuk is regarded as such a myth by fans. But in the final analysis, he is also a human being. And his mentality will also have ups and downs. After being abused like this 2 times in a row, how can he be like a normal person? When Kwama saw this, he didn't know what to say. In the end, he did not continue to speak, but just patted Lee Sang-hyuk on the shoulder.
Revenge. At the same time, we must not leave any regrets. In the 3rd game, let's choose the system we are best at. I won't believe it if I fight against Tabwa. The gap between us will really be that big.
The break ends quickly. The 3rd game between the 2 sides will begin soon. This is Tabwa's match point game and SKT's life and death game. If they win, they can continue the suspense. If they lose, they can book flights back home in advance. Chapter 454, What Push and Bang Behavior?
Welcome everyone to return to the 3rd game on the first match day of the 2017 League of Legends Global Finals quarterfinals. Before that, Tabwa successfully won 2 games through 2 beautiful attacks. The score between the 2 sides is now 2-0. Tabwa only needs to win 1 more game to advance successfully, becoming the first team to successfully break through the top 8 in this World Championship. Although it's 2-0, we still can't take it lightly.
Wawa originally wanted to say a few words, but he laughed in the middle of the sentence.
Well, Taoba's advantage is really too big. I never thought that SKT should how to deal with it.
Wang Lauer also took advantage of the situation and said,
The main thing is that SKT will come to the red side in this round. They have decided to ban Kalist. As for Kalma, they also have to ban them. Otherwise, they will not be able to deal with it. Many viewers may think, isn't it just Karma in the middle and a hard support in the bottom lane? SKT can definitely learn from it. To be honest, there is really no way to learn from it.
Wang Lauer talked eloquently.
First of all, Tabwa is the blue side. You have the right to grab first. And secondly, even if you get Karma, can you SKT negotiate the early offensive routine in a short time? If you don't train in advance, once the routine fails, it will easily become a drag.
In layman's terms, even black technology requires prior training. It's not like you suddenly have a flash of inspiration in your mind and think of a new set of tactics that will produce immediate results. Dare to use the black technology itself is not afraid of the opponent to activate the Sharingan on the spot. At least in this series, the opponent cannot successfully copy it. Both sides on the field have entered the BP stage. Toba was very clear this time and directly banned Feng Nu. Luo and Galio first. SKT's ban position in the first two hands was given to Kalista and Jace in the third hand. When they were in the third hand, they hesitated because Dunma keenly discovered that Redmi had set a trap for him.
Wow! What a good move by Coach Hongmi. If you ban Feng Nu and Luo, the only instance burner monsters commonly used in the current version are Karma and Lulu. The other gems and Nanis are all low-level substitutes. And the effect is far inferior. For these heroes, if you, SKT, dare to ban Karma, Toba will grab Lulu, and they also take the initiative to ban Galio. So you, SKT, can't grab the combination of Galio plus Prince.
But knowing that this is a trap, what can SKT do? The initiative is no longer in their hands. After much thought, I could only forcibly ban Karma. In this case, Toba immediately grabs Lulu. And it's hard to choose your next lineup for SKT. There is no other way. SKT can only backhand choose the Wet Nurse, and then take the initiative to choose the cannon. Although this combination is strange, it can only be chosen this way. Talbo immediately selected Prince plus Big Mouth with a backhand.
Wow! Big Mouth plus Lulu? It seems that Jack also wants to give a good performance.
Miller teased with a smile. SKT's last move can only be to follow the jungler first, because once the jungler is moved to the second round, Talbo will block both the Wine Barrel and the Pig Girl at the same time. And SKT really has no other good options. You can only take out Pig Girl first. Thus, the focus of the game between the two sides is on the middle road. SKT took the lead in banning Syndra and Malzahar. This intention was obvious. Their mid laner wanted to play Ryze. But Talba did not insist on fighting with SKT in the middle, but chose to ban Shen and Big Bug. The meaning is still very clear. Anyway, if you want to choose a tank to mix, you will not be given a chance. You can choose either Gnar or Dashu.
It seems that Talba plans to continue the dual shooter system?
Even the commentators can tell, because without Jace, the hero Li Hansheng likes to use to fight Gnar and Kennen is Lucian. As expected, after SKT selected Ryze directly on the fourth floor, Talbo's backhand was Lucian plus Yankei, the two heroes who locked down. Result: SKT really has no choice but to choose the big tree in the top lane. Although the big tree is no longer the three phantom gods in the top lane in the past 2 years, it is still usable, at least in terms of early pressure resistance. Biner is better, much stronger. This is also a very helpless approach. Thus, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. Talbot is on the blue side, and SKT is on the red side. Top road, Lucian vs Big Tree. Jungler, Prince vs Pig Girl. Mid lane, Rockbird vs Ryze. Bottom lane, Big Mouth plus Lulu vs Xiao Pao plus Wet Nurse.
Looking at the lineups of both sides are actually very similar. Very conventional. The only difference is that SKT has an extra top laner, Dashu, in the front row, while Talbo has an extra top unit shooter. It fits the styles of the two teams very well. We all know that SKT is very good at defense, while Talba advocates offense. This is a head-on confrontation between spear and shield.
This description is very appropriate. Talba's lineup is violent and outputs, while SKT's lineup is more conservative. You can't determine whose lineup is better. Everything can only be determined by looking at the final game results. After selecting the lineup, Kuma kept frowning. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint the details. When he saw Hongmi's smile when shaking hands, he confirmed his idea again. There must be something wrong with Talbo's lineup selection. But for a while, he really couldn't figure it out. And he could only rely on the players to make adjustments on the court. After giving the audience a close-up shot, the director once again switched the camera to the game. Both sides had collectively rushed out of the spring. This time Li Hansheng made a lot of adjustments in terms of going out. Facing different types of opponents, the choice of going out outfit will definitely be different. The last one to fight Nar required suppression from level 1. So I chose Corrosive Potion. But this one to hit a big tree, although it also needs to be suppressed in the early stage. But the situation of the two heroes is different. Nar himself does not have the ability to recover online, and can only rely on the passive power of Dolan Shield to recover blood. Therefore, frequent consumption of corrosive agent when going out can increase Nar's pressure on the line. But big trees are different. The tree's passive, Yuan absorbing secret technique, can be said to be the strongest lane-reliant skills in the canyon. Combined with Dolan Shield's passive, your early blood consumption effect will be greatly reduced. Instead of doing this, it is better to choose extraction and go out to accelerate your development. Lucian has little chance of hitting the big tree in the early stage. If he wants to kill alone, the real chance must be at least level 6 or after making a defeat before he can seek opportunities. Of course, if the gap in personal abilities is too large, it is also possible in the early stage. It depends on how the other party responds. Actually, there is another reason. That is, Dashu's ability to cooperate with the jungler is much better than Nar. This time, SKT has no leader and continues to choose the policewoman, and will not kidnap the jungler who has been active in the bottom lane in the early stage. It is impossible for Li Hansheng to achieve pure 1v1 suppression in the top lane like the previous two games, so he must be wary of the opponent's jungler. Therefore, his purpose in the early stage is to develop himself better, and to operate the army line to suppress the reinforcement of the big tree and limit the development of the big tree. Suppression doesn't necessarily mean playing solo. I can overwhelm you by 40 to 50 knives, but I can still overwhelm you if I gain the equipment advantage. Judging from the outfits, maybe this one won't be so aggressive. Wang Lauer also mentioned this. The environment is different from the previous two games. It's understandable. The landing has never been the same. Things that remain unchanged. Even the kind of guy with a unique skill who is famous all over the world still need to make different adjustments according to the actual situation. This is also the unique charm of a hero. Against the same hero, if the opponent's lineup changes, your playing style during the landing phase will need to be adjusted appropriately. When Bin Xian came up, Li Hansheng still pressed forward, but not as fiercely as in the previous two games. He just firmly stopped the grass on the line. Hyuni now wishes he was playing Super Smash Bros. The redesign of the big tree in the S7 version is not only the ultimate move, but also the skill, sapling throwing, which is what players call the son of the tree. The big tree in the previous version actually only had 4 skills: passive, Q, W and R. The E skill was purely useless. It was only in the S5 period. At that time, the wild monsters were refreshed very early, and the big tree could be level 1. When learning the E card, throw a few tree suns into F4 and get 3 birds in an instant. This way, you can save a TP and reach level 2 in the first wave of soldiers. But that's all. Even if you throw this skill around, you'll get yourself into trouble. Many heroes in Dashu need to resist pressure, and perfect resistance to pressure requires perfect handling of the line of troops. And Dashu's E is an AoE damage. You dare to throw E randomly when you are at a disadvantage in the lane? After the S7 redesign, Shuzi has been significantly enhanced. There will be a growth process in the grass, and once it grows, it will cause percentage damage. Looks awesome, right? But in reality, the effect is hard to see at all. It seems to have a high percentage of damage, but it has to use grass, and it's not an instant damage. So, this wave of enhanced E has no gaming experience for Canyon players. Instead, it allows Brawl players to have fun. The big tree has also become one of the most disgusting Dayuti monsters in Brawl. In many cases, it is even as disgusting as Teemo is a brainless mushroom grower. Doesn't Hyuni still understand Li Hansheng's intention to seize the online grass? Aren't you still playing suppression? Use grass to repeatedly block the sight of small soldiers, thereby achieving no damage consumption and interfering with the recruitment of soldiers by big trees. Certainly, Li Hansheng has played even more perverted gameplay. When he first debuted, He used stance and used Jace to block the minions on the top lane to draw A, thereby achieving the effect of the minions ignoring him. At that time, all players were shocked. Heavenly beings are coming. Faced with Li Hanqing's harassment, Huni could only swallow his anger. It was a little better than the previous one. At least, he was a big tree this time. If a hero like the big tree is really determined to mess around, you have nothing to do. Method. Because there are two control skills, Q and W. In the early stage, jumping over the tower to kill the big tree is also a very risky behavior.
Noob's play should be his regular longhand top laner style. Slowly push the line at about level 3 and bring the artillery soldiers into the tower.
The scene on the road is no stranger to viewers in the LPL region. This is how Li Hansheng plays every time he takes out his long hand. Li Hansheng didn't even think of going to the river direction to protect his eyes. Very simple. Gao Tianyang brushed from bottom to top. A normal speed 3 route. I communicated to him early that level 3 would come to the road and counter Squat. He wished that the other side would catch him. Because according to the current situation of the army line, when the time comes, I will be at level 3. And the big tree will support me at level 2. The damage of a level 2 tree and a level 3 pig girl is simply not enough to kill Lucian at full health. On the contrary, once the prince succeeds in counter-crouching, the opponent will definitely die. Because Prince Lucian is not short of damage. Really, from a god's perspective, the junglers on both sides rushed to the top as soon as possible. Cuz actually asked in advance. Huni answered him, and Li Hansheng did not interrupt. But Li Hanqing's aggressive positioning seemed to be completely unafraid of being caught by the jungler. As if he had a teammate hiding behind him. In this case, Cuz has to guess whether the prince is there or not. Because he didn't know the prince's information at all. What if Li Hansheng was bluffing and pretending that there was a jungler behind him? After all, this situation is very common when reviewing Tobwa games after the game. Li Hansheng also likes to scare people by pretending that there is a jungler behind him. But once you make such a judgment, once you give wrong information to other teammates and lead to them being caught, won't you have to take the blame?
Do you know the prince's location?
Cuz could only ask. Everyone else said they didn't know. So he could only say,
I guess the prince is on top. So I'd better squat.
Huni didn't say anything. Even though he had already been beaten by Li Hansheng twice in a row for MVP. He just wanted to finish this game safely. In fact, his KDA in the first 2 games was not ugly. After all, Li Hansheng mostly wandered around to disgust his teammates. This big tree guarantees KDA. And it also makes it easier for me to find a job in the upcoming transfer period. After all, when the time comes, I will face Li Hansheng, a man who can guarantee KDA. It may feel outrageous, but the behavior of deliberately protecting KDA on the field does exist. It's like the NBA was trailing by 3 points in the last few seconds, but a superstar came up with a layup with the ball. As for why Huni is so sure, he has long known that his teammates are dissatisfied with him. Compared with previous SKT top laners, his performance this year is indeed not up to standard. In this kind of esports giant, if you can't produce results, you have to get out. Since you have to get out, why not let yourself have a good-looking KDA? This is reflected in the fact that Huni is very passive on the court, and will not take the initiative to feedback any information to his teammates. I don't intend to take the initiative to do anything. After all, as long as you have the idea of doing nothing, and not wanting to make mistakes, it is really difficult for you to make mistakes. Gao Tianyang squatted on the top lane for a while. When he saw that the opponent was not coming, he simply returned to the wild area and continued to farm. Tobwa did not deliberately take the initiative to cause trouble, and SKT was also developing steadily. It appears that the overall rhythm of both parties is very slow. In the early stage, there was not much head count at all. The matchup data are almost the same. Only on the top lane. At 10 minutes, Li Hansheng was already $30 ahead. Even if it was economical. In fact, it means that Li Hansheng has killed Dashu twice, taking advantage of the top lane. Tobwa took the initiative to win the Rift Herald, while SKT took the opportunity to come to the bottom lane to cause trouble. They successfully caught Big Mouth and took the lead in getting first blood in this game. But the price is that Tobwa uses Canyon Herald to break through a tower on the road and get the first blood tower bounty. The big tree was also forcibly retained, and the head was taken by Li Hansheng. It is extraction to go out, get ahead, and eat a blood tower alone. Li Hansheng can be said to be the fattest person in the audience.
The pace of this game is so slow. It feels like both sides are very restrained. SKT wants to be more prudent. I can understand that after all, they have no way out. But fighting? Isn't this a bit inconsistent with their style?
Wawa looked very surprised. After watching 2 rounds of brutal killings, the sudden pace is so slow that normal people will indeed feel a little uncomfortable. Then, there was an exchange of heads between the 2 sides. But the pace never accelerated. Until the game reaches 23 minutes. The 2 sides were in a stalemate at the beginning of the dragon. And the rhythm of the game seemed to be accelerated all of a sudden. The 2 sides are pulling and pulling repeatedly. Li Hanqing's positioning is very radical. The SKT team's internal voice communication is also fierce.
I'll look for an opportunity to fix him.
Even the audience understands. A lineup with high damage means there are more squishy players in the lineup. League of Legends has always had a rule that high output requires high risks. If you can produce huge output, you must be extremely fragile. To put it bluntly, it's a tightrope walk. Walking a tightrope means a low fault tolerance rate. And once the squishy skin is controlled by the first hand, it will be easily killed. In their view, Li Hanqing's radical positioning was giving him a chance. Lee Sang-hyuk is already ready to make a move. Suddenly, his pupils contracted violently, and his hands operated quickly.
Faker! He's on! He flashed EW decisively. But Noob didn't react. That's bad. Noob was kicked.
Miller couldn't remain calm now. On the field, Lucian was stopped in place by Rise's EW. No wonder the commentators were surprised. Rise's EW combo involves throwing away 2 skills. Not Xuanfa's control. With Li Hanqing's reaction speed, there is no reason that he can't react. If he changed his ID, he would probably have to blast the barrage.
Buy it?
SKT's team execution ability is indeed high, which can be seen from a series of actions on the court. Dashu immediately launched his ultimate move, with the clear purpose of preventing Talbot's people from coming up to protect Lucian. But Ju-Mei was more decisive and deliberately threw her ultimate move behind Lucian, obviously to completely separate Li Hanqing from his teammates. Dashu then flashed W to add control. The entire SKT team's goal is to kill Li Hanqing. The Nani also immediately placed E at Lucian's feet, not giving Lucian any chance to use any skills. Xiaofao also made a fool of myself, hanging E and turning on Q for output. SKT's set of fire quickly suppressed Li Hanqing to the point of blood. At this time, Xiaopao's E had already stacked 3 levels. Bang glanced at Li Hanqing's blood volume. Immediately choose to start with R directly, and then make up for A. He planned to use his ultimate move and the damage of his E to kill Li Hanqing in an instant. However, just the next second, Bang was completely confused and everyone was stunned.
Huh? Not dead. Ha ha ha. Xiaopao's ultimate move is so good.
Chapter 455 The Unable to Handle Killing Move.
Huh? Noob is not dead.
The surprised tone and expressions of the commentators were enough to tell what happened on the field. The scene was filled with screams from the audience. The Roaring Emperor and others in the Korean commentary booth screamed like pigs. Because the cook duck really flew. The order of operation of the small cannon is to use the ultimate move first. Because the small cannon's ultimate move is to launch a SH.L to knock the target back. The cannonball has a trajectory and does not contact the target instantly. So the small cannon can make up for a flat A after the ultimate move. However, because flat A also has a ballistic trajectory, and the target has already been repelled when flat A is sent out, this causes a delay in the judgment of flat A, making it impossible to stack up to 4 layers of E in the first time. However, from the visual effect point of view, the damage of the ultimate move and E takes effect at the same time. There is actually nothing wrong with Bang's thinking. It's not him who is wrong. It's this version. At the same time, Lulu flashed over and threw out her E, ultimate, and healing skills all at once, and also released Redemption. A huge green circle appeared under Lucian's feet. This is the effect of Redemption. Lucian, who was originally bleeding, was stunned to survive. It didn't matter that he survived, but he also performed a wave of medical miracles. The incense burner not only enhances the shield effect, but also enhances the healing effect. The treatment, coupled with the blood recovery effect of Lulu's ultimate move, raised Lucian's health to more than 1/3, leaving Lucian at an absolutely safe health. Especially with the Redemption effect taking effect, Lucian's health volume was lifted to nearly half health. Moreover, this wave of group blood increasing effects also allows all members of Tabwa to enjoy the bonus effects of the incense burner. All members can add a huge amount of magic damage if they are level A.
Oh my god! Is it really a medical miracle? But it looks more like Bang made a huge mistake? Did he misjudge the damage?
Korean commentator ShiCT even screamed.
How could Bang make such a low-level and huge mistake? If he loses this team fight or even this game, Bang will be the biggest sinner.
When everyone in SKT saw this, they immediately wanted to run away. They handed over so many key moves, but failed to kill Lucian. How could they fight? He turned around and wanted to run. But how could Tabua give them this opportunity? The prince directly rushed over with his second EQ company, forcing Rise and the uncle to stay behind without flashing. And Yen K, who had been standing on the side, found the right angle to release his ultimate move, and directly blocked SKT's retreat with an earth wall, leaving them with no way to retreat. Lucian and Big Mouth were immediately disturbed by Dashu's ultimate move and were unable to deal with the output. But Lucian could use his ultimate move. Lucian's ultimate move, which already has broken wealth, black cut, and a large armor-piercing bow, does terrible damage. And even a big tree with a meat suit can hardly resist it. This is mainly because Dashu's equipment is too poor. Cloth armor shoes, Sun Flame, Bing Xian. This equipment actually has very high armor. But it's normal for Lucian to be unable to hold up 2 pieces of armor-piercing armor, especially when Dazue broke free from control. Lulu gave Dazue W, and Dazue opened W at the same time and started outputting. The huge amount of magic damage caused by the biochemical barrage hit the big tree and made it miserable. I had known that Dashu would not choose the most restrained, adaptive helmet for the second item in order to deal with the huge landing pressure from Lucian.
Is this the firepower of a double shooter? SKT simply can't withstand the huge damage caused by Tabua.
Wang Lauer was so angry that the entire Guangzhou stadium echoed his words. SKT was gradually unable to maintain its formation on the court. Rise originally wanted to use his ultimate move to slip away, but the Rock Bird accurately lifted him up with W, thus interrupting Rise's ultimate move. In order to save Rise, Pig Girl had no choice but to turn back. So instead, she got a buy one get one free offer. The little cannon at the back used W to jump over the earth wall created by the Rock Sparrow's ultimate move. And the wet nurse immediately flashed back to distance herself. No way. There is really no way. The front can no longer hold on. And it is impossible to reverse the team's defeat by continuing to push forward. In this case, it is better to save your life on the playing field. Guaranteeing KDA is not necessarily wrong when the team battle is destined to fail. What is the use of forcing the operation except for giving away kills? It's better to run away and let yourself continue to develop in preparation for the next counterattack. In the end, when SKT took the lead, they failed to kill Lucian instantly, and ended up getting in all the midfield and jungle. Not only that, the dragon is gone too. What can I do with a little cannon and a nanny left? The director was constantly replaying the previous wave. No matter how you looked at it, it looked like a mistake in Bang's damage calculation, which led to the destruction of this wave of team battles. The commentators keep mentioning this over and over again.
It's unimaginable that Bang, who is called the perfect ADC template by fans and hurts the robot, would make such a huge mistake at such a critical time on the court.
Miller continued to lament. He and Wawa had experienced the period when Bang was invincible. So by comparison, this change was particularly obvious. Backstage here, after watching this wave of team battles, Kuma, who had been frowning, suddenly clapped his hands violently. He finally figured out a problem that had been bothering him. He finally understood how powerful Talbua's tactical design was.
Shiba, no wonder we are playing so hard. In this version, it is impossible for any team to defeat Talbua. Riot Games thought of adding bot lane to fight and restricting top lane. Looking at it now, it has backfired.
Why does the Duke Horse make such an exclamation? In the S7 World Championship version, the appearance of the incense burner monster caused the bottom lane's tactical status and proportion to rise sharply. In terms of version, because the emergence of adaptive helmet itself limits the opportunities for heroes such as Rambo and AP Kinnan to play. Then the appearance of the incense burner monster completely eliminated the opportunity for such heroes to appear. Your Rambo's ultimate move may not be as good as that of Feng Nu, whose ultimate move brings back more. There is no way to produce soldiers on the road. Soft assistants are prevalent, and heavy armored warriors are easy to be beaten, while light armored warriors can't fall out of the back row in one burst. So why are you playing in the back row? Raven said of light speed Q and knocks off someone's shield? So, the only option left for the top lane is tank heroes. Plus the characteristics of the incense burner monster. There must be a big core shooter in the bottom lane. Based on this logical closed loop, it effectively limits the impact of the carry top laner on the game. The strength of the incense burner may be due to the crooked attack of the fist. But if you follow this logic, it has indeed achieved unexpected results. The top laner in the World Championship is more of a single player or a front row role. In the game, the drama is greatly reduced. But only Li Hansheng was the exception. Before, He didn't understand why Li Hansheng had such a loud voice. But today, at this moment, he finally understood. That's Tabo's unique top lane shooter system. If there is a shooter on the top lane, there is a problem in any other version. That is, if the shooter is on the road, it is really easy to suppress, but it is easy to be targeted. But Li Hansheng's strong personal ability perfectly makes up for this. There is actually another drawback to using a shooter on the top lane, which is that the entire lineup will lack front row and control, making it easy for the team to walk a tightrope. But it is precisely because of Li Hansheng's strong personal ability that he can always use the characteristics of his hero to create a huge matchup advantage. He has a 3-piece set in 20 minutes. And your tank top laner takes 20 minutes to kill 1.5 pieces. How do you fight this? It is actually possible to replace it with the previous version, just like what SKT did just now. Look for opportunities to force an instant kill, because the shooter heroes all have one thing in common. That is, all the equipment produced by the shooter hero has the most important goal of improving output. This is also one of the reasons why ADC players cannot be the absolute core of the team, because the shooter is the only position whose equipment does not improve his survivability. Why is it difficult to target the warrior top laner when he gets fatter? Because it is a solo lane. The level must be high, and the warriors are relatively solid. The most important thing is the warrior's equipment. It will provide valuable survivability, either by adding double resistance or increasing blood volume. How does he look like a shooter? The attributes of equipment are always attack power, critical hit, and attack speed. However, what is the current version? The version of the Incense Burner monster. The ability of the Incense Burner monster protector is too strong, which perfectly makes up for the biggest shortcoming of the top lane shooter. If this was last year's version of S6, there was a high probability that SKT would have killed Lucian first in the wave just now, successfully won the team fight, and then captured the Baron. But this is the version of the Incense Burner monster. The biggest significance of the Incense Burner monster is to provide the team with a super terrifying fault tolerance rate. The biggest problem with top lane shooters is that it leads to a low fault tolerance rate for the team. This goes back and forth. The existence of the Incense Burner monster perfectly makes up for the biggest shortcoming of the top lane shooter lineup. In the current survival chain on the game board, there are no other heroes who can counter-pressure the top lane shooter. The only way to defeat Taobo. Just beat magic with magic. The team needs to have an equally good top laner who is very good as a top lane shooter. And then, they can fight in team battles with Tao. Think of this. But it was a relief to buckle the horse.
It's a crime that's not a crime. It's a crime that's not a crime. This year, Taobo will win the championship again.
Hearing him say this, other people in the SKT training team looked at him in surprise. But he did not deliberately explain. He didn't even plan to tell other Korean teams about his analysis of Taobo. On the field, SKT is indeed still resisting tenaciously. But there is no way, even if you can barely hold the front. What about the wings? Do you expect the big tree to be able to withstand this Lucian? Isn't it good if you don't get single killed? No. The 4 people on the front of Taobo used the Baron buff to demolish the second tower in the middle and continue to expand their lead. There was a back and forth push between the two sides. But at this time, news of the killing had already come from the side. Even the director didn't react immediately, and the audience had to use replay footage to see exactly how Li Hansheng operated. Actually, it's not a particularly complicated operation. When he grabbed the big tree and cleared the troops under the tower, Lucian took the initiative to turn E and slide forward. A set of E dots and W dots followed by Q dots skillfully. Then directly activate the ultimate move Holy Spear Baptism. And before activating the ultimate move, he also actively used destruction to steal the movement speed of the big tree. This is embarrassing. The big tree simply didn't dare to turn around and connect with Q to interrupt Lucian's skill, because the big tree had already lost half of its health after this move. So he could only zoom in and run back. But his movement speed was stolen by Lucian with destruction, and he couldn't move away at all. He finally waited until the ultimate move trapped Lucian in place. But then Lucian handed E forward again. Lucian's E has an effect. Every time the passive bullet is triggered, the CD of the E skill will be fixedly reduced by 1 second. If the bullet with the passive effect hits the enemy hero, it will be fixedly reduced by 2 seconds. Li Hansheng had already maxed out his E skill, and he still had 30% of the CD. After starting his E skill, he fired 6 shots, which was 12 seconds. It just perfectly refreshed ECD. A wave of seamless double E operations made it impossible for Dashu to escape effectively, and ultimately could not escape the fate of being single-killed.
Nice! Noob! Another wonderful solo kill. In fact, These 3 games of SKT were like a big tree that was single-killed on the top lane. They desperately wanted to resist and change something. But they were unable to do anything, and could only accept the bitter consequences of failure. There is no way. I can only say that the 2 sides have different understandings of the version. But judging from the current situation, it is obvious that Talbo's understanding is better. There is actually no suspense here on the court. After killing the big tree alone, Lucian directly demolished the second tower on the top road and directly approached the high ground tower on the top road. At this time, SKT couldn't allocate extra people to defend the top lane. Because if they allocate people to the top lane, it means that the second tower in the middle cannot be defended. However, just when everyone thought SKT was going to give up on the top lane and high tower, on SKT's side, before the troops in the middle lane could be extended, Rise and Piggy retreated directly, while Xiao Pao also secretly walked up the road without anyone seeing it. Is SKT trying to catch Noob? Rise has activated his ultimate move.
Rise led Pig Girl to use his big moves to get around him, while Xiao Pao was in a stalemate with Li Hansheng from the front. At this time, Li Hansheng could no longer escape. Although Pig Girl's first big move failed to immobilize him, it had a slowing effect, which gave Rise the opportunity to get within the EW distance. And the small cannon followed suit. The Nani Far in the middle can directly use her big move to give the cannon the effect of putting an incense burner on it. Li Hansheng was unable to survive alone, and finally contributed his first death in the game. Shut down. But SKT's resistance only goes so far. Next, Tobua took advantage of Lucian's advantage on the side, and continued to split the push. After the upper and lower highlands were demolished, Li Hansheng came to the middle to join his teammates, intending to force his way up directly from the middle. The powerful firepower crushed SKT head-on. SKT was unable to resist at all, and could only watch as everyone in Talbot pushed forward like they were driving bulldozers. In the end, their base crystal was also pushed flatly. The game time is fixed at 31 minutes. This round took the longest. SKT really tried hard to resist. But that was it. 3-0. Talbot successfully advanced to the semifinals. Chapter 456 The Sharingan is activated. That's really hot.
Let us congratulate Talbot. They successfully defeated their powerful rival SKT with a score of 3-0 and advanced to the semifinals. Their journey in this World Championship is still continuing. They are only 6 games away from successfully defending the championship.
The doll was so angry that he almost roared. No way. The audience at the scene has gone completely crazy. Everyone was screaming. And if the commentators weren't roaring, the audience watching the broadcast on their computers wouldn't be able to hear what they were saying. Everyone understands what it means to eliminate SKT. Even though SKT is only the 2nd seed in the LCK this year, and has never played Longdu in China, everyone knows that as long as SKT led by Lee Sang-hyuk appears on the stage of the World Championship, they will be the most terrifying team. Absolutely. The favorite to win the championship. Talbot took away SKT 3-0 with such a crushing attitude, which is enough to show that Talbot is in good condition at this stage, and is bound to win the championship. That's it. If you randomly pick a team from the top 8, they may be able to defeat SKT in the end. But they will definitely not be able to achieve a complete killing like Tobua. This is like 2 people taking a math test paper. One has a score of 95, and the other has a score of 100. They are both high scores. But no matter who sees the results, they will feel that there is a qualitative gap between the two in terms of mathematical strength.
Actually, before the game between the 2 sides started, I had imagined various scenes in my mind. But I did not expect that Talbot would solve the battle so easily. Nor did I expect that SKT would be so vulnerable against Talbot.
Milu also spoke.
I can only say that Talbot's performance today is really hot. Indeed, there are 5 kinds of spicy food in the world. Namely mild spicy, medium spicy, heavy spicy, abnormal spicy, and Talbot spicy.
Wang Lauer also followed Miller's words and started teasing. On the stage, everyone in Talbot looked very happy and excited. Because successfully advancing to the semifinals means that they are getting closer and closer to the 2nd championship. And personally eliminating a potential opponent for the championship means that the road ahead to the top of the championship has been smooth.
Ha ha ha! Is this the highly praised output robot? It's nothing more than that. My brother is no worse than him.
Jack proudly put his hands on his hips, which was called a roar, and a wave of tactical retreat. What is a world-class ADC?
Hey, isn't it because Dad is good at landing? Didn't I kill Wolf today?
Sure, Suning was not willing to be outdone and took credit.
Fart! Wasn't it me who was directing you during the battle? Get the hell out of here. If I had known better, I wouldn't have given you a B-set shield and let you die a few times and pick up Dirty Dancing. If I had known, I wouldn't have helped you attract firepower. I would have let your kid die a few more times. Pluto.
Seeing the two of them noisy with each other like children, Li Hanxing raised his hand and slapped the two of them on the back.
What are you making a fuss about? They both performed well. Hurry up and shake hands with the other person. Who are you going to show this pretense to now? There will be a lot of interviews for you to show off later.
Everyone came to the other side of the stage in a noisy manner. Everyone in SKT has different expressions. Uni and Cuz don't seem to be that uncomfortable. Bang and Wolf also stood up slowly, shaking their heads as if they were blaming themselves or feeling sad. And Lee Sang-hyuk? He stared blankly at the screen in front of him, which seemed a little out of place in the noisy environment. If Li Hanxing doesn't show up, Lee Sang-hyuk is a well-deserved favorite in the League of Legends project. Joke. The Three Saints and One Emperor, nicknamed by LPL fans, is awesome, right? As a result, the combined career honors of these four people are barely equal to Lee Sang-hyuk alone. Isn't this enough to show the greatness of Lee Sang-hyuk? Lee Sang-hyuk is indeed a very pure person. His life is all about League of Legends. You can't even imagine how crazy an LPL player would be if he had so many honors as Lee Sang-hyuk. Wrong. This assumption is unlikely to hold. After all, in such an impetuous environment as the LPL, it is almost impossible for a pure person like Lee Sang-hyuk to appear. After becoming famous, it is too difficult to keep one's heart. The temptations you have to face are unimaginable. Precisely because he is pure enough, hardworking enough, and even talented, Lee Sang-hyuk never feels that there is any opponent that he cannot defeat. Until I met Li Hanxing in the past 2 years, he found that he was really being crushed by his opponents in all directions. He was so arrogant that he felt from the bottom of his heart that Li Hanxing seemed to be the man he could not defeat. This idea is really scary. It's not that Lee Sang-hyuk has never failed, but he can stand up again every time he fails. This is because he feels in his heart that he is no worse than others. A temporary failure does not mean permanent failure. Sooner or later, he will be able to take revenge. But facing Li Hanxing, he found that he gradually no longer had the strong desire to defeat Li Hanxing. Instead, he seemed to have been subtly influenced by the repeated defeats, and gradually accepted the concept that Li Hanxing was invincible. In simpler terms, his Taoist heart was destroyed. The indomitable belief, the courage to never give up, and the self-confidence that one can defeat all enemies. It is the moral integrity of professional esports players. Once these qualities are lost, what is the difference between them and the salty fish and old bastards in the arena? Lee Sang-hyuk felt a little warmth on his face. He raised his hand and touched it, only to realize that he was crying. Perhaps? Are you crying because of your change in mentality? Maybe you have discovered that you can never return to the previous state? There was a sound of footsteps in his ears, and then he felt someone tapping his shoulder. He looked back and saw Li Hanxing looking down at him. Li Hanxing just realized that Lee Sang-hyuk was actually crying. He waited patiently for Lee Sang-hyuk to stand up. Originally he just wanted to shake hands briefly, but for some reason, Li Hanxing took the initiative to open his arms, hugged Lee Sang-hyuk, and patted his shoulder comfortingly. This scene also moved the audience. Even anti-fans have to admit the purity of Lee Sang-hyuk as a man. For LPL viewers, apart from his nationality, Lee Sang-hyuk is a man who cannot be criticized.
Perhaps this moment is the sympathy between the masters. We are very sorry that Faker left the world stage in this way, but the competitive field is so cruel. I have never seen newcomers laugh, and I have never seen old people cry. But competitiveness is also the charm of competition. No one can always guarantee that they are at the top. There will always be a steady stream of newcomers challenging the strongest throne. This is the charm of competition. If one day, the noob who is omnipotent in our eyes will also be troubled due to age.
Wang Lao's words instantly gave the audience a wave of value. And on the field, Lee Sang-hyuk also quickly adjusted his emotions. After shaking hands with the Toba team members one by one, he silently lowered his head and packed up his peripheral equipment. In the player tunnel, his lonely back deeply stimulated the SKT supporters present. I don't know who shouted loudly.
Faker!
He turned around subconsciously, with red eyes and a regretful expression, which once again made the SKT supporters at the scene worried.
Faker has tried his best. For him, SKT's defeat was a crime not caused by war.
Miller also expressed his views. Again, even in the LPL, Lee Sang-hyuk is a man with almost no black spots. He is a man who has truly conquered the LPL competition. Faced with such a person, How can you bear to add insult to injury when he fails? Kuma had been waiting at the end of the contestants' passage for a long time. He hugged his proud disciple and comforted him softly.
Don't be sad, Xianhe. You have done a good enough job. Let's do it all over again next year.
The stage ultimately belongs to the winner. Toba was standing in front of the stage at this moment, accepting the applause of the entire audience. Originally, during the post-match interview, Li Hansheng wanted to give the opportunity to the young people in the team so that they could have more opportunities to show themselves. But can't stand it. Officials repeatedly asked him to be interviewed. No way. Who makes Li Hansheng's current momentum almost unrivaled? The person who interviewed him was Yu Shuang. Yu Shuang's business ability is acceptable among S7s yet to evolve into Aftershock, although her true English-speaking skills are open to question. At least for now. She is the most capable female host in LPL.
That, after defeating SKT, you became the first team to advance to the semifinals, and your opponent will be between Longzhu and MSF. Can you predict tomorrow's score?
Yu Shuang asked with a smile.
In other words, who do you prefer to be your opponent in the semifinals? Nothing is wrong.
Li Hansheng shrugged.
Our whole team has only one goal: the championship. So no matter who the opponent is, we will defeat the opponent.
Such confident and domineering words naturally set off the atmosphere of the scene again and ignited the passion of the audience.
Of course, if you really want me to answer seriously, Longzhu may have a greater chance of winning. But maybe they will encounter a little challenge.
Yu Shuang smiled.
I can see that Noob is really confident. The more determined he is to win the championship, then we hope that Noob can get his wish. We hope that Taba can take up the fight again, create history,
and successfully defend the championship.
The atmosphere at the scene also reached a climax at this moment. Amidst the applause of the entire audience, Li Hansheng left the stage. Guihao naturally wanted to take the team members to eat delicious food together, but Li Hansheng felt more uncomfortable. The quarterfinals were held in Guangzhou this time, so he could experience the local food. But as a native of Star City, eating like Cantonese food was simply torture. No way. Taobo did not leave Guangzhou and went straight to the Magic City, where the semifinals were held. Instead, I stayed in Guangzhou and planned to continue watching the subsequent games, mainly to see the status of other teams and whether they had any understanding of the new version. Although Redmi believes that its system with Li Hansheng's top shooter as the core is impeccable, this thing is not good either. We still have to look at the understanding of other teams, and then see if we can improve based on their understanding.
Welcome everyone to watch the second match day of the 2017 League of Legends Global Finals quarterfinals. Today's match will be between the LCK's number 1 seed Longzhu team and Europe's second-seeded MSF Rabbitohs. Although SKT was eliminated, Longzhu is one of Tba's potential enemies. We need to take a closer look to see what the status of Longzhu is, and whether they can pose a threat to Tba. However,
a few minutes later, everyone was shocked.
Because
it cannot be said that the lineup selected by Longzhu is exactly the same as that of Tba. It is also in a very different state. Longzhu has chosen a dual shooter system with a top lane line, playing with Wild Boar Girl, mid laner Yenke, and bottom lane Virus plus Lulu.
If the team name were covered up, I would think this is the lineup chosen by Tba.
Not to mention the commentators. Even the Tba players looked confused. The SKT players, who had not yet returned home, were confused when they saw this scene. Dunma could see it.
So Longzhu's Golden Pig coach also saw Tba's tactical system? If you can't think of a way to break it, why force him to use the same method as Tba? This is a solution. And Longzhu also there is indeed such capital.
There is a reason why Khan is called a noob. Although he can't have exactly the same hero pool as Li Hansheng, he can at least be similar. He can also play Lucian as top laner. This is the situation caused by the difference in top laner strength. The entire game process was almost exactly the same as the way Tba defeated SKT. The Rabbitohs actually did a pretty good job of preventing ganks. But I can't stand the pressure of going on the road. Little Peanut likes to help on the top lane. Now Longzhu opened a gap from the top lane and began to build an advantage. After destroying the opponent's top laner, they used the huge firepower brought by the two-shooter system as a basis to force forward the ball. The Rabbitohs had no ability to resist at all. Longzhu quickly won the first game easily.
It seems that Tba's understanding of the game is correct. Longzhu is also using this system, and it is used very well. From this point of view, for the semifinals, the competition for the top heroes of both sides is crucial.
You can't blame the commentators for not treating the Rabbitohs as human beings. The main reason is that they really have no winning points. My personal ability is not as good as Dragon Ball. And now I can't keep up with the game understanding. How can I play?
However,
In the second game between the two sides, the commentators were stunned again. The lineups are respectively: Top Road, Big Bug vs. Lucian. Jungler, Prince vs. Pig Girl. Mid laner, Karma vs. Syndra. Bottom lane, Shout Out plus Japanese Girl vs. Virus plus Lulu. Huh?
this Talbot fights Talbot? Isn't this too bad for the thief? All I can say is that both sides came up with such a lineup at the same time. Are we watching the Talbot Memorial game? That is really hot.
Chapter 457: The Real Copy of Ninja Dragon Ball. No wonder the commentators were so surprised. You can see it from the lineup. Dragon Ball has a standard Talbot top lane shooter with dual ADC violent output system. Everyone thought this was the limit. Who would have thought that the little-known MSF Rabbit team would actually backhand a hand that Talbot just showed yesterday? A system where Kalma swings and plays hard support in the bottom lane?
In the eyes of the audience, doesn't this look like a standard Taoteba fight?
This is really interesting. I'm already looking forward to the next development of this game. Is the swing system better, or the two-shooter system YYDS? Let's wait and see.
Not to mention the audience and commentators. Even the Talbot players are curious about this game. Jack looked at Li Hansheng in surprise. He suddenly remembered that yesterday, when everyone was hesitant to hide the swing system, Li Hansheng decisively asked to come out directly, and also said that this system cannot be hidden. Could it be that Li Hansheng already knew that the Rabbit team would do this? But this is too much of a coincidence. And it seems impossible even if I think about it. So I can only treat it as a pure coincidence.
By the way, which of these two systems do you think is more useful?
Shi Siming took the initiative to speak. In fact, there is no good conclusion within the Talbot team. After all, Talbot mostly combines the two. The swing system plus dual shooter system will be released together. As for the separate releases, Talbot will not be able to play training matches with himself. In order to hide some tactics, it is impossible to expose them in advance. So Talbot himself is not very clear.
Look, Kalma's swing in the middle allows the team to have more rhythm points. If this can be taken advantage of, the swing system is actually stronger in the early stage. After all, you also know that top lane shooters are afraid of being caught. Once the opponent's bottom lane opens, at the breakthrough point, unlimited support comes to the top lane. Even if you can't catch the top laner, it will still disgust you and limit your development. Once the shooter is unable to gain a matchup advantage on the road, team battles will not be so scary at all.
Li Hansheng talked freely. At least at this point in time, no one understands the top lane shooter system better than him. The top lane shooter appeared in the S9 season and flourished in the hands of the Shy Man. Essentially, the core of this system is to use the suppressive power of the shooter hero during the laning period to crazily squeeze the Tappy economy, obtain additional economic sources, and allow one's own development to transcend the timeline. This will start rolling a bigger snowball. The current S7 version does not have the defense tower skin mechanism, a game mechanism that can quickly roll the economic snowball, which makes the top shooter's fault tolerance rate even lower. In the S9 version, as long as you press enough knives in the lane and eat enough tappy, even if you die 1 to 2 times during the lane, your overall economy will be ahead. This is still clearly reflected in the Shy Man. Shy Man often looks at the data of 0 to 2, 0 to 3, which is a complete collapse. But when you look at the economic panel, his economy is actually not low at all. And he is even ahead of the opponent's top order. The core mechanism that enables this is: everyone said that he dared to catch and die because he could, brainlessly, push the line to suppress and gain an advantage on the scene. But in fact, this kind of push is not brainless at all. I will always keep the army line under your tower, which means that I will eat up the economy and experience of the army line earlier than you. In this way, even if I am caught to death, because I have already eaten up the army line, even if he is killed in battle, he will not suffer any losses. And because he has always pressed his troops under the opponent's tower so that he can eat the tower skin, even if the opponent captures him and kills him, he still needs to spend time to deal with the troops. So there is no follow-up time. Come and eat tapioca. The logic of this style of play seems complicated, but is actually very simple. But if you do this in S7, it will have a huge impact. Again, without the defense tower skin mechanism, it will be very difficult for you to roll out a larger economic snowball in the lane, and your fault tolerance rate will be extremely low. The reason why Li Hansheng was able to play like this in the World Championship version. This is because the focus of the game in the early stage of this version is on the bottom lane. If you choose a soft assistant as an assistant, You will naturally be tied to the bottom lane and cannot get sick. When the focus of the game between the two junglers is on the bottom lane, your top lane is equivalent to a pure orphan lane. The two sides are in a 1v1 state most of the time. The top lane shooter can get the most room to play. But the emergence of the swing system allows the opponent's support to once again have the ability to roam and support, which has a huge impact on the opponent's top lane shooter. Hongmi didn't speak. He just silently kept Li Hanqing's words in mind, and then kept paying attention to the progress of the situation on both sides. On Dragon Ball's top lane, Khan did once again use the hero mechanism and personal abilities to gain a slight matchup advantage from the beginning. But it was the Rabbido's bottom lane that opened up the situation first. The Japanese girl flashed her E and pointed at Lulu. She succeeded in taking the lead and cooperated with the jungler to kill Lulu first. This thing. Once there is a second time, the Rabbit team will attack your bottom lane vigorously, which makes Longzhu's bottom lane very uncomfortable. If you take the initiative to push the line, you will be caught. Are you on the defensive line? There is a Japanese girl on the opposite side who can forcefully jump over the tower and kill you. This led to Longzhu's situation being very passive, with an infinite disadvantage in the bottom lane. After the bottom lane began to establish a certain advantage, the Japanese girl released a pair of 5-speed shoes and began to roam the field. It was simply a replica of the second game against SKT against Taobao.
Gui! This perfect attacking rhythm. This wild assistant linkage. I believe it even if you cover up your ID and say that Tubwood did it himself.
Hao Kai in the commentary box looked very surprised.
Is it possible that the MSF Rabbit team started the game? The former collective asked God. But they really invited Tubwood to get on top?
All kidding aside, the Rabbido's offensive rhythm was perfect on the field. It's so perfect that it doesn't look like a temporary routine. On the contrary, it is more like they have been using this system proficiently for a long time. They have experienced thousands of practices and are really too proficient. The subsequent situation is just like what Li Hanqing said. The Japanese girl kept walking up the road. In fact, the first two wanderings were not successful, but they did effectively relieve the pressure on the top road and also interfered with Khan's suppression. But once you do it more often, you will always succeed. And when Khan was caught to death for the first time, Li Hanqing shook his head directly.
No, Longzhu collapsed. If that's the case, then the swing system is more powerful?
Shi Siming's eyes widened.
Then let's practice this system more.
Li Hanqing smiled and said,
It's not about which system is stronger, but which system we use is stronger.
In fact, Li Hanqing did not explain the fundamental reason clearly. That is, this swing system was originally developed by the Rabbit team, and their tactical system is obviously more proficient. Longzhu seems to be forcibly learning Taofu, but Longzhu's personal strength is very strong, although the tactical system is not that proficient. But it can still produce good results. The situation on the field is becoming increasingly unfavorable to Longzhu. The main thing is that the two-shooter system is two pillars. Now the Khan on the road can't support it. And you can't support it with the Rat King alone. What's more, Longzhu's bottom lane itself has no advantages at all. For a lineup that relies on violent output to win team battles. But without output, winning the game becomes a joke. In the end, the Rabbidos took the lead in winning the first game with a more perfect offensive rhythm.
The two sides tied 1-1. After watching this game, why did I suddenly feel that Longzhu is not that easy to win?
Hao Kai was obviously a little confused.
I think we still have to watch the third game. After all, Longzhu has room for adjustment.
Main. The halftime break passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, it was time for the BP session of the third game.
Hey! Dragon Ball took the initiative to ban Karma, and hit the snake 7 inches. If you like to play the swing system, I will crush the core of your swing to death. In this case,
the Rabbit team will be a bit dangerous.
This is the Taobao training room. Jack and others also kept shaking their heads.
The Rabbit team is gone. How can they defeat Dragon Ball purely by relying on their personal ability? You think so, Brother Hanqing?
When Li Hanqing heard this, he just smiled and said nothing.
Because,
as a time traveler, he knows better than anyone else that there is more than one swing system developed by the Rabbit team. Sure enough, when the final lineup was determined, the audience was immediately shocked.
Oh my god! This.
Hao Kai was even more surprised and speechless. The lineups of both sides are: top lane, Lucian vs Shin; jungler, Prince vs Ivern; mid lane, Syndra vs Rise; bottom lane, Virus plus Lulu vs Xiao plus Japanese girl.
Ivern jungle? If I remember correctly, Ivern can indeed provide shields. I now have reason to believe that the Rabbitohs are not copying Talbo's tactics. But there is a high probability that the coaching staff of both sides are working in the same direction. With the same idea. Maybe the Rabbit team's lineup is even more complete than Talbo's? But we still need to see the effect of Ivern's jungle performance.
Right. Ivern's mechanism is very special. Because he cannot hurt wild monsters. As a jungle hero with a unique mechanism that debuted at the end of S6, Ivern did not cause much trouble in the canyon. And almost no one played in the pub game. If it was during the S12 era, anyone who had played Smash Brothers would know how disgusting Ivern's shield was. But at this time, no one knew much about this hero. At the beginning, the Rabbit team played a trick. Their jungler took advantage of Ivern's characteristics to forcefully counterattack a group of Peanut's buff monsters, which directly disrupted Peanut's overall game rhythm. Although Ivern's offensive ability may not be as good as other junglers in the early stage. At level 6, after having Shuju, he can have a sandbag to resist towers, and his ability to cross towers to kill is greatly improved. The attack rhythm in the early stage was a little slow, but a little later, the rhythm of the game became exactly the same as the previous game. The disturbed Khan's development collapsed again, and he was unable to support the entire team's output rhythm. In this case, Longju's defeat is reasonable.
Huh? 1-2? Longju is actually behind by a big score. I think this is something that no one expected.
Right? Hawkeye looked very surprised. Dragon Ball, the #1 seed team in LCK. LCK is now recognized as the #1 division in the world, and its overall strength is strong. But Longju actually fell behind?
In this case, Dragon Ball will be in danger, because in the fourth game of both sides, the Rabbit team will come to the blue side, and Dragon Ball will come to the red side, which will cause them to not have enough bans.
Jack was also making a fuss and yelling.
Turtle? The Rabbit team is so strong? The European coaches really have something.
Yes. The Rabbitohs exceeded most expectations, and that's the beauty of athletics. The weak defeat the strong. The fourth game between the two sides has officially begun. Really, Dragon Ball doesn't have enough ban positions, because they have to take Kallista's ban position, leaving only 2 ban positions. But since the Rat King himself doesn't play Kasumi very well, this means that if Dragon Ball bans Karma and Ivern at the same time, then the Rabbit team can grab Rockin first and take advantage of Dragon Ball's characteristic of not playing Kasumi, and the S7 version's whereabouts combination. Let's put it that way. The only game we won against Samsung was thanks to the combination of Xiao Luo. Finally, after weighing the situation, Longju chose to release Karma and ban Ivern, because they don't want Little Peanut's rhythm to be disturbed in any way. However, the Rabbitohs once again surprise. Longju learned the wisdom and chose Fengnu instead of Lulu. As a result, the Rabbit team backhandedly chose the robot.
Wow, this game looks great.
Everyone is looking forward to the wonderful performance of the Rabbit team. At this point, everyone obviously wants to see the weak defeat the strong.
As soon as the game started, the Rabbit team took advantage of the robots to invade the wild area and successfully obtained first blood. And the next few minutes kept getting better and better. Seeing that Longju was about to lose, the shortcomings of the Rabbitohs as a European team were revealed. The biggest problem of European and American teams is that they usually don't train hard enough, which makes it easy for them to make unnecessary mistakes on the court. In the Key Dragon team, the ADC made a mistake in positioning, and Longju seized the opportunity to kill it instantly, resulting in losing the teamfight. This wave of teamfights gave Longju a big sigh of relief. The disadvantages of the robot have also emerged. This hero can perform miracles, but once his queue is empty, he can easily become a burden to the team. Finally, Longju still relied on its stronger strength to make a difficult comeback, and the two sides were about to enter the decisive game. Li Hansheng shook his head.
The Rabbitohs didn't stand a chance.
This Dragon Ball will return to the blue side. Some people may think this is unfair, but the rules of the competition itself are like this. Who said your Rabbit team is not the first in the group? Coming to the Dragon Ball on the blue side, there is enough ban space to directly ban Karma and Ivern at the same time. The Rabbitohs failed to come up with a third hero that could be used to swing, and could only choose a regular lineup. After a difficult comeback in the fourth game, Longju's morale was high, and they easily crushed the Rabbitohs in the fifth game. They also became the second team to advance to the semifinals after Talbot. In this battle of copy ninjas, Dragon Ball has the last laugh. Chapter 458. The semifinals are coming.
Let us congratulate the Dragon Ball team for defeating their strong rivals and successfully advancing to the semifinals. They will compete with Talbot for tickets to the finals at the Magic City Arena. Of course, let us also give our applause to the Rabbit team, as no one is optimistic about them. Next, they counterattack all the way, and they are just a little bit close. They can overthrow the powerful enemy Long Zhu. But even if they didn't succeed, their performance deserves our applause.
The audience was very cooperative and applauded. This was not only the best reward for the Dragon Balls, who defeated the victors, but it was also a consolation for the losers, the Rabbit team. From the audience's point of view, the Rabbitoh's development of the swing system can be said to be the ultimate. With Karma as a midfielder and Jungler Ivern as a jungler, they brought a different visual feast to the audience. The most fascinating thing in the competitive field is the weak defeating the strong. Although they failed in the end, they did not give up easily. Working hard to the end is really the best expression of the competitive spirit. On the stage, each of the Dragon Ball team members seemed to be survivors after a disaster. At first, you could still see the nervous expressions on their faces, but they were soon diluted by the joy of promotion. They first formed a circle and put their arms on the shoulders of their teammates to celebrate this hard-won victory. Don't say anything else. This kind of experience is absolutely valuable for a professional player. This is valuable experience in the competition. Once many players enter a life-or-death situation, they can easily fall into confusion, helplessness, or even fear. It is because of the lack of experience in life and death battles. There are also many people who have mentality problems. But to be honest, mentality can be trained. Unless you are a player with a poor mentality like the fourth generation of esports, a life and death battle is hard to come by. You need to meet a well-matched opponent, and both sides will compete to the last minute. It is no exaggeration to say that the experience of this game will benefit the 5 Dragon Ball players for life. After a while, all members of Long Zhu came to the side of the Rabbit team's player box. Although the two parties do not understand each other, it does not prevent Long Zhu from expressing his inner kindness to these respectable opponents. There was also a lot of discussion on the barrage. Gui. It was almost. It's really just a little bit close. European and American teams are really invincible in terms of tactical development. But it's a pity that their players' performance is a bit weak. I think they have performed very well. Before the game, who would have thought that the Rabbit team would push Long Zhu into such a desperate situation? Indeed, as a spectator in the LPL division, I am very happy. Long Zhu is in such a state that it would be fatal to encounter Tabua. It's hard to say, but Long Zhu feels like it has changed after this game, and they have more time to strengthen their tactics. I think Tabua still needs to be more serious. Anyway, who is in favor of the Tabua Championship, and who is against it? The person being interviewed today is Xiao Peanut. At this time, he is no longer the new Wild King in S6 with a gray and high-spirited look. However, because of Li Hansheng, he did not go to SKT according to the original historical trajectory and was docked. He has no spirituality at all, so there is light in his eyes.
Although I have said this many times, I still want to say that our goal is to defeat Tabua. We have failed the past few times, but this time we will definitely succeed.
If anyone else had said such words, the place would have been booed. But Little Peanut's appearance is justice, and if he says this, the audience will not be disgusted. Of course, the main reason is that he lost the game steadily when facing Li Hansheng, and the audience did not think that he could pose a threat to Li Hansheng at all. Moreover, the two often interacted when playing in the Korean server rankings. Fans of Li Hansheng knew that Xiaowasheng was Li Hansheng's little fan. Even after the end of S6, when the news came that Kongbi was leaving Taobao, many fans still expressed their concern. I thought about asking Xiao Peanut to join Tabua. After the game between Dragon Ball and Rabbitoh, the semifinals of the top half are over. For viewers in the LPL division, the points worthy of attention are still there. This side of the lower half, RNG needs to face the challenge of G2, and Samsung also needs to have a head-on showdown with TSM. For teams will compete for the last 2 tickets to the semifinals. The first to start the fight were the RNG and G2 teams. All members of Tabua are still watching. After yesterday's life and death battle between the Rabbits and Longu, no one can predict the outcome of the game between RNG and G2. Even Li Hansheng couldn't predict it, because the current direction is completely different from the direction in his memory. This is a brand new world line.
It feels like RNG has a better chance of winning.
Li Hansheng thought carefully and gave his answer.
This version has a relatively large proportion of bottom lane. Although G2's newcomer ADC performed well, Teddy still has little hope of competing with the Stain. No, the two of them are not opponents at the same level at all. Even if Teddy is at his peak now, there is no way he can beat Uzi. What's more, Teddy is just a newcomer now, with an unstable mentality and lack of experience. It's not too easy for Uzi to beat such a young man. Ask Yuinbo. Was it miserable for him to be educated by Uzi in the spring game?
To deal with stains like this new ADC, you just have to pinch them with your hands. Everyone nodded after hearing this. Soon, the competition between the two sides officially began. Obviously, after experiencing the quarterfinals in the first half, the teams in the second half all attach great importance to Kalma. Jungler Ivern may not be able to master it proficiently for a while. But isn't mid laner Karma's style of play simple? This also means that whoever is on the red side of the two sides will have to take on one more ban position. The first game between the two sides started quickly. It was obvious that G2's bottom lane wanted to take advantage. Teddy confidently brought out the policewoman. However, no one expected that RNG's Stain would actually take out his signature Vayne with his backhand.
Wow! I remember the puppy once said that his Vayne can counter any shooter.
The confident female police system on G2's side was quickly shattered. Mala Xianghua came with a wave of level 2 arrests and cooperated with the bottom lane to catch the policewoman once. And the next step was the solo show of Zhu Zi. His grasp of the shooting range of shooter heroes is simply script level, with the director giving multiple close-ups. He was stunned and used Vayne to pull the policewoman. You read that right. He used Vayne with a 550-yard range to pull a policewoman with a 650-yard range. He is such a dick. Otherwise, why do you think Uzi dared to say such things about my Vayne canner? Uzi does have a big mental problem. Immature. Giant baby. But his gaming prowess is definitely not bad. Although there has been no championship in the early stages of his career. League of Legends is a team game. And honors are also team honors. You cannot use team honors to measure a player's personal strength. As strong as the god of basketball, Jordan, he couldn't survive against the Pistons of the Bad Boys Legion when his teammates weren't good enough. If Uzi was really that bad, would so many players praise him? There is no false person under the great reputation. RNG quickly won the first game. They were second in the group. Being able to successfully break the game on the red side was already a huge advantage in itself. However, G2's biggest advantage cannot be fully utilized. That's their top center field. However, in this version, the ability to carry in the top, middle and jungle is not as important as in the previous version. It is crucial if you cannot beat the bottom lane. Tubwa often relies on the middle and jungle to open up the situation. But there is a prerequisite that the bottom lane can stabilize the lane. RNG easily won the first game. In the second game, Uzi came up with a wave of forehand and backhand teachings. They chose the female police system to deal with G2. G2 once again lost the game due to the collapse of the bottom lane. Although G2 forced a comeback in the third game, Teddy's mentality had collapsed. As a newcomer, he lacks experience and relies on his recklessness. When you win a game, your confidence is high and you get better and better as you play. But once you lose a game, especially in this BO5 knockout stage, it is difficult to have time to adjust your mentality. This will lead to a complete mental breakdown. In the third game, G2, whose mentality collapsed, was completely defeated in the bottom lane. RNG successfully advanced with a score of 3-1.
Nice! RNG successfully advanced to the semifinals. We can still look forward to the two LPL teams meeting in the finals at the Bird's Nest. Now it's up to us to see who will have the last laugh between TSM and Samsung. This should be recognized as the most exciting game in the quarterfinals. Both teams are very strong.
The viewers in the LPL division naturally want to replicate the feats of the Korean division in the S5 World Championship. The Tigers and SKT, who had not yet changed their name at the time, met in the finals, turning the global finals into a civil war in the Korean division. This is a reflection of the overall strength of the competition area. Why is South Korea always regarded as the first division? Isn't it because when the World Championships entered the semifinals, 3 of the 4 teams came from the Korean division? The quarterfinals usher in the last match day.
I just met Poo Poo downstairs in the hotel.
Jack smiled.
Poo Poo said they will win today, and he wants to take revenge on Samsung.
The relationship between Koo Sung-bin and Samsung is complicated. He first became famous in MVP.Ozone, also relying on Vayne. At that time, they qualified for the S3 World Championship. Before going to the World Championship, the MVP Club was directly acquired by Samsung and renamed Samsung Club. Then, they failed in the group stage. And there was even a date award, which was to select the player with the least satisfactory performance in the World Championship. In S4, after Samsung Blue and White swapped mid laners, both teams ushered in a qualitative change. Although the blue team had been stabilizing the white team of Gu Xungbin in the country, The two sides met in the semifinals of the World Championship. And Samsung White crushed Samsung. Blue can easily win even with a choice like top laner Akali. That year, Koo Sungbin and his teammates reached the top of the world. Originally, they wanted to get a big contract. But Samsung refused to give them a big contract. In addition, Riot issued regulations that did not allow one club to own two teams. It directly led to the departure of the 10 sons of Samsung. And also spread the saying that the stars will never be separated. And they will always win the championship. In Zhu Xingbin's view, Samsung's behavior is to look down on him and feel that he does not deserve a high salary. This is no joke. So, Gu Xingbin hates Samsung as a club. Every time he meets Samsung, he feels like he has been beaten to death. This time is no exception. However, after Samsung was beaten by Talbot for 2 games in the group stage, they seem to have evolved. Different from pursuing the swing system and the top shooter system in the upper half, Samsung has developed their own unique system. That is the ultra-long control chain system. The crown brother in the middle has completely transformed into the Jinchuriki of Malzahar. As long as he can choose, he must choose this hero. The auxiliary code JJ also likes to play Luo. Samsung can't really be considered a system. In fact, it was a solution they came up with. Due to the existence of the incense burner monster, it is difficult for you to kill the opponent's target in a short time. In essence, Kalmar's swing system is similar to Samsung's system. They all extend the control time by adding more control heroes. I can't kill you by controlling you for 3 seconds. So I'll extend the control time. I can kill you by controlling you for 5 seconds. Right? Samsung uses this method to create kills. As long as the opponent reduces its numbers, it will have a huge advantage in front of them. TSM felt very uncomfortable facing this situation. What really makes TSM uncomfortable is the mid to upper level. But Yergsen plays like a European mage. He is good at playing big core mage. But his tool player is not as good as Crown Brother. On the top road, there is indeed a slight disadvantage in facing the Wither. It's not that there is a big gap in personal ability, but it lies in the version. The top lane of this version is basically dominated by the Yordles. Kennen and Gnar happen to be the 2 heroes that Blight is best at. You can also play tanks like Big Bug, but tank heroes are countered by Gnar and Kennen. Misfires in the middle and upper lanes. And here on the lower road, King Chi is not the war criminal King Chi from S6. And he is not inferior in any way to Gu Xingbin. Thus, TSM's decline is fully demonstrated. However, the two sides still fought fiercely until the 5th game. In the end, Samsung won with difficulty with a score of 3-2. In this case, the official matchups for the semi-finals have also been determined. First half, Toba vs Dragon Ball. Bottom half, RNG vs Samsung. The players of Talbot and RNG took a flight back to the Magic City the day after the quarterfinals. After arriving at the hotel, we almost immediately started shooting the promotional video for the semifinals. But now everyone has more time. The main thing is, you can't get a date with your opponent in a scrim match. There are only 4 teams in total. Should you schedule a training match with your semifinal opponents, or with your potential finals opponents? This is the case in almost every world championship. The further it progresses to the later stages, the fewer opponents the team can meet for training matches. In the end, it can only perform daily rankings to maintain its status. But there is a week between the quarterfinals and the semifinals. October 28th. At the end of October, all the summoners around the world once again focused their attention on the magical capital of the great eastern country. The first ones to start the fight were Longzhu and Talbot. How are you, fellow summoners? Welcome to the first game day of the 2017 League of Legends Global Finals Semifinals. Chapter 459, Shooting System Showdown on the Road. Magic City Oriental Sports Center. League of Legends summoners all over the world have once again focused their attention here. In the eyes of the outside world, the showdown between Toppo and Longzhu is as good as the showdown between Toppo and SKT. Some even think it may be even more exciting. This year, SKT's top and jungle positions are just not good enough. It's almost meaningless. That is, they are struggling to support themselves with a strong foundation. Even the Bang has declined. And Lee Sang-hyuk can't support it alone. Dragon Ball is different. There are 3 strong operators in the top, middle and jungle. And the 2 elder Xian Ming in the bottom lane may be a little older and less interesting. But these 2 people have enough experience in the field. It is actually very difficult for you to defeat such a veteran bottom lane player directly in the lane. Dear summoners who are here and watching the live broadcast, how are you doing? Rendong was still wearing a decent suit, with a big back, and looked shiny under the light. There is such a well-written lyric. comb your hair into an adult style, and put on a handsome suit. What responded to him was the chorus of tens of thousands of spectators at the scene. In fact, watching the game live is just like going to a concert. It's hard for people who haven't been there to understand, because the viewing experience is obviously better at home, especially for concerts. If you're not lucky and there's a loud-voiced guy next to you, you may not be able to hear the stars singing at all. Just listen to the buddies next to you crying like ghosts and howling like wolves. But why are so many people still flocking to it? Very simple. Atmosphere. You watch the game alone or with a few friends. No matter how lively the atmosphere is, it can't be compared to the venue, which can accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. Human beings are creatures that are easily affected by the environment. They will be affected by different environments in different environments. You may not be that excited watching a game many times, but if you are in a scene with tens of thousands of people watching, and everyone cheers together, the lively atmosphere will directly affect you.
Very good. I have already felt your enthusiasm. But now let the players feel your enthusiasm. Okay. Let us invite players from both sides of today's competition to appear. The first to appear is Dragon Ball Team.
All the lights on the stage suddenly focused to the left, and the Longzhu players lined up neatly from the player aisle to the top of the stage.
Top laner Khan, Jungler Peanut, mid laner BDD, bottom laner Prey and assistant Gorilla, Coach Golden Piggy.
The audience immediately burst into thunderous applause. Longzhu's popularity in China is pretty good, mainly because of its little peanut. And the BDD in the middle is now Hanijia, who is jokingly called the successor of Faker by many people, and has also gained a lot of attention. When the camera panned over Little Peanut, all the fans at the scene would scream. In such a society where looks are valued, the looks of a little puppy like Xiao Peanut are really popular among girls. Who would say no to a little puppy with twinkling eyes? Wait until all members of Dragon Ball have appeared. Rendong spoke again, with a smile on his face.
Next, let's invite Team Talbot to appear.
When Li Hanxing appeared on the edge of the stage, the audience burst into thunderous applause and cheers. The atmosphere at the scene is hot. So much so that Rendong couldn't speak for a long time. Little Peanut looked envious and surprised.
I didn't expect Brother Han Sheng to have such terrifying popularity.
He knew that Li Hanxing was very popular, but he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Even Lee Sang-hyuk is nothing more than this in South Korea. Right? Lee Sang-hyuk has accumulated popularity over the years. But what about Li Hanxing? It's not even 2 years since debut.
This is how most champions win.
The Rat King said the core reason. Popularity can be regarded as a bonus for the championship. During the Pig Dog battle, Uzi's popularity was obviously not as good as that of the factory director. That is because both sides had average results in foreign competitions, and the domestic champion won the soft-handed factory director in terms of popularity. Obviously it has more advantages. And didn't EDG also win the first MSI? It still beat SKT at that time, which was also very popular. After finally waiting for the audience to vent their enthusiasm, Rendong got the chance to speak again.
Let us welcome top laner Noob, jungler Xiaotian, mid laner Gao Dui, bottom lane Jackie Love assist Xiao Ming and head coach Hongmi.
The audience once again received a wave of warm cheers and applause. Li Hanxing waved towards the audience with a smile on his face, but his behavior only attracted even greater cheers.
Let us welcome the players from both sides once again, and then let us return the stage to the players from both sides.
The players turned around and headed to the players' box, while the director switched the camera to the pre-match analysis box. Today, those who accepted the invitation and sat in the pre-match analysis table were the director of the EDG club and their general manager, Abu. While sitting next to him was Guan Ziyuan.
What do you two think about the next game? What do you think Tabla needs to do to win?
Guan Ziyuan took the initiative to ask. The factory director was the first to speak.
Actually, in terms of overall strength, Tabla is actually the stronger side, and their chances of winning are greater. Personally, I am more optimistic about Tabla. But after Longzhu defeated the Rabbit team before, as a player, I especially understand the feeling of winning a life and death game, which really brings about a transformation. What's more, Longzhu has also learned how to use the top lane shooter system. In this way, there will definitely be some competition between the two sides. There won't be that one-sided situation.
Abu then spoke, and he talked eloquently.
Looking at the current situation, Tabla's game understanding is always at the forefront. Whether it is their top lane shooter system or the swing system, they are both outstanding. The suspense now is during this week. Has Tabla further improved their tactics? If so, then I personally think Talbot has a greater chance of winning. If Talbot does not update its understanding of the current version of the game, both sides will in terms of understanding the same game. I personally think it's hard to say. The main reason why SKT lost so miserably to Talbot before was not because the strength gap between the two sides was too big, but because Talbot's game understanding was ahead of them. And there was a gap in their overall strength. And then, there was also a gap in game understanding, which made SKT look vulnerable and beaten by Talbot. I understand what you two mean.
Guan Ziyuan made a simple summary.
That is, overall, Talbot has a greater chance of winning. As for the process of the competition, it depends on whether Talbot has updated their you understand the game. Right.
Abu and the factory director nodded upon hearing this.
Very good. Thank you both for your analysis. Now we will return the stage to the commentary box.
The director switched the camera again. At the commentary table, in addition to the higher brothers, Wawa and Miller, there was a familiar figure, and that was PDD.
Hello everyone in the audience. We are today's commentator Doll, Miller, and today we have an old friend who is very familiar to us, who will be with us in the commentary box to explain for you. Hello everyone. I'm your old friend PDD.
Sawju gave out his trademark lewd smile. In fact, no introduction is needed. As long as they hear the laughter, viewers who watch the live broadcast all year round will know who it is. Grandpa Lu has not been banned this year. He and PDD are very popular in the duo queue, forming the combination of
Fat Tiger and Shifu.
Every time the two duo queue, they will definitely attract a lot of spectators. At this time, the live broadcast rules were not so strict, and the mutual hostility between PDD and Grandpa Lu was quite effective. Moreover, in the duel between Talbot and Longzhu, the top priority is the top lane. At that time, PDD was known as the strongest carry top laner in the country. He was the absolute carry point in IG back then. The core of the old IG's tactics was also in the top lane. It is very common to do tricks such as giving a blue buff to the top lane at the beginning. Although PDD has retired for many years, he is the first carry type top laner in the country, and it is reasonable to invite him over.
Teacher, as a top laner, can you comment on the top laners on both sides?
Wada said with a smirk on his face. PDD immediately shook his head.
I'm not qualified to comment on Noob. He has won many more championships than me, and is much better than me. But Khan, I can still write a few novels.
PDD's obvious bullying behavior did not arouse the audience's disgust. Strictly speaking, it's not really a scam. After all, if you ask anyone around the world, you will get a definite answer. That is, Li Hansheng is much better than Khan.
Khan is a little noob in my opinion. Whether it is his hero pool, game style, or specific way of playing in the lane, he stands out as a noob who wants to learn from Noob. But there is still a gap between his personal ability and Noob. He can't beat those guys.
A weak opponent may show it, but when facing a noob, he will feel what despair is.
In the final analysis, it's all about praising Li Hansheng. After all, Li Hansheng's performance is so good, you won't be slapped in the face if you flatter him without thinking. Besides, the audience also likes to hear such words. This is the most important point.
Indeed, the confrontation between Talbot and Longzhu can be regarded as a confrontation in the top lane. Whoever can gain the upper hand in the top lane will be able to gain an advantage, and even win the game in the end.
At this time, the director switched the camera again, and it was already in the BP screen of both parties.
When it comes to the semifinals, the side selection will be drawn by lot before the game. The news we got here is that Talbot won the coin guessing. They took the initiative to choose the blue side, and the Dragon Ball will appear on the red side.
As soon as it comes up, Talbot took the initiative to ban Luo. Luo is a hero that actually has the characteristics of both soft and hard assistance, and is particularly flexible during the landing phase. Dragon Ball backhandedly banned Galio. Jace won't deliberately target Dragon Ball because Khan can also play Lucian, and countless games have proven that Lucian's beating of Jace is a beating, an all-round beating. Therefore, Longzhu doesn't need to be afraid of Talbot's top laner Jace like other teams. Immediately afterwards, Talbot banned Feng Nu, and Longzhu's choice was to ban Kalista.
The question now is whether Longzhu will take the initiative to ban Lucian. No. If Talbot also releases Karma, wouldn't it be impossible to grab it? I think after the battle with the Rabbit team, Longzhu must have carefully studied it through the swing system.
In the third move, Talbot chose to ban Yan-Kai, which is considered a rhythmic mid laner that BDD is good at. On the Dragon Ball side, Rise was banned with a backhand.
Obviously,
BDD wants to compete with Gao Dui for the hero pool in the middle. And they are also forcing Taba to make decisions. Do you want Karma? Or Lucian? Although the blue side can grab one, you can only grab one. Tao Bo quickly gave his answer.
Karma? It seems that Tabwa chose the swing system. That's right. The Rabbitohs defeated Longju's top lane shooter system through the swing system. In other words, in Tabwa's view, the swing system is stronger than the top lane shooter system.
The baby said confidently. Longju immediately backhand locked Lucian plus Lulu. Tao Bo locks the prince plus small cannon with his backhand. Since he has already played Karma, Tao Bo must use hard support. Tauren, Japanese women, and even Titans are all fine. You can't ban them all, so you might as well grab the jungler position. Dragon Ball selected Virus in the third hand. This is also a shooter that the Korean team particularly loves. Most likely because Virus has a good hand to start a team. And the special effects of Virus are also very good. Both sides entered the second round of BP. As expected, Longzhu did not deliberately target the auxiliary selection, but mainly chose to focus on the top lane. They banned Big Bug and Kennen. Yes, top laner Lucian can beat Kennen. But that is Li Hanqing's top laner Lucian. At least no one else has proven that their top laner Lucian can beat AD Kennen. Therefore, Longzhu decided to play it safe. Tabwa, on the other hand, continued to target the middle. Syndra and Ryze were banned one after another. As a result, there are not many mid-lane options left for Longzhu. In the end, Longzhu's choice was to target Malzahar. And Tabwa's reaction was somewhat intriguing. They still chose Japanese girls. But in the final choice, Tao Bo makes another surprising move. Oh? Is this Vayne?
Miller's eyes widened. PDD was also confused.
Top laner Vayne?
Miller then reminded.
I remember Noob used top laner Vayne once. The effects seem to be pretty good.
Mainly because it's been so long that many people don't remember it. And even Miller only has a rough memory. But the response from the audience was huge. Everyone cheered and applauded warmly. When it was Longju's turn to choose someone, they actually didn't have many choices left. She was just a pig girl. Thus, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. Tobwa is on the blue side, and Dragon Ball is on the red side. Top road, Vayne versus Lucian. Jungler, Prince versus Pig Girl. Middle, Kalmar versus Malzahar. Bottom lane, Xiaopao plus Japanese Girl versus Virus plus Lulu. Chapter 460. There is also a gap in top lane shooters.
In fact, we don't need to explain the lineups of both sides. After watching this World Championship, everyone knows that this is the top lane shooter system developed by Tabwa.
Wawa said eloquently.
Longzhu is learning from it. They were not very proficient in Tabwa's style of play when they faced the Rabbitohs in the quarterfinals. But it has been a week since the quarterfinals, and they must have had many training sessions during this period. So Tabwa cannot take it lightly. It's okay,
Miller explained.
According to rumors, the 4 teams in the semifinals basically have no training games to play. Our LPL teams also have a sparring team organized by the competition. The Korean team does not have such treatment. For this new system, it is best to strengthen proficiency through training matches. If it is just through ranking, I think it may be a failure for Longzhu to use the top shooter system to fight against Tabwa. But we can also ask the prostitute teacher to, from the perspective of a professional top laner. What are the strengths of the top lane shooter system?
Knowing that he was going to explain, PDD would naturally do his homework in advance. There were a lot of analyses about Tabwa on the internet, and he only needed to summarize them.
The reason why the top lane shooter system is so powerful in this version is because of the sensor. Due to the existence of the sensor monster, the fault tolerance rate of crispy heroes is infinitely increased. And then, because of the version, those assassin heroes and mage heroes, AP Kennen, and Rambo have no room to play. To put it bluntly, if you explode in an instant, you can't lose the crispy skin protected by the incense burner monster. You can see it by watching SKT's third game against Tabwa. Such a perfect first move. Well, Lucian, who actually failed to kill Noob in seconds, is an example. To put it more bluntly, the existence of the incense burner monster makes up for the shortcomings of the low fault tolerance of the top lane shooter system, while the advantages of the top lane shooter system's high output are perfectly preserved. In addition, the top lane shooter can suppress many regular top laners. Hero, a series of factors led to this situation. Of course, the more important thing is the existence of Noob. Everyone knows the reason. But the reason why he can perfectly support the team to take advantage of this system is because Noob's personal ability is too strong.
After a simple analysis, I used a wave of rainbow farts to praise Li Hanxing. PDD is worthy of being a great anchor, and has successfully transformed himself into a capital existence. His mind is indeed relatively flexible. From this point of view, Grandpa Lu, who was in the prime of his life, was also banned for cheating. While PDD pretended to be dead and engaged in charity to whitewash themselves so that they could distinguish themselves. On the field, players from both sides had already rushed out of the spring. Originally, in this version, because both sides of the bottom lane were soft assistants, there would be almost no first-level team fights. However, this one is different. Talbot is Karma's swing system, and the support is Japanese Girl, who has first-hand control. In fact, the strength of the first-level team of Talbot's lineup is very average. After all, the Prince is a burden, but the strength of the first-level team that cannot stand up to Dragon Ball is even worse. The first-level Malzahar is not even as good as the Prince. After all, the Prince's 3 small skills can provide positive gains. Q to break armor, W to slow down, and E to increase attack speed. Malzahar? It's Q's silent advantage. But the effect is definitely not as good as the Prince's. After all, when everyone is level 1, what can you do if you silence me? What's more, the Japanese Girl still carries Ignite. With Ignite to compensate for the damage, the probability of killing people will increase linearly.
Wow! It seems like this is the first time that Talbot has actively invaded the first level in this World Championship. Right.
Wawa couldn't help but raise his eyebrows.
From the design of the first level team, we can see that Talbot really attaches great importance to this semifinal.
Miller and PDD subconsciously rolled their eyes when they heard this. They didn't pay attention to it in the semifinals. What are you going to pay attention to? Long Zhu quickly noticed Talbot's intention to invade, and they also guessed what Talbot was going to do.
They want to switch jungle areas with us and force me to the lower half.
Xiao Peanut looked helpless. The reason why they were helpless was because even if they guessed Talbot's intentions, they couldn't take action against him. If both sides adopt a top lane shooter system, then the development of the top laner will be the top priority. Lucian has an advantage in fighting Vayne in the early stage. Vayne especially needs to be defeated. After possessing the destroyed, Vayne's combat effectiveness can usher in a qualitative leap. And Talbot obviously didn't want Khan to have too much fun on the top lane in the early stage. So he adopted this approach. Swapping jungle areas at the beginning is actually equivalent to giving up the bottom lane. But, in this version, Talbot is not afraid of you going to the bottom lane in the early stage of the jungle. You don't have Ignite in the bottom lane of Dragon Ball. Pig Girl, Virus, and Lulu don't look like a combination that can cross the tower.
Brother Dongha, be careful. I'll try to get on the road as early as possible to help you.
Little Peanut reminded. There is no way. In this case, if you just finish the lower half of the area and rush to the road immediately, it means that you will lose half of the jungle area by default. This is not how hunger strikes work.
Very good. Talbot has a good start. If we change to the jungle, the pressure on Noob in the early stage will not be so great.
As the minions come online, the landing period officially begins. Li Hanxing went head-to-head with Khan on the top lane. Vayne is really not easy to beat Lucian in the early stage. To be precise, Vayne is too weak in the early stage. Although the range is 550 yards, which is 50 yards longer than Lucian, there seems to be room for improvement. But be clear, Vayne has no wave clearing ability. Lucian's Q, Transparent Holy Light, can push the lane with Q soldiers and consume them at the same time. But Vayne can't do that. This is also the reason why Vayne rarely appears in the professional arena. It is because this hero does not have any wave clearing ability, and the gold farming efficiency is too slow. Although Easy does not have the ability to push the line, Easy's equipment is cheap. To put it bluntly, for more than 2,000, an Ice Fist can start to cooperate with teammates in team battles. It is precisely because of this that this set of first-level team tactics of forcibly changing the jungle area was designed. It was Talbot who forced a change to the jungle. This made Khan uncomfortable. Originally, he only needed to follow the normal rhythm and use skills to push the lane to gain the initiative in the lane. You, Vayne, wouldn't hold up the lane against me with A, right? But now, he can't take the initiative to push the lane. He only dares to touch up the tail knife. The Prince is different from other junglers. He has the ability to gank at level 2. If he plays a little more aggressively, the Prince may go straight to the road after hitting red. And it is unreasonable to simply release the line. The terrain under the defense tower is very easy for Vayne to use. With one E, she can push herself against the wall. It is not easy for Vayne and the Prince to jump over the tower and kill themselves. so he can't release the line into the tower yet. This was the real source of Khan's discomfort. Li Hansheng saw his dilemma, so he chose to give him a strong face. What he takes advantage of is Vane's range advantage. Of course, it was also because Lucian did not dare to stand in the front. So Li Hansheng easily occupied the grass on the line and understood everything. As long as the long-handed hero on the top lane occupies the grass on the lane, he already has half of the initiative. Li Hansheng immediately seized the opportunity and tapped Lucian with a flat A. Khan's response was perfect. When Vayne raised her hand, he took the initiative to move forward. In League of Legends, the hand-raising action cannot be avoided through operation, because once you cancel the hand-raising action, you actually cancel the draw. When you draw A, you are effectively standing still. This gave him the opportunity to close the distance between them. Sure enough, when Wei-Ping A was frozen, Lucian took a step forward, closed the distance between them, then raised his hand and fired a shot, and immediately used Q, penetrating Holy Light, to hit an AQA combo. If Vayne chooses to stay where he is and fight A, he can immediately use a passive. That is, 2 shots to draw A, plus the damage of a Q skill. He will not lose at all. However, Li Hansheng adopted a more clever response method. When Vayne fights Lucian, an important key to defeating Lucian in a one-on-one situation is that the displacement of the Q skill can avoid the damage of Lucian's Q. And after activating the ultimate move, he can also use invisibility to draw Lucian's A. Li Hansheng rolled his Q directly to the rear. While avoiding Lucian's Q, he was able to widen the distance between the two sides to his ultimate range of 550 yards, and then fired a backhand to strengthen his basic attack. Through this wave, Li Hansheng can confirm that Khan really has no experience in facing off against Vayne. His Lucian is too pure as a blank sheet of paper in front of him. If it were my Lucian, who was trying to show off to Vayne at level 1, she wouldn't be able to learn Q, but would have to learn E. Khan's initial response was actually perfect, taking the initiative to close the distance to give himself a chance to counterattack. But if he learns E, this wave will definitely turn more. This involves a little trick of Lucian's, which is short E. The displacement distance of Lucian's E skill can be controlled by yourself. This thing is the same as Sword Queen's Q on the spot. After Lucian levels A, he immediately connects to short E to cancel the basic attack and then shakes to immediately fire 2 shots. He can instantly hit 3 shots to tie a damage. Even if Vayne continues to fight against him, Lucian will not be afraid. When both sides have War Zeal, whoever stacks more layers faster will have an advantage. Lucian is naturally faster than Vayne tier. When the basic attributes of both sides are similar, it may only be as much as the talent provided. How many points of damage will determine the final outcome. Haha, what a pity. Li Hansheng smiled. But you can't really blame Khan. Under the current understanding of the game, it is really rare for Khan to be able to practice a top laner Lucian, and it would be too difficult to master the landing with all heroes. Although it is because of the jungle, there is one thing to say. Noob really knows how to control the distance, and his control of distance is really no less than that of a puppy. I have only seen Wei in a puppy. Well, pull like this. Khan suffered a loss in the first wave of blood transfusions, which made him even more afraid to move forward. Then it means that he loses control of the military line. He had no choice but to temporarily leave the line and run to the triangular grass to set up a field of vision to prevent the prince's sudden attack. But Gao Tianliang is a thief. He really planned to go up in 2 levels, and he was also wary of the opponent's eyes. After finishing the red buff, he walked directly up. That is, from the stone man on the red side. Go to the top road, so that although you have to run more distance, you can limit your vision and won't expose yourself from the beginning. Khan was always paying attention to the vision information in the triangular grass area, but he never saw the prince. He thought that Gao Tianliang would not come to the road at level 2, so he took 2 steps forward. Result? As soon as he took these 2 steps, he saw the prince appearing in the triangular grass area. Shiba! He was shocked and retreated immediately. But it was too late. The prince rushed over directly and knocked him away with a second batch of EQ, while Vayne also stepped forward immediately and launched a second batch of EQ. However, Khan was still very calm and did not show up. Instead, he took drugs and forced himself to run back. He knew that the opponent's damage was not enough to kill him, so why should a level 1 VN plus a level 2 prince kill him? However, the blood loss was certain. After losing most of his blood, he successfully ran back to the defense tower. The prince and Vayne did not hesitate to continue the pursuit, but retreated. However, the prince did not leave immediately. Instead, He ran to the soldier line and picked up the A minions one by one. Then, with AQ, he helped Vayne beat all the minions to low health before leaving. In fact, Li Hansheng took the initiative to instruct him to do this. The reason is simple. Vayne does not have the ability to push the line. If she only relies on herself, it will be difficult to send the line of troops to the opponent's tower in a short time. If the prince helps like this, the efficiency of pushing the line will be greatly increased. And the prince will not take away any experience. A pure tool person. But Gao Tianyang will not have any complaints about this. This is the embodiment of Li Hansheng's status in the team. As for why you are anxious to push the line of troops through, very simple. Li Hansheng didn't want Khan to go home. After being severely beaten, Khan's blood volume was actually very low. Lucian's blood volume was now about 40%, which was a very subtle blood volume. Just go home and TP out? Khan would definitely be reluctant to use TP like this. If he stayed under the tower, he would risk being killed. The one that stands out is the Khan, who wants to be tortured, because the junglers of both sides also swapped. Li Hansheng didn't have to worry about Little Peanut interfering with him before 4 minutes. It's a pure 1v1 situation on the road, and he won't have any trouble if he wants to jump over the tower. Soon, Li Hansheng slowly sent the army line into him. But Khan still looked very wretched. Li Hansheng followed the line of troops into the tower. He blocked the defensive tower's flat A, stole a point on Lucian, and immediately retreated with Q to distance himself, further reducing Lucian's blood volume, making Lucian's state more dangerous, and putting further pressure on Lucian. At this time, Khan became more entangled. His blood volume was actually very dangerous. But if he went home now, there would be too many minions under the tower. When he thought that he was at level 2 and had learned E, and had the ability to move and flash, he decided to take a risk. The main thing is that if Vayne can't nail the wall, he can cooperate with the damage of the defense tower to counterattack. And he really has a chance to counterattack Li Hansheng. You have to be brave to play top lane. Khan decided to give it a try. He stared at Vayne. When Vayne entered the defense tower again, the game between the two began. Seeing Wei Yan raising her hand, Khan concluded that this was Li Hansheng's feint attack. As an excellent top laner, Khan is very aware of this little trick. After the troops enter the tower, the dominant side does not necessarily have to actively attack the opponent. It can make a fake move to trick the opponent into attacking itself, thus attracting the hatred of the minions. The minions will focus on it. Fire is a particularly common offensive method on the top lane. Really, Vayne's action of raising her hand was quickly cancelled, and she paused on the spot. It was obvious that Li Hansheng used the S key to cancel the basic attack action. Huh. Successfully predicting Li Hansheng's behavior made Khan smile. Others will be deceived by you, but I will not be easily deceived by you. He was even more confident that he could safely fight under the tower, because with just a trace of running soldiers, and the experience gained from eating 2 small soldiers, he can instantly reach level 3. By then, his condition will be better, and Vayne will lose the chance to kill herself alone. He was still staring at Vayne, and once again, he saw Vayne raising her hand. This time, he judged from Vayne's position, and guessed that Li Hansheng still wanted to repeat his old trick. Click A on himself, and then Q exit the defense tower. He still didn't plan to take action. However, just at this time, Vayne raised her hand and fired a silver crossbow arrow. The size of this crossbow arrow was obviously larger than the normal attack, and it was also accompanied by a flashing animation effect. Players who have played ADC a lot know that this is the effect of Vayne's E skill. Khan didn't react at first, and by the time he did, it was already too late. The silver crossbow bolt penetrated Lucian, and the huge impact pushed Lucian back to the edge of the wall. The moment it touched the wall, boom, Lucian was stunned on the spot. He starts. Noob, are you going to kill alone? The doll raised his voice instantly. Everyone in the audience watched this scene with bated breath. After he started, Vayne directly hit A and then Q, instantly dealing 3 rings of damage. Lucian, who was already in poor condition, suddenly became severely disabled. The control time of Vayne E is not very long, but at this time it seems more than enough. By the time Lucian recovered from his dizziness, he was already bleeding, and Vayne's fatal flat A shot had already been fired. Khan could only watch as this fatal flat A got closer and closer to him. It was as if Death's sickle was placed on his neck. Following the gentle shaking of Death's wrist, he also gave his life. Although before dying, Lucian used E to hit an AQ forward as if struggling to death. But this damage combined with the defense tower was not enough to pose a fatal threat to Vayne, who was in good condition. First blood. First blood obtained. The Oriental Sports Center in the Magic City suddenly burst into thunderous applause and screams. Everyone was celebrating the moment when Li Hansheng successfully obtained first blood. What kind of level do you think you are worthy of playing the same shooter top laner as my brother Hansheng? I can only say that they are both top scorers. But there are differences. Brother cute. It's stable. Go. 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 Finals. Finals. Han Zai is talking to me. Doesn't he like to play Dragon Balls? Is this the con you brag about?